Chapter 501 Crushing. It's you! A surprised exclamation came from the villa estate. The burly man laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to recognize me, but I don't remember scum like you today. I'm just responsible for breaking your bones and bringing you to our boss. I just want to ask where those bastards behind you are hiding. However, I probably won't get much information out of you after all. You guys are all incredibly good at hiding things, even the rats and cockroaches in the sewers can't outdo you. But if you guys show up, we can take you down right away and see what you're up to. Let's do it. His voice trailed off as he shouted. Moreover, the dozens of people in black trench coats all had the same build. Their extremely fast speed quickly narrowed the encirclement, and they completely ignored the Zhao family members, not taking them seriously at all. Soon, a tall, thin man hiding in the corner was forced out. His face showed obvious fear. So Lin Yu has been hiding all along. Didn't you all say you had completely gone into hiding? Why did you take action? The burly man said disdainfully, you guys are really naive, even kindergarten kids are better than you. Do you really think we'll lie low? Don't be silly, our boss is just tired of all that backstabbing and scheming, but that doesn't mean he'll really become completely disconnected from the world. We brothers have cultivated our character and temperament over the years in order to accumulate strength for a future breakthrough. I just want to immerse myself in this and become stronger. After saying that, he threw a punch, which sounded like an explosion of air. With just one punch, the tall, thin man was slammed against the wall, most of his bones shattered. The burly man looked at his fist and spat disdainfully on the ground. What a piece of trash, so weak. If I hadn't held back a little, I would have killed you. What does this mean? Only an ant like you showed up. Take away. A group of people came quickly and left quickly. The men in black trench coats moved swiftly and with perfect uniformity. The entire Zhao family was completely dumbfounded. They were just afraid of powerful experts who were as venomous as snakes, but they couldn't even withstand a single move from these people. Apart from the tall, thin man who led the group, the rest of them had all died at the hands of those in black trench coats, and the domineering aura of the other party had left a deep shadow in their hearts. Are these Lin Yu's men? That's too strong. Just that bald, big guy from earlier felt like a mountain to me. It's a joke that we want to be enemies with Lin Yu. Now I finally understand why the second elder was so vehemently opposed and even wanted to test Lin Yu. Their pride as members of a large family was shattered at that moment. They originally thought they were already very strong, but they found that any one of Lin Yu's subordinates could easily crush them. Everyone's expression had darkened. Otherwise, someone reminded us, what do we do next? If we didn't offer a pledge of loyalty, would Lin Yu have given us a chance? This sentence plunged everyone around into silence, and they became wary of each other. Just then, one of them suddenly received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID, his face lit up with immense excitement. 502, Chapter 502 is merely using tools. It's the second elder calling. The man shouted, immediately pressing the answer button and putting the call on speakerphone. You all take everyone and go there immediately, either directly or move to Ice City. Don't ask me why, and don't fight amongst yourselves anymore. Once we're here, we're Mr. Lin's underlings will do whatever you ask us to do without hesitation. Remember my words, no one is allowed to contradict me. Find the head of the family, or at least find his body. The second elder's voice was heavy. Sitting in the car, listening to the report Lin Yu had received, he already understood that his family head was very likely dead. At this moment, everyone in the Zhao family fell completely silent. The second elder, however, said gratefully to Lin Yu, Mr. Lin, thank you for saving my life. From now on, our entire Zhao family will follow your lead. We will go through fire and water for you, just by saying the word. Lin Yu said calmly, I don't need you to do anything for me. I am just using you to find out who's behind this. However, it seems we won't get any useful information out of him. You should all just do what you're supposed to do. If you want to settle down here, then behave yourselves and don't cause any trouble. You can fight however you want on my turf. If you don't want to mess with me, I won't bother with you. After he finished speaking, he parked the car in front of a clubhouse. On the third floor, several people stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Why is the second elder here? Is that Lin Yu next to him? The group exchanged glances subconsciously, swallowing hard. They were still unaware of what had happened to the Zhao family. They all instinctively looked at the people behind them. Han Shue's face was as cold as ice. Lin Yu must have come to find me. You should leave. I might not be able to leave. She was now in despair. If Lin Yu finds her this time, what will he do? The group exchanged glances, each understanding the emotions conveyed in the other's eyes. Then, one of them gritted his teeth. Han Shui, you must escape immediately. This club has a back door. Those who contacted you before will definitely continue to help you. As for who they are, we don't know. Remember them and make sure you avenge us in the future. Don't take down Lin Yu, or you won't live long. Those people aren't as gentle as us. Remember our words. Let's go. They already knew they had no way to escape. Lin Yu glanced at them just now, and his icy expression sent shivers down their spines. Han Shui has never been the type to sacrifice herself for others. After hearing what the others said, she stood up and walked outside. I will remember you, and if I have the chance in the future, I will definitely avenge you. Lin Yu and I have a blood feud that could never end. You know I'm familiar with Lin Yu's personality. If you obediently beg for mercy, Lin Yu might give you a way out. After saying that, she walked directly to another hidden elevator in the private room. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Yu's lips, and when he saw the message on his phone, his smile became even more pronounced. He went straight up the stairs to the third floor and saw those people without even opening the door. 503, Chapter 503. When the birds are all gone, the good bow is put away. The men wore obvious signs of wariness, and all of them turned their gaze toward the second elder behind Lin Yu. Second elder, have you already betrayed the Zhao family? The patriarch has already given us orders to deal with Lin Yu by any means necessary, but you betrayed us and stabbed us in the back. Aren't you afraid that the patriarch will hold you accountable? Hearing their questions, the second elder gritted his teeth in hatred. You bunch of idiots. Have you not contacted your family at all? Ask them what kind of situation they are facing now. Our entire Zhao family was almost wiped out. It was Mr. Lin who saved us. Those people had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Their eyes were filled with shock. Second boss, you're not deliberately trying to fool us, are you? Although you have already betrayed the Zhao family, we will never betray you. Do whatever you want with us. Lin Yu, we are absolutely not afraid of you. Lin Yu was fairly satisfied with the performance of these individuals. At least this kind of person isn't the kind who's afraid of death. He sat down on the sofa and said calmly, I know you're deliberately stalling for time so that Han Shui can escape as soon as possible. But you have no idea about Han Shui at all. She has only ever been a tool of mine. It can also be considered a lure in other people's eyes. I have always felt pity for Han Shui and will not let her disappear easily. But you have no idea that she is also a smart person, and knows what it means to put away a good bow when all the birds are gone. So Han Shui will never do anything that crosses my bottom line. I only need to keep an eye on Han Shui to know who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Upon hearing the words, the expressions on the faces of those people changed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. So you already knew about our plan? So you know we want to target the people around you? Lin Yu shook his head and said calmly, you did have such a plan, but you didn't succeed in implementing it in the end because of Han Shui's obstruction. The expressions on their faces turned extremely ugly. They even suspected that there might be some connection between Lin Yu and Han Shui, but they just treated them like fools. Lin Yu smiled calmly, there are some things you don't need to know, you just need to tell me who contacted Han Shui before. While they were still hesitating, the second elder slapped one of them across the face. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and speak. Everything I just said is the truth. Mr. Lin is the savior of our entire Zhao family. They also care about their own lives. Who wouldn't want to die if they could live? After a slight hesitation, they both shook their heads. We have no idea who that guy is. Too strong. We didn't even notice him when he appeared here. And after he met Han Shui's expression remained very unpleasant. I feel that Han Shui is under their control. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and a smile appeared on his face. Alright, you can leave now. Second elder, remember what I said. Once you arrive in Harbin, no one will stop you from doing whatever you want. Just think twice before you act. The second elder bowed deeply and said, Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will absolutely not allow the family to act recklessly. 504, Chapter 504 How to Choose. Lin Yu waved his hand, and the group of people quickly left. Lin Yu had no interest in listening to what they had said before. Even if those people wanted to do something wicked, they couldn't cause any harm at all. At that moment, the elevator door hidden in the private room opened again. The person who appeared at the door was Han Shui. Her face, which still possessed some beauty, was now deathly pale. Behind Han Shui was a man in a black trench coat. They simply bowed slightly to Lin Yu without saying a word. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Han Shui was pushed out. Lin Yu lit a cigarette, his expression calm as still water. After such a long time, the two met again. Han Shui bit her red lips, slowly walked up to Lin Yu, and knelt down on her knees. I'm sorry. It was just 3 words, there was no pleading or pleas for mercy. Lin Yu flicked his cigarette ash. He stared at Han Shui for several seconds, his calm eyes showing not a trace of emotion. You've changed so much in 5 years. But compared to the changes that have occurred in this period of time, your heart has become completely black. However, you are quite smart and have not done anything too outrageous. I will not care what you want to do, because in my eyes you are not even an ant. I cherish you, so you can do whatever you want with me. I can stand up for you and treat you as my blatant favoritism, but that's not a reason for you to be foolish. A mistake is a mistake, and it can't be fixed with just a few words. Tears streamed down Han Shui's face. She bit her lip so hard that it drew blood, and a hint of resentment lingered in her heart. She looked at Lin Yu, slowly stood up from the ground, straightened her fiery red cheongsam, and sat down directly in front of Lin Yu. I know I was wrong, and very wrong. This matter doesn't need your help at all, because I was too extreme, and I was always making excuses for myself to escape. Everything from the past is my most unforgettable memory. Even now, when I dream in the middle of the night, I still think of the man who once cherished me like a treasure. Unfortunately, we are now like strangers, even mortal enemies. You may not take me seriously, but I really hate you to death. Maybe this is what happens when love turns into hate. I know I'm not going to leave today. You can't let me go because I know you too well. Lin Yu shook his head, looking at Han Shui's seemingly remorseful expression, and slowly said, even now, you're still pretending in front of me. Perhaps there is some truth in what you said. But it's 3 parts fake and 7 parts real. I'm giving you one last chance. I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to leave with nothing, to escape this vortex completely, or do you want to continue? Think it through before making a decision. You've thought about this opportunity yourself, and you're going to decide how to seize it. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he took a deep drag on his cigarette, realizing that this woman could no longer evoke any emotional response in him. He had already guessed Han Shui's decision. But at this moment, he needed to let Han Shui say it herself. Han Shui lowered her head slightly, feeling as if Lin Yu's gaze could see right through her. What should I do for this last chance? 505, Chapter 505 Deepening Resentment. Han Shui is now completely caught in a dilemma. She doesn't know what to choose, and this choice could very well be related to her life. Her gaze shifted to Lin Yu, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Can you tell me what the consequences would be if I made different choices? Lin Yu simply smiled faintly and did not give any response. Han Shui bit her red lips, and after a few seconds, she smiled sadly. I really want to stay, at least I want to see what kind of ending you will have. I don't know how many people you've offended, but the people I've met are all extremely vicious. Especially those who have contacted me recently, they are even more cold and ruthless. After they found me, they didn't support or help me like some other families did. Instead, they planted a goo worm in my brain. I want to leave, but I can't. If they find out I've left, they'll definitely let that bug eat my brains. Even if I die at your hands, it's better than being tortured to death by them. Give me a quick death. Han Shui was completely desperate. She knew she couldn't leave. And he certainly couldn't fool Lin Yu. It's better to be open and make things clear. I hope you can avenge me. If I have the chance in the next life, I hope I never have to see you again. A tear slid down Han Shui's cheek. However, after waiting for several dozen seconds without receiving a reply, Han Shui opened her eyes in confusion. The next discovery was that Lin Yu was no longer in the room. What's the meaning? Han Shui shouted angrily, you're just leaving like that? You don't even want to say one more word to me? Why are you so cold and heartless? Is it because I poisoned you that time? I was forced into this situation. If I hadn't poisoned you, I would have been the one to die. If you had revealed your true strength and power earlier, how could I have changed my mind? Why are you doing this to me? The voice even had a hint of hysteria. If Lin Yu had killed her without hesitation, she would feel a little better, at least that man would still hate her. But to her utter surprise, Lin Yu left just like that. She sat on the sofa, her heart filled with mixed emotions. A full 10 minutes passed before a determined look finally appeared in those eyes. But deep in his eyes lingered a hint of resentment. Lin Yu, since you no longer have any feelings for me, then don't blame me. There are some things I don't want to do because I know that once the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. But now I have no choice but to do it, otherwise I might die soon. If I can take you down with me before I die, then maybe I'll have someone to keep me company on the road to the underworld. I've changed my mind. If there's a next life, I'll definitely keep entangled with you. By the end, his words were tinged with deep resentment. Unbeknownst to her, a man in a black trench coat was standing quietly. After saying these words, Han Shui walked out of the room. When she saw the man in the black trench coat, she was stunned. Yuri, someone Lin Yu specifically arranged to stay behind? I thought he would spare my life, but I didn't expect him to leave me here waiting for mice. Is he going to send me straight to my death? 506, Chapter 506 Disappointment. The man in the black trench coat wore a clear look of contempt and disdain on his face. He sneered, "You're not worthy." What do you mean? Han Shui felt as if she had been stabbed hard in the heart by a needle. Her eyes were filled with anger. The man in the black trench coat just smiled coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Han Shui clenched her fists tightly, her face contorted with anger and resentment. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Yu, did you deliberately leave someone behind to humiliate me? I'll make you regret this." The shrill voice, when it was shouted out, received no response. All she wanted to do was see if Lin Yu was still around. She was disappointed. After leaving, the man in the black trench coat quickly arrived at the villa and saw Lin Yu quietly enjoying the food. He walked over with utmost respect, his eyes filled with deep admiration and respect. "Boss, there's no one watching Han Shui. And that woman seems to be really going crazy. Why don't you let me send her on her way? She might even pose a threat to you, boss." Lin Yu slowly shook his head. "I don't need to lift a finger, and she's still useful. Maybe we can catch a big fish. Those people behind her have now made contact with her. We must keep a close eye on him, and make sure those people don't find out your strength isn't enough. I've already arranged for others to go over there. Report anything that happens immediately. You can go back now." The man in the black trench coat hurriedly bent down, then slowly retreated from the villa's lobby. Lin Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and the smile on his lips grew wider. "You've already resorted to using goo worms. It seems you really take Han Shui seriously. But the more this is the case, the more it proves your urgency. It's been 5 years back then. I couldn't be bothered with you and didn't want to live that kind of life again, but you thought I was scared. After all these years, I hope you've made some progress and won't be like you were 5 years ago, easily caught by me. Otherwise, it won't be fun." At this moment, Han Shui had already left the club. She was walking aimlessly down the street when suddenly a car stopped in front of her. The car door opened, revealing a familiar face inside. "Get in the car." Han Shui couldn't help but shudder. Even though several days had passed, when she saw this man again, she still felt terrified and trembling all over. "Just thinking about the feeling of insects crawling into my body brings out the dread in me." She boarded the car shakily, and looking at the man sitting in the back seat, Han Shui's voice trembled as she said, "I saw Lin Yu." The man merely twitched his brow slightly, his expression remaining unchanged, and asked calmly, "It's normal. It's not difficult for Lin Yu to find you. But despite all the trouble you've caused around him, he hasn't killed you yet. It seems that Lin Yu does indeed have deep feelings for you. After all, we've been together for 5 years. His heart is still as tender as it was back then, and I've found his weakness. However, this is also his Achilles heel. You should never touch it unless absolutely necessary, and when that time comes, it will be up to you to take action. Han Shui lowered her head. She knew very well that if she really did that, Lin Yu would probably not let her live. Now, we've already stepped halfway off the cliff, with no way back. 507, Chapter 507 Hints. Han Shui took a few deep breaths and looked at the man. You suddenly contacted me. There must be something important that you need me to do, otherwise you wouldn't have appeared in front of me. The boy laughed heartily a few times, looking at Han Shui with increasing satisfaction. Not bad, there is indeed something to do this time, but it is very important. First, I need to introduce you to someone, but that person doesn't know I exist yet. He only knows that I provided him with a huge amount of resources. And this woman is a fool. You need to get close to her. Remember, never reveal my existence to this stupid woman. As for the specific plan, that woman knows it well and will tell you when the time comes. I'll take you there now. Once we get there, my people will make the specific arrangements for you. You are now essentially the person supporting her from behind, which means you have given her enormous resources and assistance. Han Shui understood that she would probably have to do it herself now. Okay, I understand. As dusk approached, Su Wanrong returned from the company. Seeing the delicious food laid out on the table, a captivating smile appeared on her usually cold but beautiful face. She walked over and gently pinched the shrimp with her slender fingers. Lin Yu peeked into the kitchen and saw that he was still preparing the last soup. My heart was filled with endless sweetness and happiness, and the smile on my face made all the flowers in the market pale in comparison. Go wash your hands first, and don't you dare sneak a bite. Lin Yu's voice came from the kitchen. Su Wanrong blushed slightly and looked annoyed towards the kitchen, but then she proudly raised her face and walked towards the room. When Su Wanrong came out again, she was wearing casual clothes, and her fair face was free of any makeup. Why did you prepare so many dishes today? It's just the two of us, we can't eat this much. Let's make less in the future to avoid waste, Su Wanrong said softly. Lin Yu smiled and handed a peeled shrimp to Su Wanrong's lips. I could eat a whole table of shrimp, I would never waste a single one. You're my woman, I have to take good care of you and make sure you're healthy and plump. Su Wanrong rolled her eyes at her playfully. Are you implying that I've gained weight? Lin Yu grinned mischievously. I'm implying you should gain some weight. You're so skinny now. Only if you gain some weight will you be more comfortable to hug. Snort. Su Wanrong gave a soft snort and took the shrimp from Lin Yu's hand. Her red lips touched Lin Yu's fingers. Lin Yu smiled and said, there's still sauce left, aren't you going to finish it? Su Wanrong glared at the red sauce on the finger and said, are you overthinking things? How did you know? So clever, you've already guessed what I'm thinking. Well then, tonight. Lin Yu didn't finish his sentence, but the mischievous smile on his face made Su Wanrong blush. Don't think about anything, or you won't be allowed in. Her charming appearance no longer carried the cold, aloof feeling she once had. The occasional sweet and happy smile in her eyes made her look like a little woman completely immersed in a sweet romance. Su Wanrong wanted to clean up right after dinner. But just then, my phone rang. Upon seeing the incoming call number, her delicate, arched eyebrows furrowed. 508, Chapter 508. Do as you please. Lin Yu also saw the chat number above. It was a familiar name. He raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled, saying, take it. She might have something urgent she wants to talk to you about. Put the dishes and chopsticks here, I'll wash them in a bit. Su Wanrong picked up her phone and walked to the side. A smug laugh came through the phone as soon as the call connected. Wanrong, you didn't expect me to call you, did you? You kept it a secret for too long. You had such a great boyfriend and didn't tell me. Offended him and almost lost my life in Harbin. After this happened, you didn't even make a single phone call. You really hurt me, your best friend. Feng Qianqian's words were laced with sarcasm and irony. Su Wanrong frowned, her face turning cold. Feng Qianqian, I already know everything that happened before. I am very angry about the way you treated my boyfriend. You'll still try to have ulterior motives later, but unfortunately my boyfriend doesn't like you. Afterwards, you even tried to sow discord. Did you ever consider me a good friend? On the phone, Fang Qianqian's voice became even more unrestrained. If that idiot Lin Yu does as I please, I can let him play around as he pleases, do whatever he wants, and I won't cause him any trouble. But he looked down on me and even had people deal with me. Do you know how terrified I was back then? Now I'm back, with powerful forces and support, and I'm about to target your company. You'd better be prepared, because I'll make you all regret it soon. His words were full of smugness and arrogance. Su Wanrong frowned and said, do as you please. But let me give you a piece of advice, the waters of Harbin run deep. Don't become someone else's tool, or you won't live long. Ha ha. Unrestrained laughter rang out from the phone, followed by Fang Qianqian's mocking tone. Su Wanrong, you simply don't understand this world. Only after you truly witnessed those masters did I realize what a frog in a well I was. Even though you're beautiful, you'll fall into my hands sooner or later, and then I'll make you taste what it's like to be defiled. I will prepare hundreds of people to serve you slowly. Maybe that pretty boy Lin Yu won't give you the satisfaction you need, but you'll get to experience it from those other people. The arrogant laughter was followed by the final sound of the phone being hung up. Su Wanrong's face showed annoyance as she gripped her phone tightly. Turning around, just as I was about to tell Lin Yu about it, I found that the table had already been cleaned up. Lin Yu still had a faint smile on his face. Are you angry? Su Wanrong hesitated slightly, then nodded and briefly recounted what she had just said. Although I don't know what Fang Qianqian is planning, you must be careful lately. Last time you not only rejected her, but you also upset her. He would probably retaliate against you first. I will always go to and from get off work at the company, and I will not give her any chance. But you're different, Yuri, always running around somewhere, going to remote places, making you an easy target. Lin Yu smiled mischievously. Are you worried about me? And you rarely say this much to me at once. I feel like what I'm missing right now is a lucky kiss, so that my lady of fortune can grant me that, and the things I want to do will go exceptionally smoothly. As he spoke, he moved forward a little. 509, Chapter 509. Do you like it? Lin Yu had already guessed some things in his heart. Fang Qianqian's audacity and arrogance suggest that someone is likely stirring up trouble behind. As for who those people are, one can guess without even thinking. There's no need to keep that woman around any longer. She disagrees with Han Shui, she's just a fool who was used as a test. Su Wanrong knew very little, and her face was flushed. With less than half a second of hesitation, her red lips lightly touched Lin Yu's face, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Lin Yu was originally just a pimp for Su Wanrong, but unexpectedly, Su Wanrong actually took the initiative. He reached out and pulled the person into his arms. What do you want to do? Su Wanrong looked nervous, and her fair little hand pressed against Lin Yu's shoulder. Especially when she saw that mischievous grin, her heart skipped a beat. Guess what I want to do? My girlfriend sits on my lap, and we do things we love, which helps deepen our relationship. As he spoke, he lowered his head and inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from her dark, lustrous hair. Su Wanrong's pretty face flushed red all the way to her graceful neck, her eyes filled with shyness. You haven't gotten my permission yet, you can't. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu lowered his head and kissed him, silencing him completely. Su Wanrong's eyes widened, but in just a few seconds, she was completely mesmerized. The intense heat made her heart pound faster and faster. Even a hint of anticipation rose in her mind. She had actually made preparations. Their relationship should have naturally progressed long ago. 2 minutes later, Lin Yu was pushed away by that fair little hand. Looking at the rosy face of the pretty girl in his arms and her slightly rapid breathing, he almost couldn't suppress the burning desire in his heart. You bastard, are you trying to suffocate me? Could you please not go so far next time? Su Wanrong grabbed Lin Yu's hand directly. The place where that large hand was holding her made her heart beat faster and faster. Lin Yu smiled and said, So, do you like it? He gently squeezed her hand and immediately felt the person in his arms tremble. Su Wanrong didn't say anything, but simply buried her face in Lin Yu's arms, feeling the warmth of his embrace, as if she had found the warmest harbor in the world. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. I have some things to take care of in a bit. Be a good girl and wait for me to come home. Take a nice bath and get all clean and fragrant. I want to hold you then. After saying that, Lin Yu gently pinched it again. He released his embrace amidst Su Wanrong's embarrassed and annoyed gaze. You're such a bad guy, I'm not leaving the door open for you, you'll have to sleep on the sofa tonight. After saying that, Su Wanrong ran upstairs. However, after closing the door tightly, it was not locked. Lin Yu's smile deepened as he gazed at the closed door, his eyes filled with tenderness. However, his eyes soon turned as cold as knives. Since you want to foolishly seek death, then I'll grant your wish. You're back, so what? You still want to call and provoke my woman, make her unhappy, you're finished. He didn't even need to take action himself. But he's very unhappy right now and doesn't mind making the trip. After he stepped out of the villa, several men in black trench coats quickly gathered behind him in the darkness. Lin Yu said calmly, you all guard the area around the villa. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them without mercy. 510, Chapter 510. So arrogant. The men in black immediately bowed their heads and bent over, their eyes filled with fervent worship, as if the most devout believers had seen their faith. Lin Yu's vehicle drove away. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Fang Chanxian was surrounded by several handsome men. With an extremely smug smile on her face, she said, this is what it means to enjoy life. I never imagined that someone would hate Su Wanrong so much and give me such a huge amount of financial and material support. I will definitely not let them down this time. I have really risen to the top. All of you come over here and serve me properly. Several handsome men, though they didn't understand what Fang Chanxian meant. However, they put in a lot of effort. After all, the woman in front of them was quite skilled and also quite beautiful. Just as Fang Chanxian was enjoying herself, the hotel room door was suddenly blown open with a bang. The men were so frightened that they immediately wilted, shuddered, and turned their gazes toward the door. There was a person standing at the doorway. Fang Chanxian also saw the angry look on Lin Yu's face, which immediately turned into resentment. It was you. What are you doing here? Do you want to die? I'm warning you, I'm not back to deal with you this time. You'd better not meddle in other people's business, or you'll die a horrible death. You have no idea how powerful the people behind me are. It would be incredibly easy for them to deal with you. Lin Yu slowly walked into the room, his eyes filled with a cold glint. He said calmly, those who have nothing to do with this, get out. The men looked at each other in bewilderment. Seeing that Lin Yu was the only one there, their eyes revealed an eagerness to show off. Miss Fawn, this guy doesn't know what's good for him. He's trying to cause you trouble all by himself. Why don't we teach him a little lesson first? Upon hearing this, Fang Chanxian's eyes lit up. She sneered, Lin Yu, I didn't want to cause you any trouble. After all, the Guo family is backing you up. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. I don't know who's behind you, but they're definitely not as powerful as the people behind me. You're in trouble. You guys beat him up, but don't cripple him. Give him a good beating, then throw him out. She didn't dare to do anything to Lin Yu. After all, she still vividly remembered how young Master Guo had acted in front of Lin Yu back then. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Just a few people, I don't even consider them a threat. Besides, fighting with you would only dirty my hands. When the men heard this, their faces showed anger. Without any hesitation, he charged straight at Lin Yu. Where did this bastard come from, acting so arrogantly? Give him a good beating. Those people rushed forward very quickly. However, as soon as they arrived in front of Lin Yu, before they could even make a move, they froze on the spot. Their eyes fell on the group of people who walked in through the door. Those men were all dressed in black trench coats and carrying gleaming long knives. Just their gazes made the children feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their gazes were like sharp blades, slicing right through their hearts. Their hearts clenched violently, and their faces turned ashen. 511, Chapter 511. If only I had known now. None of them expected that the person they only wanted to teach a lesson would possess such terrifying abilities. They are currently only wearing a bath towel at most. But they were armed, and a simple pull of the trigger could take their lives. At this moment, everyone was trembling with fear, their eyes filled with terror. We're just some male prostitutes that Fang Chanxian found. Can you please let us go? Yes, we have no conflict with you. It was our fault for being so careless, please forgive us. Those people were so frightened that they knelt down and kowtowed to Lin Yu, begging for mercy. Lin Yu merely glanced at them indifferently, not even bothering to utter a single word. These people in black trench coats walked over and kicked them all out. Fear was spreading through Fang Qianqian's heart. She kept backing away until she could see the French windows, her eyes filled with fear and apprehension. Who exactly are you? Why are all his men carrying weapons? Aren't you afraid that if those people are discovered, they'll implicate you? Lin Yu said with a half-smile, I came here today intending to take care of you, and also to see who gave you the courage to call and threaten my woman. There's no point in saying more, just call the person behind you over here. Fang Qianqian's face was as pale as paper. He still remembered what that person had said to him earlier. She shook her head and hurriedly shouted, I don't know who that person is at all. He gave me resources and assistance just to make me deal with you. As for why, I have no idea. I originally thought it was your enemy. I know they must be afraid of you, which is why they pushed me out and used me as a tool. Although I called Su Wanrong, I did not take any action or do anything excessive. Since things haven't reached the point of no return, could you give me a chance? I'll leave right now and will absolutely not help those people again. Lin Yu gave a mocking sneer. From the moment you made that call, you were no longer innocent. Besides, I already gave you a chance last time to get away from this city, but you not only didn't listen, you would even further. My woman is unhappy now, and the consequences will be severe. Tell me, who's behind you? If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation and information, you won't be able to bear the consequences. His voice was casual, but Fang Qianqian's face was ashen. Neither side can afford to offend the other. Especially those who helped and provided her with resources are definitely not kind-hearted women. If she dared to betray those people, she would surely die. He would rather beg for mercy from Lin Yu, since Lin Yu didn't seem so fierce. Lin Yu, everything I did before was my fault. I hope you can give me another chance. Su Wanrong and I have been friends for many years. Even if Su Wanrong were here, she would definitely forgive my previous behavior. Please, let me go. I really can't tell, otherwise those people will definitely make sure I die a horrible death. Moreover, those people are truly terrifying. You have no idea what kind of methods they possess. Even if I told you now, I'm afraid you wouldn't believe me. Those people actually managed to put a bug in my brain, and they had complete control over that bug. Please, spare me. 512, Chapter 512 Unyielding to the Death. Spare you? Lin Yu said with a half-smile, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? When I gave you a chance before, I made things very clear and also let you see some information that others don't know. Even if it were just young Master Gua, it would be enough to make you wary, but instead of repenting, you still want to oppose my woman, which is tantamount to directly attacking me. If we spare someone like you, it's like leaving ourselves a future problem. You're right, if my woman were here, he might soften and let you off. So I didn't let her show up, I was the only one who came. You're not even worthy of my personal attention, but my woman is unhappy right now, which is why I'm not in a good mood either. As he said this, Lin Yu sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. He said calmly, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't call those people over, then you'll have to bear all the wrath yourself. I'm giving you a heads up, but you won't be able to handle it. Fang Qianqian gritted her teeth and, after weighing the pros and cons, made her decision. Even if I can't withstand your wrath, the worst you can do is send me to my death. I'd rather die than have my brain eaten alive by those insects. Those are the real terror. You have no idea how terrifying they are, otherwise you would never have let them come to see you. You would have just run away from them as soon as you saw them. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. This woman was truly exceptionally foolish. When he heard that the woman had a goo worm in her brain, he already knew who was behind it all. Han Shui definitely doesn't have the ability to plant the goo worm. The answer is self-evident. He said with a half-smile, do you know why those people dare not show their faces in front of me? Why? Fang Qianqian also really wanted to get an answer. She had already witnessed the true terror of those people. Those people were actually afraid of Lin Yu. He couldn't imagine what kind of background and strength Lin Yu had that would make those godlike experts so afraid of him. Lin Yu's smile widened. I'm afraid you really can't understand your stupidity. They dare not appear in front of me because they are afraid that I will wipe them all out. Even those people behind you are so afraid of me, yet they are courting death by rushing up at me. Your knife isn't sharp enough, it didn't even have a chance to cause me any trouble. And they did this simply to use you as cannon fodder to test my attitude. If I don't give them a spiritual counterattack, they will definitely become even more aggressive. Only by hurting them and letting them know how serious the consequences are, will they understand what fear is. Feng Chanxian had a very bad feeling. Her voice trembled as she said, "No matter what you say, I will not listen to you. I don't want my head to be eaten by bugs. Even if you kill me, I won't say a word, just give me a quick death." After saying that, she closed her eyes. She was gambling that Lin Yu wouldn't kill her directly, at least in her opinion. Lin Yu was a relatively gentle and kind person. 513, Chapter 513 I'd rather die. Lin Yu could easily see through Feng Chanxian's thoughts, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Are you thinking that I might soften and let you go? I gave you a chance before because of Wanrong. It was because Wanrong spoke up that I spared your life. You're trying to take advantage of my kindness, but you're wrong. You're not going to admit your mistakes until you see the coffin. You think having your head eaten by insects is a terrible consequence? That's because you've never seen what real terror is. It's okay. You'll soon understand. Remember to walk slowly on the road to the underworld, and learn how to be a better person after you're reincarnated. After saying that, Lin Yu directly released a few wisps of spiritual energy. Feng Chanxian felt as if every bone in her body had been smashed one by one. The pain had reached its peak, and at that moment she deeply understood the essence of a word. To extract the marrow from the bones. The pain was so intense that she couldn't even make a sound. She could only writhe on the ground like a maggot. At this moment, Feng Chanxian was completely filled with regret. If she were given another chance to choose, she would never disobey Lin Yu again. She would call all the people behind him without hesitation. Lin Yu smiled calmly. Do you regret it now? Unfortunately, there's no going back in this world. Even if you regret it, you can only silently bear the consequences of your choices. I'm just letting you get a taste of the pain of going to hell. Don't worry. I'll definitely give you another chance to call those people over. I told you long ago that the consequences would be severe, but you didn't believe me. Now do you understand? Don't rush, time flies. Feng Chanxian felt as if every second was an eternity, as if she had spent countless years in the 18th level of hell. The pain had distorted her face so much that she was unrecognizable. Lin Yu waited quietly until he finished a cigarette before flicking out a wisp of spiritual energy to relieve Feng Chanxian's pain. At this moment, Feng Chanxian was only able to gasp for breath, and her eyes were filled with extreme terror. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yu's entire body, and he couldn't stop trembling. Lin Yu said calmly, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Call me right now. If I could call someone over, I would vent my anger on that person instead of you. If you don't have that ability, all the anger will be vented on you. You felt the pain just now, didn't you? I will have someone send you to the hospital and pay for your continuous treatment. To make you suffer this pain until you die. I estimate you won't die for at least a few years. After all, medical technology is quite advanced nowadays." These words sounded to Feng Chanxian like the whispers of a demon. This caused her entire body to tremble violently, uncontrollably. Thinking of the pain she had just experienced, she cried out in a hoarse voice, please let me go. I'll never do it again. I'll call them right now and beg them to just kill me. I'd rather die than endure this anymore." She was utterly terrified at this point, and bursting into tears, she took out her phone, ready to make a call. 514, Chapter 514 The Reason for Counterattack. The phone calls quickly went unanswered, and the live stream went unanswered for a long time. Feng Chanxian was trembling uncontrollably. She was afraid that if she couldn't contact the people over there, she would have to bear all of Lin Yu's anger alone. I would rather die than experience that kind of pain again. No one's answering? Feng Chanxian looked at Lin Yu tentatively. Lin Yu simply looked at him quietly without giving any response. Feng Chanxian, having gauged Lin Yu's attitude, continued making the call, silently praying that he would answer soon. After about a minute, the call finally went through, and a deep voice came from the other end. I'm busy right now, we can talk about it later. Don't. Fang Qianqian hurriedly shouted, I have something important to tell you. I have already kidnapped Su Wanrong. After I tricked Su Wanrong out, I brought her directly to the hotel where I am staying. Moreover, I'm afraid Lin Yu will come to retaliate against me. You'd better come and take him away quickly, otherwise all our plans will be ruined when Lin Yu arrives. The voice on the other end became somewhat urgent. What did you say? You actually kidnapped Su Wanrong? Who gave you the guts? I've already made it very clear to you before, you can target Su Wanrong, but you absolutely cannot do anything extreme, or you will only face utter ruin. You idiot, you actually disobeyed my orders and acted on your own. Do you know what kind of terrible consequences this will bring? You're finished, you're going to die. After saying that, the other end hung up abruptly. Fang Qianqian originally wanted to take credit, since the people over there were all trying to deal with Lin Yu and Su Wanrong anyway. After finding an excuse, she realized that she had probably stirred up a hornet's nest. Lin Yu sneered, now can you see their attitude? They didn't even dare to touch the people around me, they could only probe little by little to find out where my bottom line was. Now if you tell them that you just kidnapped my woman, do you think they'll react? Even if they weren't so scared that they lost control of their bladder and bowels, they were probably on the verge of a mental breakdown. You idiot, you've come up with a pretty good excuse for me. Fang Qianqian's voice trembled violently. What should I do now? You saw it just now, I really want to contact those people. But they didn't give me a chance at all. Just wanted to find an excuse to lure them over. I never expected them to actually. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu interrupted him. You don't need to say anything more, those people will definitely come. And the person who came here must be the one in charge. Just wait quietly, their expressions when they arrive will be priceless. Want to see? Fang Qianqian shook her head like a rattle drum. Now all she wants is to die. Both Lin Yu and those who commanded him were like gods. Now she's just an ant caught in the middle, and if she doesn't want the pain of death, she can only seek a quick death. She didn't believe Lin Yu would let her go. Lin Yu smiled calmly, it's better if you die now. You've passed the message on to them. Once you're dead, there will be no way to verify it. And they have already threatened my woman. That's also my reason for fighting back. Although I don't need a reason to take action, there will always be people who will use my weaknesses to spread remorse. It's always good to have a reason. 515, Chapter 515. You actually dare to die. Fang Qianqian's face was ashen, knowing she was going to die, and her expression gradually became ferocious. After a slight hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, Lin Yu, the person I just called is not the real mastermind behind me. Since I'm about to die, it's okay to tell you some information. You'll find out sooner or later anyway. Since you've already said that the person coming must be the person in charge, then you'll definitely be able to see her. Who? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, and before Fang Qianqian could speak, he smiled and said, the person you're talking about must be Han Shui, right? How did you know? Fang Qianqian couldn't help but widen her eyes. She originally wanted to give Lin Yu one last message and see if she could get a little pity from him. However, Lin Yu had already foreseen this. Lin Yu said calmly, there are many things you don't know at all. You're just a toy being tested by others, and you're not even cannon fodder. If you want a quick death, just jump down yourself. But we need to wait until those people arrive, otherwise you'll ruin my plans. This outcome can be considered atoning for what you did. Fang Qianqian already knew that her life was on a countdown. She looked back on her short life and realized she had accomplished so much. His life took a turn for the better the day he met Lin Yu. If he had just restrained his emotions and hadn't said those harsh words to Lin Yu, or done those things that he wanted to harm Lin Yu, he would have been a better person. Perhaps she wouldn't be facing so many dangers now. She might even become someone close to Lin Yu, even if it's just as an unknown lover. The benefits would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, it was too late. Only now did she truly realize her regret. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she could even sing as she cried. Lin Yu merely glanced at the past coldly and calmly said, crying won't undo the mistakes you've made. Once those people arrive, you will be free. I guess you probably won't be able to be a human in your next life either, but you can walk slowly on the road to the underworld, and I will send those people down to keep you company. Fang Qianqian forced herself to hold back her sobs, but tears still streamed down her face. Lin Yu didn't bother looking at her anymore. I lit a cigarette and waited quietly. About 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps could be heard outside. Upon hearing this sound, Fang Qianqian finally let out a long sigh of relief. The feeling of impending death was not pleasant, and she slowly walked to the French windows. Just as she was about to jump, she suddenly felt something moving inside her head, and the excruciating pain made her scream in agony. The person fell directly to the ground, clutching their head and rolling around rapidly. Among the people who walked in from outside was a long-faced old man with a gloomy expression. He was dressed in burlap clothes, looking disheveled, with several deerskin bags hanging from his waist, and his eyes were as gloomy as water. You dare to die without my permission? Are you trying to waste one of my little darlings? The little baby he mentioned was a goo worm. 516, Chapter 516. A Big Trouble. As soon as they entered, their eyes immediately fell on Fang Qianqian. Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa with his back to them, and he didn't attract their attention at all. The main reason is that Lin Yu's current cultivation level is too profound. Even if he stands silently on the street, he will not attract anyone's attention, as if he has completely merged into the world. If he deliberately tries to hide it, people will unconsciously develop a certain feeling when they look at him. It's as if he should be there, and people will even automatically ignore him. Sister Fang screamed, "Spare me, don't let that bug bite me anymore, I can't take it anymore, let me die." The long-faced old man snorted coldly, his narrow, gloomy eyes filled with mockery. Even if it's you, no matter how well you do things, I will never spare your life. Your brain will only become nourishment for my little baby. What's more, you've created a huge mess by kidnapping Lin Yu's woman. I don't know who gave you the audacity to do that. Now tell me, where is he? Fang Qianqian finally understood that no matter what she did, the final result would be that this worm would eat her brain. Those people never intended to let her go from the very beginning. She suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, pointing in Lin Yu's direction. You call me a fool, but you are even more foolish. Knowing I've caused a huge disaster, instead of running away, you actually wanted to come looking for me. Open your eyes wide and see who's sitting over there. The long-faced old man's gaze unconsciously turned over. When he saw Lin Yu, his body froze. The dozen or so people who came with him were also pale-faced. Although they had never met Lin Yu, they had seen his photos. They all knew how the higher-ups treated Lin Yu. That means keeping your distance completely. The first thing you do when you see Lin Yu is to run away. If you can't escape, then you're just waiting to die. There won't be any other outcome. Lin Yu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and said calmly, 5 years ago, you bastards were stirring up trouble and plotting behind the scenes. I couldn't be bothered with you at the time, and I didn't take you seriously. You think I'm afraid because I'm disgusted by those struggles? He stood up and turned his gaze to the group of people. His calm gaze made those people tremble violently, and their eyes were filled with terror. The long-faced old man said in a trembling voice, I didn't mean to do anything to you. You heard my attitude too. As soon as I found out that this idiot wanted to kidnap your woman, I rushed over immediately so that she could return her respectfully. Then he personally went to their door to apologize. Lin Yu said jokingly, an apology? Can you afford to pay for it? My woman was frightened, and you think you can compensate me with a dozen lives? Those calm words carried an overwhelming air of dominance. The people present were all forced to bend over by the aura emanating from Lin Yu. The long-faced old man, who was the first to be hit, was even more overwhelmed. His knees could not withstand the powerful pressure and he bent and knelt on the ground. His face was ashen. The old man had no time to control the goo worms, and Fang Qianqian had already collapsed to the ground, still reeling from the intense pain. 517, Chapter 517. Negotiating Conditions. Fear spread to everyone's heart, and despair rose in their eyes. Lin Yu said calmly, there's no need to be so afraid. I won't kill you. This sudden remark left everyone present with expressions of disbelief. They deliberately came to target Lin Yu. He's been caught red-handed. They actually don't want their lives? The long-faced old man gritted his teeth, his face filled with fear, and his voice trembled. If you don't want my life, then what do you want? Based on our analysis of your personality, you can be described as extremely ruthless when dealing with your enemies. Perhaps death is a relief for us? A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. You're a smart person. At that moment, everyone understood that Lin Yu's statement that their dozen or so lives weren't enough to compensate them wasn't an attempt to extract more information from them. Instead, they should make them wish they were dead. Even if you torture us, it's useless. We don't know anything. When we came here, we had already prepared for the worst. The long-faced old man's voice trembled. He still harbored a sliver of hope, thinking that Lin Yu probably still wanted to get information from them. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to survive. Lin Yu said with a half-smile, are you trying to negotiate with me? Do you think you still have that qualification? Everyone here is meat on my chopping block. How I deal with you is up to me. The long-faced old man gritted his teeth. We know we're no match for you, but if you can give us a chance, we might be able to surprise you. Although our senior management only communicates through single-line contact, our actions are directed by someone. I will tell you this news as long as you promise to spare our lives. To you, we are not even worth a bug, at most just slightly stronger ants. You can kill us with ease. Our greatest role is to be a knife in someone else's hand. It all depends on who uses it. The person who truly wants to get rid of you is a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. He has far greater value. I think a smart person like you would never lose the watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. He was also gambling, betting that Lin Yu would give them a promise to live in order to get the information. At the same time, it was also telling the other companions that the message was very valuable and could save their lives. Never speak up lightly. Lin Yu could easily see what they were thinking. He sneered, trying to outsmart me? You are not qualified. I know who you're talking about, and there's no need to go find her. She's just a tool to be used as a scapegoat when it matters. The expressions on the faces of the others remained unchanged. They were all filled with doubt regarding Lin Yu's words. Only the long-faced old man knew the inside story, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He had long suspected that Lin Yu, with his abilities, would definitely be able to get some information out of Feng Qianshan. Han Shui has definitely already been exposed. He wanted to use this useless information to get Lin Yu's promise. After all, Lin Yu is a man of his word. If he agrees to something, he will definitely keep his promise. 518, Chapter 518 Mental Breakdown. A mocking sneer appeared on Lin Yu's face. You don't need to pretend in front of me. Perhaps the people behind you don't know the inside story, but you definitely do. You might even be the real commander. As for who's going to take the blame, I don't need to say more, do I? The long-faced old man swallowed hard, his throat so dry he could barely speak. His thoughts had been seen through, and it would be foolish for him to continue speaking. Lin Yu, since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Whatever you want with me. After saying that, he closed his eyes and his face showed a resolute expression. Those present were lost in thought, unable to understand why their leader would say such things, which was tantamount to betraying the forces behind them. They couldn't even understand what the conversation between Lin Yu and the boss meant. Lin Yu glanced at them with a cold smile. What you've done has already made me very unhappy. Now that you want to put on this death-defying act in front of me, I'm even less happy. However, I will grant you your loyalty. If you want to face death without fear, then let's see if you can survive this. His calm words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. A very bad premonition arose in their hearts. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he casually flicked out a few wisps of spiritual energy, which struck their acupoints with pinpoint accuracy. What did you do to us? More than a dozen people felt excruciating pain and collapsed to the ground. Their eyes were filled with extreme terror. Lin Yu said calmly, you can't provide me with any more useful information, and you still have to put on an act in front of me. I'm just doing this to help you. Your boss just said he wanted me to spare your lives. Considering your loyalty, I'll give you that chance. How long you can hold out depends on your own fate. After saying that, he stood up and walked straight outside. They didn't even glance at these people. They were just low-level thugs, and they wouldn't get any useful information out of them. Even the long-faced old man probably knew very little. He had dealt with these people extensively 5 years ago and knew their methods very well. Kill us. Give us us a quick death." The voice behind was screaming with heart-wrenching pain. "Lin, you didn't turn around at all." Fang Chanxian was huddled in the corner, her eyes filled with fear. She had just experienced that kind of pain, which was more than just life-threatening. It was like being plunged into the deepest hell. She never wanted to underestimate it again and would rather die than endure it for even a second longer. The long-faced old man suddenly turned his gaze in that direction. His eyes were like those of a ferocious beast, his bloodshot pupils fixed intently on this side. "Kill me, do it now. If you don't obey, once my men arrive, I'll have them send your whole family straight to the underworld. Get started now." Fang Chanxian didn't have the courage, she was already terrified. Being stared at by so many people with bloodshot eyes completely broke her spirit. When the scream rang out, she jumped straight out of the window. 519, Chapter 519 The Big Liar. Fang Chanxian's figure fell from the 10-story building and crashed to the ground with a thud. The red and white pieces were scattered all over the ground. Screams erupted from many people. Lin Yu was already in the car when he saw this scene. A slight smile appeared on his lips. From the very beginning, he had no intention of letting this woman live. If you make the wrong choice, you have to pay the price for your mistake. I gave you a chance before, but you only made things worse. Death is your best destination. The dozen or so people upstairs had completely broken down. They knew in their hearts that no one was coming to save them. As for Han Shui, that woman still hasn't spoken out. They rushed over immediately after receiving Fang Chanxian's call, without even going to look for Han Shui. More than a dozen people were sent directly to the hospital. The pain has become so severe that they are now unable to speak. Everyone was completely mentally broken, unable to move or speak, and could only be placed on a hospital bed receiving intravenous nutrition, like a paraplegic. This essentially extended their suffering indefinitely. Lin Yu had already returned to the villa. He had barely sat down when a slight smile appeared on his lips as he said calmly, "Come out, stop hiding. I could smell your scent a long time ago. Brother Lin, can't you cooperate a little?" A coquettish voice came from behind. With a hint of annoyance on her face, Fire Phoenix walked to the sofa and then sat directly in his lap. Her once spirited face was now adorned with the shy charm of a young woman. Her exquisite face was framed by a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes that seemed to shimmer with light. A delicate fragrance wafted into my nostrils, carrying an intoxicating sweetness. "Brother Lin, I'm off today, and my wife isn't home either. I also have a surprise for you." As she said this, Fire Phoenix had already moved close to Lin Yu's ear, her pink little mouth opening to gently bite his ear. Lin Yu had no idea where this girl had learned her tricks. I felt as if my hand had been raised and gently patted her little bottom after a while. "Girl, I've noticed you're getting more and more mischievous. Have you completely forgotten everything I said?" Fire Phoenix bit her red lips slightly, a hint of resentment in her eyes. "Brother Lin, you lied to me. Only just realized that you're a big liar." "Liar?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "When have I ever lied to you? You told me before that my primordialine must not be broken, otherwise it would have a huge impact on my future cultivation. After I got back, I carefully looked up some information. I wanted to see what level I needed to reach before it would affect my future cultivation." As Hu Feng said this, her eyes grew even angrier. You still say you're not lying to me. Once you reach the innate realm, the innate chi within your body will become perfectly unified. At this point, there's no need to be superstitious anymore. I had already reached the late stage of the innate realm, and with the medicine you gave me before, I have broken through to a new realm. Now that I'm considered a grandmaster, Brother Lin, you have no reason to refuse me this time, right? If you dare to refuse again, I'll really get angry. Then I won't care about the big picture. I'll pester you every day until I devour you. 520, Chapter 520 You're getting anxious. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, and a look of amusement and exasperation appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't know where the girl got the information from, it was indeed true. There were some things he really wasn't prepared for. After all, he knew this girl too well and it was hard to make a move. Brother Lin, you're embarrassed. And you actually hit me there. Are you getting angry? Lin Yu reached out and pinched her delicate little face, saying in an annoyed tone, "Is this the surprise you told me about? I am very dissatisfied with this surprise." A sly smile appeared in Fire Phoenix's eyes. He stood up and took 2 steps back. The zipper of the standard black trench coat was slowly pulled down. When the scene before him appeared, Lin Yu's heart began to pound. My heart was pounding like a drum. "Brother Lin, are you satisfied with this surprise? I carefully selected this outfit online for a long time before choosing it, although I don't know which one you prefer. I'm sure you'll like this one when you get home. When we used to go shopping in Beijing, I noticed that you would pay more attention to this type of clothing." Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. If you were to ask who understood him best, it wouldn't be Han Shui. It was the girl in front of him. She appears to be a capable and decisive woman in front of others, but once she's with him, she becomes a clingy little girl. "Brother Lin, let me see if you're reacting at all." After Huofeng finished speaking, she placed her fair little hand on Lin Yu's shoulder. Then, her pretty face flushed red, and she reached down with her little hand. If someone doesn't react at all, they're definitely not a normal person. Lin Yu's blood and chi were like a dragon, and his reaction was extremely fast. He could easily dodge the Fire Phoenix, but he did not dodge at this moment. He realized that the girl had really grown up. She was much older than she had been 5 years ago. "Silly girl, are you really not going to regret it? Even if you want to back out later, you won't have the chance." Huofeng's pretty face was so red it looked like it could bleed, but her little hand didn't let go. She bit her red lips slightly and sat directly on Lin Yu's lap, a determined look on her delicate face. Her red lips brushed against Lin Yu's ear, her voice like a kitten's paw teasing his heart. "Brother Lin, when I was very young, I thought that if I could become your person in the future, that would be the happiest thing. Do you know how heartbroken I was when you suddenly disappeared 5 years ago? My favorite person left without saying goodbye, which even made me lose hope in life. If my dad hadn't kept telling me that you were forced to cut off all contact, I would have been disappointed. I even thought about how you would spend the rest of your life. Because the person I care about most doesn't care about me. Do you know how excited I was when I heard the news about you? I want to give up everything, have nothing, and rush to you immediately to tell you about the pain of these 5 years of longing. But when I found out I had a sister-in-law, I was really upset. But it doesn't matter as long as the person I like has a place for me in their heart, that's enough for me." That gentle voice touched Lin Yu's heart deeply. Lin Yu reached out and hugged her slender waist tightly, his eyes filled with heartache. "Silly girl, I left without saying goodbye just to protect you. The person I care about most is the one in the most danger." 521, Chapter 521 Wishes Fulfilled. Huofeng said nothing, but hugged Lin Yu tightly and said gently, "Brother Lin, don't you understand now? I don't care about any danger, nor do I care if it will threaten my life. You're the only one I care about. As long as you are by my side, even if the sky falls, I will feel at peace. Without you, I was like a rootless duckweed. My heart never had a shore. Now I have finally found you, and this time I will never let you disappear from my sight again. And I've always regretted not giving myself to you completely 5 years ago. Only in this way can I feel truly at ease, because I know you are a very responsible person, and once I truly become your person, you will never abandon me again." "I'm afraid of being abandoned again." Lin Yu held the person in his arms tightly, feeling a pang of heartache. He hadn't expected that a decision he made 5 years ago would hurt this girl so much. "Silly girl, you're mine now. My promise is not something anyone can get, and I always keep my word. Once I say you're mine, I will never give you up. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you." Fire Phoenix shook her head, the resolute look in her eyes not wavering in the slightest. Her pretty little face was flushed, like the sunset on the horizon. "Brother Lin, no matter what you say, I won't listen to you now. I've got your lifeline in my grasp. I'm going to get you today. It's no use who comes unless you're truly incapable." This last sentence made Lin Yu's brow twitch slightly. "Girl, do you know you're playing with fire? And they went a bit too far. I'm going to go this far. I can listen to you on other things, and I can even obey your every word, but I'm not going to listen to you today. I am going to take the initiative." The determination in the phoenix's eyes became even more pronounced. She was afraid that Lin Yu would refuse, and even if he did refuse, she would still force him. Lin Yu knew in his heart that Hua Feng was truly afraid that what happened 5 years ago would repeat itself, which was why she insisted on doing this. Looking down at this moment, her fair and flawless skin seemed to be covered with a halo. The dress, as thin as gauze, possessed an indescribable hazy beauty that stirred the heart involuntarily. Fire Phoenix gripped tightly with her small hand, and her delicate, trembling voice rang out. "Brother Lin, I've got your life in my hands, where do you think you can run to? Today I'm going to eat you." After saying this, Fire Phoenix lowered her head and sealed Lin Yu's mouth with her lips. The intense heat and sweetness intertwine. Lin Yu didn't consider himself a saint, and besides, this girl's sincerity had already moved him. The response became exceptionally enthusiastic. A tear slid down Fire Phoenix's cheek, her long swan neck arched, and her fair little hand gripped Lin Yu's shoulder tightly. "Brother Lin, I'm finally yours. No matter where you go in the future, you must not leave me behind, otherwise I will really hate you for the rest of my life. Please, you must take me with you." The words of joyful tears whispered in his ear touched Lin Yu deeply. He said earnestly, "I will not go anywhere else from now on, I will only protect the people I love." 522, Chapter 522 is just politeness. Fire Phoenix was as obedient as a kitten, her pretty face flushed and covered in fragrant sweat. Nestled in Lin Yu's warm embrace, she lingered, unwilling to leave. "Girl, I'll go make you some food, you probably haven't had lunch yet, it's almost 5 p.m. Fire Phoenix shook her head, listening to Lin Yu's strong and powerful heartbeat. Her rosy cheeks lifted, and her beautiful big eyes seemed to speak volumes. "Brother Lin, I'm not hungry at all. Right now, my heart is filled with nothing but you, in a very sweet way. But I should go back now. I am really reluctant to leave, but if I don't go back, there will be no one to take care of many things. Now the Special Operations Division has dumped everything on me, especially the parts involving your contact. They handed it all over to me, including the management of the entire branch." Lin Yu smiled and said, "It's better not to do these busy things. I'll call them and get you. I don't want you, girl, to take any risks." Hua Feng shook her head. "Brother Lin, I also want to have my own development, just so I can help you more in the future. And I like this kind of life, I don't like the kind of stable and peaceful life. Unless I'm in your arms." Fire Phoenix raised her little face and kissed Lin Yu on the cheek. Her smile became even sweeter, and a touch of girlish shyness appeared between her beautiful, arched eyebrows. "Brother Lin, I'll head back now. You were so mean just now, but I liked it." Fire Phoenix was originally an ancient martial artist who had surpassed the innate level, and had extremely strong recovery abilities. Although it was the first time, the pain had almost completely disappeared. Only a hole was cut in a piece of fabric on the sofa, and the red plum blossom was taken away. "Brother Lin, remember to buy sofa covers, otherwise I won't know what to say when my sister-in-law asks." Lin Yu was both amused and exasperated watching the girl's departing figure. He tore off the entire sofa cover and had a new one delivered. Lin Yu put the fresh ingredients in the refrigerator, but only took out a portion of them. By the time some of the food was ready, the pleasant sound of high heels clicking on the floor could be heard outside. "I'm back." Stepping out of the kitchen, I served the last soup. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Su Wanrong maintained a reserved demeanor, not revealing any unusual expression, but a sweet smile lingered deep in her eyes. Every time she came home, this man was waiting for her. Although she was in charge of managing all the company's affairs, she knew very well that Lin Yu was the pillar that supported everything. If Lin Yu so chooses, he can become someone unapproachable at any time. But such a man is willing to wait for her to come home, wishing you to protect the warmth of home. "Thanks." The two unexpected words made Lin Yu raise an eyebrow. "If you want to thank me, you can't just say it. Shouldn't we take action?" She turned her head and walked past Lin Yu, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake. All that remained was that haughty, soft snort. "I was just being polite, and you took it seriously?" "I won't thank you, just consider it something you owed me in your past life." Lin Yu laughed, finally no longer saying that he owed him a favor. this was the proper way to get along. However, he noticed a hint of sorrow in Su Wanrong's expression that he hadn't seen before, but he didn't ask about it. He couldn't let Su Wanrong live under his wing forever. There were some things that she could face alone, and he would never interfere. Unless it's an insurmountable obstacle, only in this way can Su Wanrong be tempered more quickly. 523, Chapter 523 Learning to Take Initiative. After dinner, Lin Yu tidied up the table briefly. His gaze also turned to the second floor, where he heard the sound of flowing water. His smile grew wider and wider as he silently entered Su Wanrong's room, a mischievous grin on his face, and sat down on the sofa. The door opened quickly. Su Wanrong was wiping her shiny black hair with a gentle smile on her face, but when she saw Lin Yu, her expression froze. Immediately following was an involuntary gasp, followed by raising her hand to shield herself. "You, how did you get in? Get out of here right now, and don't look anymore." This was the first time Lin Yu had ever seen Su Wanrong so flustered, especially her shy little face, which made anyone who saw it want to hug her tightly. His eyes were full of laughter. "You've already admitted that you're one of my people. Besides, where haven't I seen this before? We've been married for ages, there's no need to be so shy. I'll go get you the hairdryer, and I'll dry your hair for you in a bit." He stood up to get the hairdryer. Su Wanrong shrank back onto the bed, wrapped the blanket tightly around herself, and watched Lin Yu warily. Lin Yu's smile deepened. "Afraid of me? I'm not mentally prepared yet. You really can't do anything rash." Su Wanrong's body trembled slightly. The coldness that used to keep people at arm's length was gone from her face. Her rosy cheeks were like fiery clouds on the horizon. Her delicate cheeks and shy eyes fueled the flames in Lin Yu's heart. He plugged in the hairdryer and said with a smile, "It's uncomfortable to sleep like this. Let me dry your hair for you first. And I certainly won't do anything reckless until you're ready. Don't worry." Those smiling words stirred something within Su Wanrong, filling her with warmth and sweetness. "Even when I'm blow-drying my hair, I can smell that intoxicating fragrance." Lin Yu put the hair dryer back and headed straight for the bathroom. "You have your own bathroom, why do you want to shower here?" Su Wanrong asked, her pretty face flushed. Her heart was pounding like a deer's, even though she had completely acknowledged the place this bad guy held in her heart. "But if I actually did that kind of thing, just thinking about it makes my heart race." Lin Yu turned around and gave him a bright smile. "My own room is too cold. I can still feel warm here with you. Especially since my heart is very cold right now, I need you to warm it up." Su Wanrong bit her red lips slightly. She didn't understand what Lin Yu meant by those words. Did he think she had been shrinking back and was afraid to face the relationship head-on? I was reminded of a quote I once saw, "Anyone who turns around too much will feel tired." Besides, Lin Yu has done so much for me. Was he hinting at something to me? Is it because I haven't responded at all that he's getting tired of it? Someone once said that if you take 99 steps and reach 100, you can catch up with the person you're pursuing, but if you don't take the last step, is that the last bit of dignity? Her muttered words did not reach Lin Yu's ears. After a few minutes, a decision was finally made in those beautiful eyes. "If we keep waiting, we may never be ready. I don't owe you anything, I did it willingly on my own. I can't let you keep giving, I also need to learn to take the initiative." Su Wanrong herself didn't realize that she had now placed the difficulties in the most important place in her heart, and even the slightest change in Lin Yu's emotions could directly affect her mood. 524, Chapter 524 Declaration. When Lin Yu came out, he found that Su Wanrong was still curled up in the corner of the bed, her face buried in her knees. He had some doubts in his mind, but he walked over directly. "What's wrong?" Su Wanrong raised her exquisitely beautiful face, her lovely eyes filled with tenderness. She didn't say anything, but simply reached out her fair little hand and hugged Lin Yu's neck. The sheet slipped down, revealing almost everything that was laid bare. Immediately afterwards, those pink lips were already close to Lin Yu's ear. "I wasn't ready because I was thinking about when I could just push you down without even thinking about it. You yourself said that you want me to take the initiative. Now I feel it's time. You lie down properly and don't move. I can't let your heart grow cold, I've realized I can't live without it. Lin Yu was pushed to the ground, staring in astonishment at Su Wanrong's resolute eyes. He realized what was going on. He had only said it as a joke, but he hadn't expected Su Wanrong to take it seriously. You don't think I'm going to give up, do you? You are such a beautiful person, you will always hold the number one place in my heart. Even if I had to abandon everything else right now, I would never abandon you. My heart will never grow cold, because I want to keep this burning warmth to warm your cold heart. As he spoke, he hugged the person in his arms tightly. Su Wanrong's jet black hair fell down, tickling Lin Yu's face. However, her beautiful eyes remained resolute, and she bit her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Are you disgusted with me? Even if you find it annoying, I'm already stuck with you for life. We've already done it once, but neither of us was sober then. Now I'm absolutely sober, and I'm going to actively pursue you and devour you completely. Whether in business or in life, I will suppress you. Let me show you what I'm capable of. After Su Wanrong finished speaking, she pushed away from Lin Yu's embrace and stepped over with her slender legs. Her fair little hands tied her hair into a high ponytail, and her rosy, flushed face was also adorned with a smile. That kind of laughter seemed to make all the flowers pale in comparison. You bastard, now I'm going to eat you up. I don't care if you're ready or not, if I say eat, you have to. Su Wanrong's eyes were almost dripping with tears. Although she spoke fiercely, she only looked fierce in a cute way. The most crucial thing is that we have no experience whatsoever. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. His smile infuriated Su Wanrong, who punched Lin Yu hard several times with her small, fair fists. You're still laughing, do you believe I'll bite you right now? How do I bite? Lin Yu hugged the girl tightly, leaned close to her delicate little ear, and whispered a few words. Su Wanrong's face flushed even hotter, and she deliberately feigned disgust, saying, You're disgusting. You still want to bully me like that? After saying that, Su Wanrong still felt it wasn't enough, so she opened her small mouth and bit Lin Yu's shoulder hard. Lin Yu immediately withdrew his protective aura, fearing he might harm Su Wanrong. However, the smile on his face became even more pronounced. 525, Chapter 525 No Resistance Allowed. Lin Yu placed his hand on her slender waist, his eyes filled with a smile. I know what you're thinking, and I can feel your passion. From now on, you'll be in charge of our family no matter what you want to do, even if it means tearing a hole in the sky. I'll be with you even if the whole world is against you. I'll stand right in front of you. However, there is one thing you said that I absolutely will not agree with. Su Wanrong bit her red lips and leaned into Lin Yu's arms, feeling his warm and powerful heartbeat. She felt completely enveloped in warmth. Even if Lin Yu rejected everything, she would still follow him without hesitation. This is her man. She can do anything as long as Lin Yu is willing, even the things he just said as a joke. Lin Yu smiled and said, I'll listen to you on anything. I am willing to give anything for you. But at times like this, you should listen to me. At this moment, you can only obey and are not allowed to resist. Su Wanrong bit her red lips and threw a glare at him, a mixture of annoyance and shyness. Without saying anything, he silently released Lin Yu and then crawled down. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. He was just joking when he said that, but he didn't expect Su Wanrong's passion to come so quickly. Is this because you're really afraid of losing yourself? When he felt an indescribable sensation, his heart began to beat uncontrollably fast. A gentle night breeze was blowing. Su Wanrong didn't even know how much time had passed. Her breathing was still erratic. Her jet-black, lustrous hair cascaded into Lin Yu's arms, and her rosy cheeks were still glistening with sweat. You bastard, you just think I'm too fat. UVE almost made me throw up several times. Do you think I eat too much? Lin Yu coughed lightly. I think you look really good now. Any more and you'd look chubby, any less and you'd look thin. But the children will definitely not go hungry in the future. Su Wanrong buried her face in Lin Yu's arms, and said in embarrassment and annoyance, Don't say any more, go to sleep. However, this silence only lasted for a few minutes. Their eyes met again, neither of them could sleep. Their passionate connection lasted until dawn before Su Wanrong finally fell into a deep sleep. Her delicate and perfect face showed obvious signs of fatigue. Just then, Su Wanrong's phone, which was on the bedside table, suddenly rang. Lin Yu immediately picked up his phone to answer the call. Su Wanrong didn't even hear the sound. She simply turned around and leaned her back tightly against Lin Yu's chest. That warm feeling made Su Wanrong smile even in her sleep. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Wanrong, what have you thought about it? I believe you will agree to the contract proposals I mentioned before. You should understand why we approached you for cooperation, right? There are so many companies in Harbin. The only reason I chose you is because you are beautiful enough. This collaboration can bring your company huge profits. And all you need to do is spend a few days with me. Is this difficult for you? I heard you already have a boyfriend, and he's your kept man. It's really hard to imagine that a pure and innocent woman like you, with such a flawless appearance, would go looking for a kept man. This is such a waste. You might as well give in to me. 526, Chapter 526 Meeting. Upon hearing this, a cold killing intent flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. A smile appeared on his face, but those who have seen this smile always meet a tragic end. You're wrong about one thing, I'm not her boyfriend, I'm her husband. Let's meet at the Blue Sky Hotel at noon. After saying that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. He couldn't be bothered to listen to another word. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing Su Wanrong's rest, he would have gone straight over to see who was so audacious. The morning sunlight shone into the room, and Su Wanrong felt a little glared at it. She turned around and was immediately awakened by the warm embrace. When I opened my eyes, I saw Lin Yu smile. She paused for a moment, then buried her face in her hands. What time is it now? It's past 10 o'clock, are you a little hungry? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Su Wanrong shook her head, then nudged Lin Yu. Get up first, I'll be going out in a bit. Lin Yu remained unmoved, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I want to watch you get up. After all, I didn't get enough of watching you yesterday. You said you'd listen to me, so you can't go back on your word or cheat. Only a puppy would cheat. Su Wanrong's voice sounded more like she was being coquettish. Lin Yu pinched that flawless little face, but didn't really continue. This little woman was shy, and if he continued, she would just get angry out of embarrassment. I was originally planning to cook, but after glancing at the time, I made a phone call and asked the Blue Sky Hotel to deliver a table of food. After the food was placed on the table, Su Wanrong blushed and went downstairs. Their relationship quickly warmed up when they set off. Lin Yu fed Su Wanrong shrimp, but instead of using chopsticks, she took a bite with her small mouth. He also ate the sauce on Lin Yu's fingers. Lin Yu almost couldn't hold back his anger at her flushed face and current appearance. Su Wanrong, however, revealed a sly smile. I'll go to the company after I finish eating. If there's any trouble, I'll call you. I've run into something recently, but I can't tell you about it. No, it's a rather tricky matter. I'll tell you after I've resolved it. Lin Yu kissed her on the cheek and smiled. If you can't solve it, just call me. I'll always be your strongest support. Just go for it. Su Wanrong responded softly, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection, her heart overflowing with sweetness. After Lin Yu finished tidying up, he walked out of the villa. I glanced at the time and it was already 11:30. This was the perfect time to go to the Blue Sky Hotel. He wanted to see who had the audacity to threaten his woman. When he arrived, it was more than 10 minutes later. As soon as I stepped into the Blue Sky Hotel, I sensed something was off. I didn't see any service staff. Instead, there were over 30 bodyguards occupying the lobby. You're Su Wanrong's boyfriend? A voice came from the second floor. Lin Yu looked up. A young man in a suit slowly walked down, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. When he looked at Lin Yu, his eyes were full of mockery. A clear murderous intent could be seen deep in his eyes. You've got guts. You saw so many of my bodyguards, and instead of running away, you stood here as if the interview was going to continue. No wonder he was able to trick Su Wanrong into his hands. He's got some skills. 527, Chapter 527 is simply courting death. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face, but his eyes were filled with coldness. Tell me who you are, that you can bring so many bodyguards, and some of them even have cultivation. You must come from a family of ancient martial arts practitioners, right? I didn't expect you to have such insight. It seems you are not an ordinary person. However, I can't sense any internal energy fluctuations from you. I guess you are just a piece of trash. a fool without any talent for cultivation. When he spoke the truth, the young man took a few more steps forward and was already standing halfway up the steps to the second floor. His eyes were full of mockery as he gave the bodyguards a wink. More than 30 bodyguards immediately surrounded them, tightening the encirclement. "You are not qualified to know who I am, you only need to know that my surname is Zhao. You answered my call earlier, and what you said made me very happy. If I'm unhappy, the consequences will be severe. When you embark on the road to the underworld, remember to walk slowly. After all, Su Wanlong's personality is too stubborn. If he doesn't cooperate, I might send him down to meet you soon." However, by the time she reached the underworld, she must have already become a withered and broken flower. "But I believe a pretty boy like you wouldn't care. After all, you make a living with your looks, and you have to coax all kinds of women." His words were laced with unbridled mockery. Even the 30-odd bodyguards around couldn't help but laugh. They didn't take Lin Yu seriously at all, they just saw him as a gigolo. Lin Yu said calmly, "If the surname is Zhao, then it must be from the Zhao family. The Zhao family in Beijing are now like stray dogs. Once they arrive in Bingcheng, they should behave themselves like dogs." When young Master Zhao heard this, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he couldn't help but show his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You know quite a lot, but unfortunately, you are going to die today. Not everyone has the right to say that our Zhao family is a homeless dog. You have no idea why the Zhao family is here. Since you dare to hurl insults at us, I will make you wish you were dead today. Make your move, start with his hands and feet. I want to torture him little by little. Make him regret every word he said." His expression at this moment clearly showed anger and embarrassment. Without any hesitation, the bodyguards rushed over, especially the ones at the front, who were already wielding iron hammers and were striking Lin Yu's shoulders and joints hard. They are merely pawns in young Master Zhao's hands. They will do whatever he asks without hesitation. However, just as their attack reached Lin Yu, they suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on them. "Ah!" Screams followed. The bodyguards felt their bones creaking under the strain. Immediately afterward, an immense force appeared on their bodies before they could even react. The enormous force sent them flying backward. When they crashed into the wall, the bones in their backs shattered instantly, and blood gushed out. Lin Yu looked at those people with a half-smile, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. "A bunch of good-for-nothings dare to lay a hand on me, they're courting death. Now it's your turn." 528, Chapter 528. I know I was wrong. When young Master Zhao saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared intently at Lin Yu. "You clearly don't have the slightest fluctuation of internal energy. How could you possibly have knocked so many people down at the same time? Who exactly are you? Knowing so much about what we left behind, and with such terrifying strength, you can't possibly be just a pretty boy." Lin Yu's face was filled with obvious sarcasm, and he said in a calm voice, "I'm returning what you just said to you. You have no right to know my identity. However, your second elder does have the qualifications. I had his phone number with me before, and it just so happens that I need it now. I will call him directly and ask him to come and handle this matter." Upon hearing this, young Master Zhao's pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. He couldn't help but think of one person. "Are you Lin Yu?" "You should have known my name from the beginning," Lin Yu said with a faint smile. Young Master Zhao's entire body was trembling violently, because he had originally thought that Lin Yu's name overlapped with that person's. "I never imagined that the good-for-nothing who was rumored to be a pretty boy would actually be that terrifying person." The fear in his eyes was almost tangible. "Why didn't you tell me your identity sooner? If I had known who you were earlier, I wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant in front of you. You're just setting me up now." He couldn't imagine how the second elder would punish him once he arrived. Lin Yu sneered and mocked, "If I didn't have this identity, would you be able to bully me at will? They really wanted to kill me, to torture me to death. With your kind of mentality, you're a menace even in life. Your Zhao family are merchants now, and since you came here, you haven't known how to behave yourselves. You even tried to make a move on my woman. You're not even qualified for me to take action personally, but since it involves people close to me, it's like touching my sore spot. I've already sent the message to you two Zhangs, and I estimate he'll be here soon. Just wait, he'll deal with you himself." Lin Yu didn't even bother to lay a hand on this young Master Zhao, he simply sat down on the sofa. He wanted to see what the second elder would say when he arrived. Young Master Zhao was completely terrified, his eyes were filled with fear, and his face was stiff and pale. Her legs gave way and she knelt on the ground, then crawled toward Lin Yu, pleading in a trembling voice, "Please give me a chance, I really know I was wrong, I'll never do it again. I really didn't know your identity the moment I first saw Su Wanrong, I was already deeply infatuated with her. If I had known your identity, I would never have dared to do this. Our Lu family is now just a dog in your hands. Please let me go. I promise to change my ways and never do such a domineering thing again." Lin Yu lit a cigarette and smoked it calmly. He didn't even glance at that young Master Zhao. It was as if the business magazine he casually picked up was more appealing than what young Master Zhao had said. Young Master Zhao had already crawled up to Lin Yu, prostrating himself and kowtowing. "Mr. Lin, please don't tell the second elder, or I'll be really doomed. I know I was wrong, please forgive me." Blood had already appeared on his forehead after he had only bumped his head a few times on the ground. 529, Chapter 529 Substitution. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's face, but there was no pity in his eyes. "Since you already know you were wrong, are you planning to solve the problem with just a few words? If we had no background or strength, would we be at your mercy right now? Put yourself in my shoes, would you forgive me so easily?" Young Master Zhao subconsciously pondered Lin Yu's words, and in just a moment, he had already found the answer. At this point, his face was ashen. His eyes were filled with despair. If he had the chance to do it all over again, he would definitely behave himself and keep a low profile. "I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. Please, can you give me another chance? I'll do anything you ask right now, I'm practically your dog. Our entire Zhao family is at your service. If you keep me around, I can definitely do more for you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it without hesitation. Even if you ask me to bite someone, I will rush over and bite them like a mad dog. I won't let go until you speak." Lin Yu smiled faintly. "You think you're worthy to be my dog? Even if your entire Zhao family had people qualified to be my dogs, there wouldn't be more than a handful. You are not within its scope, and what you have done has already angered me. Any attempt to harm my woman, regardless of your purpose or reason, is unforgivable. I'm too lazy to deal with you, because that would only dirty my hands. I'll wait for your second elder to arrive and let him handle you slowly." Young Master Zhao was now in utter despair. He slumped to the ground, his body trembling. In his eyes, even the last glimmer of hope had been completely extinguished. Lin Yu said calmly, "Your second elder has arrived." Upon hearing this, he immediately turned his gaze toward the doorway. A car pulled up in front of the hotel, and before it even stopped, several people hurriedly got out. Their eyes were filled with apprehension and fear. When the second elder received Lin Yu's message, he was so angry he almost exploded. His gaze immediately turned to the hotel. Upon discovering the people lying on the ground, his heart pounded even harder. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, it was my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. I will definitely give you a clear explanation about this matter." Lin Yu said calmly, "Alright, I'll be watching now. As for what happened, you can ask him directly. I told you before that when you come to Ice City, you should learn to keep a low profile. UVE caused me trouble. As soon as you moved in, you immediately set your sights on my woman. I'm too lazy to say anything more." He lit a cigarette and calmly looked at the people present. The second elder felt as if his soul had almost flown out of his body, and he immediately turned his gaze to young Master Zhao. The old man's expression shifted repeatedly, showing anger, hatred, and a chilling murderous intent. You idiot. What heinous things did they do? Do you know that our entire Zhao family now depends on Mr. Lin just to survive? And you actually dared to have designs on Mr. Lin's woman. Today I'm going to skin you alive. 530, Chapter 530 Last Words. Everyone who came here understood that the Zhao family had only survived by sheer luck. This was only because Lin Yu was magnanimous and too lazy to argue with them, otherwise, none of them would have survived. But nowadays, the eldest son of their family actually had designs on Lin Yu's woman, and Lin Yu caught him red-handed. The thought is terrifying to everyone. Those people, including the second elder, wanted to kneel down on the spot. Second grandfather, please don't kill me. I really didn't know Lin Yu's identity, otherwise even if I had 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. I really know I was wrong, please say a few good words for me, don't want to die. Everyone present immediately glared at them angrily. Everyone's eyes were filled with extreme anger. Now he's even contemplating murder. The second elder gritted his teeth and said, don't just stand there, get him under control. I'm going to skin him alive, piece by piece, and completely cripple his thing so he won't have any more crooked ideas in the future. He has no future. But before I die, I will make him taste what it means to be worse than dead. In fact, his plan was also to save the life of the young master of the Zhao family. After all, the death of their patriarch was very likely due to the entire family. But if he were to forgive young Master Zhao, then the rest of the Zhao family would likely be buried with him. Lin Yu was not the kind of person who was easily swayed. Moreover, the fault lay entirely with them. If it were him, he would have undoubtedly brought the other party to their doom. The rest of the Zhao family had already pinned young Master Zhao to the ground. Second grandfather, please don't kill me. I haven't even had a chance to do anything yet, please, look at me, before I've made any serious mistakes, give me a way out. My father died for our entire family, do you want his only lineage to end just like that? The second elder almost couldn't bring himself to do it, and he looked up at Lin Yu again. That cold gaze sent shivers down his spine, and all his thoughts were instantly extinguished, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. I cannot be lenient with you because of what you have done. For example, if we were facing Mr. Lin today, or even anyone else, they would absolutely not tolerate you. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price for it. Do you have any last words? Young Master Zhao was now in utter despair. His eyes were filled with fear, and he couldn't help but wet his pants. Looking at the eyes of everyone present, he realized he was probably powerless to escape. Then he saw a sliver of reluctance still lingering in the second master's eyes. His lips trembled, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter a few words. Second grandfather, please, can you give me a quick death? I don't want to die so painfully. Upon hearing this, the second elder's eyes were filled with deep helplessness. He shook his head and said, I was asking about language, not your request. If you don't have any last words, then I'm going to take action now. He dared not agree, fearing that Lin Yu would become dissatisfied. Lin Yu's single thought could decide the life or death of the entire Zhao family, and he didn't want to become a sinner against the Zhao family. 531, Chapter 531 must not be left behind. Lin Yu stood up and said calmly, you can handle this yourselves, I have other things to do. After saying that, he walked straight out. There was no statement whatsoever, nor any instructions whatsoever. Watching Lin Yu's departing figure, the second elder breathed a slight sigh of relief, but his eyes still held a deep sense of awe. Young Master Zhao's eyes welled up with tears. Second grandfather, Lin Yu is gone now. Can't you just give me a quick death? After I die, you can do whatever you want, and Lin Yu will never know anyway. I know it's absolutely impossible for you to let me go now. If you do that, the entire Zhao family will lose its protection, and Lin Yu might even take advantage of our misfortune. If my death can bring peace to the entire Zhao family, then I will be content. The second elder shook his head. I dare not disobey Lin Yu's wishes, much less comply in public while acting against them in private. Since you've said it, you need to give Lin Yu an explanation. Then we must keep our word, otherwise, if anything happens in the future, Lin Yu could easily wipe out our entire Zhao family with just a few tricks, without even having to lift a finger. If you've chosen to be a dog, you should have the awareness to be a dog, instead of just going through the motions. A dog that bites its owner should not be kept alive. Young Master Zhao wanted to say something, but the second elder didn't give him another chance and attacked directly. His miserable screams echoed throughout the entire hotel. When the second elder came out again, his body was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with rage. Issue the order immediately. If anyone dares to offend Lin Yu or his people again, I hope they will cut themselves into 1,000 pieces instead of implicating our entire family. By the way, tell all the members of the family about some things concerning Lin Yu, so that they can restrain themselves. If something like this happens again, our Zhao family will be completely ruined. Those present naturally understood the meaning behind those words. They had personally faced Lin Yu and knew what kind of pressure that was. Lin Yu didn't hold it against them. This was a chance for them. If they didn't cherish it, then no one could save them later. Lin Yu had already arrived at the Su group. Just as he reached the door, his phone stopped ringing. When he saw the caller ID, he frowned slightly. After the call connected, Han Shui's voice came through. Lin Yu, can I ask you for a favor? I really have no other choice but to come to you for help. My mother went insane and was treated inhumanely. I couldn't hold on any longer inside, but those people just wouldn't let me go. This is my only family member. Please, can you help me release my mother? I know you have the ability, and you could even do it with just a word. I originally thought she would be safe once she went inside. I don't want her involved in this matter either right now. We're like a giant whirlpool. If she gets involved, she might be torn to pieces. But I never expected this kind of unexpected turn of events. Please help me. The plea in that voice was already clear. Lin Yu was pondering to himself after Wu Hohat was sent inside. He hadn't asked anyone to give her any instructions. Why did she suddenly go crazy? 532, Chapter 532 Dilemma. Lin Yu, I know that there is no relationship between us anymore. You even want to kill me now, but no matter what, we have been together for 5 years. Although my mother did a lot of things and was very harsh on you back then. But no matter what, she's still my mother, and you've been calling her that for 5 years. Considering she hasn't caused you much trouble, could you please help her? Han Shui's words were extremely sincere. They even sounded pleading. Lin Yu calmly said, I will have someone check if she really has gone mad. I will definitely have you bring her out directly. If it's an act, then he can prepare to die of old age inside. After saying that, Lin Yu hung up the phone immediately. He needed to find out the truth about this matter. He would never have taken action if it were just because Wu Hohat was causing trouble or pretending to be crazy. If it's because of his involvement, then none of the people who did it will escape. He immediately took out his phone and sent a message, but soon frowned as he received a reply. He's really gone mad, and he's been scared mad. What terrifying thing did she encounter? After a moment's thought, he sent a message to the people there, instructing them to bring Wu Hohat directly to his villa. He put his phone in his pocket and walked into the Su group. When the people in the company saw Lin Yu, they immediately bowed respectfully. Lin Yu responded politely with a smile. Mr. Lin, President Su is in a meeting. I will go and inform him immediately. Need not. Lin Yu walked to the door and immediately heard what was being said inside. He raised an eyebrow slightly. She knocked lightly on the door twice, and Su Wanrong's voice came from inside. Come in. Lin Yu pushed the door open and appeared in the doorway. Several people sitting in the conference room immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look Lin Yu in the eye, and some even trembled with fear. When Lin Yu used to come to the company, he would immediately start beating people up, and those who got beaten up were always the shareholders. In the end, none of those people took a single share with them. They all withdrew from the company. It said that all of them were controlled by Lin Yu. As company insiders, they naturally know more. Su Wanrong stood up. My mind is made up. You don't need to try to persuade me anymore. Meeting adjourned. Those people were also afraid of Lin Yu's pressure, so they stood up with awkward smiles and prepared to leave. However, Lin Yu stood in the doorway, looking at them calmly. Su Wanrong frowned slightly. What are you doing blocking the doorway? Lin Yu smiled and said, It's nothing. I just wanted to tell you that you don't need to worry about it anymore. That so-called young Master Zhao is gone now. That's it? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. That's right, it's the one you think it is gone. It will never appear in front of you again, and it will not cause any trouble for the company. If the Zhao Group wants to cooperate with the company, you can agree directly and accept whatever benefits are offered. The way everyone looked at Lin Yu was strange. The employees, in particular, all thought that Lin Yu might be bragging. They were all senior executives of the company and knew the power of the Zhao Group. That's a prominent family in the capital. 533, Chapter 533. Do you think this is fair? Those who were facing him were puzzled, and their faces showed astonishment. Lin Yu's smile remained unchanged. You all need to remember one thing from now on. What my wife says is an absolute order. You just need to carry it out even if the sky falls. You don't have to bear the burden. You all get out. Although those people had doubts, they dared not ask any more questions. They all doubted Lin Yu, which shows they didn't understand the power of the Shangjing family. As people in the business world, they knew very well that Harbin was just a small place. In the capital, even a single hair plucked from the legs of a powerful family could be enough to make them unable to lift their heads. After everyone had left, Lin Yu closed the door and smiled, saying, I told you, you can come to me anytime if there's anything you can't handle. You can't force yourself to endure it next time. Su Wanrong's eyes were filled with emotion. She believed Lin Yu's words without a doubt. They might not have known Lin Yu's background and strength before. But now she at least knows that Lin Yu is from Beijing. How did you resolve it? Did you contact a friend from before? Also, what does it mean that young Master Zhao is gone? Could it be that you? She didn't finish her sentence, but worry was already evident in her beautiful eyes. If the eldest son of the Zhao group really dies, it will probably provoke a crazy backlash from everyone. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. They don't have the strength to deal with you. And they don't have the guts. They will definitely try to find ways to atone for their sins when the time comes. Just take the profits and don't worry about the rest. You are in charge of all business matters. All you need to know is that there will always be someone backing you up. Su Wanrong bit her red lips slightly. Then you have to tell me, just how capable is the person who's backing me up? It's not like I'll accidentally create a hole in the sky one day, and you won't be able to patch it up. Lin Yu smiled and kissed her delicate face, his face radiating absolute confidence. Even if you turn the whole sky upside down, I'll still be there to support you. At least at sea, no storm is a problem. Those confident words left Su Wanrong with even more doubts. She still felt confused about Lin Yu's identity, and feeling annoyed, she raised her hand and hit Lin Yu on the shoulder. You know me so well, while I know nothing about you, not even the tip of the iceberg. Do you think this is fair? Lin Yu smiled and said, I'm not telling you because I don't want to cause you any trouble or worry. I'm afraid that if I tell you my true identity, you won't have the courage to continue following me. You look down on me? Su Wanrong was genuinely angry this time. Lin Yu immediately hugged the person in his arms, a smile appearing on his face. I'm just afraid that after you know my true identity, you won't have the guts to act childishly towards me like you do now. I don't believe you, you're just making up an excuse to fool me. Su Wanrong's words carried a hint of coquettishness and a touch of petulance. Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door, and the secretary's urgent voice came from outside. 534, Chapter 534 Opportunities for Cooperation. President Su, something's happened. The Zhao group has arrived, and they brought a lot of cars, with 40 or 50 bodyguards alone. And it seems that the current chairman of the Zhao group also came in person and waited at the entrance of our company, saying that he wanted to see you. The secretary's voice was urgent. Many people in the company have lost their will to work and are just looking outside with worry. Su Wanrong's expression changed slightly, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and pinched her flawless little face. Go ahead, just accept their apologies when they come. Take whatever benefits they offer, and don't worry about them causing you any trouble. They don't have the guts. Su Wanrong nodded. Aren't you coming along? Lin Yu smiled slightly and released his grip on Su Wanrong's hand. I still have some things to take care of. I trust you with the business matters. If they dare to make things difficult for you, I will make them all disappear. When Su Wanrong came out, her eyes were filled with determination. Since Lin Yu had already spoken, she would do exactly as he said. However, the people in the company were unaware of Lin Yu's situation, nor did they understand the nature of the relationship between Lin Yu and the Zhao group. At this moment, all the high-ranking officials gathered together, their faces clearly showing helplessness and conflict. Do you think the Zhao group is coming here with such a large force again because they want to demand an explanation? Who knows? Anyway, I didn't see that young Master Zhao. Could it be that Lin Yu really got rid of the other party? If that's the case, then things are in big trouble. We might all get involved although we are just company managers. If someone is unreasonable and includes us all, that would be really bad. What should we do then? Is it too late to quit the company now? Countless people had uneasy looks in their eyes. The senior management also fell silent. Looking at the rows of bodyguards standing outside the door, as well as the chairman of the Zhao Group and a group of senior executives. Their eyes were all fixed on the company, and no one entered. They waited quietly for a response from the other side. Just then, Su Wanrong came out. A businesslike smile appeared on her face. Chairman Zhao, I didn't expect you to come in person. Is there something important you need? The person standing at the very front was the second elder, who was also the current chairman of the Zhao Group. His old face immediately broke into a smile, and he bowed deeply to Su Wanrong without hesitation, his respectful attitude just like that of an old butler. President Su, I've come here today specifically to apologize to you. Our young master from the Zhao Group is ignorant and has done some excessive things. We have deeply realized our mistakes and severely punished the little beast. He hopes that President Su can be magnanimous and give our Zhao Group a chance to cooperate. Rest assured, we will not receive any benefits from this cooperation. It will all be for the benefit of the Su Group. We have prepared 10 billion yuan, all of which will be used by the Su Group no matter what project or undertaking it is. We will go all out and will not accept any profit, just to apologize. 535, Chapter 535 Unexpected Events. The employees of the Su Group were completely dumbfounded after hearing Chairman Zhao's words. No one expected this outcome. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Their hearts were filled with turmoil. Did I hear that right? Am I hallucinating? Pinch me. The senior executives were completely dumbfounded. Someone twisted it hard, and a scream was immediately heard. Does it hurt? It hurts a lot. I'm not dreaming. The expressions on the faces of the Su Group's executives were quite interesting at this moment. They initially thought Lin Yu was just bragging, but after witnessing this scene firsthand, they realized that Lin Yu was probably just being modest. The fact that the chairman of the Zhao Group personally came to apologize and displayed such a respectful attitude was beyond their comprehension. They couldn't imagine what kind of background Lin Yu had. At this moment, Chairman Zhao, who was outside, was still bent over and dared not raise his head. The person in front of me is someone Lin Yu has carefully protected. If their attitude is not good enough, and Lin Yu is not satisfied, then their entire Zhao Group will probably be wiped out. Su Wanrong finally realized what was happening, and her heart was also filled with shock. She subconsciously turned around and glanced back. Lin Yu was still standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of the Su Group building, with a smile on his face. Su Wanrong took a few deep breaths, quickly stepped forward, and said with a smile, Chairman Zhao, there is actually no conflict between us. Let's talk about cooperation now. With billions of dollars in funding, the cooperative projects that are being launched are no small matter. I need to come up with a plan, and coincidentally, we have a great project here recently, so we can have a good talk about it. Chairman Zhao immediately shook his head. President Su, since I have already said that I will entrust this matter entirely to you, I will definitely keep my word. I will transfer all 10 billion yuan into your accounts within a single day. Once you've prepared your plan and made your decision, you just need to show it to me so I know what the direction of our cooperation will be next. No matter what project you're going to do, even if it means losing all this money, we won't have any complaints. It simply represents our sincerity. President Su, please don't hesitate to ask if you need our help. If 10 billion is not enough, we can allocate more funds. They're just trying to buy peace of mind. Even if it costs them tens of billions, or even if the entire Zhao family is emptied out, they won't put up any resistance. Now, they need to rely on Lin Yu to live a comfortable life. Without Lin Yu, they would probably just vanish into thin air. Chairman Zhao was speaking respectfully, and just as he was about to continue being polite, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, and then he uncontrollably fell to the ground. His face turned ashen in that instant. The muscles in his face were spasming, and his appearance began to become ferocious. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. No one had expected such a sudden turn of events. Su Wanrong reacted very quickly, immediately shouting, "What are you doing knowing each other? Hurry up and call an ambulance." 536, Chapter 536 An Unprecedented Project. The employees of the Su Group realized what was happening and quickly called an ambulance. The people Chairman Zhao brought all gathered around. One of the older men hurriedly placed his hand on the chairman's pulse. After carefully feeling it, his expression became even more unpleasant. Calling an ambulance is useless now, Mr. Su. Our cooperation will definitely not be interrupted, and the funds will definitely be transferred to your company's account within a day. We still need to take the chairman back for treatment. We'll be going now. Just as Su Wanrong was about to speak, Lin Yu's voice rang out from behind her. I'll go with you, his symptoms are a bit strange. I happen to know some medical skills, so I can help him take a look. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes filled with emotion. Thank you, Mr. Lin, we will forever remember your great kindness. They initially thought Lin Yu was giving them a small punishment. After all, they had done something wrong, and they had almost posed a threat to Lin Yu's woman. When this happened to them, they dared to completely annihilate the other party, but Lin Yu not only gave them a chance, but now he is also going to save their chairman. This was clearly not done by Lin Yu, otherwise there would be no need for him to go to such lengths. Besides, Lin Yu could crush them more easily than an ant right now, so there's no need for him to do so. After all of Chairman Zhao's men got into the car, the employees of the Su Group watched as the group's employees Chairman Zhao's men got into the car. The shock in my heart is still hard to calm down. Su Wanrong watched the vehicle drive away before turning to look at the employees present. Don't you all need to work? What are you all doing gathered here? The employees scattered in all directions. However, the higher-ups walked over with big smiles on their faces. President Su, you really kept this from us for so long. Yes, you have such a powerful backer behind you, you don't need to be afraid of the Zhao Group at all, but we are terrified. The top families in Beijing actually came directly to apologize to President Su, and they even acted as if they were ready to accept any punishment. If this were to get out, probably no one would believe it, but it will become something we can brag about. Everyone's face was full of flattery. If anyone were to tell them now that the Su Group is doomed and they should leave, they could slap them across the face. What a joke, the Su Group is now truly at its zenith. Su Wanrong smiled faintly. Now that you have all seen the whole process, why don't you hurry up and come up with a solution? A cooperation involving tens of billions of yuan is an unprecedented project for the entire city of Harbin. I need an extremely detailed plan. It doesn't have to be fast, but it must be meticulous. We don't need to make a lot of profit from this project, but rather to completely establish our reputation. From now on, everyone should focus on their work. I need to see a suitable solution within 3 days at the latest. If that's not possible, I'll replace the person directly. The Su Group is not short of talent these days. Su Wanrong now sees it clearly. Those high-level employees are nothing more than members of an assembly line. If the company really encounters some insurmountable obstacle, those employees will still turn around and leave. The company's senior management cannot remain unchanged, otherwise it is very likely to become the next board of directors. 537, Chapter 537 The Tricky Toxin. After seeing everyone off, Su Wanrong sat in her office, her eyes slightly vacant. Lin Yu, the many mysteries surrounding you have only revealed the tip of the iceberg, yet I already feel somewhat unworthy of you. Who exactly are you? No one answered Su Wanrong's question. At this moment, Lin Yu had already arrived at a manor purchased by the Zhao Group. He had already taken Chairman Zhao's pulse while they were in the car, but he didn't know his condition. The current second elder is the chairman of the Zhao Group, and he is in charge of the entire Zhao family. However, this situation actually occurred directly to the person. Mr. Lin, how is our chairman doing now? See if she can wake up? The old man asked in a trembling voice. He had already noticed something amiss. Their own chairman, their current head of the family, may be facing a life-threatening crisis. His face was as pale as paper, and his appearance had become extremely terrifying. The grotesque, twisted face radiated heat, and its body was as hot as magma. Lin Yu said calmly, he has been poisoned, and the poison is extremely potent. If it weren't for his cultivation constantly resisting it, he would probably be dead by now. If the amount of this toxin is not large, it will only drive him crazy, not cause him to have the symptoms he has now. His bodily functions have been severely damaged. Even if he is cured, his strength will probably decline significantly in the future. The old man hurriedly knelt down, his voice pleading, "Mr. Lin, please save our master. We cannot afford any more trouble right now, and our family is in grave danger. If something happens to the new patriarch again, I'm afraid our family's cohesion will crumble. Mr. Lin, whatever your request is, we can agree to it. I only beg you to help our master." The remaining members of the Zhao family also knelt down. They all knew that without someone to lead them, they alone could not shoulder the responsibility. The second elder used to hold an extremely important position in the family. Now, as their family, they are leading them out of the abyss of crisis. Moreover, all the family members knew that without a leader to guide the family, it would inevitably fall into chaos sooner or later, and then the Zhao family would be completely scattered. No one believed that Lin Yu was responsible for this. They all knew Lin Yu's strength and understood that Lin Yu didn't need to go through all this trouble. Everyone was holding their breath, and some even wanted to tear the person who did this to pieces. Lin Yu glanced at them, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Since I'm here, I definitely want to find out what happened. You went to apologize and admit your mistakes, but something went wrong. This is a slap in my face. Even if you don't want to investigate who's behind this, I won't let him go." Lin Yu directly inserted several silver needles, instantly piercing Chairman Zhao's acupoints. As he carefully sensed the destructive power of the toxin, his brows furrowed slightly. The toxin was more potent than he had anticipated. This was the first time he had encountered such a troublesome poison, and he could only try his best to force the toxins into Chairman Zhao's hands. A thin, hollow silver needle was suddenly inserted. Toxins mixed with blood flowed from the other end of the silver needle. 538, Chapter 538, Playing the Mystery. When the toxins dripped onto the ground, the sound of the ground being corroded could be heard immediately. A pungent smell also wafted out. Seeing the potency of this poison, the Zhao family members couldn't help but take a few steps back, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. It can even corrode the ground, which shows how powerful this toxin is. They also understood why Lin Yu said that the patriarch's power would decline. If it were them, they probably wouldn't have had time to expel the poison before the person was already dead. The chairman slowly woke up, and was slightly taken aback when he saw Lin Yu. As she struggled to get up, Lin Yu pressed down on her shoulder. "Mr. Lin, what's wrong with me?" He's still a bit dazed when he collapsed. He didn't even realize what had happened, he only felt his heart stop. When he opened his eyes, Lin Yu was already standing in front of him. Lin Yu is now the guardian of the Zhao family, and he dares not be negligent in any way. "You have been poisoned, and the poison is exceptionally potent. The damage this toxin does to the body is irreversible. Several of your meridians have been damaged, and the damage is irreparable. It can be said that your strength has completely fallen to the Grandmaster level at this moment, and you will never have a chance to break through again. You are essentially crippled." When Chairman Zhao heard this, his expression turned horrified. His eyes held an even greater sense of disbelief. "Mr. Lin, how could this happen? I didn't feel anything was wrong before. I've been staying with my family recently and haven't left. There's no way anyone could have poisoned me." Lin Yu said calmly, "Go check your room. This toxin isn't ingested, it's inhaled directly through breathing. Especially your lung meridians, which are the most severely damaged." Although Chairman Zhao was still very weak after the toxins were removed, he was still a martial artist after all. Its recovery ability is extremely strong. He could already walk with difficulty, and led Lin Yu quickly toward the study. "I've been in my study these past few days. There are a lot of things I need to take care of, so I haven't gone anywhere else. Those who are in frequent contact with me are my..." He had already pushed open the door when he said this. He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence. The room reeked of blood, and the moment the door was opened, several people almost vomited. The scene inside made everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Fear spread through their hearts. The study was covered in blood, with pieces of flesh scattered everywhere. A human-shaped skeleton is suspended from a lampstand. However, the head, which was on top of the skeleton, was completely intact and had not suffered any injury. However, the pained and contorted look on his face sent chills down one's spine. No one can imagine what he went through before he died. Third brother. Chairman Zhao roared, his eyes blazing with fury. Someone left a piece of paper. Lin Yu walked over and took the paper. The words written above made him frown slightly. He casually handed the paper to Chairman Zhao. You can take a look for yourself. This matter may have nothing to do with me, but I cannot rule out the possibility that someone is deliberately making things mysterious. 539, Chapter 539 Events from 20 years ago. Chairman Zhao saw what was written on the paper, and his pupils contracted sharply. An expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Their bodies began to tremble slightly. He muttered to himself, how is that possible? How could those people still be alive? Are they so eager to make their move now that the Zhao family has just fallen from grace? The paper contained only one sentence. The Zhao family, do you still remember that stormy night 20 years ago? Lin Yu was unaware of what happened 20 years ago, when he was still wandering around with the old man. However, he knew that those powerful families had blood on their hands. No accumulation of capital is achieved through hard work, it is all filled with unseen bloodshed. Big fish eat little fish, it's a natural law. It's normal that it can't be placed in any rule. What happened 20 years ago? Lin Yu asked calmly. After a slight hesitation, Chairman Zhao collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with fear, and his eyes also showed a hint of helplessness. 20 years ago, our Zhao family was not considered one of the 5 great families in the capital, but it was second only to the 5 great families. At that time, someone approached us and asked if we wanted to become one of the 5 great families. I believe Mr. Lin can guess what follows. Even if I don't say it, if you want to rise, you have to step on other people's shoulders. That family was completely wiped out overnight, and we were only responsible for intercepting some juniors who wanted to escape. The real experts were dealt with by others. We've essentially gotten a free cake. When Lin Yu heard this, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. So you guess this is someone coming back for revenge? Were they stronger back then than the Zhao family is now? Chairman Zhao nodded. They are far superior. One of their ancestors was even stronger than the legendary immortals on land. Anyone who becomes a member of one of those great families has a powerful martial artist as their backer. With extremely powerful business influence, if no one is backing you up and you don't have absolute strength to protect you, then you're just a piece of meat in other people's mouths. And their family was extremely powerful, yet it vanished overnight. When we accepted their business, it went extremely smoothly. It felt like a cake falling from the sky and landing on our heads. The original head of the family always felt that things had gone too smoothly and was constantly on guard against someone causing trouble for me, but in the end, no one came looking for us. It's like someone is chasing after you and feeding you treats. I never expected that after 20 years, they would come back. Lin Yu's eyes held a thoughtful expression. It cannot be ruled out that someone is deliberately using their name to create a mystery. After all, besides the family you don't have, there is a huge force operating outside. You should be able to sense that if that force wanted to wipe you out, it would be a piece of cake. I've only managed to find some clues about who those people are. They wanted to make a move 5 years ago, but at that time, your 5 major families were closely connected, so they didn't dare to go too far. Otherwise, if the economy becomes unstable, those in power will cause them trouble. Your ability to take over is probably due to the tacit approval of some people. 540, Chapter 540 Seeking Revenge. Lin Yu had previously thought they had done something heinous, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. If it really is those people coming back for revenge, he wouldn't even bother to stop them. The rise and fall of a family is all too common. However, just as the Su group was about to receive a capital injection, those people appeared and directly attacked the current head of the Zhao family. The meaning behind this is intriguing. Mr. Lin, do you mean that someone might be using something from 20 years ago as an excuse to retaliate against us? But who could he be? Lin Yu smiled calmly. You've already guessed it, haven't you? If it really is them, then the retaliation will definitely be more than this. Just wait, they didn't achieve their goal this time, so they'll definitely strike again. Be careful in the coming days. If you encounter any problems you can't solve, feel free to come to me. If it's really just retaliation for the mistakes you made, then I won't interfere. Take good care of yourself. It's already a blessing that your strength has been consolidated at the Grandmaster level. After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and walked out of the room. The Zhao family members looked helpless. They wanted to ask Lin Yu for help, but Lin Yu had already made his point. Now they were just bait thrown out. This is also the tragedy of their own mistakes. Those people wished they could drag that young Master Zhao out and whip his corpse again. If it weren't for the impact of this incident, Lin Yu might not have blamed them. They will not stand idly by. Master, what do we do now? Chairman Zhao took a few deep breaths, assessing his physical condition, and said with a bitter smile, "What else can I do? Transfer the funds to the Su Group as quickly as possible. We must maintain a good relationship with the Su Group. Who knows, we might have to ask Su Wanrong for help someday." The two companies have a very close business relationship, and I believe Lin Yu will definitely not sit idly by. After all, if we fall, it is very likely to affect the Su Group as well. Upon hearing this, the faces of those people all showed excitement. So now we have made up our minds to fully cooperate with the Su Group in all aspects. Only in this way can their safety be guaranteed. Now they are all feeling the pain of surviving in such a precarious situation. After leaving the villa, Lin Yu smiled slightly and drove for more than 10 kilometers before stopping by the roadside. I got out of the car, lit a cigarette, and watched the sedan slowly following behind me. You've been with me for so long, and now you're finally losing patience? The person in the car got off. He looked to be in his 40s and had a deep scar on his face. His eyes now held a hint of resentment. Standing at around 185 meters tall, he exuded a strong aura of menace as he walked over. His clothes were also very ordinary. His face was contorted with anger. "Why did you save that old man? Although I don't know your strength, I want to warn you that you'd better not meddle in my feud with the Zhao family. 20 years ago, the Zhao family committed heinous crimes. Now I am their retribution. If you continue to meddle, don't blame me for being impolite." 541, Chapter 541 Self-Destruction. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's face as he said directly, "I never intended to meddle in your affairs, it's just that you've come at a very inopportune time. The Zhao family is at a crucial moment in their cooperation with the Su Group, and you're here to sabotage it. And this happened right in front of the Su Group. Considering the deep-seated hatred between you, I can give you a chance and pretend this never happened. If you still want to cause trouble, you'd better avoid this period. After this period, even if you cause a huge uproar in the Zhao family, it has nothing to do with me. Just don't involve me." The fierce-looking man gritted his teeth, a murderous glint in his eyes. "I've heard about you. Although I haven't found much information, I feel that you are not an ordinary person. Your aura is very strong, and it does make me feel a bit like a rat-throwing machine. However, this is a deep-seated hatred between our families, and I can't care about that now. I am taking advantage of the fact that the Zhao family is still on the verge of collapse. So I'm going to let them take us down one by one. If I were to attack them, I would be no match for them at all, and I would have no way to wipe them out in one fell swoop. I could only take them down one by one. That's why I'm here in front of you. I hope you won't meddle in other people's business. Only in this way can we avoid conflict. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Lin Yu's smile widened. "I was originally too lazy to meddle in other people's business, but someone has pinned all this trouble on me. Even if I don't want to get involved now, I doubt you'll let me off the hook. You only have yourself to blame for courting disaster." The fierce man's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his gaze also held a hint of anger. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Since you don't want this opportunity, then go straight to the Yellow Springs now. Take it easy on the road. Maybe soon, the Zhao family will come to join you." After saying this, he suddenly threw out a handful of medicinal powder. At the same time, his body was also moving backward. He himself knew how vicious this thing was. Moreover, the toxins previously used on Chairman Zhao were not even 1/10 as potent as this powder. This powder is specifically designed for direct use during combat. Even a tiny amount inhaled will render the victim powerless to resist within a short period. Lin Yu not only didn't move, but also took a deep breath while standing still. His breathing was like a blower, drawing all the powder into his mouth. Upon seeing this scene, even the fierce-looking man couldn't help but widen his eyes, his gaze filled with disbelief. Are you crazy? I directly sprinkled that poison powder, and you actually inhaled it all. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to the point of having your intestines rupture? Lin Yu's face showed a look of enjoyment. The toxins you used are indeed very good. They have a certain flavor. At least when I was absorbing these toxins, I could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in my body was increasing slightly. Everything in the universe has its counterparts, and if toxins are used properly, they can be a panacea. You can take out all the toxins from your body, and I'll eat as much as you have. 542, Chapter 542. Can they escape? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, even the fierce-looking man couldn't help but widen his eyes, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. Especially the look of enjoyment on Lin Yu's face. That's definitely not fake. You can actually absorb those toxins? The fierce man was still somewhat skeptical. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. To be able to use poison to this extent, you can be considered to have mastered the art. Although your overall strength is not that great, you are indeed very good at using poisons, but you have chosen the wrong person. If you had gone to the Zhao family, they might not have been able to defend against your poison. It's a pity you found me. You can take out as much of this toxin as you want now, don't be polite with me. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The person in front of him wasn't particularly strong. The fierce man gritted his teeth. He felt that the person in front of him was simply his nemesis. However, he didn't believe that Lin Yu could absorb those toxins indefinitely. Moreover, he has more than one kind of poison. I want to see just how far you can go. You like poison, don't you? Now I'll give you another kind of poison, so you can taste the bitterness of death too. After saying that, he threw a few more pills at Lin Yu. The pills were easily caught by Lin Yu just before they were about to hit him, and they did not burst open immediately. Lin Yu threw the pill directly into his mouth. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. It seems that these things of yours come from the ancient god cult. They not only play with insects, but also with poisons. It's just that you've mastered it better. You didn't touch those insects, but you used the poisons to their fullest potential. What a waste of such a talented person like you. If you hadn't come looking for trouble with me, and hadn't had any murderous intent, I might have spared you, but now you no longer have that chance. As he said this, Lin Yu took another step forward, and his aura suddenly surged forth. The fierce-looking man's face had turned extremely ugly. The poison used just now was the most potent poison in his body. But now, in front of this person, it had no effect whatsoever, which made him feel disheartened. A hint of fear crept into his eyes. It was my fault before, and I apologize to you now. I can temporarily withdraw now as long as the Zhao family cooperates with your Su group. I will not cause them any trouble. However, once you stop cooperating, I will take direct action against them. I hope you will not meddle in my affairs at that time. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, a hint of mockery in his eyes, of course. However, as I said before, if you don't intend to kill me, I can spare your life. But right now your murderous intent is too strong. Perhaps you won't lay a hand on me, because you already know my strength, but you will target the people around me. I can see what you're thinking. The fierce man's heart skipped a beat. Hadn't expected Lin Yu to see through his thoughts without any hesitation. He turned and ran. Can they escape? Lin Yu's teasing voice rang out from behind. The fierce-looking man turned around instinctively, his eyes filled with disbelief. 543, Chapter 543. Stop dreaming. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's face as he reached out and grabbed the fierce man by the back of the neck. Then, the force in his hands suddenly erupted, and a monstrous surge of spiritual energy directly entered the fierce man's meridians. Ah! A furious and pitiful scream came from the fierce man's mouth. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with rage, like a lion that had been thoroughly enraged. But then he turned around and glared angrily at Lin Yu. You've already crippled me? Do you know that the feud between me and the Zhao family is immortal? Now that I'm a cripple, it's as if you've completely ruined my path to revenge. I am going to kill you. As he said this, he suddenly reached into the deerskin bag and pulled out a handful of black powder. He also became deranged. I don't believe you can withstand this kind of toxin. This is not poison made from medicine, but poison made from corpses. Let's die together, since I'm not going to live either. His furious roar rang out. Lin Yu, however, suddenly swung his hand. The scattered poison powder seemed to slowly clench together as if by an invisible hand, and all the scattered poison powder was drawn in, gradually condensing in Lin Yu's palm, floating in the void. The condensed poison powder was only the size of a ping-pong ball. Lin Yu said calmly, "It's not a toxin, I'll absorb it all. I would never touch this kind of corpse poison, because it is too disgusting. Keep it for yourself." After he finished speaking, he slightly cracked his palm, and the fierce man's mouth shoved all the powder into his mouth. Finally, Lin Yu exerted a little force and threw the person away. When the vicious man landed on the ground, he immediately tried to cough up the toxins. But all that came out of his cough was black blood. The bloodstains sprayed onto the nearby grass, causing the once vibrant green grass to wither and decay. His eyes were filled with extreme resentment and anger. "Lin Yu, I will haunt you even as a ghost. You keep saying you won't meddle in other people's business, but now you want to kill me. Just wait, the retaliation won't stop here. Do you think I'm the only one left in our family? I'm just a nobody, but the people behind me will make you regret it. Our ancient god cult doesn't just play with goo worms. What you took down was just one of our peripheral organizations. You have no idea how deep our foundation is. You're just waiting to die." After saying that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly collapsed, his pupils gradually dilating. At that moment, he was only a hair's breadth away from death. However, right after he said those words, Lin Yu frowned slightly, took the last step, and almost instantly arrived in front of the fierce man. The silver needles in his hand were quickly inserted, only a dozen or so in total. The fierce man felt the meridians in his body, which were being damaged, stop, and all the toxins slowly congealed. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face showing utter shock and disbelief. His gaze turned to Lin Yu with disbelief. "Are you saving me?" Lin Yu smiled slightly. "Some of the things you said have piqued my interest. I'm going to ask you for some information." The burly man said with a mocking smile, "Don't even dream about it." 544, Chapter 544. Every second feels like a year. You have completely crippled me and cut off my path to revenge. Do you think I would tell you those things? The fierce man laughed wildly, his mouth filled with blood, his eyes twisted like a demon. "Lin Yu, don't waste your time. I know you're afraid of being retaliated against by the force behind me. Let me tell you, from the moment you crippled me, you were destined to be on the opposite side of them. Each of us is an extremely precious resource. In their worldview, as long as there are people, there is power and resources. If people are ruined, it is equivalent to shaking their foundation. So they will fight you to the death. The real power of our stock market guru is something you have no idea about. The elite members he recruits are more powerful than you can imagine. People like me who only know how to use drugs are often looked down upon among them, and are even not worthy of being with their elite members. There are many things that you can't imagine. Even if you want to ask me for information, I can't tell you, because I don't know anything about those people." As he said this, his eyes were filled with mockery. "You shouldn't meddle in this. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to know now." Lin Yu smiled calmly. "Whether I know or not, I can only give you a definite answer after I have asked. Laugh all you want now, but you won't be able to laugh later." The fierce man wanted to say something more. But in the next second, Lin Yu directly inserted several silver needles into his body and said calmly, "You should already feel the pain of your injury. This pain will gradually intensify with each breath you take. You'll feel like your internal organs are being crushed and then pulled haphazardly. Your brain will also feel extreme pain, making you feel as if your soul is being torn apart." Upon hearing this, the fierce man couldn't help but widen his eyes. Because he had already felt that pain. A piercing scream escaped his lips as he opened them. Fear and pleading gradually appeared in his eyes. Please let me go. I'll tell you everything I know. I didn't lie to you about something just now. I really know very little about the ancient god cult. The ancient god cult is divided into many branches. I have no idea how many people they have, and I don't know much about their background. If you really want to know who's behind me, I can send you to find someone. If you relieve my pain, I will tell you about that person. He definitely knows more than I do, because he is my contact person. Lin Yu said calmly, no Rushi, don't believe a word you're saying right now, not even the punctuation. Perhaps you are telling the truth, but I feel like you are lying to me. Once your mind has completely collapsed, you won't have the chance to think about lies anymore when asked any questions, you'll just have to confess honestly. After all, few people can endure this feeling of being worse than dead. If you can pull through, I'd rather not get any news at all than let you live. 10 minutes will be enough. 10 minutes in normal time can pass in the blink of an eye. But for that fierce man, every second felt like an eternity. 545, Chapter 545 Ancient God Cult. The fierce man struggled violently, his eyes filled with extreme anger. He simply didn't want to endure that kind of pain, which is why he honestly confessed some things. But to his surprise, Lin Yu didn't believe it at all. They even said they would make him endure it for 10 minutes. He would rather die than endure this long 10-minute wait. Lin Yu, please, just give me a quick death, stop torturing me. Everything I said is the truth, I didn't lie to you. Our ancient god cult has no need to hide anything about itself. The real powerhouses are experts we can't even reach in their presence, we are like ants. They don't care about our existence, and they don't care whether we will leak his information. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and said, I told you, I'll ask you slowly after you have a mental breakdown. I don't believe a word or even the punctuation marks you're saying now. I only do things my own way. The fierce man couldn't help but curse, you bastard, you're going to die. We, the people of the ancient god cult, will never let you go easily. If they knew that I died in agony after suffering immense torment, they would surely repay you 1,000-fold. And your relatives and friends, they won't let any of them go. When the time comes, I will make sure that the people around you die first, so that you can taste the bitterness of separation by death. His tirade of curses didn't last more than a few seconds before turning into pleas. The excruciating pain has gradually caused his mental state to collapse. By the 5th minute, the fierce man was already crying his eyes out. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind. For example, if he reaches his mental limit in just 5 minutes out of 10, he might not be able to withstand the pain any longer and could even suffer brain death. Lin Yu pulled out a silver needle and said with a half smile, were the things you said just now true or false? Real. The fierce man cried and wailed, I really know I was wrong, please kill me, give me a quick death. We, the people of the ancient god cult, would never take an ant like me seriously. They wouldn't care if I died. The talents I'm referring to are simply the true high-ranking members of the ancient god cult, those are the people they truly care about. If they knew why I died, they wouldn't bother with my affairs at all. After all, it's a feud between two families, not a matter concerning the ancient god cult. Please, just give me a quick death. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled faintly, given that there was something hidden in what you just said. I will give you an unforgettable memory. Be careful in your next life, there are some people you can't afford to mess with. After saying that, he turned around and left. The silver needle bounced back again. The pitiful cries behind me seemed to pierce the night sky. If that fierce man hadn't said he was targeting the people around him, perhaps Lin Yu would have given him a quick death. However, the other party clearly did not know Lin Yu's sore spot, and the words they said had completely enraged Lin Yu. After getting into the car, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He even suspected that the person who manipulated things behind the scenes 5 years ago was from the ancient god cult. 546, Chapter 546 Something happened. Lin Yu thought to himself that the Gugod sect might really just be a branch of the ancient god sect, with a very similar name, and some people even called them the ancient god sect. However, those were just suspicions, he didn't receive any concrete information. The leader of the Gugod sect must have been hiding secrets, but he was too lazy to ask. I didn't expect to miss such a good opportunity to uncover the secret, but it's okay, there's plenty of time later, we can take our time. You must not let me down. There was no fear in his eyes, only interest. Lin Yu never took those crooked and unscrupulous people seriously from the very beginning. Even if those people control vast resources, their strength may not necessarily be greater than that of his subordinates. He knows the current situation of the people he personally trained. It'll be soon, as long as we catch you by the tail. The glory and splendor of the past will be repeated once again. I believe many people have been waiting for this for a long time. Lin Yu put aside his thoughts and drove back to the villa quickly. He also sent a message directly to Xiaoqi, saying that some investigations could now proceed smoothly. Just then, his phone rang, but the caller wasn't Xiaoqi. He raised an eyebrow when he saw the number. It was Han Shui. What do you want from me? After the call connected, he asked directly. Han Shui's voice trembled slightly. My mother's condition is getting more and more serious. How's your investigation going? I visited my mom through connections before. She's not just crazy, she also likes to bang her head against the wall all the time. It's like telling others that she has worms in her brain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, the news should be sent to me soon. If something really has happened, I will naturally investigate it thoroughly. It's not because I still have any lingering feelings for you. It's just because those people plotted against me that I'm unhappy. He hung up the phone immediately after speaking, without giving Han Shui a chance to speak again. He even wondered if this whole thing was a staged performance by Han Shui herself. He knows Han Shui's personality very well, especially after her recent changes. She could even be described as having a heart of stone. She could even torture her own younger brother to the point of wishing she were dead. She probably wouldn't hold back against her own mother either. He had directly entrusted the investigation of this matter to some of his subordinates, but they hadn't sent him any news yet, which made him quite suspicious. Has something happened? After a slight hesitation, he made a phone call. It took about 10 seconds for the call to connect, and a weak voice came from the other end. Boss, I'm sorry, this mission failed. Wu Hohat has a problem, and a very serious one. I just wanted to examine her, but I didn't expect her to bite me. I'm having some health problems right now, and the methods we have here can't treat them. Lin Yu said seriously, then come find me directly. If something happens, you should come to me first, instead of looking for help from others. Bring Wu Hohat along as well. 547, Chapter 547, Taking Over All Affairs. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the person on the other end immediately responded respectfully. Yes, I'll take men there right away. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze filled with a cold, icy light. He is now certain that someone is behind this, and he has already dealt with the guy from before. This definitely involved the ancient god's cult. What kind of lunatics are those guys? I'm afraid Wanrong won't be so safe in the future, and some things may surface sooner than expected. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took out his phone and sent out several messages. His smile grew even colder. He hadn't taken some things from 5 years ago to heart, but the fact that those people were still trying to keep an eye on him 5 years later had already angered him. There's no need to show mercy to those people. If they want to cause him trouble, they should be prepared to be uprooted by him. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the sound of vehicles driving by could be heard at the entrance. Lin Yu turned his gaze and saw several men in black trench coats walk quickly away when they came in. Their faces were all respectful, as if they saw their most devout faith in each other. Finally, one person was carried in. He was also wearing a black trench coat, but his coat had many scars, and his face was deathly pale. He was one of the squad leaders among these people. The squad leader looked guilty. Boss, I'm sorry, I didn't do a good job on the mission. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. You've done very well, but remember next time, don't go to other people when you need treatment. Your problem isn't actually that serious, but without special methods, there's simply no way to get rid of the toxins in your body. I'll treat you first, then you can go back and rest. You don't need to worry about things for the time being. I'll have Xiaoqi and the others come over directly. Xiao Lu's affairs are almost finished, and they will take over all your matters from now on. From now on, he will be your leader. Upon hearing this, the Black Loyalty members not only showed no resistance, but nodded excitedly. They all knew very well who Xiao Lu was. Thank you, boss. Once sixth brother arrives, he will definitely lead us to turn the entire ice city into an impregnable fortress. Lin Yu simply smiled and nodded, then produced several silver needles in his hand and quickly pierced the squad leader's body. In just a few minutes, the squad leader suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The black blood had a strong, foul odor, and it even corroded after it fell on the floor. When everyone saw this scene, their pupils contracted slightly. None of them had expected that the poison in the squad leader's body would be so potent and terrifying. Lin Yu removed the silver needles and said calmly, "Next time, be careful if you encounter people blocking your way again, don't be polite to them, just kill them without mercy. You don't have enough means to protect yourselves from these people. I don't want my brothers to suffer unnecessary casualties." Those who heard this were all deeply moved. Their gazes toward Lin Yu were filled with fervor. Lin Yu smiled and said, "All right, take him back to rest. You can leave Wu Hohat to me." 548, Chapter 548. It's all your fault. After those people left, Lin Yu's gaze turned icy cold. He looked directly at Wu Hohat and said with a half smile, "I've given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You've been causing trouble all this time lately. I originally wanted to let you spend this time inside safely, at least I spared your life. But you took my kindness for granted and became arrogant. You have now completely enraged me, and you have even hurt my brother, which makes me very unhappy. The consequences of my displeasure can be very serious." His words were calm, as if you could not sense any change in his emotions. But Wu Hohat, who had been sitting there blankly, couldn't help but tremble in her pupils. "Stop pretending, I saw through your problem a long time ago. The poison that got into my brothers was given to you by someone else. You have no way of getting your hands on such a thing. I am too lazy to waste my breath on you. Your life or death is merely a matter of my own whim. I want to kill you, you have no chance of escaping." Wu Hohat finally couldn't hold back anymore. "How do you know I'm faking it? Even your people couldn't detect it when I'm acting crazy. It's like I'm really insane." She didn't know why, but she felt that Lin Yu's eyes could see right through her. At that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. Lin Yu's eyes had changed significantly. The way he looked at him no longer held that faint mockery. "I was forced into this situation. If I hadn't done what those people said, I might be dead by now, or even my bones would have rotted away. Who exactly did you mess with outside? Why are those people so terrifying? Why did you have to harm our family? If it weren't for you, our family might still be living a wealthy and carefree life now. But because of you, my son is already dead. And he died such a tragic death. I really regret agreeing to your marriage with my daughter." When she said this, Wu Hohat's voice was almost like she was shouting. Lin Yu said calmly, "You brought this upon yourselves. Moreover, your son's death has nothing to do with me. It was yourselves who thoroughly angered Han Shui. Do you think your daughter is anything special? The saying, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked, perfectly describes people like you. Your daughter is cold and heartless, personally tormenting your son to the point of unbearable pain, and her tragic death was also her doing. And the reason I brought you here today is because your daughter wants to see you. Han Shui personally called me and begged me to bring you here because I knew that he was the one who orchestrated this whole thing." Wu Hohat simply didn't believe it. She shook her head frantically and shouted angrily, "Lin Yu, don't even think about smearing Han Shui. You handled all of these things yourself, and they have nothing to do with my daughter. When those people brought me here, I knew that you must have a powerful force supporting you. Why didn't you show this to us during these 5 years? If I had known you had such a powerful background and influence, why would I have schemed against you, or forced my daughter to divorce you? So it's all your fault." 549, Chapter 549. I was blind back then. When Lin Yu heard this, a smile appeared on his face, and his eyes also showed a hint of pity. He said calmly, "Although I don't know how your values became so warped, these past 5 years have allowed me to see your true colors clearly. I had a sliver of hope for Han Shui before, thinking that she might still have a way out. But later I found that you were going further and further astray, and it was even impossible to correct it. If you were to witness my strength within 5 years, you would likely become even more arrogant and domineering. Although you wouldn't dare to do anything in front of me, you would definitely become a major menace. I don't raise troublemakers." His voice remained calm and composed. There was already a look of regret in Wu Hohat's eyes. Her thugs only lasted a moment before being suppressed by the anger and resentment in her eyes. No matter what you say, this whole thing is your fault. I ended up like this because of your tricks. You're the one who got me sent in there. Your own brother got hurt, so you can only blame yourself. It's all your fault. If you want to kill me now, go ahead. I have no power to resist you anyway. But even as a ghost, I will never let you go. Wu Hohat still harbored a sliver of hope. She thought that Lin Yu hadn't killed her outright but had instead sent her to prison, which might be because he still held on to their past relationship. If Lin Yu could let her go, she will never bother Lin Yu again. Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I won't even touch you. I called you over here because I want to hand you over to Han Shui. Although you don't believe me, I can tell you definitively that you will only suffer more if you fall into Han Shui's hands, and you will regret it then. You probably don't even know how much protection I gave you back then. Sending you in is the best outcome for you. Since you want to struggle, I'll grant your wish." A barely perceptible hint of excitement flickered in Wu Hohat's eyes. She shouted directly, "You said you would give me to my daughter. Daughter, you can't go back on your word. Don't waste any more time, just send me away. Perhaps your daughter is still young and you want to have her. When I get back, I will definitely put in a good word for you. If you two still want to be together, I will definitely not stand in your way this time, and I will support you wholeheartedly. Let him move on from everything that happened in the past." Lin Yu said with a half smile, "All right, when you get back, tell your daughter all this. I believe Han Shui will definitely give you a surprise. Let's go." Wu Hohat was stunned. She hadn't expected Lin Yu to let him leave so easily. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have said those hurtful things. And her old face was like a blooming flower, unable to stop smiling. "I knew you were familiar with it, but you still took action because of old friendships. You're such a good son-in-law. I was blind to have advised my daughter to divorce you. Don't worry, after I get back this time, I will definitely talk to my daughter properly and make sure you two get back together." Lin Yu didn't say anything, he just waved his hand. 550, Chapter 550. Unrecognizable to family members. Wu Hohat walked out, her eyes still filled with immense excitement. "I didn't expect that you, Lin Yu, would still have feelings for the past. It seems that he still wants to be with my daughter. If we could bring them together, that would be the best outcome." Although Lin Yu has provoked some kind of terrifying enemy, he lives a carefree life, and those people are clearly very afraid of him. As long as we can win Lin Yu back, we'll enjoy endless blessings in the future. Wu Hohat had a wonderful idea in mind. When he walked outside the villa area, he saw a car parked there. Han Shui got out of the car, her face expressionless and her eyes icy cold. "Xiao Xue, have you come to pick me up? I knew it was because you're too young. Lin Yu would definitely have noticed you here, but he didn't come to find you. He must have been too embarrassed to contact you first. Getting back together requires you to make the first move. Go directly to the villa to find Lin Yu now. As long as you put in a little effort and flirt with Lin Yu, I believe he will still be reluctant to leave you. Such a good son-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern. You must work hard, Mom has high hopes for you." Wu Hohat kept talking. However, the words had barely left his mouth. Han Shui suddenly struck and slapped Wu Hohat across the face. Wu Hohat was stunned by the beating, her face filled with disbelief as she covered half her face, her eyes wide open. She never imagined that her daughter would hit him, especially with such a hard slap across his face. The burning pain left him momentarily stunned. "You hit me?" Han Shui clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with anger. The resentment in his heart erupted without restraint at this moment. She gritted her teeth and said, "You dare to be my mother? Do you still remember what you said when you advised me to divorce Lin Yu? Your advice to me to be with someone else was not much different from what you said today. If it weren't for you and my stupid brother, I might be Su Wanrong now. I was the one who married Lin Yu first, but the result." Han Shui couldn't continue speaking, the resentment in her eyes was almost tangible. She attributed all her resentment to Wu Hohat. Wu Hohat also sensed something was wrong, and fear filled her eyes. She also thought of what Lin Yu had said before, and her voice began to tremble. "Xiao Xue, I'm sorry, Mom was wrong. But no matter what, I'm still your mother. You can't hit me. Even if you don't want to care about me anymore, I won't bother you anymore, and I won't try to match you with anyone. Please don't hit me. Han Shui gave a mocking sneer. Don't worry, I definitely won't hit you after all. There are still people who want to cause you trouble. Those are the ones who really want to kill you. They gave you such important medicine, but what you did was very disappointing to them. By the way, let me tell you something else. I was the one who killed your Sony was the one who kept torturing him until Lin Yu finally gave him a quick death. Now it's your turn. Wu Hohat's eyes widened, her heart filled with endless terror. 551, Chapter 551 Where to go from here. Wu Hohat never imagined that her daughter would become so ruthless, even turning against her aunt. She said with a fearful expression, Xiaoxue, it's not too late to regret it now. I've already sensed it from Lin Yu, he has a strong attachment and affection for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let me come back, nor would he have let me meet with you. Lin Yu can take you back anytime he wants, you don't need to get involved in those things anymore. I believe Lin Yu will definitely give you a chance, all you need to do is bow your head. When Han Shui heard this, she couldn't help but laugh, and the more she laughed, the more uncontrollably she became. She gritted her teeth and said, although I don't know what you and Lin Yu talked about, I can tell you for sure. You are a complete idiot. It is because of you that my life trajectory has changed. You're the person I hate the most. As for whether Lin Yu still has feelings for me, I don't hold any hope at all. How could someone like him possibly be interested in me? Perhaps I had something that attracted him at first, but under your instigation, all my strengths have disappeared. Lin Yu will no longer take me seriously, let alone consider me someone he likes. The reason for all of this is entirely your fault. At that moment, Wu Hohat truly regretted it. She finally understood why Lin Yu said that sending her in was the best outcome. At least there's no danger to life inside. And now his daughter has gone insane. Lin Yu, save me. No matter what, you taught my mother. My daughter has gone mad. I believe you are not the kind of cold-hearted person. Please, save me. Wu Hohat ran back frantically, screaming. She had only run a few steps when a burly man got out of the car, grabbed her by the neck, and several men dragged her into the car. The vehicles gradually drove away. Han Shui was still standing at the entrance of the villa. Her gaze was fixed on Villa No One, and a tear was slowly sliding down her cheek. She doesn't even know what she's become now, not to mention the future. She doesn't even know how to live in the present. The people who appeared were becoming increasingly terrifying. A worm had already been planted in her own mind. Lin Yu, I really regret it. If I hadn't listened to my mother back then, I might not be who I am today. Perhaps if my good qualities hadn't disappeared, you would still have had a glimmer of hope for me, but unfortunately I have disappointed you. I've now included everyone I hate in my list, even my own mother will suffer a terrible death. Next up is the Jia family. They're still cowering in the corner, too afraid to mess with you again, while you haven't taken them seriously at all. But I will not forget all the culprits. I will send them all to hell, and I will take those bastards with me when I die. Those soft words quickly disappeared into the night sky. Lin Yu appeared at the doorway, watching the departing figure with no emotion in his eyes. Perhaps those words were what Han Shui truly wanted to say. However, he no longer had any feelings for this woman, and he would not be emotionally affected even if she died right in front of him. What's past is past, there's no going back. 552, Chapter 552 Minor Trouble. When the sun shone on the earth again, Lin Yu opened his eyes. Looking at the sleeping child in his arms, a look of tenderness appeared on his face. Just then, Su Wanrong's phone on the table suddenly rang. Lin Yu picked it up casually, looked at the secretary's name on the screen, and answered it directly. President Su, something has happened at our technology factory. A lot of people went to cause trouble and even killed our workers. Those people didn't look like good people, they looked like thugs from the underworld. Moreover, if they stay, it will lead to the complete collapse of our Su group. We also want you to personally meet their leader. Lin Yu said calmly, alright, I understand. Don't tell Wanrong about this for now. I will take care of it. Speaking in a calm and gentle tone is because I don't want to wake the person sleeping soundly in my arms. The secretary on the other end of the phone said with some surprise, Mr. Lin, so it was you who answered the phone. The things that happened in our factory are things that you could probably solve very easily. Moreover, recently, there have been frequent troublemaking incidents, but this is the first time such a serious situation has occurred. They not only injured the workers but also damaged the machinery. Previously, President Su told me not to talk to you, wanting to handle it myself. Looking at the flawless face of the woman in his arms, Lin Yu smiled and said, "This matter should be resolved by this afternoon at the latest. All right, my wife is still asleep. Don't tell her about this." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. He had dealt with those people in the underworld before, and even if they hadn't, they probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the Su group. After all, those people were after money, not loyalty and brotherhood. It is definitely not a wise move to provoke a large company for no reason. It seems there's more to this than meets the eye. He had originally planned to call the squad leader directly, but considering that the squad leader was injured and still recovering, he put the phone down. Once outside the villa, I took out my phone and sent a message to Xiaolu. The person is still dealing with some things and won't arrive until noon today. It seems I'll have to make the trip myself. You can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. Lin Yu was too lazy to deal with such trivial matters, but since those people wanted to cause trouble, and he didn't have many people he could use right now, he didn't want to use those who had gone into hiding. That's often your trump card, something you can use unexpectedly. Anyway, he doesn't have anything to do right now, so he'll just treat the trip as a bit of fun. He also had a lot of information about those people in the underworld. After seeing the information, he didn't hesitate for long and drove off directly. When Su Wanrong woke up, she saw a note on the table, along with some breakfast. "Going out so early in the morning, is there something important?" Lin Yu didn't want such a thing to disturb Su Wanrong's mood, so he didn't say it directly. His vehicle had by then arrived in front of a suburban clubhouse. As soon as we stopped, a few carefree young men walked over. "Dude, your car is nice, but you should have seen the words written below the clubhouse. Non-members are not accepted. You look unfamiliar to us, so you're probably not a member here. Please turn your car around and go back." 553, Chapter 553 Dragon Head. Lin Yu glanced at the group of people. Those guys looked nonchalant, but they were clearly testing the waters. He said calmly, "I remember your underworld boss used to be called Dragon Head. I even know him. Has it changed now?" Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of those people, but then they looked at each other and saw a sinister smile in each other's eyes. "What's your relationship with our boss?" "Our leader hasn't changed, just changed his nickname to Dragon Head. If you really know our boss and want to come and see him, we can help you with the introduction. However, there's something I need to make clear to you beforehand. If your relationship with our boss isn't particularly good, and you're not at the level of brothers who would die for each other, you'd better not go looking for trouble. Our boss has very important things to do right now, and ordinary people can't disturb him at all." Lin Yu understood the meaning behind their words. They were setting a trap for him. He said with a half smile, "Just take me there. You can't understand the relationship between me and your boss. He would go through fire and water for me, even jump into a fire pit to die." Upon hearing this, the group of people showed surprise in their eyes, but they quickly burst into laughter. "Since you have such a good relationship with our boss, we'll take you with us now. You'd better not lie, or the consequences could be severe." Seeing that Lin Yu's expression remained calm and composed, as if he didn't take their words seriously at all, the group felt a surge of anger. This guy doesn't take them seriously at all. Since you're looking for death, then take this guy with you. They led the way inside, with two others following behind Lin Yu to prevent him from escaping. Upon entering the club, I found that there were no guests at all. The surroundings were empty and very quiet. The clubhouse is eerily quiet. It used to be known as a den of iniquity. It has become so bleak. Without saying a word, the group led Lin Yu into the elevator and pressed the button for the third basement level. "Our boss is on the third basement level. Let's go straight there. He'll probably be very happy to see you." Lin Yu noticed the mockery in their words. He had already guessed some of the possibilities. The elevator moved quickly, and when it arrived at the underground level and the door was opened, an extremely strong smell of blood filled the air. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, then stepped directly into the elevator. Hey guys, another one's here. This guy seems to have a very close relationship with our former boss, we can't let him get away. After they shouted these words, more than 30 burly men emerged from the basement, all exuding a strong aura of menace. Ordinary people might be terrified by just one look from them. However, even when facing so many people, Lin Yu remained calm and composed, without the slightest change in emotion. This surprised everyone. Kid, it seems you're no ordinary person. Let's go, come with us to meet our current leader. Maybe if we reach a cooperation agreement, you won't have to die. 554, Chapter 554 ends here. Lin Yu remained calm and followed behind them, walking several hundred meters from the basement. He didn't utter a single word from beginning to end. Those people also had very strange looks in their eyes. Some of them, after arriving here and realizing that this place was a trap, would definitely go berserk on the spot, or be so scared that they wet themselves. The calmness of the person in front of them made them feel uneasy. However, they didn't think much of it. The one inside was a true master. In their eyes, he was like a god. The valve in the basement was opened. Who else have you brought? The person who spoke was sitting at his desk, reading a book in his hand, without even looking up. He looked to be around 30 years old, with a scholarly and gentle appearance. Boss, his identity is definitely extraordinary. The young man who led Lin Yu earlier had a fawning expression on his face and repeated everything Lin Yu had said. The dragon had turned its gaze over, a look of surprise in its eyes. He couldn't sense any aura from Lin Yu. Just like the person in front of you, standing there, yet seemingly destined to blend into the surrounding environment. The last time he experienced this feeling was with his master, a master whose strength had reached an absolutely terrifying level. To merge oneself with nature is at least the mark of a grandmaster. Who are you? The dragonhead's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. In his mind, he cursed the underlings at the door thoroughly. They dare to bring just anyone in, it's like bringing a scourge back to their lair. A calm expression appeared on Lin Yu's face as he walked directly to the dragon's head and sat down. He said calmly, "You are not qualified to know who I am. I'm here today just to ask you a few questions. Whose idea was to target the Sioux group? What forces are behind this reshuffling and personnel change here?" Upon hearing this, the dragonhead immediately stood up, took 2 steps back, and his eyes were filled with intense vigilance. He gritted his teeth. "Sir, we should have no grudges against each other. I've never even met you. I was just following orders. As for the information you're asking about, I know nothing about it. If I have done anything to offend you, I will correct it immediately. If you have any connection with the Sioux group, we will immediately have those troublemakers withdraw and will absolutely not cause you any more trouble. This is already my greatest sincerity. I hope you can stop here. You are strong, but you are only stronger than me. There are many experts behind me, and their strength is definitely far superior to yours." The henchmen around him were all a little stunned when they heard these words. Because the leader had completely defeated them all. Their greatest strength was like a god descending to earth to deal with them, as if they were swarming ants. Such a powerful figure did indeed appear somewhat cautious in front of this young man, even displaying an extremely respectful attitude. Who is this guy? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Was what I said just now not clear enough? I don't want to repeat myself a second time. You've been given a chance, you must know how to seize it. Otherwise you might regret it. 555, Chapter 555 How to Answer. The dragonhead's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. "Sir, I have made myself clear enough. I advise you not to go looking for trouble. Is it really necessary to take such a big risk to come to me for a dead person? Have you ever thought about the experts behind me? If you dare to cause trouble, although I can't beat you, the people behind me will definitely not let you off easily." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Why can't I explain it to you clearly?" "Forget it, sometimes it's far more satisfying to take action than to talk about it. Once I've beaten you into submission, you'll naturally tell me whatever you want to ask." Upon hearing that a fight was about to break out, The henchmen around him showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, they were filled with excitement and anticipation. They regarded the gang leader as a godlike figure, and the fact that the boss in front of them treated this guy with such respect already made them somewhat unhappy. Now that they were about to take action, they were already prepared to watch the exciting scene unfold. This guy actually dared to fight with our bossy. Think he's tired of living. How many moves do you think he can withstand? How many more moves? If he can withstand even one move, then he must be very strong. Perhaps this is just some spoiled brat who popped up out of nowhere, daring to act all high and mighty in front of our boss this time. He'll either die or suffer a terrible fate. They took the previous leader's humility as a sign that he didn't want to cause too much trouble. However, even the leader of the gang was somewhat unconvinced. He never expected that anyone would dare to cause him trouble. Lin Yu didn't even stand up, he simply raised his finger and flicked it lightly. The leader in front of him couldn't help but take a step back. He didn't see anything, but he felt a surge of spiritual energy enter his acupoints. What did you do to me? A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. You'll find out soon enough, no need to rush. When you notice the changes in your body, you will understand what you are about to endure. You'd better think about how to answer the question I just asked you. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. You will not have a chance to speak for the next 20 minutes. After saying that, he released his spiritual energy again. When the leader tried to say something, he found that his throat was as if it had been directly constricted. His pupils suddenly contracted. He knew what Lin Yu wanted to say, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. The henchmen around them were completely bewildered, because they had no idea what had happened. Holy crap, our boss must have been ambushed by him. Let's take him down. After we subdue him, we'll force him to hand over the antidote. They had also heard the gang leader talk about some unusual toxins. Now that they thought Lin Yu had used poison silently, they all rushed over. However, as soon as they arrived in front of Lin Yu, you could feel an invisible wave suddenly emanating from Lin Yu's body. In that instant, it was as if a mountain had crashed down on their heads, and they were all forced to their knees by the invisible pressure. The group of people's knees were bleeding from kneeling. Some people even had their kneecaps shattered on the spot. Lin Yu said calmly, "You are all just ordinary people, and I can't be bothered to make a move. If you don't want to die, then kneel there obediently. You'd better plug your ears, or you might die if you hear something you shouldn't." 556, Chapter 556 was an order given by my master. The faces of those people were filled with extreme fear. None of them had expected that the person in front of them would be so terrified. Without even lifting a finger, they simply made them all lie face down on the ground. Is this even human? Lin Yu sat there quietly and lit a cigarette for himself. You'd better answer my questions and not lie, or the consequences will be severe. Remember, tell the truth. The gang leader had collapsed to the ground in agony, his muscles spasming and twitching like ripples on water. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. At that moment, he truly understood what it meant to suffer a pain worse than death. If he were given another chance, he would never argue with Lin Yu. He would even tell everything honestly, since they controlled these underground forces and wouldn't deliberately hide anything. However, those 10 minutes felt like an eternity to him. The torment he endured completely broke him down. Even if you crawl up to me, it won't do you any good. I won't give you a chance. Since we've talked for 10 minutes, I'm making sure you have enough time to think it over. Otherwise, if you lie, it could very well lead to some misinformation for me. I need 100% accuracy. His calm words had already driven the gang leader to despair. Not even a minute could pass. Not to mention that the duration of the ordeal was less than half. Pain appeared on his face, and the extreme distortion and grotesqueness made his face look like a ghost. Lin Yu smiled slightly. This is your own choice, you can't blame others. If you had answered honestly and in plain language before, you wouldn't be in this situation now. Just bear with it slowly, it will only take 10 minutes at most, it will pass in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing this, the leader completely lost his composure. His tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and his mouth was open as if he were wailing, but no sound came out. When the henchmen around saw this scene, everyone was filled with fear. They didn't know what kind of pain their leader was enduring, but it was definitely beyond human endurance. It's obvious that the leader has lost control of his bladder and bowels. You can get out now and don't bother me. Lin Yu's calm words were like a pardon to his underlings. As soon as the pressure on their bodies disappeared, the group of people scrambled out without hesitation. Not a single person dared to utter a sound, for fear of becoming Lin Yu's target. Bang! The heavy iron gate was slammed shut. In the end, only Lin Yu and the leader remained. Lin Yu suddenly waved his hand, and the spiritual energy he released was scattered. Have you thought about how to answer my question? The leader's voice trembled as he said, I am a member of the ancient god cult. I only know that I am a member of them, but I have no idea what my identity is, because that's all my master told me. He said that there are many masters in our teachings, and those masters are the real pillars of strength. I'm not qualified to know that much right now. I can only obediently follow the orders given to me by my master. He told me to control these gangsters, so I had no choice but to obey. As for dealing with the Su family, that was an order from my master. I really don't know anything. 557, Chapter 557. Interesting. Lin Yu's voice was calm as still water as he said indifferently, since you know nothing, then prepare to continue to endure this pain. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. 10 minutes is still a bit too short, leaving you with more time to hide your secrets. After saying that, Lin Yu was about to make a move. The leader of the gang roared, although I don't know what my master is going to do, I know where the other members of our ancient god cult are. Recently, I have been asking them for help frequently in order to clean up the entire underground area. I can give you their entire list. I can still serve you in the future, and give you everything in the entire underworld. Although these people are not of much use, using them to gather information is incredibly fast, to an extent you would never expect. They can receive news of even the slightest disturbance immediately. To survive and to avoid further suffering, the gang leader immediately took back all of his assets. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. I reckon those people on the lists you have are nowhere to be found now. I have dealt with the people of the ancient god cult several times and I know their character very well. This group of people is just a bunch of rats and cockroaches from the sewers. The slightest rustling of the wind can scare them away and make them run far away. Even if I knew their names and information, I wouldn't be very interested in them, they're just a bunch of small fry. However, I am very interested in another statement you made. You can set up a news network in the future if I need any information. I can contact you immediately if you can't give me a clear answer. The pain you just experienced will be something you'll enjoy endlessly. The boss had just opened his mouth. He felt as if something had hit his mouth and gone straight into his throat. He instinctively reached out to scratch it, only to see Lin Yu's cold gaze. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat and his movements froze in midair. What did you give me to eat? Lin Yu smiled and said, don't worry, it's nothing dangerous, it only flares up once a month, and if you get the antidote in time, you can suppress the poison. It was several times more painful than before. It will only make you wish you were dead, but it won't damage your bodily functions once you achieve my goal. I will give you the antidote. If you're too useless and can't satisfy me, then you'd better be prepared to just end your own life. After saying that, he took out paper and pen from his desk and wrote down a string of numbers. I gently tapped it with my finger. This is my contact information. I've seen your business card. I'll contact you as soon as possible if anything comes up. You are responsible for resolving the recent problems at the Su Group. Be nicer, or I'll come back to you. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he turned around and walked out. At this moment, Long Tu was completely exhausted, as if he had been pulled out of the water. The pain he had just experienced caused him to become dehydrated, and if it weren't for his constitution as a martial artist, he might already be dead. His face still showed terror. Betraying the ancient god cult will have dire consequences. But that kind of pain is absolutely excruciating. Should we tell Master? After telling my master about this, my betrayal of the ancient god cult will be directly confirmed. The leader was caught in a dilemma, his face showing hesitation and difficulty in making a decision. 558, Chapter 558 Overwhelmed. The leader was caught in endless hesitation and struggle. Several minutes passed before his gaze regained its unwavering resolve. This matter must not be told to master, otherwise, given master's ruthless nature, he will definitely regard me as a traitor. We can only bear this burden and not let our master know. However, the purpose of building a communication network is precisely the ancient god cult. They are now like a group of blind people. After Lin Yu eliminated everyone else, he reassigned us to this place. It's so that they can see Lin Yu's every move again. I forgot to tell Lin Yu about this, but I can use it as a way to show off my achievements next time I see him. He has made up his mind now. That way, the master will find out about this, so he needs to get rid of everyone present today. Meanwhile, at the Su group, Su Wanrong frowned deeply as she looked at the report that was handed to her, her expression becoming somewhat serious. Has the factory not yet found a solution? They bullied us like that, and nobody dared to fight back. There are at least several hundred workers in the factory. Are they just going to let them bully us like that? The secretary shook her head, hesitant about whether to tell President Su what Mr. Lin had said. Su Wanrong's face showed mild anger. Replace the factory manager immediately. Those workers don't need to risk their lives for the factory. Even if they put in the slightest resistance, those people wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. If the factory manager can't even mobilize the factory workers, he's incompetent. She could even guess that the factory manager would choose to protect himself. So they let the factory be vandalized and the workers be bullied. The secretary whispered, according to the feedback from below, the workers are already furious. They're just being suppressed by management and don't dare to do anything excessive. Some people are afraid of being watched by those gangsters, so they let the workers be bullied. Su Wanrong bit her red lips slightly and said directly, let's go straight to the factory now. I'd like to see what outrageous things those people dare to do. After saying that, she stood up and prepared to leave. She had considered using other methods to solve the problem. I called the 6 doors directly several times. But as soon as those people left, a group of thugs turned and ran. Even if they were sent in, they would only stay for a short time at most, but someone else would immediately take their place and continue to cause trouble for the factory. This matter has already had a significant impact. This has led to a shortage of supplies in the company's production department. If this is not resolved immediately, it will cause a lot of trouble. Just as the two were about to leave, the manager suddenly rushed over. President Su, something's happened. What happened again? Su Wanrong frowned. A very bad premonition had already risen in her heart. The factory was already in a state of chaos, and if something else went wrong, it would be a huge test for their company, and they might even collapse. The manager said in a trembling voice, there are already more than 300 people gathered in front of our largest production plant. Those people didn't say anything or do anything, they just stood in front of the factory. Many workers are now afraid to go to the factory. They call to resign directly. The factory manager has also submitted his resignation. He said he is afraid that his family will be implicated. Su Wanrong frowned, her eyes filled with seriousness. What was initially just minor squabbles had already caused them a great deal of trouble. There were only a few dozen people at that time. But now more than 300 people have gone there. What are they trying to do? 559, Chapter 559 Trust. Upon receiving this news, Su Wanrong dared not linger and quickly arrived at the factory with her secretary. As soon as I arrived, I saw more than 300 people gathered at the entrance. They looked fierce and were clearly not people to be trifled with. Those people didn't block the factory entrance, they stood on either side of the factory, quietly saying nothing. President Su, shall we head back first? I feel it would be better to leave this matter to Mr. Lin to handle. After all, Ms. Su, you are so beautiful. What if those people have bad intentions? The secretary behind her was trembling with nervousness. Su Wanrong frowned. She wasn't stupid, and she wouldn't easily put herself in danger. However, at this moment, she carefully observed the changes in those people's expressions and demeanor. and felt that something seemed off about them. He even wondered if these guys were deliberately trying to lure him over. "President Sue, don't hesitate, let's go back." "We can't go back if we leave and something irreversible happens. It could cause a lot of trouble for our Sue group. If this matter is not handled properly, it will severely damage our company's reputation. It could even be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. And I always go to Lin Yu for everything, otherwise I'll just look like I'm incompetent and useless." Su Wanrong observed the expressions of those people and saw that there were no significant changes. A thought even crossed her mind. "Did you tell them what happened here?" The sudden question made the secretary's heart skip a beat, thinking of Lin Yu's instructions, but she looked at President Su's eyes. The secretary was a little anxious and didn't know what to choose. A smile appeared on Su Wanrong's face. "I never expected that my little secretary, who has been with me for so many years, would now start to side with Lin Yu. What kind of spell did that guy cast on you to make you listen to him so much? I know you must have spoken to him. Now that he knows what's going on here, it's impossible that he hasn't taken any action. Let's go, we'll go straight there won't be any danger." The secretary was about to say something, but Su Wanrong had already pushed open the car door and gotten out. Her lovely face was filled with tension and worry. Since President Su has already gone there in person, she can't just cower behind. With a heart full of trepidation, they followed, but the people on both sides just looked at them without making any move, and didn't even say a word. "President Su, their eyes are terrifying. Why don't we call Mr. Lin first? He just received the call this morning." "It's not that I wanted to tell Mr. Lin about the company directly, but when I called you, President Su, Mr. Lin answered the phone. After I finished explaining the situation quickly, I realized that Mr. Lin was the one listening to the phone. Even if Mr. Lin wanted to make preparations, he couldn't possibly act so quickly to deal with those people. Less than half a day has passed." Su Wanrong's face, however, was filled with a confident smile. "You don't know him well enough. I have full confidence that he has resolved this matter. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be standing here for no reason. Just wait and see, I'm sure there will be some excitement soon." 560, Chapter 560 Expulsion. Su Wanrong had absolute trust in Lin Yu and believed that he could easily handle the matter. This trust comes from the heart. The secretary looked anxious and was speechless. President Su has been completely blinded by love. The wise, intelligent, and decisive President Su, please come back, don't blindly trust Lin Yu. Don't worry, if you're scared, just go back to the car and sit down. The secretary shook her head vigorously upon hearing this. They were already halfway there. With those people watching her, she dared not go back alone. A small hand involuntarily grabbed Su Wanrong's arm and quickly followed, her face slightly pale. Meanwhile, inside the factory. The factory manager's face was full of worry and helplessness, and his eyes were filled with fear. Especially when he saw Su Wanrong arrive, he hurriedly ran over to greet her, followed by all the factory employees. There were only a little over 100 people in total. The remaining employees saw what was happening when they were on duty and didn't dare to come in. They even attacked the more than 300 people. President Su, you finally arrived. I really can no longer be competent in this factory management position. A lot has happened at the factory in the past few days. If it weren't for me keeping things under control, I probably would have already had a falling out with them. Now, Mr. Su, you can see exactly how many people they have. These people don't care about their reputation at all. Once they want to make a move, they won't care who we are. I suggest that President Su find a way to meet with their boss as soon as possible. I estimate that their boss is definitely after the Su group. Could we let these lowly men under our command protect you from disaster? I'm ready to resign too. I can't afford to play this game with you guys anymore. When he said this, he deliberately put on a pitiful look. Later, he thought that Su Wanrong could still offer some sympathy, or at least say a few words of comfort. Even if he can no longer be competent as the factory manager, he can at least return to the Su group to do another management job. After all, he can't be blamed for this. However, to his surprise, Su Wanrong said directly, since you can't afford to play this game, you can just go back. I have already approved your request. Su Wanrong extended her hand, and her secretary immediately handed her the resignation letter. After taking it out, he quickly wrote his name on the pen handed to him by his secretary, and then handed it directly to the factory manager. "Alright, you can go directly to the company's finance department to collect your salary now. From this moment on, you are no longer an employee of my Sue Group." Upon hearing this, the factory manager was completely taken aback. He stared blankly at Su Wanrong, and after a few seconds of stunned silence, he hurriedly said, "President Su, you didn't even read my resignation letter. I want to step down as factory manager and be transferred to another department. It's not that I don't want to work, it's that I simply can't work in the factory. My wife and children have families, and I can't risk getting my whole family involved by going against them." Su Wanrong said in an icy voice, "I never intended for you to risk your lives for the factory. I just wanted you to be more assertive, at least not to stand by and watch your employees being bullied without doing anything. As a manager, if you can't even guarantee the basic safety of your employees, then your management is completely ineffective. Do you think management is that easy? So you can leave now." 561, Chapter 561 Bully at Home. The factory manager is now filled with regret. Although he did some things before, it doesn't mean he wants to leave the company. After all, the Su Group is a well-known and large company. Whether it's salary and benefits or the attitude towards employees, the Su Group does a very good job. Leaving this company would essentially mean starting all over again, and at his age, finding a good job would be virtually impossible. "President Su, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Su Wanrong said calmly, "Okay, then you should resolve the factory issue right now. Even if you can't solve it, you should at least have the courage to stand at the factory gate and talk to them. I hired you to manage the factory, not to cause me trouble, but to solve my problems. Never put the cart before the horse when doing things." This statement left the factory manager feeling embarrassed and helpless. He had no such ability, and seeing those 300 fierce-looking men terrified him. Su Wanrong ignored Li Huitao and went directly to the employees, her expression serious. "I heard before that you were going to resign. Now I can give you a chance. If any of you want to leave, you can just tell me. The factory will not owe you a single penny of wages, but if you want to come back after leaving the factory, we will not hire you again. Those who stay will receive a 20% pay raise." Upon hearing this, the employees began to discuss it amongst themselves. Su Wanrong wouldn't talk to them about her feelings for the factory, she would only consider practical benefits. None of the workers stepped forward, all of them had expectant looks in their eyes. Su Wanrong smiled and nodded, "That's right, since no one has resigned, let's go back to our respective posts. The factory's production cannot be interrupted. As for those people outside, I naturally have a way to deal with them." The workers looked at each other in bewilderment. Just as they were about to turn back, they suddenly heard the factory manager shout, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Don't you know why we're giving you a raise? With so many people outside, if you continue to go back to work, what they do next could very well bring you deadly danger. This factory is completely finished. It's been targeted by those underworld figures. There's no benefit to be gained from it. I advise you to leave as soon as possible and not waste your time in this factory." The factory manager's goal was simple, to get everyone on board. Without these skilled workers, even with the most advanced equipment, it's like a skilled cook trying to make a meal without rice. And as long as he gets these workers on the same page, Su Wanrong will have to politely invite her back. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he heard a mocking laugh coming from outside. "Who was spouting nonsense here? It turns out to be you, you cowardly wimp." Upon hearing this sound, the factory manager turned around abruptly, about to unleash a furious tirade. Then he saw a familiar figure. That man was the leader of the underworld. He had come once before, and the factory director was bowing and scraping before him like a grandson. Now he dares to cause trouble in front of Su Wanrong. This is like a rat carrying a gun, bullying others only in its own nest. 562, Chapter 562 The Attitude of Apology. Su Wanrong frowned slightly, her eyes filled with seriousness. The person who walked over had an extraordinary presence, and the more than 300 people following behind him finally made a move. They all followed behind the leader and slowly entered the factory. The factory workers did not back down. They stood behind Su Wanrong, ready to fight for the factory at her word. Not for any other reason than the humiliation I've suffered these past few days. Su Wanrong showed them the factory's tough side, instead of having their temper constantly suppressed by the factory manager. President Su, I must sincerely apologize for what I did before. This is a complete case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. It's like family members not recognizing each other. As soon as he said this, the dragon head bowed deeply. The people behind him all bowed in unison, their imposing presence leaving everyone present speechless with astonishment. No one expected this outcome. I don't know you, and we have no grudge against each other. Why would you suddenly target our factory? Who is supporting you? Upon hearing Su Wanrong's cold words, Long Tu straightened up slightly. He looked embarrassed. He didn't want to appear weak in front of so many brothers, nor did he want to lose face, so he only bowed. But to everyone's surprise, Su Wanrong was so assertive that she immediately questioned him on the spot. He hesitated only briefly before making a decision, and smiled slightly at Su Wanrong. President Su, this is a long story. However, I can explain it to you. It was all our fault before, and we are sorry to your factory. All the jewelry was wrapped around my body. After he finished speaking, he started arguing, and the person behind him gave him a look. The person who came with him immediately came over carrying 2 briefcases. The combination lockbox in the air opened and was placed on the ground. You might see bright red bills inside. The leader then pulled out a check from his person, held it with both hands, and handed it over with utmost respect. President Su, from now on we're family. Mr. Lin gave me a chance and made me his subordinate, which is a great honor for me. As for those people behind the scenes, Mr. Su, you don't need to pay any attention to them from now on. Mr. Lin will protect you. You can just do your best, and no one will dare to stop you, nor will anyone be able to stop you. Su Wanrong frowned. She glanced at those people, and the first thing that came to her mind was why Lin Yu had recruited these people as his subordinates. These guys aren't good people. Will they cause Lin Yu any trouble? Just then, a calm and composed voice suddenly rang out from behind. Is this how you respond when I ask you to apologize? These calm words caused the dragon's body to tremble slightly. He didn't want to lose face, but just thinking about Lin Yu's terrifying aura made his legs involuntarily bend, and he knelt down in front of Su Wanrong with a thud. The 300+ people all showed expressions of astonishment, but soon they remembered the leader's instructions. Everyone knelt down in unison. A large group of people knelt before Su Wanrong, which made all the factory employees tremble with fear. Their hearts were also in turmoil. Especially when he saw the young man walking in from outside the factory, a thought involuntarily popped into his mind. Where did this amazing person come from? One sentence was enough to make hundreds of people kneel in submission? 563, Chapter 563 Envy. Lin Yu didn't even glance at the reactions of those people. A faint smile appeared on his face. He walked straight past those people and came directly in front of Su Wanrong, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Su Wanrong's pretty face flushed slightly. Why are you here? Of course I'm worried about you. Lin Yu smiled and turned his gaze to the dragon head. His eyes remained calm, as if there was no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. The leader's face was covered in pimples, and large beads of sweat kept dripping down. His voice trembled slightly as he said, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, my attitude wasn't sincere enough. President Su, it's all our fault. We listened to slander. Please give us a chance. This is just a small token of our appreciation and compensation. Please accept it. If you don't forgive me, Mr. Lin will kill me. Please save me. Really know I was wrong. Please give me one last chance. I promise to become the most loyal servant of the Su Shi group from now on. Anyone who dares to provoke you will be utterly destroyed by Mei. Will do the things that you cannot do. Anyone who dares to target the Su group is trampling on my face. This is practically saying outright that the Su group is his master. All the employees present were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes filled with disbelief. Su Wanrong subconsciously turned her gaze to Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and said, You can make the decision yourself. Whatever you decide, I will support you. Whether right or wrong, your decision represents my opinion. This kind of pampering makes countless people envious. Especially the secretary next to him, whose eyes seemed to be filled with hearts. Her envy was almost palpable. Su Wanrong felt a warmth spread through her heart after a brief hesitation. She made up her mind and turned her gaze to those people. We have no grudges against each other since this matter is over. You don't need to kneel anymore. Get up, just don't cause any more trouble for our factory. I don't need your compensation, our factory can afford it. The dragon head seemed about to say something, but Lin Yu simply glanced at him calmly. Let's go back. Yes. Yes. The leader didn't dare to utter a single word and bowed respectfully to Lin Yu. After thanking Su Wanrong again, he hurriedly left with his people. Lin Yu looked at the workers and said, "Go ahead and get busy, don't be a third wheel for us." The workers couldn't help but smile. Their extra enthusiasm for their work not only earned them a raise, but also allowed them to witness the true power of the Su Group. Those big shots in the underworld didn't dare utter a single word in front of this important figure. Working in a factory like this, you don't have to worry about your safety at all. You might even be able to walk out with pride in the future. Lin Yu took Su Wanrong's hand and smiled. If you encounter similar trouble again, feel free to call me anytime. I don't care about normal business competition. But anyone who tries to use underhanded methods to deal with you will regret it. Upon hearing this, a captivating smile appeared on Su Wanrong's face. Next time I'll definitely tell you first. How about I hand the company over to you to manage? I think I'm better suited to quietly follow behind you and support you. Lin Yu's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. You want to be a housewife? 564, Chapter 564, Bear the Consequences. Su Wanrong blushed slightly, thinking about the rapid progress in their relationship. He was just one step away from breaking through that final barrier, and he was even prepared, but this guy was really going too far. Especially recently, for some reason, this guy has become less bad than before and has even behaved himself. Do I really have to rush over and tackle him to the ground? I won't be your housewife, at most I'll be your secretary. I need to keep an eye on you, you bastard. Who knows what you might do that might go too far. I don't want you to be causing trouble outside and I won't know anything about it. You have a precedent to learn from. Lin Yu's smile deepened. Just kidding, how could I possibly let you stay at home? I may not be as good as you when it comes to business matters. It's not that you're inferior to me, it's just that you're lazy and don't want to care at all. Su Wanrong's eyes were filled with annoyance. She had already thought about the future. What if she got pregnant? She couldn't possibly still be busy with company affairs then, could she? Lin Yu, however, hadn't thought that far ahead at all. He didn't know what Su Wanrong was thinking, but he smiled and ruffled her dark hair, saying, "The matter here is not simple, and there's no need to investigate any further. I'll take care of whoever's behind this." The dragon head was also acting under someone's orders. He wasn't the culprit. Although some things are just minor troubles, they are like toads jumping on your feet. They don't bite, but they are still annoying. Just as Su Wanrong was about to say something, she suddenly sensed someone watching her. She instinctively turned her head and saw the factory manager still huddled in the corner. This guy was so frightened he turned pale just now, and now he's even more pathetic. The question that was originally meant to be asked of Lin Yu was now swallowed back. She said coldly, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" The factory manager looked at Lin Yu with some fear, then said cautiously, "President Su, I'm sorry, I still want to continue working at the factory. I was judging people blindly before, and..." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu coldly said, "Disappear from my sight within 10 seconds. You will be responsible for the consequences if you exceed this time limit. I don't want to waste a single word of my breath on you." The factory manager knelt down on the ground. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Please give me another chance. President Su, I know you have a soft heart. Besides, I was a factory worker when your grandfather was managing the Su Group. So many years have passed, and even if I haven't made any great contributions, I have certainly worked hard. Please, Mr. Su, give me a chance to make amends." Having experienced the cutthroat competition in the business world, Su Wanrong is not one to be soft-hearted. She said coldly, 10 seconds have passed. You must bear the consequences of your choices. After saying that, Su Wanrong went straight to the office that had been left for her at the factory. Lin Yu sneered, I gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't cherish it now. Even if you want to leave, you won't have the chance. Get ready to crawl out of here. After he finished speaking, he immediately released a wisp of spiritual energy. The factory manager wanted to say something, but found that his mouth was open and he couldn't make a sound at all, as if his throat had been completely blocked by hunger. A look of terror was already visible on his face. It was only then that he realized he had lost all feeling in his legs, and he was kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up. He really wanted to ask what Lin Yu had done to him. 565, Chapter 565. You've gotten your turn today. Lin Yu said calmly, do you want to crawl out yourself, or have the security guards beat you out? You just tried to incite everyone in the factory to follow you, to tie everyone to your side. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Do you think the factory can't do without you? The world will keep turning no matter who is missing, so don't take yourself too seriously. I gave you a chance but you didn't cherish it. You still talk about merits and hard work. If you don't climb out on your own, I will have someone do a thorough accounting for you and make you pay back all the income you've earned over the years. Lin Yu knew without even guessing that this kind of person must have benefited a lot from him. He just couldn't be bothered to investigate. When the factory manager heard this, his face turned extremely ugly. Even in his current state, he did not want to be investigated any further, otherwise he would truly be doomed. He could only crawl out of the factory using his two hands. He found that the further he crawled out, the more pain he experienced, especially in his legs, which felt as if someone was chopping his flesh with a knife. Lin Yu turned around and walked straight back. After the factory manager crawled out, the security guards couldn't help but spit on him a few times. Pa, you finally met your match. Even if I were to work as a security guard in the factory, I'd still have to skin you alive. You're getting off easy like this. Our CEO Su didn't investigate further, otherwise you would have been dead. But that Mr. Lin was really amazing. He was absolutely stunning. The security guards couldn't help but start talking about what had just happened. Their faces were all beaming with smiles. The events of the past few days have put them under a lot of pressure, and it was their security guards who were more often injured. The factory workers were actually not seriously injured, since they were on the outermost edge of the line. But now, the clouds have parted and the sun is shining through. When Lin Yu arrived at the office, he saw Su Wanrong with her brows slightly furrowed. After looking at the account books, he couldn't help but show anger on his face. It's really unfair that the factory manager got such a good deal. He's been eating up so much of the factory's profits. Lin Yu smiled slightly, walked over and hugged the soft person in his arms. Don't worry, he will pay the price for what he did. The profits he made weren't even enough to cover his treatment for those legs. He will only be able to spend the rest of his life in pain. Su Wanrong blushed slightly seeing that the office door was already closed. She turned her face and gave a reproachful look. You didn't even know to tell me beforehand. He secretly answered my call while I was asleep. Next time something like this happens, you need to tell me so I can be mentally prepared. Lin Yu smiled and said, I didn't intend for you to know about this, but I didn't expect you to come to the factory yourself. These things are just minor troubles that I can easily solve. But this might be a big problem for you. I've helped you so much. Have you thought about how to thank me? Su Wanrong snorted, you're helping yourself. The Su Group originally had shares in you, so you're my boss now. I haven't even asked you to pay me a salary yet. Her words even had a hint of coquetry. Lin Yu grinned mischievously, then I'll pay you a salary right now, and give you several hundred million. Several hundred million? 566, Chapter 566 Control. Su Wanrong still didn't understand what that sentence meant. Lin Yu whispered a few words into that delicate little ear. Do you understand now? Su Wanrong raised her small fist and punched Lin Yu's shoulder a few times, her exquisite and perfect face already flushed. Even her reproachful words trembled slightly. You're clearly trying to bully me, you. Su Wanrong's words were abruptly cut off before she could finish speaking. Her eyes slowly closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Sensing that intense heat, Su Wanrong gave a hesitant response. Especially when she felt that big hand grab her, Su Wanrong couldn't help but tremble slightly. No! Su Wanrong watched Lin Yu's attacks, and her pretty face became even more beautiful and radiant. Don't do anything reckless, this is the office. And it happened inside the factory. How can I face my employees if they see this? Lin Yu smiled and lifted the delicate little chin, then I'll savor it slowly when I get home. Su Wanrong didn't give any response, but blushed and leaned against Lin Yu's chest, feeling the warmth of his embrace, a barely perceptible smile appearing on her lips. This rascal has finally seen the light. As Lin Yu held the soft figure in his arms, a smile gradually appeared on his face. I think I said it myself, I'll let you pounce on me. I cannot break my vow, after all, I always keep my word in front of you, and my word is as good as gold. You bastard. Su Wanrong gritted her teeth in anger. Lin Yu's smile only deepened. When they came out of the factory, Su Wanrong was still a little angry and hesitant. Should we act impulsively or not? Lin Yu went straight back to the villa, and he now had a basic understanding of the situation with the ancient god cult. Xiao Lu even went to the villa's hall and waited there, which was spotless. His physique was imposing, standing nearly 2 meters tall, and his mere presence exuded a powerful sense of intimidation. When he saw Lin Yu, he couldn't help but grin, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Boss. Those burning gazes were like those of the most devout believers, seeing their faith reflected in their own. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Now the entire ice city is basically under my control. Some people should not be used for the time being. You can order around the remaining people who have surfaced. I only have one request. Let's turn the entire ice city into an impregnable fortress from now on. This will be our base camp. Xiao Lu immediately nodded respectfully, his smile becoming even brighter. Boss, should we call the others over as well? They're so envious they're practically green with envy. Lin Yu shook his head. It's just an ice city. Calling them over is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The reason I sent you is because you're the quickest thinking of all the brothers. The closer to me, the more it is at the center of the vortex. However, they don't have the guts to scheme against you for the time being. But don't let your guard down. This reminder may be unnecessary, but for you, it's them who should be careful. Lin Yu was very clear that Xiao Lu was definitely the same person as his ranking. That's really old-fashioned. Xiao Lu scratched his head and laughed. Boss, don't worry about leaving it to me. I guarantee that during this period, the entire city of Harbin will be a center that we can control at any time. Even if a fly flies in, I will know whether it is male or female. 567, Chapter 567. Going down a dark road. As if he had just thought of something, Xiao Lu immediately reported, Boss, when I came here I heard about some things that happened here, so I did a little investigation. We've caught a few prisoners. We also got some information from those people. It seems that our brother's poisoning this time is related to the Jia family. I haven't found out the specifics of the relationship yet. I will immediately arrange for someone to investigate and thoroughly investigate this matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled faintly. No need to investigate, I will go there myself this time. I gave them a chance before, but they didn't know how to cherish it. Since they want to cause trouble, I'll play along with them. Send someone over now and tell them to kneel down and beg for mercy at the entrance of the Su group. Within 1 day after that day, their chance will be over. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu immediately nodded, accepted the order, and left. Lin Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table. This whole thing is aimed at him, and there must be people from the ancient god cult supporting the Jia family. The struggle has already begun. Right now, it's just a matter of both sides testing each other. His probing wasn't just about taking down the members of the opposing ancient god cult, he also intended to clip all their wings. After leaving, Xiao Lu immediately arranged for someone to do this, and even the people in the Jia family were not worthy of his personal involvement. Meanwhile, at this moment, they were in the Jia family home. The head of the Jia family frowned, and his gaze was solemn. You mean to say that several of our key members have disappeared? Moreover, no clues have been sent back to us since those people left. The poison given to Wu Hohat has lost its effect, and Lin Yu has already sent her back? The person below immediately nodded and reported, That's right, the information we received earlier was about Lin Yu's subordinates. We don't know their identities. They seem to have appeared out of thin air, and they are extremely difficult to deal with. Even with the detailed information those people gave us, we only managed to outmaneuver them once by complying with it. I feel like our Jia family has been firmly controlled by someone else this time, and we've become their pawns. Master, do we really need to do this? The person standing below looked up, his eyes filled with obvious confusion. Even he himself had realized that this was a quagmire. Falling into it means certain doom, and getting out would be extremely difficult without suffering heavy losses. The head of the Jia family paced back and forth, his eyes already showing obvious hesitation. But thinking about how terrifying those people are. He gritted his teeth and thought, we've already come this far, there's no turning back now. Lin Yu will absolutely not let us off easily. Now we can only pray that he hasn't received the news yet. If someone from our family betrays us. He didn't continue speaking, but his expression became solemn and resolute. No matter what the outcome, we are now on the opposite side of Lin Yu. When faced with a choice, once you've made it, don't change it. Regret your choice. I can only go all the way down this path. 568, Chapter 568, A Chance to Choose Again. After saying those words, the head of the Jia family had a look of intense madness in his eyes. What we need to do now is very simple. That means going all out to deal with Lin Yu. I know we've become pawns in someone else's game, and the next step could very well lead us to utter ruin, but we have no choice. Winning now means we're at the pinnacle of this city. If we lose, we can just start over. I don't believe Lin Yu can really wipe out all of our family members. This also represents an opportunity for us. Otherwise, we will only be slowly devoured by the Morong group. This has already driven us to a dead end. We had no choice but to make this decision. This was all Lin Yu's own doing, and he was also forced into it. As he said this, his teeth were almost grinding to powder. Recently, their businesses have shrunk to almost nothing, and any business that can be associated with the Morong group has been completely destroyed. The Morong group is clearly on Lin Yu's side. Moreover, he helped Lin Yu without reservation. Everyone present was well aware that if this matter was not handled properly, they would only face two choices. Alternatively, they could simply withdraw from Harbin. Or they could try to appease Lin Yu, but the key issue is that Lin Yu might not let them off the hook. Thinking about that, they all couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The cause of this incident lies with Jialong, but it's too late for regrets now. Just as those people were silent, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. A bunch of ants, how dare they challenge our young master? I really don't know who gave you the courage. Our young master has given you a chance to choose again. Kneel down and beg for mercy at the entrance of the Su group within 1 day. If you do it, this matter will be completely settled. If you disagree, you can give me your answer now. I don't even need to wait a day. As the calm voice came, a man in a black trench coat walked in. His face wore a mocking sneer, and his eyes held a clear hint of ridicule. However, the expressions of those present changed when they heard these words. They all knew there were dozens of professional bodyguards outside the door, but now those bodyguards were completely silent. They just barged in like that, and it's very likely they've already taken care of all their bodyguards. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with Lin Yu? We did have some conflicts with Lin Yu before, but now we have completely severed ties. We even begged Lin Yu for forgiveness last time, and Lin Yu promised not to cause us any more trouble. Besides, my son is already in trouble. Does Lin Yu really want to kill me completely? Upon hearing this, the man in the black trench coat sneered a few times. Don't bother pretending in front of me anymore, we already have confirmed information. Even you yourself have said that some important members of your family might betray you. Don't you have any self-awareness? Upon hearing this, the Jia family head's expression finally changed. So it was you who took our family members away. Bring them back right now, or I will fight Lin Yu to the death. It seems you've already made your choice. The man in the black trench coat laughed. 569, Chapter 569, Fear. The head of the Jia family gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. Although we don't know what kind of strength you have, or who Lin Yu is. But if you don't release my family members within an hour, this means that our family and Lin Yu are destined to be enemies to the death. The man in the black trench coat laughed, a laugh that was utterly unrestrained. Very good, very good. I will deliver your message directly to our young master. I hope you won't regret your choices. After saying that, he turned around and tried to leave. The head of the Jia family immediately pulled out a weapon and pointed it at the man in the black trench coat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since Lin Yu has already made the first move, then don't blame us for taking action. They must be someone he highly values, right? If I killed you and then gave your head to Lin Yu, do you think he would be furious? Only in anger do people lose their minds and go crazy. I'd like to see just what Lin Yu is capable of. Take it easy on your journey to the underworld. Perhaps it won't be long before Lin Yu joins you." After saying this, the head of the Jia family did not hesitate and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A tremendous sound was heard. Everyone initially thought that the man in the black trench coat was definitely dead. However, what happened next made them stare wide-eyed, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. The man in the black trench coat slowly turned his head. His face still bore a thick mockery. He glanced at himself, noticing a hole in his trench coat, and shook his head. "A bunch of fools, you know nothing about true power. Although my speed is only enough to barely dodge, it's more than enough to deal with you all. But since the young master has already said that he will come to find you in person, I will stand up and let you live a little longer." After he finished speaking, he shook his trench coat. A bullet fell to the ground, and then he walked out calmly. No one present dared to stop them. Everyone saw it very clearly just now, when their patriarch pulled the trigger. The man in the black trench coat suddenly moved half a meter, his instantaneous speed leaving a trail of afterimages. That speed was beyond their comprehension. Several minutes passed before everyone present reacted and instinctively turned their gazes to their patriarch. Patriarch, that person just now was a master from Lin Yu's side. Moreover, he directly addressed Lin Yu as young master, which suggests that Lin Yu may have a massive force behind him that we cannot even imagine. Should we make a different choice, even if it's humiliating, it's better than losing our lives. Some people are already scared. The head of the Jia family gritted his teeth and said, "Now we have no chance to regret it. Do you really think that guy will let us go? You should have already seen Lin Yu's personality. If given the opportunity, he will definitely kill without hesitation. Morong Zhao's actions already represent Lin Yu's intentions. They even doubt Lin Yu. This is a deliberate attempt to deceive us and take a risk. If we really kneel down and beg for mercy, our reputation will be completely ruined. Our business influence is already minimal. If we were to kneel down and beg for mercy, what would others think of us? Do you think there will be any way for us to salvage the situation by then? Even the people behind us will take action directly, because they will think we are too shameful." 570, Chapter 570 Blatant. The head of the Jia family had no choice but to make arrangements immediately. One day should be enough for them. After receiving the confirmation, Lin Yu smiled faintly. "I glanced at the time, it was already afternoon. That should be enough to handle this matter. Since I gave it to them, and they don't want it even after a day's consideration, then I'll grant their wish. See how many people are in the Jia family, and prepare coffins immediately." The head of the Jia family was still making arrangements. Those steadfast family members were now extremely supportive of his arrangements and orders. "It's settled then, let's take action now. Even if we can't bring him here by force, we need to give Lin Yu a warning and let him know that we're not pushovers. If we let him continue to act so recklessly, we're probably doomed." After he finished speaking, those people immediately stood up and prepared to leave. They have each received their own tasks. Just as they were about to leave the villa, everyone was stunned. "What are you all standing there for?" The head of the Jia family also came over when he saw the situation at the entrance of the villa. His eyes were already bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and roared, "This is outrageous. Lin Yu is clearly determined to wipe them out completely. Burn all those coffins. No, put all these coffins in front of the Su Group's gate. Going openly is to let them know that it was sent by our Jia family." He practically shouted when he said that. However, his voice had barely faded when more than a dozen men in black had already appeared outside the door. They blocked all the exits, and Lin Yu slowly walked over. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the Jia family head's pupils constricted sharply, and his gaze was filled with extreme anger. Lin Yu, I didn't want to be your enemy. But you keep pressing me. This matter has crossed my bottom line, and I also know that you have a powerful enemy behind you. And your enemy has found me and fallen into a trap. I am a knife in their hands. If something happens to our Jia family, they can use it as an excuse to target you. I don't believe those people in power would be indifferent to the death of our Jia family. His words clearly showed a blustering but cowardly tone. Even their own family members could hear it clearly, and their expressions darkened. Lin Yu slowly walked over and stood in front of the Jia family head. A smile gradually appeared on his face. You can call the Special Operations Division right now and ask them if they dare to meddle in my business. I believe you already have their contact information. Just fight it out, so you don't still have any hope. The head of the Jia family was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said angrily, Are you trying to humiliate me? Lin Yu slowly shook his head, You think you're worthy? These 3 words nearly made the Jia family head explode with anger. At first, he didn't take Lin Yu seriously, but later he gradually realized that Lin Yu was the real master. Moreover, its origins are extremely mysterious, beyond their comprehension. I had already decided to live a life of hiding and trying to survive in the cracks. But the appearance of those mysterious people gave him renewed hope. 571, Chapter 571 Was I tricked? Now, all those people have disappeared, leaving only the Jia family as pawns. The head of the Jia family knew he had no choice. And the only thing they can rely on is the Special Operations Division. Those people clearly stated that Lin Yu was facing a mountain weighing on his head, and that it was also a sharp blade hanging over his neck. If Lin Yu goes too far, he can just call those people, and someone will naturally come to their aid. Lin Yu, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. I'll call the Special Operations Division right now and tell them you've trespassed into the Jia family's residence. They even tried to kill us to silence us when we came to our family's home. You've become extremely arrogant. I am sure the people from the Special Operations Unit will take you away immediately. As he said this, he observed the changes in Lin Yu's expression. His heart had already turned cold. He noticed that after he finished speaking, Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, as calm and composed as before. It was as if, in Lin Yu's eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of ants, not worth mentioning at all. Lin Yu said calmly, Don't just stand there, hurry up and start fighting. I don't have much time, I need to go back and cook. My wife loves the food I cook the most. If I get home late, my wife might be unhappy. Upon hearing this, the head of the Jia family was so angry that he was practically fuming. He had never been insulted like this before. Alright, then I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed the number for the Special Operations Division. When those mysterious people left, they left him their contact information, telling him to call them directly if he needed anything. But when he called, he found that no one answered. Moreover, the phone number has become invalid. Did I get scammed? Lin Yu had already guessed what was going on. He smiled and took out his phone, saying calmly, If you can't get through, I can give you another number. You can call it yourself. He's from the Special Operations Unit, and he's the manager here now. You can go directly to him. Upon hearing this, the head of the Jia family didn't care whether it was true or not, he had to make the call. The Special Operations Division is the only savior. Their family has at least 30 direct relatives. Moreover, the number of coffins placed at the entrance matched perfectly. If they don't get through this crisis, their family may be completely wiped out. His hands were trembling slightly, and the call went through quickly. A dignified voice came from this side. Who are you? How did you get my private number? Upon hearing this, the Jia family head couldn't help but ask, Are you from the Special Operations Division? I am the head of the Jia family. A group of thugs are now blocking our family's door. They have placed a coffin at our doorstep. They want to slaughter our entire family. Please save me. Upon hearing this, an enraged An enraged voice immediately rang out, "Who dares to be so audacious? They want to take action in broad daylight. Tell me who he is, or just let him answer the phone." The head of the Jia family felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. He realized who it was, and his expression became excited. "Old master, we have met before. We met at a banquet last time. However, when we met last time, I didn't know your identity. I only knew that you were an important person. Please save me." 572, Chapter 572. Failing to recognize a true immortal. "If anyone dares to act recklessly within my territory, I will naturally not stand idly by." The voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat serious. The head of the Jia family spoke directly. "He is Lin Yu." "Who do you think he is?" The voice on the other end became noticeably eerie. It was as if the sound had changed due to the overwhelming shock. "He is Lin Yu, and he is extremely arrogant. He gave me his phone number and told me to call here directly. He said that your Special Operations Division doesn't dare to interfere with his affairs. Wherever he is, you all have to give him a wide berth. Lin Yu is simply too arrogant. You could even say he's unscrupulous. You must not embolden him. Otherwise, he'll turn the whole city of Harbin into a mess. We have to take him down and teach him a lesson." As the head of the Jia family spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Yu, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. "With such embellishment, I refuse to believe that the Special Operations Unit hasn't responded yet." However, the next second, the words coming from the phone left him completely dumbfounded. An angry voice came from inside. "Damn it, why didn't you say it was Lin Yu sooner? You've offended Mr. Lin and still want to call us. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Mr. Lin is right. We will stay away from anything that concerns him. Even if Mr. Lin turns this place upside down, we will still have to come out and clean up the mess. You've offended Mr. Lin, so good luck to you." After saying that, the other end of the phone hung up immediately. Hearing these words, the head of the Jia family was completely distraught. He didn't think that what they said was a deliberate mockery or ridicule directed at him. There are only two possibilities now. Lin Yu is not afraid of the Special Operations Division at all, and he doesn't even bother to find someone to impersonate him. After all, dealing with the dozen or so people standing in front of them was enough. The man in black he had seen earlier could only stand at the end of that group of more than 10 people. His terrifying strength was only at the bottom among the poor. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying abilities these dozen or so people possessed. "Lin Yu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was blind before and didn't recognize a true master. But I was forced into this situation. If I didn't agree to their demands and did what they said, then our entire family would become fish on their chopping board. Please give us another chance." As he spoke, he knelt down on the ground in humiliation. At this moment, he was completely terrified. Before that, he still had a sliver of hope. But now that last glimmer of hope has been completely shattered. He was filled with utter terror. Lin Yu said calmly, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. And you've been given more than one chance. Things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. The head of the Jia family kowtowed repeatedly. "Some people in my family have also tried to persuade me they don't want to be your enemy, they prefer a peaceful life. I know I am guilty beyond redemption. Could you please spare some members of my family, Mr. Lin? We hope you can leave us an heir. Anyone can be picked from our family, it won't lead to the extinction of our clan." Lin Yu smiled calmly, a smile that chilled the Jia family head to the bone, sending him plummeting into despair. 573, Chapter 573. Things don't happen more than 3 times. Lin Yu said calmly, "Is there anything more I need to say? I don't want to repeat what I've already said. If you don't speak any other language, then get ready to hit the road now." The head of the Jia family was completely distraught, his eyes were filled with terror, and his expression gradually changed. The fear turned into anger, and then gradually into resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Yu, we simply don't have the strength to be your enemy anymore. Why can't you just spare our lives? I have already made it clear that as long as you leave a way out for our family, I am willing to commit suicide in front of you. But why do you insist on eliminating the root of the problem? Our family no longer has the strength to be your enemy, so why do you still want to wipe us out? By the end, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Lin Yu smiled calmly. Once you make a choice, you have to pay the price for it. I gave you a day, but you didn't hesitate at all, refused on the spot, and even wanted to kill my men. You really think I don't know what you were just discussing? The opportunity was presented to you, but you squandered it. Then you can't blame anyone else. Since that's the case, the Jia family head lowered his head. However, he quickly raised his head, and a weapon in his hand was already pointed at Lin Yu. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. He was also shouting wildly, "You'll come to hell with us too. Even if you and our entire family are buried with us, we won't be at a loss." He had completely gone mad at this moment. He kept pulling the trigger of his weapon. Bang bang. Despite the continuous noise, Lin Yu did not flinch. The Jia family members all had a look of smug satisfaction in their eyes at this moment. Even if I die now, it will have been worth it. Moreover, they might not necessarily die if Lin Yu is finished, then someone might come to save them. After all, there is a group of mysterious experts on the opposite side of Lin Yu. The reason those experts haven't made a move yet is because Lin Yu is still alive. Once Lin Yu dies, those people might become their last lifeline. However, they soon couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. The head of the Jia family was utterly dumbfounded. How is that possible? Are you a human or a ghost? Why are the weapons having no effect on you? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu lightly patted his clothes and said calmly, "You know nothing about true strength. Do you really think that capital is the most powerful thing in the world? There's a saying that goes something like that from ancient times. Scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. You are just at the very bottom. Above you is an existence called the ancient martial artist. Their position is truly unshakable, and now you simply don't understand what this group of people have sacrificed while silently bearing the burden. But you won't have the chance to know anyway, so be careful in your next life." After saying that, Lin Yu turned and left. The patriarch's final madness revealed to him the true nature of the Jia family members. Everyone wanted him dead. Then there's no need to leave any seedlings for these people. Lin Yu, come back. The head of the Jia family suddenly stood up and rushed towards Lin Yu, trying to grab him. 574, Chapter 574. Why should I help you? As soon as the head of the Jia family stretched out his hand, someone immediately cut it off with a knife. Click. A gleaming blade flashed. Fresh blood spurted out. A piercing scream rang out from the head of the Jia family. Lin Yu seemed not to have heard anything and slowly walked out of the villa. Someone deliberately provoked him and even tried to use underhanded methods, which was like handing him a knife. He had overheard everything they were saying before he even came in. Not only did they want to harm her, but they also wanted to target those around her, including Su Wanrong and Morong Zhao. They have all become the targets of the Jia family. As Lin Yu walked out, his gaze fell upon a figure in the moonlight. You want to see how they end up? Han Shui walked over slowly, now wearing heavy makeup. Her clothing has also changed significantly. The black dress suited her temperament even better. Han Shui nodded. I had already found out some information before, and I also learned from my mother that it was the Jia family who gave her the poison. Originally, I was thinking of ways to get rid of these people. But since you've already made your move, I've essentially just gotten a free show. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. You're really getting bolder and bolder. How dare you show up in front of me so brazenly? Han Shui walked over, only a few dozen centimeters away from Lin Yu, a hint of nostalgia appearing on her slightly made-up face. She said softly, I know you won't kill me. You could even say I'm bait in your hands. Those people all thought you were still showing me mercy, and that you were just reluctant to do it. But they have no idea that in your eyes, I am nothing more than a tool. I know what I'm facing. Once you've lured all those people out, it will be the end of my life. But don't worry, I would never lay a hand on anyone around you, because that's your Achilles heel. It's precisely because they knew this that they didn't make me disappear. Lin Yu glanced at her and then said nothing more. Having experienced more things, I've also developed a sharper mind. Know what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Wait a minute. Han Shui called out from behind. Lin Yu didn't pause at all and got into the car directly. Han Shui ran over and stood in front of the car. Her eyes held a complex expression. Those people planted a little bug in my brain. Do you have a solution? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. It's a piece of cake for me. But why should I help you? Han Shui suddenly laughed. I can't offer you any value right now, so you won't help me. They might come back again after some time. Maybe I can provide you with valuable information at that time. Can I exchange this for your help? Lin Yu smiled calmly. That depends on what kind of value you can provide. If you don't have anything else to do, stand aside and don't block my way out. Han Shui walked to the side, watched Lin Yu's car disappear, and then glanced back in the direction of the Jia family's house. There was a hint of regret in her eyes. However, he quickly suppressed the resentment deep in his eyes. 575, Chapter 575. How could it be you? The next morning, as soon as the sunlight streamed into the room, Su Wanrong's phone rang. He immediately came to his senses after receiving the call. The lazy aura around him vanished instantly, replaced by disbelief in his eyes. What's wrong? Lin Yu hugged Su Wanrong tightly. It's a little after 6 in the morning, still a long time before work. Looking at that handsome face, Su Wanrong bit her red lips slightly. Something's happened. In just one night, all 30+ members of the Jia family's direct lineage disappeared without a trace, and starting today, the Jia group has changed hands. It seems that the biggest beneficiary is Chairman Morong. I don't know the specifics of the situation. The Jia family was one of the most prominent businesses in the area, but they disappeared overnight. This made her feel a slight sense of fear. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Didn't you already say that the biggest beneficiary is Chairman Morong? That naturally makes it clear who did this. You two have the best working relationship. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen to you, and you don't need to be afraid. Su Wanrong opened her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. She looked at Lin Yu carefully. What do you mean? Did you already know about this? Since Chairman Morong and you have such a good relationship, did he tell you before he took action? Lin Yu smiled slightly. It wasn't him who did it, it was me. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong's pupils contracted slightly. How could it be you? You were clearly at home last night. Besides, you were by my side the whole time from when I fell asleep at noon until I woke up. You didn't go out at all. How could you possibly do such a thing? Moreover, this matter has already caused a stir, and many people want to know what exactly happened to the Jia family. I just want a result. I don't want to end up like the Jia family without knowing why. Those people must be scared after all. They have a cooperative relationship with the Jia family, and now all of the Jia family's resources have fallen into Morong Zhao's hands. Lin Yu smiled and said, don't bother with them, they're just a bunch of clowns. Let them do whatever they want. You will not encounter any trouble if you run your company normally. If anyone tries to cause trouble, I don't mind making them disappear completely. There are too many things involved here, so you don't need to concern yourself with it anymore. Those people are just living in fear. After a while, if nothing like this happens, their memories will gradually fade. Su Wanrong couldn't calm down at all. She shook Lin Yu's shoulder. Then tell me, what exactly happened? You don't seem to have any grudges against the Jia group? Aside from the initial conflict between you and Jia Long, there doesn't seem to be anything else, right? They are usually busy dealing with Morong Zhao. How could I possibly have time to provoke you? Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. They didn't provoke me, but they did attack the people around me. Including despicable methods such as poisoning. If they want to take action, they should be prepared for retaliation. 576, Chapter 576. Exploring Life. Lin Yu had already anticipated this matter. There would definitely be more to come. The sudden disappearance of the Jia group would surely cause a huge uproar in the local area. Lin Yu was never worried about Morong Zhao's domineering nature. With him around, there's no need to worry about those people causing any trouble. Moreover, having taken over the Jia group, Morong Zhao had made thorough preparations. The only ones causing trouble were his anxious and fearful partners. They want to attack me? Su Wanrong asked incredulously. Lin Yu simply smiled slightly. It's not you, there are other friends too. Those friends are some of my brothers, but the Yasi group turned against them, attacked my brothers and bullied my comrades naturally. I can't let them off easily. In the future, you can also make sure that anyone who wants to cause you trouble can just tell me directly. It won't be long before the entire Ice City becomes an ironclad fortress. At that time, even if a fly flies in, we will receive the news immediately. This is our base camp, our foundation. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong couldn't even imagine what kind of grand plan Lin Yu had. She originally thought that developing her own company would be a huge step forward. The result was nothing compared to what Lin Yu had expected. You've suddenly started such a large operation, will you be able to manage it? If something happens, it could very well hurt yourself. Su Wanrong was also afraid that Lin Yu would not be able to control these people in the future. She understood very well that if some things expanded too quickly, the consequences would be unpredictable. Lin Yu smiled confidently. Don't worry about it, leave this to me. I've assigned my best brother to do this, and he'll definitely do a great job. You can contact me anytime if you need anything at the company. Now let's talk about life. Su Wanrong was about to say something when her mouth was already covered. Her beautiful eyes trembled. Trying to push this bad guy away, I found that my strength seemed to be slowly being drained away. When the sunlight shines completely into the room, Su Wanrong hurriedly tidied up, saying, "It's all your fault, you're the bad guy. I'm already late for work today." As she said this, Su Wanrong hurriedly pulled a small piece of clothing from beside Lin Yu. Her pretty face flushed crimson in front of Lin Yu. "Don't look, turn around." Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. We're already an old married couple, what's there to be shy about? Besides, I've already seen everything I was supposed to appreciate. Is there anything else I haven't seen? Yuri not going to watch anyway. Su Wanrong's voice sounded like she was being coquettish. Her pretty face was flushed, making one want to pinch it. After Su Wanrong left in a hurry, Lin Yu went downstairs. I didn't eat breakfast today, but instead did some exercise. He felt refreshed and invigorated at that moment, and only when he took out his phone did he notice a message that had been sent to him. The message sent by Morong Zhao. All the businesses had been transferred to Morong Company, but Morong Zhao directly made a contract for 80% of the shares in Morong Company. This contract is to be given to him directly. Lin Yu understood what he meant after a moment's thought, and he immediately dialed Morong Zhao's number with a smile. 577, Chapter 577. A bad premonition. After the call was made, it was answered quickly, and Morong's excited voice came through. Mr. Lin, I have already taken care of everything here. Overnight, all of Jia Group's businesses fell into our hands. However, I put all those businesses under my company's name to prevent any reputational damage to you. Although this was my own decision, I think there may be more things to come, so I plan to transfer all the shares of the Morong Company to your name. The remaining 20% belongs to shares held in the stock market. Lin Yu smiled and said, "You've been keeping them in check all along, this is what you deserve. I called you today because I wanted to give you these properties. You should keep the shares for yourself. Money is of no use to me at all. I feel very reassured having you around in business matters. If I need your help in the future, I will call you directly. As for the transfer of shares, let's leave it at that." Morong Zhao hurriedly cried out, "But I..." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu interrupted him. "There are no buts. Since I've given it to you, it's yours. You can take it without worry. We will turn this place into an impregnable fortress in the future. Now you should also be prepared that if there is any business that requires your assistance, Xiao Lu will call you directly." Morong Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Sixth brother is here?" "That's right, he arrived yesterday and is currently investigating other matters." At the same time, we are also building our own information network. Xiaolu, you can do things here with complete peace of mind and boldness. You can also take advantage of this time to greatly expand your business influence. During this period, some people will even step forward, and they are not necessarily afraid of anything. It is very likely that he was instructed by someone else, and he may even have become their lackey. Morong Zhao naturally knew who Lin Yu was referring to. After chatting for a while, I hung up. After a little thought, I decided to go there myself. The employees at Jia's group still need to be appeased. Now that they have a new boss, they naturally need to be put at ease. He got into the car right after he left the house. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat, and I immediately turned my gaze to the back. At the back table, there was a person completely shrouded in a black robe. "Who are you? Why are you in my car?" His question had barely left his lips when the man in black slowly raised his face. His face was as pale as paper, and his appearance made Morong Zhao's heart skip a beat. The man looked to be only in his 40s. But those eyes gave off a sinister feeling, like those of a venomous snake. "You don't need to care who I am. All you need to know now is that you will become one of us in the future. I know that you and Lin Yu have a very good relationship. That's precisely why I spared your life. Otherwise, you would have ruined our plan and wiped out the Jia group. Just that one thing would have been enough for me to kill you. I think you would be of greater use if you stayed." A very bad premonition rose in Morong Zhao's heart. 578, Chapter 578 Poisoning. Morong Zhao's voice trembled slightly. "Who exactly are you? What exactly is the conflict between Mr. Lin and others? If there's anything to say, I can easily arrange for Mr. Lin to come out so we can talk things out slowly. I don't think there's any need for us to make a scene." As he said this, his hand had already silently reached for his phone, preparing to send a text message. "At the very least, you should call your third uncle directly. I don't have any talent in cultivation, so I can only ask others for help. His talent in business is unmatched, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to develop the Morong family to its current state in such a short time." However, just as he lowered his hand, the person behind him placed their hand on his shoulder. In that instant, Morong Zhao felt a slight numbness all over his body, and half of his body was no longer under his control. "What do you want to do? I'm warning you, you'd better not mess around. Otherwise, the Jia group will end up like you. Do you really think I was the one who did it last night?" The man in black robes laughed loudly, but his voice was like a knife, sharp as if it were grinding against glass, making one's eardrums feel painful. His face showed obvious disdain, and his eyes held a hint of mockery. "I know it definitely wasn't you who did it. After all, you don't have that kind of power. This matter is definitely related to Lin Yu. And I also know something else. You have already split up the shares of Morong Company and basically taken back all the shares held by everyone. Only the 20% that was placed in the stock market remains. Are you planning to give all these shares to Lin Yu? Now I need those shares. I want complete control of your Morong group." Upon hearing the plan, Morong Zhao gritted his teeth, his eyes already filled with a resolute expression. "Don't even think about it. There's absolutely no way I'll give it to you. The problem is that even if I were to give all these shares away for free to anyone, I would absolutely not give them to Mr. Lin's enemies. I don't know what kind of conflict you have with Mr. Lin, but if you make a move against me, you simply cannot bear the consequences. Mr. Lin will definitely find you and make you wish you were dead. Bring on whatever methods you have." Upon hearing this, the man in black robes displayed a clear mocking and sarcastic expression. "It seems you know nothing about our power. But it's okay given your current situation, you definitely wouldn't agree if I spoke to you honestly. It's already been prepared." The smile on the man in black robes grew increasingly pronounced, sending chills down everyone's spines. At that moment, he slowly took out a small bottle from his person. He was filled with pride. When he investigated those reports, he had already guessed that the relationship between Morong Zhao and Lin Yu was definitely extraordinary. He risked his life to rush over immediately, and happened to block Morong Zhao's path. He opened the small bottle. Immediately, a strangely shaped insect flew out of it. "Do you know what this is?" "This is my little darling. and now I'm going to put this little darling on you to monitor your every move. This little guy will also crawl directly into your brain, if you disobey. Hee hee. 579, Chapter 579 The next best thing. The black-robed man's voice carried a hint of mockery. You don't need to struggle anymore, you have no power to resist in my hands. Your strength is too weak. If you had your third uncle with you, I might be a little wary, but unfortunately, your third uncle is completely unaware of your troubles. I not only want all the shares of your Morong group, but I also want you to be used by me. Lin Yu certainly never imagined that his most trusted partner would betray him directly. He certainly showed a lot of backbone, but unfortunately, anyone's backbone can only be reduced to tears and begging in front of my little darling. Next, I'll let you experience what it truly means to be in a state worse than death. You'll regret the choice you made. As the man in black robes finished speaking, he slowly placed the small insect near Morong Zhao's ear. Morong Zhao tried to struggle, but he found that his strength was utterly insignificant in front of his opponent. Especially that strange feeling. In that instant, his entire body almost went into a state of numbness and stiffness. But at this moment, all he could do was hurriedly shout, "Don't even think about getting any shares right now, otherwise Lin Yu will immediately find out that I'm in trouble. I have already told Lin Yu that I will give him all of my shares. Moreover, he will lead our Morong family to a higher level, which is also part of our deal. If I were to leave now with the shares, Lin Yu would only realize the trickery involved and might discover that I am someone you control immediately. Now we have no choice but to settle for second best. The shares absolutely cannot be lost, otherwise it will definitely affect Lin Yu's plans. That would only be a temporary pretense. Even if there's no way to get rid of these little bugs in the future, the worst that can happen is to just end it all myself. He would rather die than betray Lin Yu." The man in black robes frowned, a look of doubt appearing in his eyes. "No wonder you concentrated all the shares in your hands. It turns out Lin Yu wanted to get them ahead of time. It seems he doesn't trust you completely. But that's normal after all, you can only truly own something if you have it in your own hands. It seems that I have no chance of getting shares in the Morong group, but it doesn't matter, I still have you. Now that you've given up your shares, Lin Yu will likely trust you a lot. What I need then is all the information about Lin Yu's actions, and for him to inform me immediately. To prevent you from exposing things directly, this little baby still needs to be kept on you. There are some things you'd better not say directly to Lin Yu, otherwise this little guy will just gnaw on your brain and eat all your brain marrow bit by bit. I'll let you experience what that kind of pain is like first." After saying that, he pushed the little bug right next to Morong Zhao's ear. Morong Zhao felt something drill into his ear, and then he went completely deaf in one ear as his eardrum ruptured. The tearing pain made him scream in agony. Even with his strong will, he felt his spirit was about to collapse at this moment. "Stop! Stop! I can't take it anymore. Do you really want me to die? Make that thing stop!" Morong Zhao's roar made the man in black robes laugh, his expression one of pure enjoyment. 580, Chapter 580 Chess Pieces. The excruciating pain lasted only 2 or 3 minutes before Morong Zhao was already writhing in agony. A mocking and disdainful look appeared on the man in the black robe's face. "That's all show and no substance. I thought you were so determined, but now it seems you're just a tough cookie. I don't know what Lin Yu saw in you, but it doesn't matter, it's still a good thing for me." After he finished speaking, he placed a small bottle under Morong Zhao's nose. After being gently shaken a few times, Morong Zhao couldn't help but tremble, and then slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Morong Zhao was almost completely exhausted, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. What he just experienced was almost unimaginable. "Are you convinced now?" Upon hearing this, Morong Zhao nodded slowly. His eyes were filled with extreme terror, and he couldn't help but shrink back when he saw the Black Panther being thrown. Seeing his expression, he laughed even more wildly and unrestrainedly. "From this moment on, you are my slave. You must obey my orders. If I find out you have no intention of doing anything, don't blame me for being ruthless. This pain will torment you until you die." Morong Zhao nodded, trying his best to look pleading. "I know you absolutely cannot take this insect away, please stop torturing me. If there's anything you want me to do, just tell me now, and I'll go see Lin Yu right away." Very good, excellent. The man in black robes nodded in satisfaction. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. From now on, if you follow me, I will definitely not let you suffer any losses. Once you meet Lin Yu, all you need to do is ask him what his next move is and what he plans to do. We must act one step ahead. Lin Yu has already begun making arrangements. Morong Zhao tentatively asked, "May I ask what kind of power we belong to?" The man in black robes said with a half smile, "You don't need to worry about what kind of power it is, you just need to know that from now on you are my slave. Just do whatever I tell you to do. Shut up right now. If you ask questions you shouldn't. Go see Lin Yu now, don't bark randomly, and don't let Lin Yu see through your act for too long, or you'll be dead for sure." Morong Zhao knew this too. If he continued to ask, he would definitely be exposed. He deliberately pretended to be exhausted. "Okay, I'll go find Lin Yu right now. However, I still need to recover a bit. Your presence here terrifies me. Could you please leave?" The man in black robes wore a smug smile. "Very good, I am very satisfied with your performance. Speak the truth without any reservations. Although you become one of my people, from now on, I will cherish you as a pawn." After he finished, he simply opened the car door and left. Extremely fast. Morong Zhao's pupils contracted involuntarily after just one glance. Even if he called his third uncle now, it would probably be of no use and would only add to the meaningless sacrifice. The opponent's strength was too great, far surpassing that of his third uncle. 581, Chapter 581, Catching Insects. Lin Yu was sitting in the villa, having just finished breakfast not long ago. He had just received a call from Morong Zhao, who said he wanted to visit him in person and had something extremely important to discuss with him. A hint of doubt lingered in his mind. What Morong Zhao needed to do now was to quickly quell the situation that had occurred at the Jia group. Why would they suddenly come looking for him? There was a knock on the door, and soon Morong Zhao walked in. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. Lin Yu initially thought it was because he hadn't rested well. However, after a closer look, something was immediately noticed as odd. However, he didn't ask the question aloud, but waited quietly. "Mr. Lin, I wasn't originally planning to come. I also agreed to keep those shares with me for now, as you suggested, but it's too late now. Someone is already watching me." As he said this, Morong Zhao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if someone had flicked his brain several times. The pain caused him to collapse to the ground, clutching his head as if he were about to bang his head against a wall. He knew it was a warning from the little bug. He couldn't imagine how that little bug could understand human speech, but at this point he was close to a breakdown. "Mr. Lin, I will hand over the shares to you directly." As he said this, he immediately picked up a pen and paper and began to write quickly on it. These words cannot be spoken aloud, but writing them down did not have a significant impact. She wrote at an extremely fast pace, and after finishing, she pushed the paper directly in front of Lin Yu. Then she slumped down, breathing heavily, as if she were completely exhausted. When Lin Yu saw those characters, he understood what was going on. A chilling murderous intent was already showing on his face. "It seems that the demands we made on those people were not enough. The killing the chicken to scare the monkey incident just now didn't teach them a lesson at all. Since they want to die, I'll grant their wish. I've found a few places, but none of them are in Harbin. Let's start with these people." Lin Yu's voice was as cold as frost, and his eyes also revealed a chilling killing intent. "Mr. Lin, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything for you anymore. I really want to recreate the glory of those days, but unfortunately I don't have the time anymore. My mind is all ready." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu struck his speech acupoint, rendering him mute. "Some things should not be said, and should not be said," he said. "I'll go and get that little bug out for you right now. Bear with the pain." After careful observation, Lin Yu discovered where the little insect had entered from. A cold smile appeared on his face. He then took out a pill from his body and slowly scraped off a pinch of powder. They blew the powder into Morong Zhao's ears. Then several silver needles appeared in his hand and were quickly inserted into Morong Zhao's body. "Now, let's seal your major acupoints to prevent that little bug from escaping to another place." Don't worry, even if I get that little bug out directly, they won't notice. Morong Zhao wanted to say something, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Lin Yu prepared at an extremely fast pace. Soon, Morong Zhao couldn't help but tremble. He could clearly feel something drilling into his brain. He opened his mouth, enduring the intense pain, the veins on his forehead throbbing. 582, Chapter 582 Fishing. Lin Yu has a wealth of experience in dealing with these things. Especially those goo worms, he had dealt with these things quite a bit before. Once his strength increases, those little insects will no longer be able to cause him any harm, but they can cause trouble for the people around him. So for a period of time he even studied these little things. It'll be out soon, just bear with it a little longer. Morong Zhao was unable to speak. His fingers were digging into his palm, and the excruciating pain almost made him faint. At that moment, Lin Yu saw a small black dot and, without any hesitation, quickly thrust out the silver needle. Still trying to run? Lin Yu sneered, opened the small bottle in his hand, and threw the bug in. Then he quickly inserted silver needles, healing Morong Zhao's injuries. Your ear will need some time to recover, since your eardrum was directly torn. It will take at least a few months to fully recover. Taking this pill will help to repair the damage you have sustained. Morong Zhao said in a trembling voice, Mr. Lin, I haven't finished speaking yet. I want to keep this bug directly in my brain. At least I can get some information out of them, like what they want me to do. We could even use a counter-strategy to wipe them all out. Lin Yu could naturally understand what Morong Zhao meant by those words, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It's just dealing with them, there's no need to go to all that trouble. I didn't expect these guys to have already run to Ice City again. I'll have him focus his investigation on Shaolu. Our information network is not yet fully established, so we have no way to detect their existence immediately. However, such things will not happen again in the future. I will have Shaolu arrange for someone to guard you. After all, there's no such thing as catching thieves for 1,000 days, but not guarding against them for 1,000 days. Morong Zhao was deeply moved, knowing that Lin Yu would not give up easily. Then it would be no use trying to persuade him. With a slight thought, he immediately offered his suggestion. Mr. Lin, I can lure that guy out directly. He left me a phone number when he left, saying that I could contact him anytime in case of emergency. We can now present it to you with a plan. My third uncle is definitely no match for him. Although my martial arts cultivation is almost zero, my eyesight is still there. Lin Yu nodded. This guy needs to be taken special care of. Just call him now. Doesn't he want those shares? Tell him I didn't put those shares in my name. You can use those shares as bait to lure him in. I'll see who's got the guts to mess with my friend later. Morong Zhao was deeply moved when he heard Lin Yu treat him as a friend. This is his great honor. He took out his phone and dialed the number left by the man in black. The call was answered shortly afterward, and that familiar hoarse voice came through. Why are you calling me so soon? Is something the matter? Morong Zhao took a few deep breaths before pretending to be excited and said, Mr. Lin didn't want my shares. He said he would let me hold them temporarily. These shares are useless to me anyway, since I have no chance of gaining control of Morong Company. So I'm going to give it to you directly, as a token of my loyalty. 583, Chapter 583 Hidden Place. After Morong Zhao finished speaking, a slight look of tension appeared on his face. On the other end of the phone, after a few seconds of silence, came a strange laugh that sounded like a knife scraping against glass. I originally thought you, Morong Zhao, were a tough guy, but I didn't expect you to be so pathetic. This has significantly lowered my impression of you. However, since you're planning to hand over all your shares to me, I'll give you a chance. Just come straight here. I'll send you my location. You can only come alone. Don't bring anyone else, or you might not be able to handle the consequences. He hung up the phone immediately after speaking, his voice filled with confidence. Morong Zhao put away his phone and looked at Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, this guy is very arrogant. You can tell from the tone of his voice that he thinks he has me completely under his control. And maybe we can even expose the person behind him. Lin Yu nodded, a smile appearing in his eyes. I'm sorry you had to go through this. I'll make him pay 1,000 times the price later. Let's go, we'll go right now. Morong Zhao said with some doubt, Mr. Lin, after we get there, he will definitely arrange for someone to keep an eye on me beforehand. If I take you with me, he definitely won't show his face again. That guy seems arrogant and conceited, but he's also incredibly cautious, probably afraid of running into you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to use me against you. Lin Yu smiled and said, Don't worry, no one will notice me, just go in and I'll handle the rest. Hearing this, Morong Zhao was relieved. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't want to cause trouble. She didn't want Lin Yu to be plunged into an abyss because of her. His company is now virtually unstoppable. Apart from the Su Group, it is the most powerful company in the world. If it falls into someone else's hands, it will definitely cause Lin Yu a lot of trouble. He realized the danger after being targeted. The location is not far from here. After all, this villa area is located in the suburbs. The place where the man in black robes lived was a courtyard house in a shantytown. I really don't know how he manages to live here. There's a strong stench of spring as soon as you walk in. And the people here are very unruly. As Morong Zhao said this, he suddenly realized, he's hiding? Lin Yu nodded. If he hadn't hidden himself well enough, we probably would have discovered him long ago. There is only one possible outcome if it is discovered. That is death. Lin Yu wouldn't show any mercy to these people. The ancient god cult gradually came into his view, and what those people were doing could be described as extremely insane. Mr. Lin, I'll go inside now. I will do my best to delay him. I'll message you immediately once I've stalled him. Lin Yu nodded. You don't need to worry, even if I go out, they won't notice me. Morong Zhao has unconditional trust in Lin Yu. After walking out, he put on a helpless expression. Looking at the courtyard house, I walked over step by step with difficulty. Meanwhile, several pairs of eyes were secretly watching the car. After watching for a few minutes and finding no movement, they looked away. 584, Chapter 584 Correcting Errors. Just as those people looked away, Lin Yu immediately opened the car door. After he got off the car, no one took responsibility for him. He gives off a strange feeling now, as if Lin Yu should be there at a glance, and you wouldn't feel anything unusual about him. Even if Lin Yu stood right in front of them, they wouldn't give him a second glance, they would completely ignore him, as if he were just a familiar decoration. If there were a true expert, they would have discovered it. This is the legendary state of harmony between man and nature. Morong Company will become our business in the future, boss. This move was absolutely brilliant. It's not just wonderful, it's absolutely amazing. I doubt Lin Yu would have expected that we would directly target the people around him. By the time Lin Yu realized what was happening, it was already too late. We only need to hold the shares, we don't need to show our faces in person at all. No matter how many chairmen the Morong Group changes, we will still be the ones in charge. Lin Yu wants to form an encirclement and make this top floor his base. It's a pity that he made a mistake from the very first step. I really don't know why he chose someone like Morong Zhao as his subordinate. That guy is a complete ingrate. They spoke in hushed tones, unaware of the extra person behind them. Let me correct you on one point, Morong Zhao is not an ingrate. He's my brother. The sudden sound brought the group to an abrupt halt. They instinctively turned their heads and saw that there was another person behind them. Their expressions changed instantly when they saw Lin Yu's appearance. Their eyes were filled with extreme terror, and their pupils were contracting violently. You, how did you get here? The speaker's voice trembled violently. Lin Yu smiled calmly. If I weren't here, how would I have witnessed such a wonderful scene? It's not just you guys, your boss will also be going down to join you. You shouldn't have your hands there. As Lin Yu finished speaking, he gently waved his hand. One of them tried to secretly take out her phone to inform their leader, but instead felt a tremendous force on her body. Then he felt as if all the bones in his body had turned to dust in an instant. He felt completely powerless and simply collapsed limply to the ground. You're so cruel. He only managed to utter 3 words before his pupils dilated, and he completely lost his spirit. The remaining people were just about to speak. Lin Yu struck him with a palm strike. Several people fell silently to the ground, blood already flowing from their 7 orifices. Their eyes were wide open, still filled with lingering shock. Lin Yu had just sensed the direction from which those gazes were coming. There weren't many people watching from the outside, and he could clearly sense their positions. After he finished dealing with everything, he finally walked towards the courtyard house. At this moment, the man in black robes was lying on a recliner in the courtyard. His gaze fell upon Morong Zhao. I'm really curious now, why does Lin Yu want to keep the shares in your hands? Tell me, how did you manage to trust Lin Yu so much? Morong Zhao gritted his teeth, his face full of smiles. Actually, it's nothing, it's just that I've been following Mr. Lin for 5 years. We already knew each other back then. Upon hearing this, the man in black robes was stunned for a moment, then jumped up from the recliner as if he had been pricked by a needle. He could feel his eyelids twitching wildly, his gaze fixed on Morong Zhao. What did you just say? You've known each other for 5 years. 585, Chapter 585 Exposed. Morong Zhao didn't know why this guy had such a big reaction, but he still nodded. That's right, I've known Mr. Lin for 5 years, or more precisely, for over 6 years. The reason for mentioning 5 years ago directly is because Mr. Lin suddenly disappeared 5 years ago. When I finally found him, 5 years had already passed. The man in black robes gradually turned pale. He took a few steps back and looked around warily. He said through gritted teeth, I don't know you well enough. I didn't know that Lin Yu had already taken you under his command 5 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Yu must have already come with you. Don't ask me how I know. Lin Yu has an extremely sharp eye. None of the friends and brothers he's chosen have ever betrayed him. Even the ancient god cult, which has dealt with him for so long and captured many prisoners, has not been able to cause Lin Yu any internal trouble. His brothers were like they were possessed, as if they were Lin Yu's most devout followers. Morong Zhao's expression changed noticeably. He cursed himself for saying the wrong thing, thinking that this guy had investigated his information very thoroughly. After all that, he didn't even know that he had known Lin Yu for 5 years. This left him speechless. Mr. Lin did not come with me. I believe you had already sent people outside to monitor the area, and you should have only seen me get out of the car. The man in the black robe burst into wild laughter, although I am very confident in myself. But I know Lin Yu better. You don't need to pretend in front of me anymore. None of the people Lin Yu trained 5 years ago were simpletons. You could never be that cowardly, but don't worry, before I leave, I'll send you straight to hell. If I hadn't escaped, I would have had company on the road to the underworld, and I wouldn't have felt so lonely. After he finished speaking, he pulled out a strange mini drum from his person, which was only the size of a fist. He lightly tapped his fingers on the drumhead. Strange sounds emanated from the room. I really didn't expect to run into someone Lin Yu took in 5 years ago. It's an honor for me that you can die by my hand now. I'll make that goo worm in your brain keep tearing at you right now. Don't hate me after you die. Maybe it won't be long before I can go to the underworld to be with you. After saying this, he flicked his fingers even faster, but he soon realized something was wrong. The white had turned pale, and the eyes that were revealed were filled with terror. Impossible. How could you possibly break free from my control over you? Those are goo worms that I carefully cultivated. If anything happens to those goo worms, I will definitely be able to sense it immediately. Morong Zhao knew that she had been exposed and there was no need for her to stay any longer, otherwise she would only cause more trouble for Lin Yu. He had just taken out his phone to dial Lin Yu's number when the man in black robes launched his attack. I originally wanted you to die a painful death, but now that I see you have gotten rid of the goo worms, it must have been Lin Yu's help. Still trying to play along? I'll send you straight to the Yellow Springs right now. He slashed the steel blade in his hand down at Morong Zhao. Morong Zhao's face was filled with deep helplessness. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid I can no longer help you. I'll take my leave now. He had already closed his eyes. 586, Chapter 586 Give me a quick death. Morong Zhao was not afraid of death at all. After experiencing such pain before, he realized that sometimes death is a kind of relief. As long as I don't get tortured by this guy, even if I die, Mr. Lin will avenge me. However, after he closed his eyes, he only heard a muffled thud. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the black-robed man from before being sent flying backward. His back slammed heavily against the wall. The thick cement wall was directly impacted, resulting in countless cracks. Puff! The man in black robes coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with rage. When he saw Lin Yu slowly walking in from the door, his voice trembled slightly. Release internal energy to injure people from a distance. No wonder so many people told me to stay away from you and never let you find out. So your strength has already reached the legendary level. It would be worth dying at your hands. After saying that, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. There was no fear of death on his face, only a maniacal laugh. Morong Zhao laughed. Mr. Lin, I thought I was really going to die just now. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. I was already here, but after hearing this guy's conversation with you, I've been listening outside. He knows me quite well, he even knows a lot about things that happened 5 years ago. It seems this guy must be someone in charge, otherwise he wouldn't know so much information. And now it's time for him to pay the price. Anyone who dares to touch my people will face severe consequences. Although Lin Yu was smiling, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He walked over slowly. The black-robed man's eyes were bloodshot, and a rampant mockery gradually surfaced in his gaze. Lin Yu, I know you are very strong. But what can you do to me? Don't even think about getting any information from Mei. Will absolutely not tell you anything, not even a single word. Use whatever means you have. If I utter a single word, then I am your pet. Lin Yu smiled faintly. You have a good idea. He wants to be my descendant, but unfortunately you are not qualified. And you don't deserve it. As for what methods I have, I believe you will soon find out. I hope that by then you won't regret what you said. After he finished speaking, several silver needles appeared directly from his fingertips and quickly pierced the black-robed man's body. Standing there for a moment, I felt a sense of empathy, but I also felt excruciating pain all over my body. It felt as if every cell was enduring unparalleled pain. He regretted what he had just said. In just a few seconds, he felt the most extreme pain in the world. Several bones in his body were broken, and he struggled to inflict pain on himself. He then discovered that his whole body was experiencing muscle spasms, completely out of his control, and he could barely lift a finger. You'd better give me a quick death. Kill me. After saying these words, all he saw was Lin Yu's mocking sneer. His eyes were now bloodshot. The look in his eyes was one of utter terror, a far cry from his earlier arrogance and madness. 587, Chapter 587 Acceptance. The man in black robes was writhing in agony, and heart-wrenching screams escaped his lips. The voice, sharp as a knife rubbing against glass, carried far. When Morong Zhao saw this, his smile widened even more. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid he's about to reach his limit. In less than a minute, he had already broken down mentally. I was terrified when I first saw such a scene 5 years ago. Looking back now, it even evokes a sense of nostalgia. He still remembered when the two of them first met. Lin Yu saved him and took the opportunity to teach those guys a lesson. He then swore to be loyal to Lin Yu. Lin Yu also recognized his business talent. With Lin Yu's help, he had already shown a terrifying speed of development in the business world in just 1 year. Even later, Lin Yu suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even without Lin Yu as his strongest support, he can still protect his business from being swallowed up by others. 5 years have passed, and my brothers have not let me down. Including you. Morong Zhao's eyes held a sense of pride. Mr. Lin, I know that the reason you didn't let me call you young master was because you didn't want me to get involved in your affairs. I know I'm too weak and could easily become your Achilles heel. So my deliberate distancing was just to let people see my cooperation with you. But now I've changed my mind. From now on, young master, you will be my benefactor in this life. This time, Lin Yu did not object. He had once admired Morong Zhao's business acumen, but only asked Morong Zhao to provide him with some assistance. When he left 5 years ago, he did not inform Morong Zhao or leave any words. But Morong Zhao rushed over as soon as he learned of his information. His attitude was exactly the same as it was 5 years ago when he had just saved Morong Zhao. He could tell that it was a heart of absolute loyalty. Since you're already determined to step out of this circle, you can't let your strength be too weak, otherwise you won't even have the ability to protect yourself. However, forcing growth will not be good for you in the future, so I plan to provide some medicine to your third uncle first to increase his strength quickly, and then slowly cultivate your realm. Upon hearing this, Morong Zhao's eyes revealed an expression of extreme excitement, and he knelt down on one knee. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Lin Yu reached out and helped him up, his smile widening. Those who call me young master are actually just peripheral members. My brothers are used to calling me boss. You can use different titles depending on the occasion. When it's just the two of us, you can call me boss. Morong Zhao was already trembling with excitement. He knew that Lin Yu had truly accepted him and was willing to let him integrate into Lin Yu's circle. Thinking of his past glory, he couldn't help but get excited and couldn't even speak. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and smiled. You go back first. Leave things here to me. Take this bottle of medicine to your third uncle. This pill was prepared especially for you. The marrow cleansing pill can improve your aptitude. Have your third uncle teach you how to cultivate ancient martial arts. 588, Chapter 588. You're probably regretting it. The conversation between the two reached the ears of the man in black robes. His eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. The marrow cleansing pill is a peerless elixir that can easily cause bloodshed no matter what level of strength one has reached. As long as one has not taken the marrow cleansing pill, one can use this elixir to enhance one's aptitude. It is evident that Lin Yu has so easily given away this priceless treasure. Call me anytime if you need anything. Don't be reckless if you encounter danger. If anyone wants to ask me for information, you can tell them directly that those people who come to me will only face certain death. Yes, boss. Morong Zhao walked out excitedly. At this moment, Lin Yu turned his gaze over, a faint smile appearing on his face. Now it's time to talk about what's between us. You were very arrogant before, you probably regret it now, don't you? The man in black robes nodded with difficulty. He opened his mouth, and the sound that came out was hoarse, as if his throat had been torn apart. I really regret it. I wish I could just kill myself. I shouldn't have had any wishful thinking just now, and I shouldn't have attacked Morong Zhao. Please, just give me a quick death. I'll tell you everything you want to dream about. At this point, he no longer felt any desire to resist Lin Yu. The strength Lin Yu displayed and the medicine he casually produced had made him fully realize the reality. The person in front of me is some kind of deity who appeared out of nowhere. And he even dared to offend the gods and immortals. Very good, I'm quite satisfied with your attitude now. Just tell me directly, who's behind you? Without any hesitation, the man in black revealed everything. The ancient god cult is behind me. You have captured almost all of our members, but because I was well hidden, they did not discover me immediately. This is an excellent hiding place. Although some people tried to investigate, they couldn't find out my identity at all, and I kept a very low profile, so you had to leave empty-handed. But it was precisely because of your fruitless efforts that I became even bolder. I want to take over Morong Zhao's assets, also to give my Mongol divine cult a glimmer of hope for victory in its conquest of the heavens. Although I don't know what kind of grudge you have with our leader, I am powerless to change anything now, and I have no chance to continue living. I really regret making that decision on my own. Lin Yu frowned slightly, his gaze icy. No need for so much nonsense. Besides you, are there any other companions of yours in this city? The man in black shook his head. I was the leader of the last group. As for whether any arrangements were made later, I don't know. I even suspected that someone had betrayed us, so I went into hiding immediately. Those people don't even know that I'm still alive. I can no longer receive any news about the ancient god cult, as all my men have already been wiped out by you. The only clue I can give you is that the ancient god cult has many experts. The people we deployed 5 years ago are nothing compared to what you've done to us. None of your actions have damaged our foundation. 589, Chapter 589 Consistent Style. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint appearing in his gaze. At this moment, many doubts have begun to surface in my mind. Since you have so many experts, why are you all hiding? Who are you hiding from, or are you plotting something? The man in black robes, Hu Xiao, shook his head, a self-deprecating look in his eyes. Mr. Lin, you think too highly of me. My cultivation level can only be considered average, not even that of an expert. It's nothing compared to you. Those high-ranking officials keep their secrets very well hidden, and there is absolutely no way they would leak them to us lowly underlings. The reason they targeted you back then was most likely because they saw your great potential. This is just my personal guess. If you can't have it, destroy it. That's the consistent style of the ancient god cult. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Your painting seems flawless, but you've overlooked one thing. What? The man in black robes asked instinctively. By this time, his pain had gradually lessened, and his mind had recovered somewhat. His words contained some lies he had fabricated himself. The places you missed might be because you don't know me very well. You yourself have said that you are just a small fry, which means you don't know enough about this matter. You just said that the ancient god cult has many experts, and that 5 years ago it did not cause any damage to their foundation. Unless you are gods from heaven, all the real experts you sent down have been wiped out by me. You still say that your foundation has not been damaged. All these years have passed, and you have been hiding in a corner, instigating some business forces to act recklessly. They still want to continue using those old tricks and methods. After failing, they resorted to intimidation tactics to create a sense of mystery. It seems that your ancient god cult really has powerful experts to testify, but why haven't those experts appeared yet? As he said this, Lin Yu's smile became even more pronounced. He was now certain of one thing. Your ancient god cult doesn't actually have that many experts. To put it bluntly, you guys are using your ancient martial arts skills to suppress those ordinary people in Shandong. Those powerful business forces are no match for you because you don't follow any rules and just attack them directly. Many people even regard you as gods or immortals. Being misled by you, they will naturally obey. The man in black immediately shook his head. That's not how it is. You guessed wrong when my superiors found me. The strength they displayed was beyond my comprehension. And he's not the only expert like that. Even now, you don't give me the same sense of danger as that expert above us back then. Lin Yu realized that what the man in black robes said was true. He immediately had doubts. Did I guess wrong? However, he soon realized something. He smiled faintly and said, if your ancient god cult really had so many powerful experts, you wouldn't have remained like rats and cockroaches in the underground tunnels. I dealt with so many experts back then, yet you still barely survive and don't dare to show your face at all. Which true martial arts master is not capable of shaking the heavens and the earth? Without an indomitable spirit, how can one break through to a higher realm? So I conclude that you're just trying to fool people. 590, Chapter 590 Being kept in the dark. The man in black immediately shook his head, his eyes showing a look of his faith about to crumble. Absolutely impossible. Our ancient god cult is not the kind of people who lie with words. I still remember that expert vividly. If I hadn't witnessed his strength, I wouldn't have joined the ancient saint sect. With my grandmaster level of cultivation, I can only be a minor leader in the ancient god cult. They weren't even in charge, so it's impossible to guess just how powerful our leader is. The person who took me in was just a manager. Above him is the hall master. Among ancient martial arts practitioners, strength is paramount. I don't believe they are all faking it. You must be talking nonsense and trying to sway my heart. But I've already told you everything I know. Even if you try to undermine me now, you won't get any more information. This is all I know. I believe the ancient god's cult will avenge me. The man in black robes now had a look of madness in his eyes. Lin Yu, I believe it won't be long before I meet you on the road to the underworld. I know you definitely won't spare my life, but it's okay. As long as I wait on the road to the underworld, there will always be a time when I can see you again. Tell me then whether the Five-Tones sect has any masters. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. He said calmly, actually, when you said those words just now, you already had a guess in your heart. Or perhaps you also suspect that the ancient god cult has any powerful experts. Because you guys are too cowardly, even you yourselves can't stand it, so you acted rashly. Your higher-ups definitely wouldn't dare let you target the people around me, because they're afraid too, so I directly located your branch. And I happen to know how to make contact. I reckon they're already in my hands by now, and those people will be sent to me soon. I'll question them myself. As for whether your ancient god cult has guessed the same way, the result will naturally become clear after you capture all the people from those branches. It's a pity you may not be able to see it. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe was completely taken aback. His eyes were filled with extreme terror. What exactly do you want? Have you really received the message? Impossible, we're hiding so deep, how could you possibly find us? However, after he finished speaking, it was as if he suddenly understood something. He couldn't help but laugh, his laughter growing increasingly sorrowful. It turns out I really was kept in the dark. If they were really that powerful, they wouldn't be hiding like this now. Unfortunately, even if I do understand now, it's already too late. Lin Yu, just kill me, give me a quick death. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled faintly. You didn't give me the answer I wanted, and you still want to get rid of me? What do you mean? I've already said so much, and you still don't want to let me go? Lin Yu shook his head. I never said from the beginning that I would give you a quick death. For now, you should just slowly endure that pain. Slowly repent for everything you have done. You hurt my brother, you harmed my people, and you still want a quick release? You think too highly of yourself. 591, Chapter 591 Message Transmission. No, please spare me. The man in black robes cried out in anguish. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu interrupted him. You have no chance to beg for mercy, and the information you gave me is of little value and cannot spare you from suffering. Just live slowly. Lin Yu said, snapping his fingers. Immediately, someone in a black trench coat stepped forward and grabbed him. The man in black robes roared in agony, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. Most people don't want to endure that kind of pain for even a second longer. Every second felt like an eternity. But at this point, he couldn't even bring himself to end his own life. Lin Yu got into the car and prepared to go straight back. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and his brow twitched slightly when he saw the number. After the call connected, Han Shue's voice came through. Lin Yu, is that you? It's me. Why are you calling me suddenly? Is it because there's news from over there? Lin Yu asked directly. He was also somewhat surprised. He knew what kind of person Han Shui was, so the fact that she had called him so quickly meant it must be good news. The ancient god cult did send people, but they didn't let me know where they were. And I know they've also targeted some of your friends. Morong Zhao has already been poisoned by them, and he may even be on his way to find you now. He might even harm you, so you'd better be careful. And the other person is Boss Long. I will find out where those people are hiding as soon as possible, and I will let you know then. The reason I made this call is because I was afraid you would misunderstand. I did this, but I don't have a deep relationship with them, and I wouldn't do something so stupid. These people aren't very bright, but I'm not stupid. I hope you won't blame me for this. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. If it were just this much information, I would have known it already. Morong Zhao has now been freed from the poison. Moreover, I have already taken down the person who was behind it all, and what that guy said doesn't match what you told me. Although he is also a member of the ancient god cult, he has been hiding here for a long time. I'm sure you knew about theses. For why you're only telling me now? I can't be bothered to find out. You'd better take care of yourself. He hung up the phone immediately after saying that. His words just now were a warning to Han Shui. Han Shui is definitely a cunning woman. She would never tell him the news so quickly. She might even have already received information about his actions, which is why she suddenly called him to express her stance. Unfortunately, he called too late. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a thoughtful look in them. President Long was also poisoned, and he hasn't contacted me since. That guy from before wasn't honest, he actually kept this news from us, but it's okay, it's not too late to find out now. A smile appeared on his face as he drove back to the villa. I saw the people standing there as soon as I arrived at the villa's entrance. It was Long Ding Tian. 592, Chapter 592, Remembering Old Friendships. Lin Yu walked over with a smile. President Long, it's been a long time. Long Dingtian's expression was rather awkward, and also tense and apprehensive. Although he hadn't contacted Lin Yu recently, he had received news of everything Lin Yu had done and knew that the person in front of him was no longer the same as before. He smiled wryly and bowed slightly to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, it has indeed been a long time. I've been quite busy lately. I was originally planning to contact you and invite you to dinner. But later I realized that I was not qualified at all. Lin Yu smiled and said, we're friends, no need for formalities, let's go inside and have a seat. He didn't directly state what he knew, but instead led President Long into the villa. After sitting down, he personally brewed a pot of tea for President Long, and the two faced each other. Long Dingtian held his teacup, his face showing hesitation and inner conflict. Lin Yu asked calmly, President Long, just say what's on your mind. There's no need for friends to hide things from each other. His meaning was very clear. He was telling Long Dingtian. Some things can no longer be hidden, otherwise the two of them might not even be able to remain friends. Whether or not Long Dingtian could understand it, he had already given a hint. This already counts as showing consideration for past relationships. After a moment's hesitation, Long Dingtian finally made up his mind. I originally came here because I had something to ask you, but those weren't things I wanted to ask. Someone forced me to ask you. But I really can't betray them. I can't go down to that star, and I might not even live much longer. I hope Mr. Lin can take care of my family in the future. When Lin Yu heard this, his smile widened even more. Is Mr. Long poisoned by something, or is it because of the goo worms placed on you? When Long Dingtian heard this, his eyes widened suddenly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How did you know? Lin Yu smiled slightly and said calmly, I know a lot of things, so President Long doesn't need to ask any more questions. Let me remove the goo worms from the book for you first. Since those guys want to threaten you, they must be after me, and you are implicated because of me. As for who the person behind that is, I believe you have already seen them. He won't bother you anymore, and he might never have the chance again. After saying that, Lin Yu directly used his methods to remove the goo worm. I made a video call, and a man in a black trench coat appeared on the other end after the call was connected. Boss, you wanted to see me? Bring that guy over here and see if he's someone Mr. Long knows. After saying that, he handed the phone directly to Long Dingtian. Long Dingtian's eyes were filled with doubt and uncertainty. After he took the phone, he saw the figure that appeared on the iron bed. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Mr. Lin, you actually found him. Could it be that there are other people besides me who have been infected by the goo worm? Lin Yu smiled and nodded. That's right, besides you, there's also Morong Zhao. This guy wants to target others, but he hasn't had the chance yet. For now, it's just the two of you, while he belongs to the ancient god cult. What? Long Dingtian was so shocked that he stood up. His face showed an overwhelming sense of shock, and his eyes were filled with obvious fear. This reaction surprised Lin Yu. 593, Chapter 593, The Hidden Secret. Do you know anything about the ancient god cult? Lin Yu asked with a smile. After a slight hesitation, Long Dingtian nodded with a wry smile. That's right, not only do I know about them, but I've also dealt with them. When I was just starting out, I met someone. I was trying to help him out of kindness, but he almost killed me. If it weren't for the intervention of the Special Operations Unit, I would have been saved. I might already be gone by now. And the reason that guy contacted me to ask about you this time was to see what your future plans are. He is very likely trying to curb your development from a business perspective. Mr. Lin, do you have some grudge against the ancient god cult? In fact, Long Dingtian himself had already guessed that the terrifying guy was very likely from the ancient god cult. He suffered a great loss at the hands of those people, and almost lost his life at their hands. so I already have a vivid memory of them. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. The grudges between us aren't that big, but I'll overthrow them sooner or later. As for those high-ranking members among them, they are definitely doomed to die. As for the rest, it depends on their situation. If possible, I will spare their lives. If they have done too many heinous things, then it is impossible for them to continue living. These people are a bunch of lunatics. It's no good for anyone to get close to them, Mr. Long. I hope that if you encounter something like this again, you can come to me directly. You did a very good job this time. However, there's something I still need to remind you of. Never get too involved with them. Once you get stuck in this quagmire, it's impossible to get out. Long Dingtian's expression turned slightly awkward, but he immediately nodded. I'll remember your words. Don't worry, I will never get too involved with them again. Lin Yu merely raised an eyebrow slightly, smiled, and did not reply. In fact, he had already noticed some problems. It's possible that Boss Long has already fallen into this trap. His expression became very unnatural when the ancient god cult was mentioned earlier. If they've done something heinous, does that mean they're beyond redemption? Long Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. No matter who it is, if they have done something wrong, they must pay the price for their mistakes. Adults need to know how to think. If you know anything about them, please let me know as soon as possible. There might still be a chance to salvage the situation. I'm sorry that you don't have that strong evil aura, and you haven't done anything heinous. If you join them, I can guarantee your safety. Having said all that, Lin Yu wouldn't continue. The choice has been given to Mr. Long. Long Dingtian took a few deep breaths, and his expression gradually became serious. Mr. Lin, it was not me who joined in. It's my daughter. What I said before was just to brush me off. Because I dare not reveal too much, otherwise it will involve my own daughter. The people in their special operations department also told me that once they discover any news about the ancient god cult, I must tell them. No one who is taken back to the special operations unit by them ever comes back alive. 594, Chapter 594. An unexpected person. Long Dingtian's face was filled with deep helplessness, and he finally sighed. When they wanted to make a move against me this time, I already had a premonition of what they wanted to do. Actually, I understand that guy just wants to use me to deal with you. Mr. Kellen, you have done me a great favor. He would never do what they want. That's why I'm telling the truth, and I know the price of telling the truth. I've even planned to tell you everything honestly here, and then I'll find a place to end my own life. But I still can't stop worrying about my daughter. I don't know if she has done anything heinous, but I know that once she appears in front of the Special Operations Unit, my daughter is gone. Tears slowly slid down his face, and a pleading look appeared in his eyes. He was about to kneel down in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu immediately helped him up and said calmly, President Long, even if you want to beg me, it's no use. You need to see what your daughter has done. If you have the chance, please call him directly to me as soon as possible. I can give you a clear answer as to what the outcome will be. If your daughter really hasn't done those heinous things, I can guarantee her safety. I've already done that, and I think you should understand that. Long Dingtian nodded bitterly. I will definitely bring my daughter back as soon as possible. And they probably don't know yet that I've already removed the goo worms from my body. My daughter saw me being infected with a goo worm with her own eyes, but she didn't tell me that the man in black robes was actually a member of the ancient god cult. He had actually lost much of his hope. His daughter has changed so much that even he feels like a complete stranger to her. If he had really committed some heinous crime, even if he wanted to beg for forgiveness on behalf of his daughter, he probably wouldn't be able to get past his conscience. He is now extremely conflicted. On one side is his own biological daughter, and on the other side is the guilt in his heart. Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, maybe it's not as bad as you think, but we'll see how things go when the time comes. If possible, you should call your daughter over now, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, Long Dingtian hesitated slightly, but still took out his phone and dialed his daughter's number. It took more than 10 seconds for the call to connect, and a lazy, crisp voice answered. Dad, what's up with that? You called me at noon. I'm still taking my lunch break. Long Dingtian glanced at Lin Yu, gritted his teeth slightly, and said, come to Mr. Lin's place. Mr. Mr. Lin just told me something that is related to you. You should come over as soon as possible, it will be very beneficial for you. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said directly, I'm going to give you a medicine that will help improve your strength. Your father said that you are a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and strength is your foundation. Long Dingtian stared at Lin Yu in astonishment, they hadn't discussed this topic before. Lin Yu shook his head at him, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. The voice on the phone was clearly excited, really, I'll be there right now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu smiled and said, if what you just said is true, your daughter might make excuses or even disappear. The people of the ancient god cult are naturally afraid of me now. 595, Chapter 595 Self-Confession. The fact that Long Dingtian's daughter had joined the ancient god cult was a very unexpected piece of news for Lin Yu. At the same time, he was also thinking about how many people belonged to the ancient god cult. These people were hiding too well. If Long Dingtian hadn't given him the information, he might not have noticed at all. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Long Dingtian was extremely anxious at this moment, and he was so worried that he could not even sit there peacefully. He paced back and forth in the villa's hall, his eyes filled with obvious unease. Mr. Lin, I only have one daughter. The child's mother passed away early, and I was often busy with business, so I didn't take good care of her. To be honest, I feel very guilty towards my daughter after learning about those things. I tried my best to help her keep it a secret. But there's no way to keep it a secret any longer, because I believe that those people from the ancient god cult are very likely to give my daughter orders and missions, and I don't want them to come after you. Some things must be decided decisively, otherwise. He couldn't continue speaking at this point. Because saying this is also a way of comforting himself. If his daughter is not stopped in time, she will only sink deeper into trouble, and even her last hope of survival will disappear. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, President Long, I understand what you mean. I've already said before that if your daughter hasn't made a serious mistake, I'll give her a chance. Long Dingtian nodded. He was now afraid that his daughter had done something heinous, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. I waited for about 10 minutes. The property management has already called to ask if Lin Yu can let people in. Private vehicles are absolutely not allowed to drive into this villa area. Even when visiting guests, the property management provides transportation. Your daughter will be here in about 2 minutes. Let's wait outside the villa. We can't afford to damage the interior decorations. If anything happens, my wife will be worried when she gets back. Lin Yu lit a cigarette and had already arrived in the villa's courtyard. Long Dingtian's expression became even more tense at this moment. His thoughts were incredibly complex. At this time, the property management's vehicles were already parked at the entrance. The person who got off the car was in his late teens, with a youthful and energetic look on his face. He had his hair in a single ponytail and was dressed in a white-collar office outfit. Her pretty appearance would also score 9 points or higher. Hello, I am Long Tingting. Long Tingting readily admitted that Lin Yu had extended his hand, her face showing a graceful and generous expression. Lin Yu smiled slightly, shook hands with her, and said calmly, your father has already told me about your situation. Long Tingting's expression suddenly changed, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back, subconsciously looking at her father. Dad, why did you tell everyone everything? Do you know what kind of person he is? He could ruin me with just one sentence. The Special Operations Division is not an easy place to get along with. They might just take me away. Although I didn't want to join those people, I was forced to. But when I got to the Special Administration Office, they didn't ask me why. They only knew that I was a lackey of their ancient god cult. 596, Chapter 596 Pretending to be Foolish. Long Tingting's expression was now one of utter terror. She had received information about Lin Yu's strength beforehand. Their ancient god sect's mission was to never provoke him lightly. She wasn't the only one who received the message. Moreover, the plan is to make them all lie low for the time being. And yet, he himself had delivered himself to Lin Yu's doorstep, leaving him to deal with the mess. Lin Yu looked at Long Tingting's aggrieved appearance, especially the stark contrast between the fear in her eyes and her clothes. He said calmly, your father and I are friends, so he will naturally tell me about you. As for you, you are probably just an ordinary peripheral member in the ancient god cult. It is very likely that you are not even a formal member. Long Tingting hesitated slightly, but still nodded. I'm not exactly a formal member, but I've done some things for them, and those things will definitely remain in their hands as evidence. I believe they will never easily let go of this evidence they've obtained. No matter how strong you are still just facing ordinary people. You have no idea how terrifying some things are. Lin Yu simply smiled and shook his head. No need for all that nonsense, just tell me directly whether you will listen to me or not. Some things only have one answer, and there's no second chance to choose. Long Dingtian, who was standing to the side, was getting a little anxious. He shouted directly at Long Tingting, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and reply to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, this is giving you a chance. Long Tingting was filled with hesitation and struggle. She knew that no matter which answer she gave, it was very likely that Lin Yu would take action against her. Their ancient god cult is universally hated. Now that his identity has been revealed, it was his own father who spoke up. She had no chance to escape anymore. I want to leave the ancient same cult, but I don't have the opportunity. I also know my own strength, although I don't understand why they would treat someone like me as an outsider. The experts I've encountered are basically so powerful that they inspire despair. And because we were just an outsider, they didn't ask us to do anything at all. If you hadn't mentioned the ancient god cult this time, I might have almost forgotten my own identity. Lin Yu said with a half smile, now that things have come to this, there's no need to hide anything anymore. Tell the truth. Did the ancient god's cult really not send you any information? Looking into Lin Yu's eyes, Long Tingting felt as if he could see right through her. After a slight hesitation, he shook his head. They really didn't give us any information, they just told us to hide from you. I just rushed over here because you said you would give me pills, and I completely forgot what you told me. She herself felt that there was nothing wrong with the ancient god's cult. He even felt a little fond of it. Having powerful experts backing them up, and not having to do anything themselves, is practically a free benefit delivered to their doorstep. Lin Yu smiled and said, do you know why your father suddenly told me your identity? Long Tingting shook her head, a hint of resentment in her eyes, as she looked at her father. You're still pretending to be stupid. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile. 597, Chapter 597 The Last Chance. Long Tingting was about to explain, but Lin Yu raised his hand to stop her from saying anything. Mr. Long, the reason he came to me is because he has been infected by a goo worm. But when faced with life and death, the abscess remains steadfastly on my side, so I can grant you an extra chance. But you're still here, pretending to be stupid. If something happens, I might not be able to save you. It's not that Lin Yu can't save them, it's that he's too lazy to save them. He had already noticed the flaws in those words, but he was too lazy to say them aloud. Long Tingting's expression changed, and she looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. You can remove the goo worms from a person's body? Dad, is what he said true? She had almost no trust in Lin Yu, but she did trust her father very much, even though he had sold her out. Make her believe that it must have been a last resort. She could feel clearly in her heart how much her father doted on her. Long Dingtian nodded bitterly. Tingting, just tell Mr. Lin the whole truth. Mr. Lin already knew some things. Besides, if I don't reveal this, your identity can't be kept secret any longer. Once Mr. Lin finds you personally, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Just tell me, stop hiding it. What Mr. Lin wants to find out, you can't hide it from him no matter what. Besides, the person who attacked me has already fallen into Mr. Lin's hands. Upon hearing this, Long Tingting's expression turned even more unpleasant. She knew very well just how strong that expert was. She wouldn't even be able to withstand a single finger from him. But even such a powerful person has now been defeated by Lin Yu. She really couldn't believe it. Lin Yu glanced at the time and said calmly, I gave you plenty of time to consider. Since you don't want to say it, then forget it. I don't want to pressure you. After all, Mr. Long and I are friends. Just consider it. Giving Mr. Long face. Alright, you can go now. I hope I don't run into you again next time. I won't deliberately target you, but if you ever fall into my hands, the consequences could be quite serious. After saying that, he simply waved his hand. When Long Tingting heard this, disbelief was written all over her face. You're really just letting me go like this? You can leave now. I said I'd let you off this time for Mr. Long's sake. What is said will never be broken. Lin Yu didn't even look at Long Tingting anymore. Instead, he picked up his teacup, poured himself a cup of tea, and greeted Long Dingtian with a smile. Mr. Long, don't just stand there, have some tea. Actually, I don't have much of a grudge against the ancient god cult. They just want to deal with me. Can't be bothered to pay them any attention. After saying this, Lin Yu glanced at Long Tingting, who had walked to the door. As he expected, Long Tingting paused slightly, but after a moment's hesitation, she continued on her way. This was Lin Yu's last chance to choose. Long Dingtian looked somewhat uneasy, unsure of how to explain. Lin Yu smiled at her and shook his head. Don't worry, President Long, your daughter hasn't done anything immoral, otherwise I wouldn't have let her leave like that just now. Long Dingtian breathed a sigh of relief, but then a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Mr. Lin, what if the Special Operations Unit personnel? 598, Chapter 598 embarked on a dangerous path. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. I can't interfere in their affairs. The Special Administrative Office might give me some face, but it's up to your daughter to choose. Now that your daughter has left, it's clear she's given up the opportunity. I can't control what happens next. Upon hearing this, Long Dingtian could only sigh helplessly. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Lin. I won't bother you any longer. After he left, Long Tingting quickly ran up behind her father and appeared silently. Long Dingtian was startled. You brat, where did you put it just now? Didn't you understand what I meant? I'm telling you to choose to ally with Lin Yu. This will be of immense benefit to you. Joining that ancient god cult is tantamount to embarking on a completely dangerous path. Long Tingting shook her head without hesitation and said, Dad, don't listen to Lin Yu's nonsense. He's just an individual and has no way to contend with the ancient god cult. You have no idea how powerful we really are. I also need to apologize to you for what happened before. It's not that I didn't want to stop him, but I simply couldn't. That guy's cultivation level was too high. I am no match for them at all, and the ancient god cult has very strict rules. Long Dingtian wanted to say something, but after a slight hesitation, he could only let out a sigh. A good opportunity just slipped through our fingers. Dad, don't think about those messy things anymore. Let's go shopping together. Just as the two were about to get into the car and leave, suddenly, a minivan pulled up in front of them. After the car door opened, the man in the black trench coat got out. Their gazes immediately fell upon Long Tingting. You must be a member of the ancient god cult. Come with us. Who are you? Long Tingting asked directly. However, the men in black trench coats simply smiled and didn't give her any answer at all. The person was dragged directly into the car. Before Long Dingtian could even react, the car had already driven away. One of the men in the black trench coat was still standing in front of him and had not left. Mr. Long, there are some things you'd better not get involved in. We've already investigated and found that you have nothing to do with this matter. Moreover, Mr. Lin said he would save your life, so we will not harm you. We're just settling scores with the ancient gods. I hope you will cooperate and stay here for a while. Long Dingtian looked anxious, his eyes filled with deep fear. Who are you people? Why are you with my daughter? Are you from the Special Operations Division? Did Mr. Lin inform you of the news? The man in the black trench coat's smile widened, his eyes filled with disdain. Mr. Long, do you really think you can escape our notice? Don't even mention that the remaining members of your stock market guru group have already fallen into our hands. Mr. Lin gave your daughter a chance, but she didn't know how to cherish it. Otherwise, if County Chief Lin speaks up, we really wouldn't dare to arrest him. After the man in the black trench coat finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the chat number above, he nodded slightly and hurriedly answered the call. What did you say? Something happened over there. I'll be right there. 599, Chapter 599 Unknown Outcome. Long Dingtian's face also showed extreme anxiety. He hurriedly asked, What do you mean, what happened over there? Has something happened to my daughter? If anything happens, you can come at me. I'll go ask Lin Yu for help right now. Please don't let anything happen to my daughter. I only have one daughter. The man in the black trench coat shook his head, it has nothing to do with your daughter, you can rest assured now. If your daughter hasn't done anything heinous, and considering that you and Mr. Lin have a fairly good relationship, we can give her a chance to reform. But you'd better be prepared. None of those who join their ancient god cult can keep their true nature, they are a bunch of madmen. If we find out, we will present all the evidence to you. I don't need to stay here and watch over you anymore. I hope you won't disturb Mr. Lin's rest. Take care of yourself. After saying that, the man in the black trench coat hurriedly left. After he left, Long Dingtian's face was filled with conflict. After hesitating for a while, he decided to return to the villa. He soon arrived at the villa's entrance, but didn't know how to begin. After much hesitation, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ring the doorbell. Lin Yu had already guessed that he would return, and he had also received news of what was happening outside. Come in. I heard a sound coming from inside. Long Dingtian rushed inside, but before he even reached the center of the hall, he knelt down on both knees. Mr. Lin, please, can you help me? My daughter may really be in trouble. Please save my daughter. I'll do anything for you, like a slave, to save her. Lin Yu looked at him, a glint in his eyes. Mr. Long, I gave your daughter a chance before, but she clearly didn't know how to cherish it. There are some things that even if I tell you, you might not believe me. Come on, come with me to take a look. I happen to have nothing to do right now, so I'll just take this opportunity to go for a walk. After saying that, Lin Yu picked up the clothes next to him, put them on, and walked directly out of the villa. He is not a soft-hearted person. Once a choice is made, one must pay the price for it. Long Dingtian didn't know what Lin Yu was going to do, but he still hurriedly followed. Once outside, he hurriedly opened the passenger door for Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook his head slightly. No need, I'll drive myself. You'll be relieved once you see the results. However, that outcome might not be what you want. Long Dingtian said bitterly, no matter what, as long as it can save my daughter, even just letting me know where she is enough. At least I know my daughter is still alive, at least I still have something to hold on to. Lin Yu could tell that it was genuine concern and worry about family ties. The first person he met after arriving in Ice City was Long Dingtian. The two had a good relationship, and he was quite satisfied with the other person's character. That's why he helped with this trip. However, the outcome is uncertain. 600, Chapter 600. There's no going back. There were some things that Lin Yu didn't say directly to President Long. Because he knew very well that the people of the ancient god cult would never recruit members without a reason. Now that they had found Boss Long's daughter, they used her connections to do many things. As for what those things were, it still needs to be investigated, but since the Special Operations Unit has already taken action to arrest people, the investigation must have been very thorough. The two drove and soon arrived at the branch office. When Huafeng saw Lin Yu, she couldn't help but reveal a captivating smile on her face. Brother Lin, you've come. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, ruffling his dark hair, his eyes also filled with amusement. I just heard that something happened here, is it serious? Fire Phoenix subconsciously looked at President Long. We'll talk about it later. Lin Yu said with a smile. Fire Phoenix immediately understood what this meant. This person was not necessarily entirely reliable. The two people walked inside. Brother Lin, is there something important that you suddenly came to see me about? The Long Tingting you just brought back is President Long's daughter. I also have some connections with President Long. He asked me for help, so I wanted to come and see what kind of mistakes Long Tingting had made in the past. Huafeng looked surprised. I didn't expect President Long to have such a connection. You've really hit the jackpot by getting to know Brother Lin. However, what your daughter did was far too heinous. You should take a look for yourself. After saying that, she led the way directly to the office. A set of documents had already been placed on the desk. These were documents that Huafeng had processed here before, and they happened to contain some detailed information about Long Tingting. Brother Lin, a large part of them were helped by Brother Lu. They helped me get some valuable information, which is why I was able to catch all these guys in one fell swoop. However, I also know that these are just some of their hidden pawns. Those people are very well hidden, and no one knows how many of them are still under our noses. He handed the documents directly to Boss Long. Look at this, these are things your daughter has done, whether directly or indirectly. The things he committed are no longer enough to warrant his return. Although many things were not his own subjective opinion, wrong is wrong. No one will pay the price for his ignorance, and those who have died are unlikely to be brought back to life, which is partly due to his aiding and abetting of evil. After saying that, Huofeng ignored him and turned her gaze to Lin Yu, her eyes filled with deep tenderness and affection. If it weren't for Long Dingtian being there, she would have already rushed into Lin Gija's arms. As Long Dingtian watched those scenes, he couldn't help but think of some of the things his daughter had done in the past, things that seemed completely inexplicable. She herself didn't know what they were, and at the time, she hadn't given them much thought. He trusted his daughter completely, always believing she was a gentle and kind person. But now, seeing those bloody records, I feel like my heart is out of control, as if someone is squeezing it. The pain had turned his face deathly pale. The person fell directly to the ground. Lin Yu reached out and supported him. These results are all based on solid evidence from the investigation. If you don't believe me, you can meet your daughter. 601, Chapter 601. He is truly innocent. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Long Dingtian nodded quickly. His face was ashen, and his voice trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Lin, I want to see my daughter one last time. If she really did something so heinous, even if her entanglement was unintentional and she was misled by someone, I will never shamelessly beg you again. I want to hear my daughter say it herself. She used to be so well-behaved and gentle, so obedient. How could that be? By the end, his voice was trembling violently, and he even choked up a little. He was originally a person with very sound values and had never done anything bad. Otherwise, even with Lin Yu's help, the development over the past few years wouldn't have been so slow. The real reason is that he couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Yu and he became acquainted by chance. Although their relationship wasn't exactly that of best friends, it was certainly much better than that of ordinary friends. Let's go now. Fire Phoenix stood up and said. She knew that since Brother Lin had already decided to help this guy, he definitely wouldn't give up halfway. Moreover, she knew Lin Gija's character best and knew he would never unjustly show favoritism. As the group walked forward, Long Dingtian felt his steps were incredibly heavy. If his daughter really did those things, could he really just stand by and watch her die? He dared not think about it, and did not know how he ended up at the door of a room. The room doors are made of steel that is 40 or 50 centimeters thick. When the door to the room opened, they saw a distraught Long Tingting. Long Tingting also saw her father, and countless tears flashed in her eyes. She quickly wrapped her arms around him, but unfortunately her hands and feet were fixed in place, and she could only take 2 steps with a section of iron chain. Dad, why are you here too? I've already made this very clear. It has nothing to do with you. It was all my doing. You can't do this. My dad is innocent. He urged me to come to you many times, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I did everything you did to get my dad released. It had nothing to do with him. As Long Tingting spoke, her voice trembled and choked with increasing urgency, and her eyes were filled with endless regret. So, you did all of this, including everything in these documents? Long Dingtian's voice trembled violently, and tears streamed down his face. Dad, I'm sorry, I've let you down. If there is an afterlife, I still want to be your daughter, and I will never rebel again. As she spoke, Long Tingting couldn't help but burst into tears and threw herself into her father's arms. At this moment, she truly regretted it. Long Dingtian couldn't stop the tears from falling. He was now hesitant, wanting to beg Lin Yu, but he simply didn't have the face to do so. The person who did that was his daughter. He wanted to save his daughter, but he also wanted those bloody records. He really couldn't say those words. Dad, I will definitely talk to them properly and cooperate with them fully. This has nothing to do with you. Please don't hurt my dad. Long Tingting turned her gaze over and knelt down immediately when she saw Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, I know that you wanted to help me before, but I was ungrateful. Please save my father. He's truly innocent. 602, Chapter 602. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Lin Yu said calmly, don't worry, your father will be fine. I brought him here, he wanted to see you one last time. Because he doesn't believe you did these things in his eyes, you will always be that well-behaved, beautiful, and lovely daughter, but he doesn't know how many things you have done. Although this is a blow to your dad, it's good for him to see things clearly sooner rather than later. So that there won't be any other thoughts later. I'll leave the time to you. After saying that, Lin Yu turned and walked out. Fire Phoenix followed behind. The two closed the door and stood in the corridor. Fire Phoenix raised an eyebrow and glanced directly at the location of the surveillance camera. Then it immediately turned to the other side and stopped moving. A satisfied smile appeared on her beautiful face, and she turned around and threw herself into Lin Yu's arms. Leaning against that warm embrace, Fire Phoenix's face revealed an incomparably charming smile. Brother Lin, I miss you so much. I originally wanted to visit you, but then some things happened here. Especially recently, we've been extremely busy here. Some people are even trying to take action against us because of their unfilial children. The previous incident happened because someone wanted to kill us directly, and they even used poison. Fortunately, my people reacted quickly and sent out a distress signal immediately. The team members arrived in time, but unfortunately one of them was left with a lifelong, incurable sequela. At this point, Fire Phoenix's face showed anger. Lin Yu smiled and said, "This world has always been incredibly cruel. You never know when someone might have an accident. From now on, you'll stay here obediently. I've already spoken to the people above about your mission outside. If they dare to cause you any trouble, I'll flip the table over for them." Fire Phoenix's eyes held a hint of annoyance. Brother Lin, you're so mean, no wonder they haven't let me go out lately. So it was you who greeted them. Lin Yu smiled and said, your presence here will allow you to better understand the development of each matter. Your strength is still too weak. Once your strength increases, the sky's the limit. Without a second thought, Huafeng shook her head, hugged Lin Yu tightly around the waist, and pressed her face against his chest. Her voice was also full of tenderness. I don't want to fly, I want to stay with Brother Lin. I'll follow you wherever you go. Even if I'm here handling things, I can still come to see you offline. I don't want to lose you again. At this point, Fire Phoenix raised her little face and kissed Lin Yu on the cheek. Her charming face became even more ardent. Her beautiful eyes held a tenderness that seemed capable of melting anyone's heart. Lin Yu reached out and hooked his arm around Huafeng's slender waist, then gently stroked her delicate nose with his other hand, and said with a smile, don't worry, I'll take you with me wherever we go this time. Stay here for the time being and don't wander around. If you need to go out or encounter any problems that you can't solve, please call Xiaolu directly for help. Those people in the ancient god cult are getting more and more insane, and they might do something desperate at any time. 603, Chapter 603 Selling Off Assets. With a serious expression on her face, Huafeng nodded obediently. Brother Lin, don't worry, I definitely won't hold you back. I know that with my current strength, I would only cause trouble wherever I go. The people above actually told me that too. Especially my dad, he often reminds me not to go out and act recklessly. He also said that if I cause you trouble and make you unhappy, I'll really flip their table and beat them up. Just thinking about the tone of my dad's voice makes me want to laugh. My dad is terrified by you. They are very worried that what happened 5 years ago will happen again. Brother Lin, what exactly did you do to them 5 years ago? Why do they seem so terrified when they hear your name now? Fire Phoenix's eyes were filled with curiosity. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. I didn't do anything, but I almost overturned the table. An old man stopped me and talked to me a lot. Your dad was there too, but don't worry, I didn't hit him. Fire Phoenix could even imagine how dangerous the situation must have been. If it weren't for that old man that Brother Lin mentioned, Brother Lin probably would have flipped the table. As the two were chatting, the door was pushed open. Long Dingtian walked out somewhat dejectedly. Lin Yu glanced around the room but didn't say anything more. Mr. Long, let's go back. I'll come see you again when I have time. Lin Yu hugged Huafeng. Finally, he and Long Dingtian walked directly out of the Special Operations Division. Long Dingtian finally couldn't hold back anymore. and tears streamed down his face as he burst into tears. Lin Yu handed him a cigarette. What's done is done, there's no going back. No one can forgive the mistakes made by others on behalf of those who are kings. A mistake is a mistake. Long Dingtian wiped away his tears and lit a cigarette, his hands trembling. He took a deep drag, but then started coughing violently. When my daughter used to see me smoking at home, she would definitely try to stop me by acting cute and charming. No one will care about me anymore. Perhaps if fate allows, we can be father and daughter again in our next life. Mr. Lin, is my daughter never coming back? Perhaps. Lin Yu said calmly. It wasn't that he was cold-hearted, but rather that Long Tingting's actions indirectly and directly harmed many people. He has no right to forgive anyone on behalf of the victims. The last glimmer of hope in Long Dingtian's eyes was completely extinguished. He knew that even if he asked Lin Yu for help, it probably wouldn't make much difference. Just as he thought, Lin Yu might help if he could. It took him more than 10 minutes to finally manage to stand up. Mr. Long, let me take you home. Don't do anything foolish. Long Dingtian shook his head, his eyes filled with despair. Of course I can't do anything foolish. My silly daughter made such a big mistake, and I still want to make up for it. Although my compensation won't make much difference, it may be the only thing that gives me some psychological comfort. My company still has enough assets. I plan to withdraw all the money I can after I get back. Then go and make amends to the families who have been hurt. Mr. Lin, I've heard that Morone Company has been acquiring businesses recently. Could you please tell them that I want to sell all of my assets? 604, Chapter 604 Hallucinogenic Toxins. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, I'll give you his contact information directly, you can go and find him. Chairman Morong is indeed acquiring assets right now. If you'd like, you can stay and help him. Long Dingtian shook his head with a bitter smile. No, my daughter is gone, and I'm all alone now. After I've settled everything at home, I'll think about what I should do next. Lin Yu didn't try to persuade him anymore, knowing that Long Dingtian was now completely despondent. After sending the person back, Lin Yu smoked a cigarette outside. In life, people face many choices. Some choose the right path, while others have gone astray. To try to come back is like slowly escaping from a swirling vortex of mud. How difficult that is. It was already very late when he got home. When Su Wanrong saw Lin Yu return, a smile appeared on her pretty face. What were you busy with? Why are you so late today? Knowing you probably haven't eaten yet, I called and ordered a table full of food. I don't know if you like these dishes, they definitely won't taste as good as the ones you make yourself. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Yu's face, but these dishes have a bonus. Because my wife made this for me herself. It would be even better if you could feed me. With such appealing appearance, the taste will definitely be elevated to a whole new level. Su Wanrong gave her a charming look, her eyes filled with reproach. You're already such a grown-up, why do you still want me to feed you? You should eat it yourself. It's not like you don't have hands. Despite saying that, Su Wanrong still picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and handed it to Lin Yu. Want to try it? Lin Yu ate it in one bite, a smile appearing on his face. You said you didn't want it, but your actions certainly told you otherwise. I'll feed you a bite too. Just as he picked up the fish with his chopsticks and handed it to Su Wanrong. Su Wanrong's pretty face flushed slightly as she opened her small mouth. The next second, Lin Yu put his chopsticks away and ate the fish. Su Wanrong was stunned for a moment, then angrily raised her small hand, as if she wanted to hit Lin Yu on the head with the chopsticks she was holding. However, she quickly withdrew her hand, and then, under the table, stretched out a toe and gently kicked Lin Yu's leg. You bastard, you're bullying me again. Lin Yu's smile widened. That's right, I'm bullying you, and you're not allowed to eat at this table tonight. It can only be eaten by me. You're so domineering, you ordered so many dishes, but you won't even let me eat any? Su Wanrong said, her chopsticks already reaching for the fish. However, Lin Yu revealed a wicked smile. I've already tasted it for you. There's a trace of toxin in these dishes. This toxin won't cause much harm after you eat it, but it will make you fall into a state of mental hallucination. What do you mean? Su Wanrong's expression changed. Lin Yu's smile grew even brighter. It means someone poisoned me. He understood what was going on after eating the fish. This toxin had absolutely no effect on him. However, Su Wanrong would definitely encounter serious problems if she ate it. But when he fed it to Su Wanrong, she didn't hesitate at all. He immediately realized that someone was likely deliberately plotting against Su Wanrong. 605, Chapter 605 Facing Your Inner Self. When Lin Yu fed Su Wanrong fish, it wasn't to test her. He didn't believe Su Wanrong would harm him at all, he was just teasing her on purpose. This was also to let Su Wanrong know that she must be extra careful next time and never eat things indiscriminately. The situation is becoming increasingly dangerous, with the ancient god called launching a near-frenzied revenge. Su Wanrong's sudden food order could very well become an opportunity for them to take advantage of the situation. Are you kidding me? Su Wanrong asked, her eyes filled with disbelief. She glanced at the sumptuous dinner on the table, then turned her gaze to Lin Yu. But what I saw was a smile on Lin Yu's face. After a slight hesitation, she picked up her chopsticks, took out a piece of fish, and slowly brought it to her mouth. You wicked fellow, is it poisonous or not? I'm already about to eat, and you're not going to stop me? Lin Yu leaned close to Su Wanrong's ear with a half smile and whispered, this hallucinogenic toxin can make a person's mind extremely sharp. And it will bring out the deepest part of your heart. Even if you swallowed it, you'd only be a little dazed at most. If I were the person you care about most, then at this moment I would see your gentle and obedient side, like a kitten, and you would obediently listen to whatever I asked you to do. You can even try it with your little mouth beforehand. Before he could finish speaking, Su Wanrong covered his mouth with her small hand. A blush appeared on her beautiful face. My heart was pounding like a deer. She hesitated slightly, then asked softly, are you sure there won't be any other harm? Lin Yu nodded. He had personally tested this toxin and understood its effects. Then he saw Su Wanrong actually pick up the fish with her chopsticks and start eating. I just want to see if you are the person I care about most in my heart. Because I don't yet know exactly how much I like you. If you're not the person I care about most, then you'd better be jealous. Su Wanrong said, her face already turning red. There are some things I simply don't have the courage to do normally. They didn't even dare to speak out. However, after ingesting this trace amount of toxin, one can become bold. Lin Yu grabbed your little hand and said, somewhat amused and exasperated, are you trying to prove something to me on purpose? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. I just want to look directly into my own heart. I think too much. Usually only when I see my own heart can I be more certain, Su Wanrong said, her face flushed. She tried to pull her little hand away, but found that Lin Yu was holding it very tightly. I'm not full yet, I'm hungry. Su Wanrong's words carried a hint of coquetry. She herself didn't realize that his emotions had changed drastically. Lin Yu smiled and embraced the person in his arms. If you get hungry, I'll make you something else to eat. Taking a small amount of this toxin is fine, but taking too much will cause irreversible damage. As for these things, leave them here for now, and someone will come to eat them later. After saying that, Lin Yu went straight to the kitchen. She quickly made a bowl of noodles and came out. Su Wanrong's face was flushed, and her eyes seemed to be brimming with tears. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yu. Her fair, lotus root-like arms stretched out, and her voice was as sweet and coquettish as a kitten scratching at one's heart. I want a hug. 606, Chapter 606 Waiting for You. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Yu immediately embraced Su Wanrong. The noodles were placed on the table, and she said with a smile, would you like me to feed you now? Su Wanrong nodded obediently, truly transforming into a kitten, snuggling into Lin Yu's arms and finding the most comfortable position. Her pretty face turned as red as a small stove. Her beautiful eyes were filled with Lin Yu, and her voice trembled, I find that you are all I can think about right now. And you rascal, you've become more timid lately. I told you not to come, but you still won't come to my room. I'm all ready, but I just can't wait for you, you bastardy, wish I could bite you to death right now. Hearing those delicate words, Lin Yu's smile widened even more. Have you forgotten that I once said I would make you unable to resist and pounce on me in the end? I want it now. You just said you were hungry, so finish your noodles. Lin Yu suddenly raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. But then he smiled and said, take it back to your room and eat it. We have guests at our villa, so I need to treat them well. The food here is just right for them. Lin Yu picked Su Wanrong up in his arms. Wait a minute, I haven't gotten my noodles yet. You made these for me yourself, Su Wanrong hurriedly called out. She reached out her small hand to serve the noodles, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Then I'll be waiting for you. After you see all those guests off, just wait for me to bite you. I'm going to pounce on you, then bite you hard, so you'll remember me for the rest of your life. Su Wanrong is now like a completely different person, with a well-behaved and adorable appearance. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a burning passion emanating from his heart. After carrying her to the room, they watched as Su Wanrong sat there obediently eating noodles. He then closed the door and came out. At this moment, Xiao Lu, who had been standing outside the door, slowly walked into the villa's hall. Boss, it was my oversight. When you sent me the message just now, I immediately launched an investigation. That guy got away. I'm doing my best to search. Lin Yu was referring to the food on the table. Pack these things up and take them with you. Anyway, once we catch him, we'll just treat him to a meal. Remember to make sure he eats it all, not a single grain of rice is left. Xiao Lu nodded immediately, a hint of guilt on his face. Boss, the water here is a bit too deep. I found myself feeling somewhat powerless when facing those people. Maybe I should call Xiao Qi over, although he's a bit of a joker and doesn't take things seriously. But he is very serious about his work, and I also lack someone with ruthless methods to help me. Lin Yu smiled and said, there's no need to look for Xiao Qi, his current position is just right. Besides, it's not appropriate for him to come now. Now you can bring some people to the surface. The list I gave you has detailed information on many people. You can call upon whomever you want. Xiao Lu's face lit up with excitement. Boss, do you have some big plan? Lin Yu shook his head. No, it's just that the ancient god sect is a bit unstable. We need to give them a bit of a shock so they can send more experts. Only 1/3 of the people need to surface. The rest of the arrangements can be gradually unfolded, and I have arranged for more than just this many people. There are also many people on standby at any time. 607, Chapter 607, Taking Action Personally. Xiao Lu's eyes also held a clear expectation. Boss, are those people all people you personally trained over the past 5 years? Although I only have contact with a few dozen people now, they give me the same feeling as before. They must have suffered a lot under your command, right? Xiao Lu still clearly remembers what Lin Yu looked like when they first met. Recalling what happened back then, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. It's just casual training. I also brought them some medicine and let them develop freely. As for how far they can go, that depends on their own talent. Xiao Lu's face lit up with a bright smile. Boss, that's what you told us back then. And we became one of those who received that honor. This is all thanks to the opportunity you gave us, boss. Lin Yu simply smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. He mentors people based on their talent and what they are good at. Now it's time for those people to show up. Just then, Xiao Lu's phone rang. When he saw the text message, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Boss, we've tracked down those people. I'll go find them right now. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Wait for me at the villa entrance for a few minutes. I'd like to see who dares to lay a hand on me. This may just be a test from him, but it has already touched a raw nerve. Lin Yu had already planned it out. It wasn't just about dealing with those people. We also need to make an example of them. After all, those people were planning to harm him and his woman. This is absolutely unforgivable. If we don't teach them a lesson this time, who knows what kind of more powerful toxin they might use to threaten him next time. They might even take Su Wanrong away directly. This kind of thing has happened before. Lin Yu was very clear about the ruthlessness and cruelty of those people. The excitement in Xiao Lu's eyes became even more obvious. Boss, are you going to take action yourself? I haven't seen you do anything yourself for over 5 years. I am sure it will be a huge surprise for those people. I'll be waiting for you at the door. After saying that, he hurriedly went out, knowing that his eldest brother still wanted to say a few words to his sister-in-law. I don't want to be a third wheel in a villa. When Lin Yu returned to his room, he saw that Su Wanrong's eyes were burning with passion. He had barely sat down when he pounced on him. Are you satisfied now? I took the initiative myself. You can't expect me to continue, can you? Su Wanrong's face flushed. Her stunningly beautiful face, coupled with her tender and affectionate gaze, could almost melt anyone's heart. Lin Yu gently brushed her dark hair aside, his smile widening. I need to go out and take care of something, so you'll have to wait a little longer. Su Wanrong's expression showed a slight disappointment, but it quickly turned into annoyance. Damn it, I've already taken such a proactive approach, and you still want to run away. Did you do this on purpose? You feel that I treated you coldly before, so you want to get revenge on me? I admit I treated you badly before, and I accept that you want revenge now, but can you please not leave? Because I really want you to be with me. 608, Chapter 608 Tracking. If it were anything else, even if the sky were to fall, Lin Yu would not leave at this moment. But things are different now. He knew what state Su Wanrong was in right now, and that even if he did anything, Su Wanrong wouldn't object. They might even turn the tables and let him do whatever he wants. He reached out and cupped that exquisitely beautiful face in his hands, his smile widening. I have something very important to do, but I need to get you to sleep before I leave. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to sleep and would be waiting for me to come back. I don't want you to suffer the torment of unrequited love forever. Once you fall asleep, you'll have everything you want in your dreams. Su Wanrong wasn't particularly willful. Seeing Lin Yu's tender gaze, she already understood. She leaned against Lin Yu's chest and asked directly, is this matter very important? Lin Yu nodded, of course, and it has to be done. We need to let those people know what serious consequences will come if they dare to lay a hand on my woman. Otherwise, if we don't teach them a lesson this time, they'll dare to try again next time. I want them to understand that I will chop off the claws of anyone who dares to reach out, and I will make sure that anyone who dares to come here never gets to be reincarnated. Stay home and sleep, wait for me, I'll wake you when I get back. Lin Yu patted her delicate, slender shoulder. Su Wanrong leaned closer, slowly closed her eyes, listened to the strong heartbeat, and breathed in that incredibly familiar scent. I don't even know when I actually fell asleep. Her beautiful red lips were adorned with a captivating smile. Even in her sleep, one could only imagine what sweet dreams she was having. Lin Yu slowly withdrew his hand. He had just gently pressed Su Wanrong's sleeping acupoint. Go to sleep, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Lin Yu jumped off the open balcony, his footsteps landing silently. When he arrived at the door, he saw Xiao Lu sending a message. Xiao Lu's face lit up with excitement. Boss, let's go there right now. Those people haven't made any unusual moves. However, there must be some experts among them, so our people will not get too close to avoid alerting them. Lin Yu nodded. After the two got into the car, it only took a few minutes to reach the location where those people were hiding. This area is a shantytown. The surrounding environment is very chaotic, with many illegal buildings on all sides. Finding someone in a place like this would be extremely difficult. Only after locking onto the target can you strike directly and hit the bullseye. Are you sure those people are inside? Several men in black trench coats appeared immediately after Xiao Lu arrived. No wonder they walked up to him. A man in a black trench coat nodded quickly. Sixth brother has completely decided that those people will be the residents of Changxing Courtyard. That guy probably didn't expect us to come after us, nor did he expect us to find out about them so quickly. So those people were so brazen that they even went outside and robbed a few beautiful women. As for what they were doing inside, I don't know, but you could clearly hear people screaming in fear. Xiao Lu immediately turned his gaze to Lin Yu. Boss, let's hurry over there now, maybe we can still save someone. 609, Chapter 609 A Second Move. Lin Yu nodded, and Xiaolu immediately stepped forward and kicked the door open. At the same time, he turned to the men in black trenchcoats and said, "Have people block off all sides of the area, we can't let these bastards get away." A smile appeared on his face. "Boss, although I know you are powerful enough to prevent them from escaping, just in case, I will definitely do my job well." Lin Yu simply smiled and walked directly into the courtyard. Angry words could be heard coming from inside. "Which bastard dares to kick down my gate?" As those angry words rang out, the person had already come out from inside. When he saw Lin Yu, he was only slightly stunned, but his expression immediately changed, and fear appeared in his eyes. "You, how could you possibly be here?" Lin Yu smiled calmly. "Since you've all done those kinds of things, do you still think you can escape my sight?" "Impossible, we clearly avoided those guys." "There's absolutely no way you could find us. Could there be a traitor among us?" The speaker was in his 30s, wearing beach shorts, shirtless, and his face had turned somewhat pale. He remembered Lin Yu's photo with unparalleled clarity. After all, when he first came here, someone had told him that after encountering Lin Yu, he should not think about resisting in any way, but run if he could, and if he really couldn't run, he should just end it all. Lin Yu's smile widened. "It seems you're already on guard against my people, though you may not realize it. The people I arranged only exposed a small part of it. The rest of the people are all in the shadows. You think I'm in the open, and that you can hide in the shadows, but you never thought that I would also have a backup plan. Now you don't need to think about running away anymore. Who came up with this idea tonight? Who tried to poison the takeout I ordered? Call him out obediently, and I may give you a quick death, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Lin Yu didn't care about these small fry at all. This is the guy in front of me. His strength is only at the intermediate level, and he has not yet entered the Grandmaster level. They're nowhere near as good as 6th graders. The expert was still inside the house and had not yet come out, but the others were holding their breath and on high alert. "Lin Yu, don't expect me to tell you any news. If I want to die, you can't stop me. Our boss once said that if I meet you and can't escape, then I should give myself a quick death and end it all. So that I won't fall into your hands and suffer that unparalleled pain. I just ingested poison in no more than 2 minutes, I will die completely. You can't save me, and don't expect to get any information out of me. I'm the one who poisoned you, and now you can't do anything about it. Aren't you angry? Aren't you furious?" After he finished speaking, a ghostly smile appeared on his face, and blood vessels gradually appeared in his eyes. His body was also suffering damage from the toxins, causing his expression to become somewhat ferocious and distorted. Lin Yu, however, revealed a mocking sneer on his face. "Want to die? Did you ask me?" 610, Chapter 610, Playing Tricks. The man's expression changed drastically after hearing Lin Yu's words. He didn't know what other tricks Lin Yu had up his sleeve, but the smile on Lin Yu's face sent chills down his spine. Even the ferocious smile on his face froze. Lin Yu took a few steps forward. "In front of me, even if you want to die, you need my permission. I won't let you die even if the King of Hell comes, he can't take your life. You think you've gotten so powerful with a tiny toxin?" After saying that, he quickly made his move, and without hesitation, he inserted several silver needles into several acupoints on the man. He slapped him on the back. Fresh blood spurted directly from his mouth, corroding the bluestone floor as it hit the ground. A foul stench wafted over as well. Everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief and shock. Although they all knew that their boss was incredibly powerful, they never expected that such a potent poison could be neutralized so easily by him. Their eyes were filled with fervent worship. Lin Yu looked around the room. "I doubt you'd listen even if I asked you to come out. Are you taking poison now, or are you trying to end your own life?" The people in the room looked at each other, their eyes filled with terror. Those people just witnessed everything that happened outside. At this moment, their faces turned ashen white. The only one who could barely maintain his composure was the scarred man in his 40s. He has a hideous scar on his face and is almost 19 meters tall, but he has covered the scar with a tattoo. "Brother Scorpion, what do we do next?" The burly man, known as Scorpion Bro, took a few deep breaths before looking at the women they had abandoned in the corner. His gaze turned icy cold. Lin Yu is just toying with us. Even if we die, we absolutely cannot let Lin Yu succeed so easily. Bring these people over here and hold the knife to their necks. If Lin Yu dares to make any unusual moves, he will kill them on the spot. His killing intent had reached its limit at this moment. Lin Yu heard these words and slowly pushed open the door. They saw what was happening inside, and their brows twitched slightly. Having reached your level, your strength is still so focused on worldly pleasures. Don't you understand what a bone-scraping steel knife truly means? No wonder they're all so old, yet they're only at the Grandmaster level. They're a complete bunch of useless trash. I really don't know who gave you the courage to actually try to harm me? Scorpion was the first to stand up, his eyes filled with fear. He kicked his men directly in front of him, while he tried to control the women lying in the corner. However, before he even got there, he suddenly felt numbness in his hands and feet, and he couldn't even stand up straight. Turning around suddenly, he found that his subordinates were all in pretty much the same state. Lin Yu, you already possess such formidable strength, yet you still resort to underhanded tactics against us. Do you even deserve to be called a master? Aren't you ashamed to use poison? 611, Chapter 611 Testing. A mocking sneer appeared on Lin Yu's face. Do you need to use poison? You think you're worthy? Look at your bodies, where are the silver needles stuck? It was only at this moment that they discovered a hard needle that was still trembling in the dantian, lower abdomen, area. They didn't even know when Lin Yu made his move. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror. They had long seen that Lin Yudao's strength was terrifying, and the higher-ups had informed them of it beforehand, but they never imagined that Lin Yudao's strength could reach such a terrifying level, which could even be described as divine. I already told you that. If I want you to live, even the King of Hell can't take your lives. It's a pity you didn't have the courage to end your own lives just now. I'm too lazy to save so many of you. I'll only save him because I need to get all the information from him. Since you all want to live, then I will grant your wish. As he said this, Lin Yu slowly walked forward, and Xiao Lu and the others followed suit. As soon as Lin Yu sat down, Xiao Lu and the others immediately forced all those people to the ground and, without hesitation, struck their dantian with a palm. Several people were crippled on the spot. Scorpion Bro's eyes were bloodshot. Lin Yu, if you want to kill us, then kill us. Why humiliate us like this? No matter what, you are a master, and we are at least at the Grandmaster level. Are we really that insignificant in your eyes? If others knew that you treated a Grandmaster like this, I'm afraid everyone would avoid you, no one would want to join you, and you would become all alone. Lin Yu said with a half-smile, do I need anyone else's help? And aren't you all overestimating yourselves? Does he really think he still has a chance to escape? At this point, Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Don't worry, I will definitely spread the word about how you suffered to death. At that time, you will even let everyone see your suffering. I told you I wouldn't kill you. There's a chance you'll be spared. But I need to know whether this was a deliberate test by your ancient god cult, whether you received orders from above, or whether you acted on your own. Scorpion Brother shook his head and said, it's just that we don't believe in superstitions. I just wanted to test you, to see how capable you really are. I didn't expect you to be able to find us directly, and even to kill us. Now we can only pay the price for our mistakes. Do whatever you want, even if it means torture to death, we won't even flinch. Lin Yu's smile widened. Your words have given me a clear answer. This matter is a test by your ancient god cult. And you are nothing more than a pawn being used. There must be another expert among you. He is definitely not just a grandmaster, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make my brother feel troubled. He has even broken through to the legendary realm. Tell me where that person is? These sudden words left Scorpion Bro somewhat bewildered. He instinctively shouted, wasn't what I just said clear enough? It was a deliberate test on our part, and it has nothing to do with the ancient god cult. We don't have any powerful backers. 612, Chapter 612. Give me a quick death. Lin Yu smiled faintly. glanced at the people lying on the ground, and noticed that their expressions were all those of someone who was ready to die. You must all be a group of assassins under that guy's command. Don't try to deny it to me. Don't believe a single word you say. Just listen to what you're saying in reverse. As for what level of cultivation that expert has, we haven't seen it yet. However, he released you all, clearly just to use you as a tool to escape. Whether he can escape from the Ice City depends on whether he has the ability. Xiao Lu immediately mobilized the remaining men and told them to keep a close eye on this guy. Take down any expert whose cultivation level exceeds that of a grandmaster and whose identity is unknown. Scorpion Bro couldn't help but widen his eyes, his gaze filled with shock. He instinctively shouted, "Lin Yu, have you gone mad? No matter what you do, you don't know how many experts you'll offend." Lin Yu said with a half smile, "Do you think I would care? I just want to use this as an excuse to clean up everyone. Those unidentified guys, from today onwards, there is only one outcome: they will be completely kicked out of Ice City. Anyone who tries to cause trouble here should be prepared to die." At this point, he flicked out several silver needles. Scorpion Bro felt as if every cell in his body was constantly trembling with pain. At that moment, he felt as if his soul had been torn apart, and his eyes were filled with extreme terror. He never imagined that the extreme pain would feel like this. It felt like even a second more could cause him excruciating pain. As a Suicide Squad member, he possessed an extremely strong conviction, and at this moment, he could no longer hold back. Give me a quick death. Don't even think about getting any information from me, since you already know I'm a Suicide Squad member. Don't expect to get any information from me. He spoke incoherently, but the terror in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Lin Yu simply smiled faintly. "You can still be stubborn now, but what about in a few minutes? If you can hold out for 5 minutes, I won't ask you any more questions. If it hasn't been more than 5 minutes, then you'd better tell me who's behind you. I believe he doesn't want to abandon you all so easily. After all, you are some of the members he just brought here. Without you, he would be all alone. It would be very difficult for the storm to break out again." What Lin Yu said was based more on his own speculation and the clues he had discovered. After he finished speaking, his gaze turned to Scorpion Bro. Scorpion's pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes turned fierce. "I'd rather die then. You just wait, don't expect to get any information from me. If you have the guts, just kill me." Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. "Wouldn't it be no fun to kill you? I want you to suffer this kind of pain. And I'll also give your ancient god cult a return gift. Let your people know what the consequences are for offending me, and let the world know that anyone who tries to take advantage of me should be prepared to suffer the same fate. This killing the chicken to scare the monkey isn't just aimed at your ancient god cult, but at everyone." These words made a thought pop into Scorpion's mind. Has Lin Yu always been this crazy? 613, Chapter 613 Mental Breakdown. Unfortunately, Brother Scorpion didn't know what Lin Yu had done in the past, otherwise he wouldn't have any illusions now. Xiao Lu couldn't help but laugh at this moment. "Are you trying to say that our boss is making an enemy of all the ancient martial arts practitioners in the world?" Scorpion was in so much pain that he could barely speak, but the change in his expression revealed his thoughts. "There are some things you might never even dare to dream of. But our boss did such a thing. 5 years ago, our boss dared to be an enemy of all the ancient martial arts practitioners in the world, not to mention that our strength has improved significantly now. Previously, we were in a period of rapid growth and strength. Now that our strength has basically stabilized, any further increase will require a gradual accumulation of strength over time. You have no idea how powerful we are. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. You haven't even seen the tip of the iceberg, you're just a bunch of ignorant ants." Scorpion Bro couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. His bloodshot eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. He couldn't even imagine how glorious and illustrious Lin Yu had once been. At this moment, his beliefs were gradually crumbling. And this was only a little over a minute ago. Xiao Lu said with a half smile, "I advise you to stop struggling. It's all in vain. Our boss has countless ways to make you wish you were dead if he wanted to deal with you. Don't even mention 5 minutes, even if it's just 3 minutes short, you might not be able to make it through. As he spoke, he raised his hand to glance at the time. 1 minute and 32 seconds have passed. Keep going, you're getting closer and closer to the 5-minute mark. These words completely shattered Scorpion's spirit. He opened his mouth, but could no longer speak. The pain was causing his muscles to spasm, and he couldn't even move his fingers. Lin Yu sat there quietly, waiting. Less than 3 minutes had passed. Scorpion Bro's mentality has completely collapsed, and his subordinates are even worse. At this moment, everyone's face showed pain and they're pleading. Lin Yu said calmly, I can solve your pain right now, and even make you confess everything honestly. However, that won't be enough to completely break your spirit. It will take at least 5 minutes. I will relieve your pain at 4 minutes and 59 seconds. At that time, it will be a chance for you to speak again. I hope you will cherish it. They've really lost their composure. Xiaolu laughed heartlessly on the side. He knew Lin Yu would definitely deal with these people this way. 5 minutes is the limit. If it really exceeds 5 minutes, their boss might actually let those people go. But they were just 1 second away from relieving their suffering. Time passed second by second. Xiaolu had already prepared 2 wads of paper and stuffed them into his ears. The others in black trench coats all looked completely bewildered. However, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu waved his hand. All the silver needles on those people flew out. The sudden, piercing scream sent shivers down everyone's spines. They were genuinely startled. Scorpion Bro was completely exhausted, looking like he had just been pulled out of the river. Lin Yu, just kill me, give me a quick death. My boss is in Tianyang River. There's a farmhouse next to the Tianyang River, and they're waiting for us there. If there's no movement from our side by tomorrow morning, we'll go there and meet him. 614, Chapter 614. Are you satisfied? Xiaolu immediately wiped the smile off his face and pulled the crumpled paper out of his ear. Boss, should I take some people over there now? Lin Yu shook his head. Tianyang River is not far from here. It only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. But even if we go now, that guy will have already run away since he has agreed to meet tomorrow morning. If we make a move now, it is very likely that we will alert him. As long as we know he's still in the city, that's enough. You can contact the people on the list I gave you before and get them all involved. Do what you say immediately. I will make all the ancient martial arts practitioners in Ice City tremble, and make them regard this place as a forbidden zone from now on. A fierce fire ignited in Xiaolu's eyes. Yes, I'll do it right away. Lin Yu stood up and then flicked out a few pills. The pills landed directly in their mouths. Lin Yu, what did you feed us? Scorpion asked in a terrified and speechless manner. It's just some small pills that will make you suffer like you did just now, but won't make you die from the pain. You will be unconscious for 5 hours every day. Those 5 hours will give you relief so that you don't die in agony in a short time, and your fate will be known to everyone. Don't worry, as long as someone from your ancient god cult is found, I will give each of them a pill. Since we're going to fight, let's go all out. Playing these underhanded tricks will only make you suffer more. After saying that, Lin Yu got up and walked straight out. The few men in black trench coats who remained at the scene immediately stepped forward and dragged all of them up. Lin Yu returned to the villa. But the entire city of Harbin was thrown into turmoil. Some of the people who had been lying low all came out at this moment, but no one knew their identities. Only a few hours into the night, apart from a few experts from the Special Operations Division, almost all the remaining ancient martial arts practitioners had disappeared. Those who received the news fled the Ice City as quickly as possible. But no one could escape. Even digging 3 feet into the ground, there was always a place to hide. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had already returned home. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face that was fast asleep, he slowly leaned closer. Su Wanrong, sensing what was happening, immediately reached out her small hands and hugged Lin Yu tightly. The little face nestled closer to Lin Yu's chest. Lin Yu smiled, having observed the effects of the medicine all night. With about an hour left, he raised his hand and gently patted the firm, curved area. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, followed by Su Wanrong suddenly opening her beautiful eyes. When she saw that it was Lin Yu, her beauty seemed to be able to drip water. With reproach and annoyance. "You bastard, is this how you wake me up?" Lin Yu's smile deepened, and he reached out to hug the woman tightly, his fingers lifting her round, delicate chin. The two people looked into each other's eyes. Su Wanrong's heart pounded like a deer. At the same time, it was also a moment of instant attraction. Anticipation and shyness intertwined in her heart, and her fair little hands tightly hugged Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and said, "I'm waiting for you to pounce on me." Su Wanrong bit her red lips slightly, then turned over without hesitation and pressed down on Lin Yu. That flawless, exquisite face was burning with intense heat. Suppressing her embarrassment, she said with a hint of annoyance, "Are you satisfied now?" 6:15, Chapter 6:15. Waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Su Wanrong was now clearly embarrassed and angry, and her beautiful eyes were also filled with shyness. Some of them stared defiantly into Lin Yu's eyes. The two people looked into each other's eyes. In just a few seconds, Su Wanrong had already obtained her marriage certificate, and she slightly bit her red lips. "You bastard, what more do you want from me? I'm practically pursuing you directly now, isn't that enough for you?" Lin Yu couldn't help but smile as he reached out and embraced her slender waist. His smile held a hint of teasing. "I was just teasing you on purpose, but I didn't expect you to actually fall for it. You are my woman. It's meant to be cherished, not to make things difficult for you. I originally thought that someone with your personality would never do such a thing, but now it seems that I still don't understand you enough. Why don't we discuss this right now, so that I can get to know my woman completely?" Before Su Wanrong could speak, Lin Yu kissed her directly. It lasted for quite a long time. Su Wanrong felt like she was suffocating, so she quickly pushed Lin Yu away and leaned into his warm embrace. It was only at this moment that Su Wanrong realized this. Without realizing it, she had lost everything, and there were no obstacles between her and Lin Yu, they were completely intertwined. Her delicate face flushed with shyness as she looked up at Lin Yu. Just a fleeting glance was enough to make his heart pound. "What are you waiting for?" Su Wanrong's soft voice trembled, like a kitten's claws scratching at one's heart. Having come to this point, how could Lin Yu possibly tolerate it any longer? He reached out and hugged the person tightly without any hesitation, pressing himself against her. Meanwhile, the area around the farmhouse by the Tianyang River was completely quiet. The surrounding woods were sparse, and the situation could be clearly seen within a radius of several kilometers. There were several men dressed in black deep in the woods. "Sixth brother, are we just going to wait here forever? Why don't we just go inside and wait? I have a bad feeling about this. Every time I have this feeling, something bad is going to happen," the man in black said in a low voice. Xiao Lu glared at him and said, "Shut your mouth. We have victory in our grasp this time. Besides us, there are some other experts. But you've never seen those people before, and they're very strong. We've already agreed to meet here, so I definitely won't be absent." Xiao Lu said this because of his absolute trust in Lin Yu. Just as they were observing the situation, a car sped over and headed straight for the farmhouse. The car was just an ordinary family sedan, but it still made them all tense. Whether we can take down the mastermind behind this depends on tonight. As soon as the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the courtyard house, everyone's eyes turned to it. But the people getting off the bus made them stare wide-eyed. No one expected it to be her. Could she be the mastermind behind Brother Scorpion? How is that possible? We have already investigated a lot of information, and it has absolutely nothing to do with her. 6:16, Chapter 6:16. Unexpected Visitor. The person who got off the bus was Han Shui. Her face showed obvious anxiety, and she looked towards the courtyard house, but did not go in immediately. Instead, he hesitated back and forth at the door, as if he had some reservations. Xiao Lu, who had been observing from the shadows, also frowned deeply. Is she waiting for someone? And it's very likely they're waiting for Scorpion and the others. Could it really be her behind it all? If that's the case, things might get a bit complicated. This person is clearly just a tool that has been pushed out, and the clues will likely end with Han Shui. The men in black trench coats all nodded in agreement. They are the people who know all the details best, so it's clear they're in real trouble now. They don't know how to treat Han Shui now. After all, Lin Yu never said he would do anything to Han Shui. Sixth brother, shall we go out now? Han Shui is clearly waiting for someone, maybe she's testing the waters. If the other people you contact can't help but take action, you might be exposed. Why don't we just wake up Brother Scorpion and the others and let them go find Han Shui themselves? That guy has already been poisoned by the boss, he definitely won't dare to resist. Upon hearing this, Xiaolu shook his head. The people I contacted know more about the boss's situation over the past 5 years than you do. They will definitely not make any rash moves. Let's continue to wait. I believe this is definitely a test, otherwise Han Shui wouldn't be so anxious. And don't forget the boss's previous arrangements. There are even more people taking action. Harbin is sure to be very lively tonight. Those guys are cowards. Once they find out about tonight's operation, they'll run as far away as possible. After all, they don't know that Brother Scorpion has fallen into our hands. They must be venting their anger because they think our boss can't find a target tonight. Everyone fell silent and waited for more than 2 hours. Han Shui's phone suddenly rang. He immediately took out his phone and saw the message. The call was answered almost instantly. Han Shui hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, what should I do next? I've been waiting here for 2 hours and haven't seen the Scorpion. Have they already been captured by Lin Yu's men? They might all run into trouble tonight. Maybe we shouldn't wait any longer, and we shouldn't go into Harbin for the foreseeable future, or the consequences could be very serious. But they definitely can't find the culprit, so they're taking their anger out on everyone. I know his personality too well. He will definitely not give up easily tonight. He will not stop until he finds out who is behind this." A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "The reason I'm calling you is to ask you to come over. You'd better get these things straight. If we can test the waters in front of Lin Yu, we should go find him as soon as possible. I want to know if Lin Yu has already discovered this place." Han Shui couldn't help but widen her eyes, her gaze still filled with disbelief. "Mr. Li, if you let me go over there now, I might become Lin Yu's punching bag. I may never be able to come back again. Lin Yu will never let me off the hook. He's furious right now." 617, Chapter 617 Utterly Destroyed. Muli's words came through the phone again. "Since you don't dare to show your face in front of Lin Yu, surely it wouldn't be a problem to give him a call? And you should tell Lin Yu directly that you were the one who did what happened tonight, that you were just trying to test him. Tell him that you arranged for those people to go there, and you have to take the blame for this, otherwise, Lin Yu's anger will be endless. Lin Yu should still have feelings for you, which is the real reason we're looking for you. Otherwise, you, an ordinary person, have no right to be so presumptuous in front of me. Do as I say right now. I'll be watching from the sidelines. If you don't do as I say, I won't hesitate to let you experience the pain of that goo worm slowly eating your brain clean." After he finished speaking, Mr. Li hung up the phone immediately. Han Shui was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and her eyes gradually revealed an expression of extreme resentment. However, it only lasted for less than a few seconds. She hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and dialed Lin Yu's number. "Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be reached." Han Shui's face twisted with anger. "Damn it, he actually blocked me?" Her face was filled with intense anger. However, he secretly felt fortunate. Fortunately, Lin Yu had already blocked him, otherwise he would have had to bear Lin Yu's wrath. Han Shui also wanted to test whether the person hiding behind her was really observing her from all sides. She really wanted to tell Lin Yu that there was a hidden old fox here. But she didn't dare. That is, at this very moment. The phone rang again, and Han Shui's heart skipped a beat. After hurriedly answering the call, I heard Muli's words. "Since you can't get through on the phone, then you should come in person. I never had a chance to leave Bingqing. What I said just now was just to lie to you. Only by calming Lin Yu's anger will he stop his pursuit. We also suffered heavy losses. About 80% of the people the ancient god cult just sent to support us have now become the dead of Lin Yu's men. We underestimated Lin Yu. He did not waste any of those 5 years, instead, he was constantly cultivating his own power. Those experts are definitely not Lin Yu's former brothers, but newcomers he has just trained. How did he manage to get those people to this level in almost 5 years? Muli's words were tinged with both admiration and fear. If he were given a few more years, how far would he have gone? I'm afraid the entire ancient god cult might not be qualified to compete with Lin Yu anymore. Han Shue's face already showed a helpless expression, and the words she hesitated to say were swallowed back down. Mr. Li, is there really no other way? Although Lin Yu still has feelings for me, they will eventually run out. This time, Lin Yu didn't hesitate to expose his own trump cards in order to wipe those people out in one fell swoop. You can imagine how angry Lin Yu is. However, after Han Shui finished speaking, there was no response from the other end, and the call was immediately disconnected. Han Shui collapsed completely to the ground. 2 tear tracks rolled down her smooth face. She felt that this time it might be completely over. 618, Chapter 618 has finally arrived. If Han Shui doesn't go now, she will definitely die, and die a terrible death, but if she goes to Lin Yu's house, she might be able to survive. She simply stood up, got into her car, and prepared to leave. Everyone deep in the woods turned their gaze toward Xiao Lu. Sixth brother, what do we do next? Should we stop Han Shui directly, or just watch her leave? Xiao Lu shook his head. Don't worry about her, you all heard the phone call just now, the person behind it will show up soon. Even now, that guy is still testing us, afraid that once he gets here, we'll ambush him immediately, but he has to go back to that courtyard house. There must be something he cares about a lot in there. Now that we've taken down the people behind them, we need to do a thorough search. Let's see what he's really up to. About half an hour after Han Shui left, a figure slowly emerged from the woods not far away, his entire body almost entirely shrouded in a black robe. Although his steps were slow, he was carefully observing his surroundings. They will leave immediately at the slightest disturbance. Given his cultivation level, if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him except for Lin Yu coming to find him personally. He still decided to risk coming back to retrieve the items. Xiao Lu's face gradually broke into a smile. That bastard made us stand here in the cold wind for hours, and he finally came out. Get ready, we're going to take down this bastard. We absolutely cannot let him get away, otherwise I will never be able to face the boss again. Upon hearing this, the people around them realized what was happening, and their faces showed excitement. They had finally waited for this moment. It had been so hard won. The man in black robes cautiously approached the courtyard gate, and only after finding no movement around him did a smile gradually appear on his face. It seems that Scorpion and the others did not betray us. However, I guess we won't be able to leave Ice City even if we don't run into Lin Yu. It will probably be hard to get through tonight. As long as you take your belongings and leave, you'll have another chance. Just as the man in black robes lowered his guard and was about to enter the courtyard, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind him. What do you want to take with you? Mr. Li, you've kept me waiting for so long. I've finally waited for you. Upon hearing the voice, Mr. Li turned around abruptly, and when he saw Xiao Lu behind him, his pupils contracted sharply. It was you? You were the one who tried to make a move on me, but you couldn't catch me. But now, if you're all alone, you're just as helpless. Xiao Lu burst into laughter. Having learned my lesson once, do you think I'd fall for it again? You got away with it last time, consider yourself lucky. This time, you're doomed. After saying that, he rushed forward. At least several dozen men in black also came out from the surrounding area. Xiao Lu's strength was not much different from his opponent's, and with the help of others, he quickly subdued Mr. Li. At this moment, in front of the villa, Han Shui finally drove the car here after much dawdling. She couldn't hear clearly whether Mr. Li had been following her the whole time, and her heart had already turned cold. 619, Chapter 619 Forbidden Land. Just as Han Shui was about to pry open the villa door, suddenly a black man appeared and blocked her way. Our boss is resting, please do not disturb him. No matter what your situation is, you have to wait if you want to leave, we will absolutely not stop you. The man in black had no idea what was going on inside the villa. However, when sixth brother left, he instructed him not to fight anyone, and not to step into the villa even if the sky were to fall. Anyone is included. Han Shui bit her red lips and lowered her voice, saying, "You should know who I am, right? Lin Yu is my ex-husband. If you don't let me in, you might be in big trouble." She was afraid that Mr. Li would do something, so she took advantage of his power. However, the sound had barely faded when the man in black sneered, "If you can't understand human language, I can teach you how to understand it. A few slaps at most, and I believe you'll learn quickly and well." Han Shui's face darkened. "I'll remember you. I'll wait at the door now. That shouldn't disturb Lin Yu's rest, right? Do as you please, but please don't shout around the villa, or I'll knock out all your teeth." After saying this, the man in black disappeared into the darkness. Han Shui's heart skipped a beat. Hadn't expected that the guards of Lin Yu's villa would be so powerful and fast, far exceeding his ability to freeze and capture situations. It's unimaginable what kind of terrifying force Lin Yu possesses. She wanted to call Mr. Li directly, but found that when she dialed, no one answered. As night fell, people in various circles in Harbin were still reeling from the sudden major event. The Special Operations Division, in particular, immediately called Lin Yu. The person making the call was Huo Feng. By this time, it was already daylight. Lin Yu arrived in the kitchen and smiled when he received the phone call. "Are you trying to ask me about what happened last night?" Fire Phoenix said in a sweet voice, "Brother Lin, it's not just me who wants to ask, but I'm afraid the entire high-ranking officers of the Special Operations Department also want to know what exactly happened. You chased out all the ancient martial arts practitioners in the entire Ice City. That's because they have a clear identity and haven't done anything immoral. Those petty thieves are in for a rough time. They're probably all in your hands now. Some of them did not provide their identities, but their families were already anxious, so they were wondering if our Special Administrative Region could help them make contact." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Just tell those who want to contact me now. We gave their families a chance to protect their identities, but they didn't comply. This guy actually dared to attack me. Anyone who dares to make a move will have their hand chopped off or their foot stomped on. Tell them to give up the idea as soon as possible, otherwise if they dare to show their faces in front of me, I will make them wish they were dead. Send another message for me. Any martial artist who dares to approach Ice City without a clear identity should prepare for their doom if they are discovered." Fire Phoenix's words were filled with fervent worship. "Brother Lin, you're so handsome. In the future, Ice City will probably become a forbidden place for many ancient martial arts practitioners." 620, Chapter 620Y. Lin Yu smiled faintly. "It's fine if it becomes their forbidden area anyway. I'll make this place an impregnable fortress in the future. Anyone who dares to cause trouble should be prepared to die. Of course, this excludes the Special Operations Unit you lead. Anyone else leading a team besides you will have to stay outside Penang obediently. Just tell your superiors this, that's my attitude towards them. If they're not satisfied, they can come find me anytime. 5 years ago, if it weren't for the Special Operations Unit, several people there would have run into trouble. It wasn't enough to make him furious later, but those things are all in the past, and he's too lazy to talk about them anymore." However, he never considered himself a saint. Even if he had dealt with those people back then and hadn't held a grudge against the entire Special Operations Division, he wouldn't have bothered to give them a kind look. "Brother Lin, they've already said that no matter where you go, I will always follow you. I'll be in Harbin every day from now on. Once I've sorted things out here, I'll come find you." After exchanging a few words, Lin Yu hung up the phone. His gaze also turned towards the entrance of the villa. From the kitchen, you can clearly see a slender figure standing at the entrance of the villa. That person was Han Shui. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He had already given Xiao Lu instructions yesterday. It's because he guessed that Han Shui might be pushed out by those people to take the blame, so he couldn't be bothered to meet her. They're still standing at the door now. Then there are only two possible outcomes. It's possible that the person behind it has already been taken down by Xiao Lu and had no chance to inform Han Shui. Another possibility is that Han Shui wanted to seek his protection. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Yu was too lazy to meet him. he simply sent a message. Tell Han Shui to leave now. I don't want my wife to be upset if she sees her. The man in black guarding the door immediately appeared in front of Han Shui. A mocking look appeared on his face. Please leave. Our boss has spoken, he doesn't want to see you. I'm giving you a chance now, you'd better leave obediently, or don't blame me for being impolite. I'm not as chivalrous as our boss. As he spoke these words, a chilling killing intent emanated from the man in black. That killing intent surged forth like a raging sea of blood. Han Shui was so frightened that she trembled, her eyes filled with terror. Even wearing high heels, she accidentally twisted her ankle and fell to the ground. Why? I've been waiting here all night, for 5 or 6 hours, my legs are numb from standing, can't he even see me? After I go back this time, I will most likely become a tool that those people discard. I just wanted to see him one last time before I died. I just want to ask him if he can give me a chance to start over and let my life begin anew. This marks the complete end of a 5-year period. Han Shui spoke very loudly when she said this. That shrill voice carried far. The man in black's expression changed, and his gaze sharpened. Fool, I think you're courting death. He was also quite angry. I was just about to make a move. Just then, Lin Yu's voice came over. Let her in. 621, Chapter 621. I didn't cook your meal. The man in black glared at him coldly. A chilling murderous intent flashed in his eyes. However, he immediately obeyed Lin Yu's words and made way for her. Go inside. Han Shui never expected that the man in black would suddenly enter the villa. She quickly stood up, her expression turning grateful. Thank you. Lin Yu just used a sound transmission technique, which only the man in black could hear. Han Shui thought the man in black had changed his attitude and didn't say much. She hurriedly walked into the villa, but her legs were indeed a little weak. Coupled with Xia's fall just now, she looked a bit disheveled. Lin Yu was still in the kitchen, there was no one else in the villa's living room. Just then, the bedroom door upstairs opened. Su Wanrong yawned lazily, stretched, and looked towards the hall, where she saw Han Shui. Her expression froze slightly. The two people looked into each other's eyes. A slow smile appeared on Su Wanrong's face. Long time no see. Looking at Su Wanrong, Han Shui felt a mix of emotions swirling within her. All sorts of feelings welled up in my heart. You actually smiled at me, don't you hate me anymore? It was because of me that you... Han Shui was interrupted by Su Wanrong before she could finish speaking. On Su Wanrong's flawless face, the smile became even more pronounced, like a beautiful rose in full bloom. She smiled and said, I stopped hating you a long time ago. I should even thank you. If it weren't for your deliberate scheme, I wouldn't have been able to truly know Lin Yu. I should thank you for finding such a good man for me. With that, Su Wanrong headed straight for the kitchen. Honey, what do you want for breakfast? Han Shui turned her gaze over. Then he discovered that Su Wanrong was like a clingy kitten, and she hugged Lin Yu directly from behind. Her exquisitely beautiful face pressed against Lin Yu's back, gently rubbing against him, her face filled with pure enjoyment. Bathed in sunlight, her stunning beauty and flawless smile created a breathtaking scene. Han Shui was envious, even jealous. This should have belonged to her, but she destroyed it with her own hands. She used to look down on Lin Yu, thinking he only knew how to cook and didn't know what he was busy with all day, but now, looking back on those 5 years, she realizes how happy she was back then. Tears involuntarily streamed down Han Shui's face. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I got up late today, so I just made some millet porridge. There are also fried eggs and scallion pancakes. I'm hungry, will you feed me? Su Wanrong said in a coquettish tone. Lin Yu could clearly sense the change in Su Wanrong's attitude. Especially after last night's experience of breaking through that final layer of the relationship. He then discovered Su Wanrong's clingy personality. However, he liked it very much and enjoyed it. Wash your hands first. Su Wanrong obediently walked out of the kitchen, smiled at Han Shui, and went straight to the bathroom. Han Shui bit her red lips slightly, her voice trembling as she said, Now I truly regret it, I've lost this happiness that belonged to me. Lin Yu, I don't blame you. I only hate myself, why can't I? Towards the end, Han Shui couldn't continue speaking and even broke down in tears. Lin Yu, however, remained completely unmoved. He placed the fried egg and scallion pancake he was holding on the table. He said calmly, I didn't cook for you, so you'll just have to watch. 622, Chapter 622 Extravagant Desires. Han Shui could clearly sense that a layer of icy coldness had formed between her and Lin Yu, keeping them at arm's length. Although the voice was calm, there was no trace of emotional fluctuation. But she felt this sense of distance very clearly. 2VE come here today to ask you for a favor. Can you give me another chance? I don't want to get involved in your affairs anymore. I want to start my life anew. Lin Yu served the millet porridge and placed it on the table. He said calmly, what you want to do is none of my business. Our relationship has long been severed. The moment you listened to Jia Long and put poison in the wine glass, the relationship was completely severed. I drank that poison wine. Do you remember what your expression was like then? Lin Yu spoke these words in a calm voice. It was as if he hadn't personally experienced these things. At this moment, Su Wanrong, who came out of the bathroom, suddenly whitened her eyes. She looked at Han Shui in disbelief. It's truly unimaginable what Lin Yu must have been feeling at that moment. But she felt a pang of heartache. She walked over and tightly hugged Lin Yu's arm. Su Wanrong raised her face and said with an extremely firm and serious expression, from now on, no matter when or what situation we face, you can always trust me. Lin Yu smiled and ruffled her dark hair, his eyes filled with affection. Of course I believe you, let's eat. I still need to go to the company later. Su Wanrong nodded. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep clinging to Lin Yu in front of Han Shui, so she said in a coquettish tone, then can you come to the company with me? Lin Yu pinched that rosy, smiling face. I still have things to do. Someone brought us dinner yesterday. I need to take this dinner back to them. Su Wanrong didn't say anything more, and said softly, don't be too ruthless. I don't want you to be in any danger. As long as you are by my side, I will be more than satisfied. You are my world. Han Shui listened to these words from the side and looked at the expression on Su Wanrong's face. She admitted that she couldn't do that at all. Even when the two got married, it was only because Lin Yu was handsome and provided her with a lot of help, plus Lin Yu was indeed talented. But I don't know when it started, everything changed. In a daze, Han Shui didn't know how much time had passed before she realized that Su Wanrong had already driven away. Lin Yu calmly cleared the table. I don't want to repeat the same thing a second time. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Not attacking you is the greatest leniency I can show you. Whether others will attack you or not is none of my business. Han Shui knelt down in front of Lin Yu with a thud. With tears streaming down her face, she cried out in regret, Brother Lin, do you remember when we first met? Have you forgotten what you once said? You said that no matter how long I wait, as long as I ask you, you will unconditionally agree to do anything for me. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. When I drank that cup of poison wine, the 5 years of our marriage were completely poisoned to death by you. Then you've essentially given back your life. Han Shui was speechless at this point. That cup of poison wine could really kill someone. 623, Chapter 623. Want to try? After a moment's hesitation, Han Shui's eyes finally hardened with determination. Lin Yu, I know that there can never be any connection between us again. But this matter has already caused me a lot of trouble. If the goo worm in my brain cannot be removed, the ancient god cult will definitely use me as a fulcrum to send more people. They might send some powerful experts, and they might even target the people around you. You should be able to tell how crazy those people are. Knowing your strength, they still wanted to poison you to test you next time. They won't just do it as a test, they might even take advantage of you when you're not paying attention. They're a bunch of lunatics. Lin Yu said calmly, I know. They can all guess it. However, I didn't take them seriously at all. If they really came, it would be better if they were experts. As long as you are alive, you are a contact point for them. Haven't you realized your greatest role yet? Han Shue's pupils were constricted sharply. She had already suspected that they were likely using her. I've kept her around to create a false impression for others. You've long since used me as a tool. Why won't you let me go even now? If you have absolutely no attachment to me, why don't you kill me and give me a quick death? She has already suffered a mental breakdown. At this time, any words spoken would sound like rambling nonsense. There are too many thoughts in my mind, and I can't express them all at this moment. Lin Yu sat down on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. A mocking smile appeared on his face. If you had stopped right after that cup of poison wine. Maybe I can give you another chance to live, or even send you overseas so you can change your identity and live a life of wealth and comfort. It's a pity you missed your best opportunity. Now you want to regret it, but it's too late. Lin Yu's smile widened. You came to see me this time only because you were clinging to one last shred of hope. If I don't agree to your conditions, are you going to take drastic measures? That's right. Han Shui gritted her teeth. The pitiful, pleading look that had been in their eyes was gone. Her voice also carried more hatred and resentment. Everything that Su Wanrong owns should have belonged to me. I only made one wrong step, but it has caused me so much pain, and now I have become a pawn that others can manipulate at will. I'm not reconciled, I'm really not reconciled. If you can't free me, then we'll all perish together. The person I hate the most right now is not you, and I don't even have much resentment towards you. The person I truly resent is Su Wanrong. A sharp, cold glint flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. It would be best to put away all these dangerous ideas. Do you know that in Harbin now, I can control everything with one hand? Even if a fly flies in, I know whether it's male or female. Moreover, your greatest value to me is gradually disappearing, and I can make you disappear completely at any time. Would you like to give it a try? 624, Chapter 624. I've figured it out. Han Shui could clearly sense the chilling killing intent emanating from Lin Yu. The resentment in her mind was poured over her head like a bucket of cold water, chilling her to the bone. The sound has died down, the madness from just moments ago has vanished. Lin Yu, let's try a different approach. I want to cooperate with you if I can lure the people of the ancient god cult here. Can you give me a way out? Right now, I just want to start a new life. I'm begging you. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Needless to say, it was Gu Sheng who called me. Everyone was tricked into coming here. All you need to do is bring their leader to me. Once you meet this condition, I can give you a release, and I can even give you a completely new identity. Han Shui shook her head. If I can get rid of them, I won't need a new identity. I know you definitely don't care about money. Just give me some money so I can leave this city. My requirements are that simple. Lin Yu nodded. Then let's consider this a collaboration between us. Good luck. Han Shui knew this condition was extremely difficult to meet, and she took several deep breaths. Having hope is better than having none. I know you're a person of your word. I remember your words, but because of my defeat, I have been completely destroyed. I hope you can avenge me. She didn't wait for that kind of answer and turned to walk out. A tear slid down her cheek. As I reached the door, my steps faltered, and a trembling sound came from within. I'm talking about what if I hadn't listened to my mother and had stayed with you instead? Will you abandon me? Lin Yu did not answer. He held the teacup, blew on it gently, and then took a sip. Han Shui suddenly smiled and said, I don't think you will. Because you're really not that kind of person. It's all my fault, I lost my happiness. Lin Yu showed no emotional reaction to these words. Some things, once they've passed, cannot be changed. Everything that happened is now set in stone. If he were asked to personally kill Han Shui, he probably wouldn't do it. However, Han Shui could die at any time if he wanted to. Han Shui left, and as she walked to the villa's gate, she could still hear that distinct laughter. It was as if it had been given a new lease on life. The men in black trench coats guarding the entrance all looked completely bewildered. He was a martial arts practitioner, so he could clearly hear the conversation. He looked at Han Shui as if she were an idiot. Han Shui turned around and glanced at the man in the black trench coat. Don't look at me like that. You don't understand what state I'm in right now. After days and nights of torment, I finally found the answer and understood it at this moment. Even if I hadn't done those things back then, we still wouldn't have been able to stay together, because I'm not Su Wanrong. I could never be like Su Wanrong, and I don't deserve it. The man in the black trench coat smiled and said, "You finally said something sensible." Han Shui showed no sign of anger. Suddenly, as if she had remembered something, she took off a necklace from her neck and handed it directly to the man in the black trench coat. Please pass this on to Lin Yu. 625, Chapter 625. Consider it. The man in the black trench coat frowned slightly as he looked at the necklace in his hand. The necklace looked quite ordinary and was worth less than 1,000 yuan. Han Shui said softly, "I am not worthy." Without saying anything more, he got in the car and left. The man in the black trench coat, carrying some items, hesitated slightly before entering the villa. "Boss, this is what Han Shui just left behind. She told me to give it directly to you." After Lin Yu took it, a slight smile appeared on his face. "This is what I bought with the money I earned from working for half a month when I first came to Bingqing 5 years ago. This is the first gift I've ever given her. I didn't expect she would actually be found. She must have put in some effort." After a slight hesitation, the man in the black trench coat whispered, "Boss, I always feel that woman is too scheming. And it seems like it was done on purpose." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. "That's true, because this necklace has been repaired. She broke it before. Because it's so cheap. However, this thing is no longer of any use to me." He casually tossed the black trench coat to the man, smiling as he said, "It's yours." The man in the black trench coat stared at Lin Yu in astonishment. "Boss, I don't have any other hobbies." Lin Yu could easily tell that this was a joke, and glared at him irritably. "Just do what you're supposed to do." The man in the black trench coat immediately broke into a broad smile. Seeing that Lin Yu showed no reluctance, he was also pleased. He genuinely felt that Han Shui was not good enough for the boss. As for the necklace, he immediately took out his phone, took a picture of it, and sent it to Xiaolu. "Sixth brother, this is a necklace that the eldest brother bought with money he earned over half a month of work. Do you want it? The boss just gave me a ride." The phone rang immediately. Xiaolu's voice was filled with exasperation. "You little bastard, you dare to fool me, huh? Sixth brother, I'm not kidding you. I don't want to stay here guarding the gate. I want to go fight. How about we switch places? I'll give you the necklace directly. I can think about it." The two immediately entered into a deal. Lin Yu was speechless when he heard this. He was only very strict with his subordinates during training. "They're usually all my brothers." At this moment, Han Shui left. They drove straight out of the ice city. Before coming to find Lin Yu, she had already received the news that she did not genuinely want to find Lin Yu, but was acting on the orders of those people. At the same time, she was also clinging to the last shred of hope. "Lin Yu, it's hard to survive in such a precarious situation. I am now using every trick in the book, hoping that you two can keep fighting. Otherwise, if one of you falls, I will definitely become a useless person. I can only live better if dogs fight each other." Han Shui's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. But the thought of Su Wanrong brought a sharp pain to her heart, and even more resentment surfaced in her eyes. Less than half an hour later, they arrived at a village outside the ice city. Here, just as they arrived at the village entrance, they were stopped by someone. The man looked ferocious, with a hideous scar on his face and a chilling murderous intent in his eyes. Han Shui was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she immediately put on a weak and vulnerable appearance. "Brother, I'm here to find someone. His name is Old Smoker." 626, Chapter 626. Unwilling. The fierce-looking man sneered, "I know who you are. No need for introductions, let's go, just follow me inside. The villages here have long been abandoned, and all the people living in them are members of our ancient god cult. Due to some mistakes, all the members of the ancient god cult fell into the hands of the male protagonist. You bear the main responsibility for this, since we entrusted all those members to you. Whether you can get past our boss depends on yourself." His face was full of mockery, making his fierce face look even more ferocious. Han Shue's heart sank, because she knew very well that almost everyone in the ancient god cult was going to abandon her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent directly to the male lead. We followed the path to the middle of the village, where there was a courtyard house that looked somewhat decent. You can vaguely sense someone watching you from all around. Pushing open the door of the courtyard house, you'll see an old man sitting under the walnut tree in the yard. The old men all looked to be around 60 or 70 years old, dressed like old men from the village, and holding a pipe in their hands. He was smoking, puffing away. It was as if he hadn't heard a thing, his eyes fixed on the sky. Han Shui heard the door behind her slam shut, leaving only the two of them in the courtyard. Her voice trembled slightly. "Sir, I already understood your order and went to see the male lead. The male lead's attitude towards me hasn't changed much from before. What happened today was not my fault. I warned them not to touch the male protagonist's friends and family, but they didn't believe me and even made some probing moves. As a result, the male protagonist unleashed his power and wiped out all the ancient martial arts practitioners in the entire Ice City. And last night, even the people from the Special Operations Unit were almost taken care of by the male lead. The male lead is extremely angry. I almost got hit by him today." The old smoker turned his head, revealing a hideous face covered in age spots. When he smiled, he immediately revealed a set of large, yellow teeth. That sight made Han Shui feel nauseous. The old smoker waved to Han Shui. Han Shui suppressed her nausea and had to try her best to appear delicate and fragile. When he got close, the old smoker reached out and pinched Han Shui's chin, his smile becoming even more sinister. "This pitiful little face is truly heartbreaking. It's a pity that the male lead wouldn't even look at a woman like you. I don't know if the male lead was blind 5 years ago, or what his purpose was, to actually marry you. But you are still somewhat useful. I happen to be a little interested right now. Let me see if you have any other skills in serving people besides your appearance. Show your abilities, or you might not have them in the future." The old smoker rocked his chair, a playful expression creeping onto his face. Han Shui's face turned pale. If it were anyone else, even that fierce man from before, she would have thrown herself into his arms without hesitation. But the old smoker in front of her made her feel nauseous and disgusted no matter how she looked at him. "You don't want to?" 627, Chapter 627 Seeing Through. Han Shui felt an immense force pressing down on her instantly. The crisis of death has already arrived. A look of terror appeared on her otherwise pretty face. "Please, don't do this." Before he could finish speaking, the old smoker slapped him across the face. Then, he pressed the burning hot cigarette butt in his hand directly onto Han Shui's forehead. Han Shui felt a piercing, excruciating pain. He couldn't help but let out a scream. "Ah!" The excruciating pain caused her to collapse to the ground. The old smokers were all laughing maniacally. He slowly stood up, his expression gradually becoming ferocious and terrifying. "Do you know that I have received all of your conversation with Lin Yu? You may not even realize it yourself, but our people have planted a listening device on you. You have already betrayed us, and to Lin Yu, you are just a tool to be used. Those who can't see or know about you are mostly dead. I even suspect that you betrayed us before. Today I'm going to smear you until you become the ugliest monster in the world. And we'll torture you terribly, making everyone here take turns playing with you. When you're almost dead, I'll throw you back in front of Lin Yu. I want to show him what his former woman has become." As he said this, the old smoker's expression gradually became more varied, revealing a hint of ferocious pleasure. He laughed heartily and took a few steps forward. The look in his expression became even more frightening. "One burn scar isn't enough for your face. I feel like I have to burn your whole face until it's disfigured, only then can I feel satisfied. How dare you show disgust and loathing towards my appearance? Who gave you the courage?" The old chain smoker didn't take Han Shui seriously at all. He had indeed heard all of the previous conversations. At that moment, he just wanted to torture Han Shui to death. To them, this woman had no further use, and besides, the previous events were very likely a deliberate scheme by her to deceive and kill their members. If only I had known then what I know now. Don't show any fear or apprehension, because that will only make me feel more excited and thrilled. The old smoker picked up his pipe and lit it again. The cigarette butt was burning hot and was about to be pressed directly onto Han Shue's face. Han Shui looked extremely terrified at this moment. Her voice was gone, the soft, sweet tone from before replaced by screams and fear. Please don't. I'll do anything you ask. I can serve you now. I'll use all my skills to make you very comfortable. Please let me go. I still have some use. Besides, I said that on purpose when I went to see Lin Yu before. If I hadn't said that, Lin Yu would definitely have killed me. Lin Yu already had murderous intent towards me before, and as you can see, Lin Yu didn't take me seriously at all. But I still did as you asked. I really did not cooperate with Lin Yu. The old smoker grinned menacingly and said, that's no longer important. The important thing is that you've lost your usefulness, and that's exactly why I want to play with you. Because I felt great after messing with you, and it also disgusted Lin Yu. 628, Chapter 628. Are you scared? Han Shui was completely desperate. Because at this moment she suddenly remembered that Lin Yu's gaze towards her had been very strange. Especially when he said he wanted to cooperate with Lin Yu, his eyes seemed to be filled with mockery. He originally thought he could at least survive by his own means, but now he realizes that he has already been exposed and that Lin Yu has tricked him to death. You already found out, why didn't you warn me? Why be so heartless? The old smoker couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. His eyes were filled with contempt. Han Shui, do you think too highly of yourself? Don't even mention Lin Yu. Even I would look down on someone like you, not to mention the things you said before, which are simply despicable. You were about to poison your own man, and now you're resenting him for not saving you? If it were me, you probably wouldn't even have the chance to stand here alive. You would probably be dead by now. It seems that Lin Yu did have other purposes in marrying you back then, otherwise he wouldn't feel guilty and wouldn't have forgiven you so many times. Since you've already become his tool, I'm going to make you wish you were dead, torture you to the point of unbearable pain, and then leave you with a breath left before throwing you in front of Lin Yu. We want to see how Lin Yu will deal with you then. Han Shui was completely desperate because she knew that no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape the clutches of this old drunkard. With nowhere to retreat, their backs were already pressed against the wall. The old smoker took another puff of his pipe, and then pressed the bright red pipe bowl against Han Shui's face once more. Before Han Shui could struggle, the old smoker had already grabbed her neck tightly. The force was so great that it almost snapped her neck. Han Shui never imagined that death would be so close to her. Just as she felt the fiery red cigarette but getting closer and closer, and felt the temperature about to touch her lips. My heart sank completely. Are you afraid? Are you terrified? The old smoker laughed wildly and without restraint. Just as he was about to take drastic measures, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him. Isn't this a bit too much? Even if you wanted to kill her, it would only take one stab. Why humiliate me like this? These calm words caused the old smoker to stop abruptly, his eyes filled with horror. This voice is so familiar. You heard it clearly in your firm memory just now. He suddenly looked up. Then they saw Lin Yu standing on the courtyard wall, his clothes swaying slightly in the wind. His calm expression remained completely unmoved. The old smoker grabbed Han Shui and pulled her into his arms, a dagger appearing in his hand at some point. The dagger was pressed directly against Han Shui's neck, and 2 drops of blood immediately dripped from her fair skin. Lin Yu, I really didn't expect you to come. The things said through the bugging device before were all lies. So you still have feelings for this woman? I really don't know where she is. How could someone as despicable as you be liked by her? You really are. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu released a wisp of spiritual energy. At that moment, it was as if a ripple had appeared in the air. The old smoker didn't even have time to put up any resistance before he felt a sharp pain in his hand, followed by his arm, and then he completely lost consciousness. 629, Chapter 629 is just a tool. The old smoker never imagined he would face Lin Yu directly. He was already being extremely careful, and the city was nearly nearly 100 kilometers away. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu still managed to catch him red-handed in the end. Fear gradually appeared on his face, and his gaze towards Lin Yu was filled with dread. You've already said it, I'm not going to care about this woman anymore. Why are you still causing me trouble? Is she really that important to you? The old smoker couldn't understand why Lin Yu had followed him. He could tell that Han Shui herself was already in despair. He also regretted his decision. If he hadn't intended to kill Han Shui, he might not have attracted Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu slowly floated down from the wall, landing on the ground without making a sound. He slowly walked towards the old smoker. The old smoker's one hand was useless, but his other hand gripped Han Shui's neck once again. Lin Yu, you'd better not come any closer, or I'll definitely strangle Han Shui. Before you make a move, I can definitely get. However, he hadn't finished speaking. A shadow flew out of Lin Yu's hand. The air seemed to be pierced, producing an extremely sharp whistling sound. The old smoker felt a sharp pain on his forehead. Then, his entire body seemed to lose all sensation, and he just froze there. Han Shui's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, and she wanted to throw herself into Lin Yu's arms. However, in the next instant, Lin Yu simply stepped aside to avoid him. Han Shui fell to the ground, her hands bleeding from poking the ground. She turned around in disbelief. You've already come to save me yourself, why are you acting so heartless? I know you're definitely reluctant to let go. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. I told you, you're nothing more than a tool. I never thought you could trick the leader of the ancient god cult into coming to me. It's not just about using you to find them. My real target is them. As he spoke, he walked up to the old smoker, a faint smile appearing on his face. Are you planning to confess on your own, or do you want to wait until you've completely broken down before honestly telling him everything you know? The ancient god's cult has made arrangements for more than just you. Tell me, where are the rest of your accomplices? I don't know, and you don't need to ask me. We don't contact each other at all. The old smoker's voice was hoarse. He found that apart from his neck, which he could move, his whole body was as if it had been paralyzed, and he couldn't move an inch. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, I knew you would give this answer. But it's alright, I don't believe you either. I'll make you suffer for a while, and I'm sure you'll confess honestly. If you're telling the truth, I'll make you suffer right away. If you dare to lie to me, you'll face the consequences. After he finished, he tapped his hands several times in succession. The old smoker felt his whole body trembling uncontrollably, his muscles spasming constantly, and a cramping pain coming from all over his body. It was as if every cell was simultaneously suffering from pain. They couldn't help but scream in agony. Lin Yu, you must have come alone, right? You have no idea how many spies I've planted in this entire operation. If they received the news the instant the accident happened, they must have already been informed. Don't expect to get any useful information from me. Even if I told you that information now, it would be outdated. By the time you find my companions, they will have already vanished. 630, Chapter 630 Spineless. Lin Yu simply smiled faintly. He did not give any answer. However, Xiaolu, who was outside the door, poked his head in and asked with a big smile, Boss, we've wiped out old Jiang and his men completely. Those guys are too spineless, they honestly told me everything. Among the people who came this time, the old smoker holds the highest position. He must know a lot of information back in his hometown. As for where the rest of the people were assigned, you can only ask him. Why don't you just leave this matter to me? Lin Yu nodded. Okay, you ask him. Remember to leave one alive. Keep him in, let him suffer indefinitely. After saying that, he walked straight out. The old smoker's face had turned extremely ugly. He didn't recognize Xiaolu, but he knew that the person in front of him was definitely Lin Yu's former brother. The terror of those people and the glory and honor that Lin Yu once created were inseparable from their influence. Lin Yu, don't waste your time. Even if I tell you the news now, you probably won't have the time to find the person. Our agreed time is to talk every half hour. Lin Yu didn't give him any response at all. He turned and walked straight outside. Xiao Lu chuckled, a mocking expression gradually appearing on his face. Old man, you still want to fool people here? You can't even imagine how intelligent and resourceful my boss is. I won't let you reveal the news so quickly. I haven't had enough fun yet. Your men are too trash, they can't even last a few minutes. As he said this, Xiao Lu turned his gaze to Han Shui. Han Shui was so frightened that she trembled all over. She didn't want to think about it anymore, so she got up and chased after Lin Yu's back. Xiao Lu didn't stop him, and there wasn't even the slightest change in his expression. He turned his gaze to the old smoker. Let's play slowly now. I noticed you seemed quite interested just now, and I'm excited too. The old smoker finally understood how helpless and terrified it felt to fall into someone else's hands. The screams echoed from inside the courtyard. Han Shui was horrified as she listened, her eyes fixed on Lin Yu's back. She even wanted to rush over and grab Lin Yu's clothes, but she pulled her hand back after reaching out. Lin Yu said calmly, you don't need to overthink it, I just treat you as a tool. You are almost useless to me now. Let's go, the farther the better. Han Shui's voice was already trembling with tears, but there's a bug in my brain. If there's no way to get rid of that bug, even if I leave, I probably won't live long. Please help me. As Han Shui spoke, she knelt down directly in front of Lin Yu and reached out to grab Lin Yu's trouser leg. The voice was filled with despair. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Han Shui's disheveled appearance. There was a scar on his forehead from being burned by a tobacco pipe, and tears kept streaming down his face. His heart remained completely unmoved, and his voice was as calm as still water. I won't help you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me anymore. Leaving might give you some more time to live, but you can continue searching for the people of their ancient god cult. Your final fate might be even worse. I didn't come here today on purpose to save you, I just came to find the remnants of the ancient god cult. 631, Chapter 631 The Chain Scheme. Han Shui knelt down directly in front of Lin Yu and crawled on her stomach to his feet. She gripped Lin Yu's ankle tightly with her arms, and tears streamed down her face. Please help me. I'm truly at my wit's end for the sake of our 5-year relationship. Could you please give me a way out? If you give me just one chance, I will never appear in your world again. If you don't help me, I definitely don't want to die. Unless you kill me directly, I will definitely go to the ancient god cult once I find them. I will follow their orders and may even cause you more trouble. Don't you even want to give me this little bit of charity? Lin Yu looked at Han Shui's appearance. He said calmly, I've said enough. I don't want to take action. Disappear from my sight immediately, or I might really change my mind and send you straight to the underworld. At this moment, Lin Yu's aura suddenly erupted, like a volcanic eruption. Han Shui felt an immense pressure pressing down on her back, as if she were carrying a mountain, forcing her to prostrate herself on the ground. A terrifying killing intent arose in that instant. Han Shui felt as if a scythe was held to her neck, and she could die at any moment. When she looked up, all that remained in her eyes was extreme terror. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not Lin Yu, but an unparalleled killing god. Lin Yu said in an icy voice, disappear from my sight before I change my mind. I won't repeat myself. The cold words were like a cold knife piercing straight into one's heart. Han Shui didn't dare to hesitate at all. She hurriedly got up from the ground and ran away as fast as she could. She didn't dare utter a single word of pleading. After getting in the car, it sped away. A man in a black trench coat approached and asked in a low voice, Boss, should we follow them? No need, she has no further use to the ancient god cult now. And what she just said completely sealed his fate. Lin Yu turned around and walked back. In fact, he had already guessed what Han Shui would do next. However, this is the last chance he's giving Han Shui. If Han Shui really has those thoughts, then no one will be able to save her. As Lin Yu entered the courtyard, he saw that Xiao Lu's brows were tightly furrowed. Are you done asking questions? Xiao Lu immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Boss has finished asking. But you should still hear what he says himself. This guy is really ruthless, he used a series of elaborate schemes. Good. Lin Yu walked up to the old smoker. At this moment, the old smoker was completely desperate, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. As she trembled, her gaze also fell upon Lin Yu. The pleading in his eyes was almost extreme. Please, just give me a quick death. IDE told you everything I need to say. You can now proceed with the interception according to my plan. None of those people will escape. I just want a quick death. His voice was filled with tears. Lin Yu said calmly, I need to hear your complete plan. If there is even the slightest flaw, your suffering will continue indefinitely. The old smoker was completely distraught. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. The experience he had just had was deeply imprinted on his mind, leaving him with an extremely terrifying psychological shadow. 632, Chapter 632. A chilling murderous intent. The old smoker said in a trembling voice, we had already devised a plan, which was to use Han Shue's miserable situation to provoke your anger. This is just the first step in our provocation. You'll definitely try to find us and retaliate, and we'll throw some cannon fodder out for you to chase. When people are angry, they will definitely not think things through carefully. You will definitely take all the experts around you at this time, which means that Su Wanrong will no longer have powerful experts protecting her. And all we need to do is take advantage of this time difference and use the simplest method to take Su Wanrong away directly. You are loyal and righteous, and you care most about the people around you. Su Wanrong is your woman, so you will definitely do as we say. Perhaps we can use Su Wanrong to control you. This is our entire plan. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. His face did not show much change in expression, but his killing intent was constantly erupting in his heart. He said calmly, tell me, who else is there besides you? Who came up with the idea for this plan? At that moment, a terrifying thought inexplicably popped into the old smoker's mind. If he dared to refuse to answer, he might suffer a terrible fate. Moreover, he knew that Lin Yu was the type of person who would never talk to him about useless nonsense. If you were to ask who was behind it all, it would undoubtedly mean they wanted to kill you outright. His voice trembled as he said, this matter has nothing to do with Mei. Was just one of the people involved in the execution process. The one who truly came up with the idea was our left protector. He is very strong. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but any enemy he has ever come into contact with has always disappeared completely. To this day, he has never suffered a defeat. The plan was made by him from the beginning, and he felt that Han Shui had no further use to him. When Lin Yu heard this, his voice became even colder. He asked casually, was it also personally handled by this left protector? The old smoker nodded hurriedly, that's right, he will take action himself. As for who will be used as cannon fodder to distract you, I have no idea. My men only know some of the plans I've carried out, but only a small part of them. That's what I told them. In fact, I am just a part of this plan. My main role is to torture Han Shui and then have her thrown in front of you. I might become cannon fodder in the end. After saying that, he lowered his head, his eyes filled with deep fear. Because he knew that now was the time to determine his fate. He couldn't help but tremble. He vividly remembered the pain he had just experienced. Given the chance, he would rather die than endure it for even a second longer. This group of people is simply a bunch of killing gods. A smile suddenly appeared on Lin Yu's face. Very good, you've been very cooperative. Given your cooperation, I can spare your life. Xiao Lu, send him directly to the Special Operations Division. Consider it a gift from me to them. Remember, never leak the news. Hand the person over directly to Fire Phoenix. Xiao Lu immediately and respectfully agreed. 633, Chapter 633. The Snake Cave. Now that Lin Yu knew about these plans, he naturally wouldn't let those people just disappear like that. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. After Xiao Lu arranged for someone to send the old smoker away, a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Boss, what do we do next? Should we find all those people and kill them? Lin Yu shook his head, finding them won't be that easy. This group of people is like rats and cockroaches in the sewers. Besides, they're not even in Harbin. Then there's only one way to go. Xiao Lu immediately realized what was going on, his eyes lighting up, luring the snake out of its hole? That's right, the next step is to lure the snake out of its hole. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, but the most crucial link is missing. Han Shui has already left. Don't just stand there, bring them back. Xiaolu shouted to the back, then a bright smile appeared on his face. Boss, how about I do the makeup and play the old smoker? I know this old guy the most. Moreover, I know all his contact methods and means clearly, and the people around him can be disguised by my subordinates. This most crucial link cannot afford any problems. He was suddenly seized by a playful impulse. Moreover, he was thinking that after making contact with those people, he would give them a swift and merciless kill. Lin Yu might not really trust anyone else to handle this matter. But if it's left to Xiaolu, that's no problem at all. He nodded. I'll leave old smoker here to you. If you're going to be used as cannon fodder, someone will come to pick you up. You don't need to worry about the rest for now. Just get this done. Xiaolu nodded immediately. What about Han Shui? Just find anyone to dress up as. Just don't let her ruin things. As for whether they live or die, I can't be bothered. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he walked out directly. Xiaolu, however, wore a bright smile. A flash of murderous intent and hesitation crossed his eyes. Finally, he shook his head and said, forget it, I'm not qualified to get involved in the boss's affairs. That woman was lucky. If you're relatively thin, you can dress up as Han Shui, but be careful not to give yourself away. Lin Yu was planning to lure the snake out of its hole. It's not actually that difficult to lure all those people out. Just follow the plan the old smoker described and execute it according to their line of thinking. By the time it got dark, Lin Yu had made all the arrangements. Su Wanrong also went home after get off work. As soon as she entered, she saw the deep affection in Lin Yu's eyes. I'm back. What are we having for dinner today? It smells so good. After Su Wanrong walked over, she hugged Lin Yu from behind. Her little face was pressed completely against Lin Yu's back, and her voice sounded like a spoiled kitten. Lin Yu smiled after their relationship took a significant turn last night. He discovered that Su Wanrong had such a clingy side. He ladled the last soup into a bowl. Smiling, she turned her head and said, go wash your hands first. I have something I want to discuss with you after dinner. Su Wanrong's pretty face was flushed pink, and her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. You scoundrel! 634, Chapter 634 Little Glutton. Su Wanrong's voice, a mixture of reproach and shyness. It's like a kitten's paw scratching at your heart. Her exquisite and flawless face, with its rosy cheeks, made Lin Yu unable to resist gently pinching it with his hand. Su Wanrong kissed Lin Yu's hand directly. I don't want to wash my hands right now, I just want you to feed me. Lin Yu picked up a large shrimp with his right hand, peeled it, and then held it directly to Su Wanrong's mouth. After Su Wanrong took a bite of the shrimp, her pink lips brushed directly across Lin Yu's fingers. The little tongue revealed the sauce stuck to Lin Yu's fingers. The fleeting look in her beautiful eyes made Lin Yu instantly understand what she meant. A slight smile curved the corners of his mouth. Little glutton, didn't you eat enough yesterday? I didn't, it was clearly you. Su Wanrong said after yesterday's experience. Their relationship had already naturally progressed to the point where it was perfectly natural. Moreover, she also discovered something. Lin Yu was really amazing, and it felt so good, as if she had tasted the sweetness and wanted more. Lin Yu didn't understand what he meant, so he pushed the soup forward a little. Drink some soup, or you'll be in for a world of hurt tonight. This tonic soup is made with the medicinal herbs I used. It can strengthen your constitution and prevent you from getting sick in the future. And most importantly, it allows you to persevere for longer. Su Wanrong's face turned even redder. She picked up the soup, blew on it to cool it down, and slowly drank it. Those beautiful big eyes would occasionally look up at Lin Yu. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. Lin Yu's heart melted at that look in his eyes. She finally finished her meal. Lin Yu reached out and picked Su Wanrong up, a mischievous smile on his face. Let's go and have a proper discussion about what we didn't finish yesterday. You're a big bad guy, you're not allowed to come up with any crooked ideas. Su Wanrong thought of Lin Yu and the things she had said to him last night. In particular, they said they would teach her their experience. But those experiences just sounded too embarrassing to hear. That's not up to you anymore, you're mine now, and you have to do whatever I say. If you dare to refuse, you'll be punished according to family rules. How annoying. Su Wanrong's exquisite and flawless face was as beautiful as 100 flowers in full bloom at this moment. Although he said he disagreed. A sense of eagerness also appeared in those beautiful eyes. Su Wanrong felt she was willing to try anything to make Lin Yu happy and comfortable. The door to the room slammed shut. Lin Yu looked at the exquisite, jade-like woman in front of him and could no longer hold back. He bent down and pressed it directly against the surface. Her voice was melodious and pleasant. After an unknown amount of time, Su Wanrong finally nestled tightly into Lin Yu's arms. A strand of hair gently clung to her rosy face. Those beautiful eyes held a captivating charm. You big bad guy, I'll never believe you again. How dare you bully me like this? I still feel some pain here. Su Wanrong snuggled into Lin Yu's arms, pouting, you have to make it up to me. Sleep like this tonight, I'll crush you. Lin Yu held the person in his arms tightly, his fingers pointing wherever they went. As smooth as silk. It's also soft and chewy. It was only then that Su Wanrong suddenly remembered that Lin Yu seemed to have something to say to her. By the way, what did you say you wanted to discuss with me? 635, Chapter 635. The plan begins. Lin Yu held the person in his arms tightly and whispered a few words in her delicate little ear. Su Wanrong raised her beautiful eyes in disbelief. What did you say? You'll be staying by my side the whole day tomorrow, and you'll be taking on a different identity? What identity should we change to? Lin Yu pinched the delicate little face and said with a smile, I just received news that someone wants to deal with me, and they even want to kidnap you and use you to threaten me. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong bit her red lips slightly, her eyes filled with determination. You big bad guy, you better remember this, no matter who uses me to threaten you in the future. All you need to do is take revenge on him severely. I belong to you alone. I will not let them take advantage of me or threaten you. If it comes to the worst, I can leave this world. I would rather die than see you sad or upset, and I would rather die than see you in a difficult situation. You can't refuse, you have to listen to me. Lin Yu raised his hand and gently patted the long, pert buttocks. Smack! The soft tapping sound made Su Wanrong tremble. Her beautiful face remained resolute without wavering. If you don't agree to my request, I'll just take my own life if I ever encounter danger again. We will absolutely not give those people a chance. I know I'm bound to be a burden to you, but as long as you remember me forever, that's enough. And you've helped me so much. I am already completely content to have been with you for so long. After Su Wanrong finished speaking, she leaned close to Lin Yu's chest. Her voice was gentle and soothing. You're a terrible person. I still know very little about you. But you already know everything about me, and I have no privacy at all. This is very unfair. I used to get angry, but now I feel that doesn't matter anymore. With you by my side, you are my whole world. No matter where you come from or what you do, even if you are at odds with the whole world, I will stand behind you without hesitation. Even if I can't do anything, I will still let you see my perseverance. Lin Yu felt that tenderness and warmth. He lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. A smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, that day will never come. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on you will suffer a fate worse than death. It will make him fully understand what the most painful feeling in the world is. You're mine. If I can't even protect my woman, then I'm utterly useless. From today onwards, the entire city of Harbin will be an impenetrable fortress. Even if a mosquito flies in, I will know its size. Su Wanrong felt a sweet warmth in her heart and nestled tightly in Lin Yu's arms. Time passed slowly, and Su Wanrong didn't even know when she fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I could smell the aroma of breakfast. She left home, and Lin Yu remained seated in the villa's living room. Sipping tea and reading business magazines, he seemed to have never moved an inch. That is, about half an hour later. A car suddenly stopped in front of the villa. Several people got out of the car. They were all security personnel from the property management company. "Mr. Lin, someone delivered a gift to you that you left it at the door and then left. You'll be very surprised and delighted to receive this gift." 636, Chapter 636. The fish has taken the bait. Lin Yu put down the business magazine and looked at the property manager. A smile appeared on his face, and he said directly, "Open it, let me see what surprise is inside." The property manager always felt that Lin Yu's voice sounded a bit off. His tone seemed slightly different from usual. He had a very deep impression of Lin Yu, but seeing Lin Yu's smiling face made him feel like he was overthinking things. Together with several security personnel from the property management, we opened the long wooden crate. The property manager screamed in terror when he saw what was inside. The remaining security personnel also became very involved in the league. At that moment, a person was lying inside that long wooden box. Seeing such a pitiful state would send chills down anyone's spine. No wonder the property manager screamed in terror. What's going on? Someone died? Lin Yu left immediately, and when he saw the scene inside, his lips twitched slightly. The person lying inside was unrecognizable, as if someone had simply torn off a piece of their skin. His hair had completely fallen out, and the bloody sight was nauseating. His body was covered with countless burn marks, all resembling those from the same pot. In some places, the pus has become infected and is emitting a foul odor. Several security personnel also had difficulty swallowing and almost vomited on the spot. The property manager finally realized what was happening and said tremblingly, "Mr. Lin, someone is definitely trying to threaten you. Maybe this could be your friend. Because if I call directly now, that's how the higher-ups respond. This is beyond our control. Someone has lost their life." Lin Yu said calmly, "You don't need to worry about this." At this moment, the expression on his face had turned as cold as frost. Although his voice was calm, everyone present could hear the killing intent contained within it. "You all go out first, don't tell anyone what happened here, I'll handle it. You don't need to worry about this anymore, get out of my sight immediately." The property manager felt an immense pressure pressing down on him, and without any hesitation, he scrambled away, the security personnel behind him not much slower. After leaving the villa, the group of people were all breathing heavily with tension. The group looked at each other, and they could all see the fear in each other's eyes. The property manager said in a trembling voice, "We'll keep everything that happened today to ourselves and pretend we didn't see anything. We simply can't afford to offend this important figure. The boss above has given us instructions. No matter what happens, as long as it's this sir, we'll pretend we know nothing unless he tells us. I'd better leave quickly. That look in your eyes just now almost scared the soul out of me." Their voices trembled as they said this. At this moment, they finally witnessed Lin Yu's truly terrifying aura. Just after they had walked away, Lin Yu's voice, cold as a knife, rang out. "What a fine ancient god cult. I will make you wish you were dead." When the last word fell, the windows of the villa seemed unable to withstand the frequency of the sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it still caused the glass to crack. A figure hidden in the distance saw this scene and a smile gradually appeared on his face. He took out his phone and sent a text message. "The fish has taken the bait." 637, Chapter 637. Guiding Goals. After sending the text message, the figure immediately took out their phone and sent messages to other people. Finally, he prepared to leave directly. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Now that you're here and have been looking around for so long, aren't you planning to stay? The excitement is about to get even better." The young man who sent the text message was terrified when he heard that voice. He subconsciously turned his head and saw Lin Yu's cold gaze. At that moment, he felt as if he were completely locked on, and his eyes were filled with extreme terror. What do you want to do?" "I'm also a resident of the villa area. I was just curious about who this important person in the hilltop villa is, so I came here secretly to observe." "I didn't see anything." He pretended to be afraid and backed away. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Whether you've seen the excitement that's about to unfold or not, I invite you to watch it with me. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Let's go. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the villa. After a brief hesitation, the young man knew that he had no chance of escaping, so he could only pretend to be terrified and follow Lin Yu to the villa. As soon as he entered the hall, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face showing utter shock. At this moment, in the hall, Han Shui, who had just been lying in a long wooden box in a pitiful state, was now in distress. The person had already stood up and was tearing off their makeup. You were clearly dying, how could you stand up? What happened? The shock he felt at that moment was like a tidal wave. A dying man, with only his last breath remaining. This outburst was to tell Lin Yu who was behind it all. This is something they can do, otherwise, even if they wanted to anger Lin Yu, they would have to find a target first. That target was Lin Yu's punching bag, and also cannon fodder they had arranged. However, what he saw at this moment overturned his understanding. The scene was still so miserable, yet it seemed as if the person had not been hurt at all. After turning his head, the man couldn't help but laugh. The hood covering their faces was also ripped off. What was revealed was clearly a man's face. The young man finally understood at that moment. They've fallen for their trap. He took out his phone, ready to send a message immediately. Just then, Lin Yu grabbed his hand. Click. The phone shattered, and the young man's fingers were twisted like chicken claws. A scream came from his mouth. Just as he was about to retaliate, a slap landed on his face, knocking him dizzy and causing him to fall to the ground. He then saw that Lin Yu had changed his appearance. A human skin mask was torn off, revealing a cynical face. Isn't that a pleasant surprise? Weren't you taken aback? I'm keeping you here so you can watch the show, but this process will definitely be a little painful for you. Don't worry, I'm now the boss's alter ego, and I'll definitely grant your wishes and show you my wrath. The youth's mentality has exploded. So you already knew about our plan. I thought the fish had taken the bait, but I didn't expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. 638, Chapter 638 Operation. The young man already knew he had no chance of sending the message. His eyes were filled with despair. Just give me a quick death. I don't need to watch any more shows. I know this plan has failed. Even we, as protectors, might fall into Lin Yu's hands. Are you really experts? Compared to you, our plan as protectors is full of loopholes. After saying these words, he closed his eyes. The pain in his fingers made them tremble uncontrollably. What's even more frightening is the inner emotion. If he had another chance, he would never choose to spy on Lin Yu here. Unfortunately, there's no going back in this world. Xiaoqi was called back by Lin Yu last night, and this morning she has already disguised herself as Lin Yu. No one knows what time Lin Yu left. His face was beaming with a broad smile. Besides you, there's another person monitoring us. We won't arrest that guy, we need him to get the message out. Your left protector is very suspicious and will not easily put himself in danger. Now that I've got you under my control, I'm going to torture you relentlessly and try to extract information from you. Yuri just cannon fodder for your left protector. At this point, Xiaoqi took action. The young man's screams carried far. Xiaoqi's physique was similar to Lin Yu's, and coupled with his intimate knowledge of Lin Yu, his disguise went undetected by anyone. After the news was completely confirmed, a man who looked to be in his 40s stopped his car in front of the Su Group building. His attire made him look like an elite individual. He was dressed in a well-fitting suit, wore glasses, and had a gentle and refined smile on his face. She was quite good-looking, and when she arrived at the company's front desk, she caught the eye of the beautiful receptionist. Hello sir, who are you looking for? Hello, I am the manager of Tianyang Group. My surname is Zhuo. You can call me Manager Zhuo. He politely shook hands with the beautiful receptionist. I came here mainly to meet with your CEO, Mr. Su, and to establish a cooperative relationship with him. I know your factory is very efficient and I want to urgently produce a batch of materials. The profits are as high as hundreds of millions, and I hope to meet President Su. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's eyes lit up. The general manager in front of her made a perfect impression on them. He is gentle and refined, and also very handsome. Please wait a moment, I will contact our general manager Sue's secretary immediately. It's alright, after all, it was me who was presumptuous to come and bother you. At the invitation of the receptionist, he sat down in the lobby to wait. Within minutes, the receptionist approached with a smile. Our CEO, Mr. Sue, would like to invite you, please come to me. We took the elevator all the way to the top floor. After the elevator doors opened, we arrived directly at the office door. The receptionist gently knocked on the office door, and a pleasant, melodious voice immediately came from inside. Come in. Once the door was opened, Sue Wanrong was sitting behind her desk. Exquisitely beautiful face, noble and elegant temperament, hair styled in an updo, clear eyes. When the left protector saw Sue Wanrong, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. 639, Chapter 639 Confidence. Sue Wanrong frowned slightly, and a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. She knew very well that Tianyang Group was the #1 group in the city that was right next to Bingcheng. However, the person in front of her made her feel extremely uncomfortable, especially his eyes. Just one glance from him was enough to make her feel disgusted. Hello, Mr. Sue. Let me introduce myself. I am the general manager of Tianyang Group. You can call me Manager Zhua. When he spoke the truth, the left protector had already extended his hand. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He was confident that there would be absolutely no problems with his disguise. The beautiful woman in front of him had indeed captured his heart, and he was already thinking that if he brought Sue Wanrong back, he would definitely try her out first. He had already extended his hand, but a flash of annoyance quickly crossed his eyes. Sue Wanrong simply picked up the document, a businesslike smile on her face. Manager Zhua, I don't like shaking hands with people apart from my boyfriend. I don't want to touch any men. So please forgive me. I'm also a little curious, is there something you, Tianyang Group, want to talk to me about? The left protector withdrew his hand, and a strange smile gradually appeared on his face. He raised his wrist to glance at his watch and said casually, President Sue, I would like to invite you to come back with me as a guest. And you can't refuse. I originally wanted to talk to you slowly, at least to make this matter clear to you. But now I no longer have that patience. After all, Lin Yu is known for his swift and decisive approach to handling matters. No one knows how quickly he can resolve this issue. Moreover, my main purpose in taking you away is to threaten Lin Yu. Don't even think about it. Sue Wanrong's face suddenly turned icy cold. However, a faint smile appeared on Sue Wanrong's face immediately afterward. When the left protector saw that smile, his brows furrowed and his eyes showed doubt. President Sue, your change in attitude is very puzzling to me. Do you have other powerful protectors by your side? You've spent so much time with Lin Yu, I believe you should have come to understand the power of ancient martial arts practitioners. And I am the left protector of the ancient god cult, so I know what this position represents. Then I can tell you definitively that, apart from Lin Yu, none of his men are a match for me. Lin Yu is still angrily searching for his enemies. I only used a little trick to lure Lin Yu away from the mountain, and he has already fallen into my trap. Everyone says Lin Yu is so intelligent he's almost supernatural, but in my opinion he's just average. He can't even figure out such a simple scheme. I think he's just a fool, a myth that's been exaggerated by people. Sue Wanrong's eyes looked even stranger. She shook her head, a clear smile appearing in her eyes. Thank you for praising my boyfriend so much. But I'm also very curious about your purpose. Do you really think taking me away will threaten my boyfriend? The left protector laughed without hesitation. Not only can it be used to threaten, but it can also achieve more goals. Lin Yu is loyal and values everyone around him. He considers everyone around him to be very important. Especially you, he cherishes you like a precious treasure and protects you to the extreme. 640, Chapter 640 is too weak. Sue Wanrong smiled faintly, so all of you could see that. I was the last one to understand, but it's not too late. At least now my boyfriend is the person I care about most in my life and my whole world. When Sue Wanrong said this, her eyes were filled with deep affection. Not only that, but he also looked towards a certain spot. The left protector didn't care at all. He hadn't sensed anyone else in the room when he came in. He glanced at the time and smiled, saying, "President Su, you don't need to delay any longer." To be honest, even if Lin Yu knew the situation here, he wouldn't be able to get here in time, and his men couldn't hold him off even if they wanted to. Moreover, after I arrived here, I observed you carefully, although you have people protecting you. But those people are far less powerful than me. Even before that, I wanted to enjoy some seafood in the office. Seafood? Su Wanrong was slightly taken aback. However, he immediately realized what was happening, and his expression became even colder. Even his eyes were filled with anger. When you said these words, did you ever think about the consequences? I know you're trying to use me to threaten my boyfriend, but you've got the wrong idea, and you're too confident in yourself. Overconfidence is arrogance, and you will pay the price for your arrogance. The left protector completely ignored him, reached out and pulled out his tie, and slowly walked towards Su Wanrong. His smile gradually turned into a sinister expression. I'm afraid we didn't have the chance to get here in time back then. And I also saw that there is a camera in your office. I'll leave him a video so he knows how I played you. I want to show Lin Yu what pain is. As he said this, he prepared to arrest Su Wanrong. To his surprise, Su Wanrong's face remained completely expressionless, showing no signs of fear or even much change. What terrified him most was that Su Wanrong was still laughing at this moment. His gaze was clearly directed toward what was behind him. Is someone behind me? The left protector said, turning his head sharply. At the same time, a dagger appeared in his hand and slid quickly behind him. The speed is so fast and urgent that most people simply cannot react in such a situation. However, the person standing behind him was Lin Yu. He easily caught the dagger with just 2 fingers, and a mocking look appeared on his face. I thought you were much stronger, but it turns out you're just a terrestrial immortal. Your ancient god cult is really weak. I'm letting someone as weak as you do this kind of thing. After playing with you guys for so long, all we caught in the end was someone like you. Lin Yu's face showed obvious disappointment. He held a dagger between his 2 fingers. At that moment, the left protector felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes were also filled with a hint of fear, and he suddenly tried to pull the dagger back. They even wanted to crush Lin Yu's fingers. Only when he exerted his strength did he realize that the dagger was as if it were welded directly to Lin Yu's hand, and no matter how hard he tried, it had no effect. 641, Chapter 641. A bunch of fools. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. Too weak. To be honest, I am really disappointed in you. If you were to reach a higher level of strength, you might be able to put up a fight against me. Unfortunately, you don't have that ability. Martial arts cultivation is divided into 9 realms, and you are not even at the 7th realm. Although you are called a terrestrial immortal, this is just a nickname given to you by someone. A true land immortal is one who can be invincible simply by standing on this land. But you're still a long way off from that older sister. Even if one reaches the 9th realm, it is only the beginning of the true hall of ancient martial arts. Lin Yu's voice was calm, but the words he spoke made the left protector feel his heart turn completely cold. The terror in his eyes finally erupted completely at that moment. He involuntarily stepped back, and a look of horror gradually appeared in his eyes. With such weak strength, you actually want to run away from me? Who gave you the courage to have such thoughts? As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, his figure appeared in front of the left protector like lightning. Without warning, a silver needle appeared at the fingertip. Then the needle was inserted directly into the left protector's acupoint. The left protector felt as if he had lost all control over his entire body, as if he had been frozen in place by a spell. What did you do to me? Why can't I move right now? His voice was filled with deep terror. Lin Yu's expression clearly conveyed the message, you don't even know acupressure to immobilize someone? I really don't know what kind of idiots your ancient god cult has produced. The fact that someone like you can become a protector makes me look down on you even more. Normally, his words would have enraged the left protector. But now, the left protector no longer had the slightest thought of refuting it. The person in front of him was too strong, far stronger than he had imagined. He now finally understood why the Church of the Ancient Gods had issued an order that anyone who saw Lin Yu must flee immediately, and if they couldn't escape, they should find a way to end their own lives. It absolutely cannot fall into Lin Yu's hands, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yu, just kill me already, give me a quick death, I will never betray our leader. They would never betray us brothers. After saying that, he closed his eyes. At this moment, only bitterness remained on his face. He deeply regretted his decision, and even more so, he regretted directly eliminating Han Shui. If Han Shui hadn't died, perhaps he wouldn't have met such a tragic end. At most, Lin Yu would have just killed him directly, and probably wouldn't have tormented him any further. He was filled with anxiety. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Take him away first. Don't touch the silver needles on his body. As soon as Lin Yu spoke, two burly men in black trench coats walked in and immediately grabbed the left protector from the left and right. The left protector couldn't help but shout, Lin Yu, if you have the guts, just give me a quick death. Do you still consider yourself an expert? I am a terrestrial immortal. Now that I've fallen into your hands, you must give me the respect I deserve. Otherwise, our ancient god cult will definitely fight to the death and will stop at nothing to stop it. 642, Chapter 642, The Only Request. No matter how the left protector shouted, Lin Yu did not respond. The sound completely disappeared after the office door was closed. Lin Yu turned his gaze to Su Wanrong, a faint smile appearing on his face. Now you know why I came to see you today, right? Su Wanrong nodded, her face flushed. Her gaze toward Lin Yu was filled with tenderness and affection. A breathtaking smile appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. She walked out from behind the desk and leaned directly into Lin Yu's arms, saying softly, so many people already know about your feelings for me. I was the last one to realize it. Thank you for always protecting me like this. Have similar things happened before, and back then you never let me know what secrets you had? When Lin Yu heard the last question, a hint of malice crept into his smile. Don't you know my secret? Now you know my size. And you also said. Before he could finish speaking, Su Wanrong covered his mouth with her small hand. Her flawless face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with embarrassment and anger. Don't say such embarrassing things. That was just a slip of the tongue, I won't say it again next time. Lin Yu's mischievous grin widened, I can't keep quiet, I love hearing it. As for the secrets I possess, you will gradually discover them in the future. And when that time comes, you won't feel any distance from me because of my identity. Su Wanrong had already vaguely guessed some of it in her heart. She felt she had overestimated Lin Yu, but every time Lin Yu displayed his abilities, she felt the distance between them growing ever wider. But just thinking about last night. Her pretty face was flushed red, like it was covered by a small stove, making her exceptionally beautiful. With a smile on his face, Lin Yu cupped that exquisite face in his hands and leaned down to kiss her. More than 2 minutes later, the two separated. Su Wanrong leaned against Lin Yu's chest, slightly out of breath, listening to his strong heartbeat, and a determination gradually appeared in her eyes. I feel like you're a big bad guy, I must have owed you something in my past life. Anyway, I won't ask about your background or your secrets anymore, but you have to come home. Because only when you're home do I feel like I have the whole world. I only have this one small request. Lin Yu could clearly feel the tenderness emanating from those eyes. With a hint of pleading. A smile appeared on his face, and he said with utmost solemnity, I promise, unless something extremely important happens, I will always stay with you. So that you can feel my presence at all times. Su Wanrong nodded and hugged Lin Yu tightly, wishing she could melt into his embrace. More than half an hour later, Lin Yu finally came out of the office. Su Wanrong's clothes were a little disheveled, and she glared at him angrily, you big bad guy, I want to eat shrimp tonight. Lin Yu turned around with a smile, waiting for you to come home. As the figure gradually disappeared from view, a shy smile finally appeared on Su Wanrong's face. Countless sweet feelings filled my heart. 643, Chapter 643 Devastation. Lin Yu returned to the villa and went straight into the basement. When we arrived, Xiaoqi was already eating sunflower seeds and watching a movie on her phone, occasionally laughing out loud. She didn't even sense Lin Yu approaching. Is it pretty? Xiaoqi was about to nod subconsciously when she suddenly jumped up. When he saw it was Lin Yu, he breathed a sigh of relief, his face showing an extremely resentful expression. Boss, you tricked me again. My young heart can no longer withstand your torment. You need to transfer me here. I want to stay by your side every day so you can soothe my wounded heart. The gesture he made brought a wicked smile to Lin Yu's lips. Are you sure? Xiaoqi couldn't help but shudder, her expression stiffening. I was wrong, I'll go back right now. After saying that, he took off running. Whenever the boss shows that kind of smile, someone is definitely going to be in trouble. Return. Lin Yu's two words caused Xiaoqi to freeze in midair. Fear gradually appeared on his face. This was a feigned look of fear on his part, but it didn't quite look convincing. Just as he walked up to Lin Yu, he was hit hard on the forehead. Your men will handle things in Lingnan from now on. You'll be responsible for cooperating with Xiaolu here. If Ice City is to become an impregnable fortress, Xiaolu alone may not be enough. The people I've trained still need to remain in hiding. Although this incident has exposed a trace of them, I've already smoothed things over in Ice City. The message definitely won't get out, but just in case anything unexpected happens, we'll have you stay here for now. Xiaoqi couldn't help but widen her eyes, but her face was flushed with excitement. Boss, thank you so much. You finally decided to transfer me back. If I stay in Lingnan any longer, I feel like my whole body will rust and grow mold. It's not interesting at all over there. We could have bullied the Zhang family, but now they've all run away or fled. There's no one left to bully for practice. Lin Yu knew Xiaoqi's personality all too well, and flicked him on the forehead in an annoyed manner. Xiaoqi immediately felt the pain, and tears almost streamed down her face. Tone down your personality, or you'll suffer sooner or later. There are some things I've told you before, but you still don't take them seriously. Cultivate diligently. If I don't see your strength breakthrough within a month, then. He. Those two words made Xiaoqi unable to resist typing a lot. He knew all too well how strict his boss was when training them. Normally, everyone is like brothers, and the boss won't get angry no matter what jokes they make, but when it comes to things like improving strength and cultivation, the boss turns into a demon king. Boss, this is terrible. You want me to improve in a month? I don't have that kind of talent. Lin Yu rolled her eyes at him. Do you really think I can't tell? Even with your current level, it's almost time for your late-stage breakthrough. You're just one step away from it. If you don't work hard, I'll just throw you into the desert and bring back the third brother. Xiaoqi couldn't help but shudder. Boss, who do you want to kill? Bringing that killing machine back, are you planning to slaughter your way through? Lin Yu ignored him and went straight to a room in the basement. 644, Chapter 640. For the most troublesome person. Xiaoqi didn't dare to be negligent at all. He didn't follow into the room, but called out from behind, Boss, don't bring third brother back. If I were in his place, I wouldn't be able to control those idiots under him. Those are a bunch of little lunatics caught by the god of slaughter. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Then why don't you hurry up and start cultivating? After saying that, he closed the door directly. He couldn't help but think of his brothers, among whom Xiaoqi was the youngest. These were the first few people to follow him. He brought these brothers with him when he was a teenager. Having experienced countless life and death encounters, everyone's personality is different. What gave him the biggest headache wasn't the third brother, that murderous idiot. It was the second child. Thinking of that guy, a slight smile appeared on his lips. The events and scenes from that year flashed before my eyes. I wonder how they are doing now. Perhaps it won't be long before I can come back. Pulling aside his own thoughts, he looked at the left protector in the corner of the room. The left protector was like a wooden figure, stuck there unable to move. When he saw Lin Yu, the expression on his face became extremely terrified. Lin Yu, so you finally want to kill me? Kill you? Lin Yu's lips curled into a wicked smile. His gaze held an added hint of mockery. Aren't you dreaming too much? Or perhaps you have some misunderstanding about me? He took a few steps forward, and a silver needle appeared in his hand as he quickly inserted it. The left protector felt excruciating pain all over his body. He even wanted to smash his head against the wall and die. He had never experienced such pain before, and he couldn't even resist the stench of his own body. At that moment, Ling Yu slapped him on the dantian acupoint. Bang! A dull thud was heard. The left protector did not move at all, but a trickle of blood slowly spilled from his mouth. That distorted face became even more ferocious and terrifying at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and when he looked at Ling Yu, his gaze was filled with overwhelming resentment and anger. If you want to kill me, just do it. Why torture me like this? I know I'm not going to survive. After all, I made my eyes on your woman, so it's only right that you want to torture me now. Why did you cripple my abilities? I'd rather die than be that kind of worthless ant. His words were all furious roars, filled with heart-wrenching screams. Ling Yu picked at his ear, then slapped him across the face. You'd better understand your current position. I am the butcher and you're the fish on the chopping block. How I deal with you is up to me. You should know what I want to ask. You'd better tell everything honestly, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. This is also my final warning to you. The left protector's eyes were bloodshot, and this was when he was at his most frenzied. He felt extremely weak thinking of the ordinary people he had so easily dealt with, and then of his own current situation. He couldn't help but roar, "You won't get any useful information out of me. I will absolutely not betray the ancient god cult, and I will not let you have your way. Just give up on that idea." 645, Chapter 645. Someone else. Lin Yu's smile widened, and he said calmly, "I know what you're thinking right now. Do you hate me for crippling you, and do you feel that I am constantly torturing you? But have you ever thought about what you would do if I hadn't tried your plan? My torment of you is just the beginning. Don't worry too much. I will make sure you live to be 100 years old, but I will make you suffer every day. Sometimes death is just a quick relief. I will not let you leave this world so easily. Instead, I will let you live a long life." Upon hearing this, the left protector couldn't help but tremble. The pain he was enduring had pushed him to his limit. He felt that time was passing by in an eternity, and he couldn't imagine what kind of torment he would suffer if he continued to endure this pain. "Lin Yu, I beg you, kill me, give me a quick death. I'll tell you everything you want to do, just kill me." He knew he was not going to survive. Anyone who offends Lin Yu will surely die a horrible death. But the pain and torment he endured before his death made him want to break down at this moment. Lin Yu smiled calmly, "I have plenty of time to play with you slowly. And I can tell you definitively that Han Shui is not dead, nor is there any problem with her. I brought the old smoker to me a long time ago. But he has been transferred to the Special Operations Division, and you haven't received any news at all. Many things are simply beyond your imagination. Do you really think your scheming is so clever? Compared to those people in your ancient god cult before you, you are far inferior? 5 years ago, those guys were the real headaches. Unfortunately, their appearance was short-lived. Even the Special Operations Division couldn't figure you out. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't bother with you anymore. You may have already completely disappeared from this world by now." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the left protector's body trembled slightly. He had a vague idea of what happened 5 years ago. Although he was not involved in the incident, he knew some of the details. His eyes gradually showed fear and pleading. "Lin Yu, let me tell you the truth, this plan was not my doing. I'm just responsible for carrying out the orders. If you want to cause them trouble, you can go directly to the ancient god cult now. I don't even know which vice leader he is under. He doesn't have the strength of an ancient martial artist. He's just an ordinary person, but the orders I received from above are to obey his words. We have never met in person, we have only communicated by phone. You can take out my phone right now and look at the chat messages. He's the one who's really scheming against you." The left protector was starting to lose his grip and had already revealed the most important information. His eyes were filled with the message, "I've already told you such important news, shouldn't you give me a quick answer? Kill may really know very little about the ancient god cult. Although I am the left protector, I am not even ranked among the top in the ancient god sect." 646, Chapter 646 What Went Wrong. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's face, but his dream was filled with a chilling killing intent. When you went to see Wan Rong before, do you know why I didn't take action immediately? I have been observing your words and actions. People like you are just superficially pretending all you have in your mind is muscle. You only believe in your own strength and don't think about any plans. That's why I called you an idiot. When your strength reaches a certain level, ordinary people are indeed as fragile as ants in front of you. But you should not underestimate the wisdom of anyone. You have long since gone astray on the path of cultivation without any constraints. Your personalities have undergone tremendous changes, and you belong to this category. As he said this, Lin Yu lit a cigarette, his voice turning colder. The people who can truly plan the big picture are not like you. This time you really want to take advantage of my personality weaknesses. Unfortunately, you figured out one thing. At this moment, the left protector was in excruciating pain. His face was twisted and contorted, like a demon crawling out of hell. But doubts arose in his mind. In his view, the plan was indeed foolproof, so why was it so easily seen through by Lin Yu, who then captured him on the spot? Even with the old smoker's betrayal, Lin Yu's unexpected move was still somewhat unbelievable to him. Based on their understanding of Lin Yu, once they discovered those people's whereabouts, they would not risk waiting, they would definitely rush to their door and wipe them all out. But Lin Yu actually waited until now to make his move. What did you miscalculate? Lin Yu's smile widened. You think I have no feelings for Han Shui anymore? But you have no idea that we've been together for 5 years. How could I possibly forget her? Everything I showed was just a disguise, an attempt to get Han Shui completely out of this mess. It's a pity you weren't willing to give up. Han Shui was already exhausted, so this incident was the only way to make her fake her death completely. At this point, the left protector suddenly seemed to understand what it meant. His eyes widened suddenly. So that's how it is. You could have wiped us all out in one fell swoop, leaving us completely wiped out. But you've waited until now. So it turns out that you used the golden cicada shedding its shell tactic on Han Shui after the old drunkard had problems. You used this as a pretext to get Han Shui out of everyone's sight. Lin Yu nodded. That's right. At least from now on, Han Shui will no longer be your target. After all, I already have the person I love most. How could I possibly forget the 5 years we spent together? At this point, Lin Yu deliberately let out a sigh. His eyes also caught sight of the left protector's button. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He no longer felt any emotion towards Han Shui, not even as much as a stranger to her, and his words were deliberate. 647, Chapter 647 I was tricked. A smile had already appeared on the left protector's face, but his smile had become somewhat manic. A smug look even appeared in his eyes. Although he was in pain, he couldn't hide the changes in his expression. Lin Yu, you may not know this, but our conversation has already been overheard by others. And this plan was indeed not my idea. Someone wanted to take action against you. I'm just a tool he's using. I believe you can vaguely sense that someone with my abilities isn't qualified to command such a large operation. This isn't a test, it's a real attempt to harm those around you. The main thing is to achieve our goal for us, whatever the means, it is the best way. Over the years, we have become accustomed to using any means necessary to achieve our goals. When I arrived, someone had already installed a listening device on my hand, and he could clearly hear every word we said. Now I'm considered a traitor, but it doesn't matter, because they'll just exploit your weaknesses next. Perhaps in your eyes, Su Wanrong is the most cherished person, and therefore the safest. But Han Shui is different. At this point, he couldn't help but burst into wild laughter, and he collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with a ferocious look. Lin Yu, I know you definitely won't let me go easily, but it doesn't matter, I'll walk slowly on the road to the underworld. Because they have already grasped your lifeline and weaknesses. He will definitely make a big deal out of this, and you will definitely fall into his trap. He will slowly make you despair. Lin Yu's voice carried a chilling glint. I never thought I would still be outmaneuvered by you. So you had already planned how to deal with me all along. Don't worry, I will find Han Shui and protect her properly. I will not let you achieve your goal. and you are doomed to die. Then Lin Yu, seemingly furious, said directly, you might as well just Diego to the Yellow Springs quickly, otherwise the people you betrayed will surely annihilate you when they see you. Go to hell. Lin Yu's slap landed directly on the left protector. The left protector already had a relieved smile on his face. The reason he revealed the secret of the bugging device to Lin Yu was to provoke Lin Yu so he could end it all himself. I'm just waiting to die now. Thank you for stopping tormenting me. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, but soon realized something was wrong. He didn't feel any pain. He subconsciously looked down and found that the bugging device had been smashed to pieces with a single blow, but he was completely unharmed. Then a very bad thought arose in his mind. His gaze suddenly turned to Lin Yu, and he saw the smile on Lin Yu's face. He couldn't help but tremble. How can you still laugh? Shouldn't you be looking for someone right now? They've heard what you said, and they'll definitely make a move against Han Shui. We will definitely win over Han Shui as soon as possible. Aren't you worried at all? Lin Yu looked at him with a half-smile. My trick of luring the snake out of its hole should work fairly well. At least you've already fallen for it. 648, Chapter 648, sweeping them all in one rap. Upon hearing this, the left protector's suspicions became reality. His gaze was fixed intently on Lin Yu. The expression in his eyes gradually turned ferocious and angry. So you've been playing me all along. Did you already discover the bugging device, which is why you deliberately said those things to get the higher-ups to keep an eye on Han Shui? If they make a move against Han Shui, you can follow the clues and take them all down. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. I already guessed what kind of guys you are, so I won't show any mercy when dealing with you as long as I can take you down. Whatever your plan is, it's a good method. That's what I learned from you guys. The ends justify the means. The left protector was completely distraught, his eyes blazing with fury. Lin Yu, do you know what the consequences of doing this will be? They will definitely think that I betrayed the ancient god cult in advance and deliberately brought them the wrong information, causing their experts to be wiped out. They will definitely blame me for this mistake. My family and friends will all become their victims. You've ruined me, and you've ruined everyone around me. His eyes turned crazed. They even wanted to get up and bite Lin Yu. Lin Yu remained seated calmly, his expression unchanged. He said calmly, when you said that, didn't you think about what you had done? It was all your own doing. If you hadn't provoked me, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I was too lazy to bother with you, and I haven't even made a move until now. It's your ancient god cult that has been relentlessly pursuing me. Actually, there was no major conflict between us from the beginning. I couldn't be bothered with you, but you kept taking advantage of my kindness. Did you take my mercy as a license to take advantage of me? The murderous intent in Lin Yu's heart grew stronger and stronger. Even now, it has almost become tangible. His gaze was filled with murderous intent, like a sharp blade piercing straight into the heart of the left protector. Even the left protector couldn't help but tremble at this moment. He had never imagined that a person's aura could be so powerful. His voice trembled as he pleaded, please, could you please stop fighting them? I really know I was wrong. Please don't keep following this trail, or my family will all die. You must understand the pain of having family and friends in danger. I don't want to die either. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Yubin's voice. If only I had known then what I know now. Your death is already sealed unless you tell me all their secrets. I will take them down before they make a move against Han Shui, and then no one will know that you betrayed the ancient god cult. At that time, they will only think that I was angry and found them all and wiped them out in one fell swoop. The left protector's eyes held hesitation and struggle. Because once betrayal occurs, it's easy to guess what's going on. Lin Yu said with a half-smile, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me now, I'll find them anyway. When they fall into my hands. Lin Yu didn't continue speaking, but his eyes revealed a cold killing intent. 649, Chapter 649, A Dead Man. The left protector thought of the pain he had suffered. If he were given another chance to choose, he would rather end his own life than do such a foolish thing. Lin Yu's strength was simply beyond his comprehension. He was filled with hesitation and struggle for a good 10 seconds. I couldn't make a decision in my heart. Lin Yu frowned slightly and said calmly, "My patience is very limited. I'll give you 10 more seconds to consider. If you still can't give an answer, then I don't need your answer." After saying that, he took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. "Can't you give me a cigarette?" the left protector asked, trembling. Lin Yu simply tossed him a cigarette. After lighting it, the left protector's voice trembled. "The right protector of our ancient god sect also came with me this time. He is the real core member, while I, the chief protector, am at most just a scapegoat who was promoted. If this plan fails, I will be the one to blame. Even if it was my fault, they would never lay a hand on my family in any organization. The families of core members are always the top priority for protection. But if you betray them, the rules of the ancient god cult are that they will be used to feed the goo worms. Do you know what kind of pain that is? I don't want my family to become nourishment for the goo worms. The key is that the pain is so intense that it's worse than death. They are all my closest blood relatives." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling. The torment in his heart finally made him understand why Lin Yu regarded his family and friends as his Achilles heel. If it were him, he would fight to the death with anyone who could move his family and friends. Moreover, Lin Yu's strength was so great that he simply couldn't resist him. Lin Yu did not disturb him, but waited quietly. He knew that this feeling was definitely not pleasant. After taking several deep breaths, the left protector finally took a puff of his cigarette, which made him cough incessantly. "In their eyes, I've already become a dead man. They will definitely try every means to find Han Shui next. At this time, you could have protected Han Shui and used this as a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Wherever Han Shui is, she will definitely be their target, and they will be very fast. You need to act immediately. Moreover, I know the right protector's personality best. Once he decides to take action, he will definitely go all out, and for this plan, he did not send out any real experts. Those real experts are already guarding him. Even if I told you their exact location right now, it wouldn't help. They are definitely targeting Han Shui with all their might. I just wanted to catch you off guard." Lin Yu smiled faintly. "What I want to know is not just these things, but some other things about your ancient god cult. As for what methods I will use to deal with it, that's none of your business. At most, you can only offer a suggestion, not an order. Now tell me, how many members does your ancient god cult actually have, and how many of them are truly core members?" The left protector raised his head, his gaze towards Lin Yu seemingly filled with resentment and helplessness. His voice was full of self-deprecation. "Mr. Lin, you think too highly of me. I've already told you before that I'm just a scapegoat who was promoted to take the blame. How could I possibly know so many details about them? If you manage to take down the right protector, you'll definitely find out some earth-shattering secrets." 650, Chapter 650, The Consequences of Betrayal. Lin Yu smiled faintly. "So, you're of no use to me anymore? Then why should I agree to help you?" His voice was calm as still water, without any ripples. The left protector immediately said, "I can become your dog now that I'm a dead man in their eyes. They certainly won't pursue my mistakes anymore. But those guys certainly won't give up so easily. Especially the right protector. His mind works very fast, and he is extremely vicious. I know him best. If I stay by your side, I can definitely offer you advice. And I can even help you take action against him." Lin Yu shook his head and said calmly, "Even if you wanted to be my dog, you wouldn't be qualified. Since you can no longer provide me with any more information, and you are now completely useless, I will hand you over directly to the Special Operations Division and let them deal with you. At least you won't die right away. This is already the greatest leniency we can show you." After saying that, Lin Yu stood up and walked out, then gave a wink to the person next to him. The man in the black trench coat immediately went inside and brought out the left protector. The left protector knew that if Lin Yu wanted to deal with him, he would not let him die easily and would make him suffer the same torment as before. He was still somewhat unwilling at this moment. "Lin Yu, I have already provided the information you want to know. Please, can you not make me a traitor?" "It's too late," Lin Yu said calmly. "What do you mean?" the left protector asked, his voice trembling. Lin Yu turned around, a faint smile appearing on his face. "When we were talking just now, the identification device on your body did transmit the message back. But the right protector you mentioned isn't that stupid. Since he is so cunning, he has already made you a scapegoat. You said before that you were not the real instigator, which means you have already betrayed him. Do you think he won't see you as a traitor? After saying that, Lin Yu walked out. The expression on the left protector's face gradually became extremely ugly. His gaze gradually dimmed, his eyes filled with extreme grief. I was wrong. I shouldn't have joined the ancient god cult in the first place. I ruined my own family. A sob escaped his lips, and the man in the black trenchcoat beside him sneered, if only you had known then what you know now. Now you know you regret it, but there's no going back. After they all left, Lin Yu was already sitting in the car, which was now moving quickly. Han Shui had already left the villa. Although she had some followers, those brothers were only of average strength. It's enough to deal with ordinary ancient martial arts practitioners, but it's still a bit lacking when it comes to dealing with truly powerful masters. He also called Xiao Lu's side. Xiao Lu was also rushing in that direction. Han Shui sat in the middle of the station, her face as pale as paper, her eyes filled with a dull and hopeless despair. If the antidote cannot be obtained within a month, the worm will immediately take effect. She didn't want to die, but Lin Yu ignored her, and the people of the ancient god cult now wished they could tear her to pieces. She even felt that in this vast world, there was nowhere for her to belong. Perhaps the last month will be the time to truly see the world. Even on my deathbed, I fulfilled a long-held wish. Do you remember what we said before? Han Shui muttered to herself, her mind drifting back to when she first met Lin Yu. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. 651, Chapter 651. Fish bites the hook. Han Shui took out her phone, and a screen appeared after she turned it on. That was a photo taken when she and Lin Yu had just met. In the photo, he smiles happily and innocently, while Lin Yu's gentle and serene smile seems to have seen through everything in the world. If I hadn't changed at all, I would still be simply by your side. Perhaps I am the Su Wanrong I am now, but I don't know when I started to change. My biggest dream used to be to travel around the world, and you promised to take me anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, your vow can never be fulfilled. I'm the one who lost you. Han Shui said to herself that she couldn't help but burst into tears when she got to this point. Many people at the station were staring in this direction. Everyone just watched, and no one stepped forward to stop them. When Han Shui was crying her heart out, she handed him a tissue. Finally, a gentle and refined voice came through. Beautiful lady, if you keep crying, your eyes might get swollen. You can tell me what's bothering you, maybe I can help you. Han Shui subconsciously raised her head. Then I saw an incredibly handsome man in front of me. However, the man's appearance was more effeminate, and his complexion was very pale, as if he had never seen the sun. The glasses he wore couldn't hide the mockery in his narrow eyes. Han Shui has also spent more than 5 years in the business world, so she has a good eye for people. Sensing that the person in front of her had ill intentions, she asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "The ancient god cult, right protector." The calm words sent a sudden jolt through Han Shui's heart. She finally understood why she felt cold all over when she saw this person. It turns out that the person who was causing me trouble was the one. She said, trembling, "Please leave. I don't want to get involved in your affairs anymore. Whether it's you or Lin Yu, the pandemic has nothing to do with me. Moreover, Lin Yu doesn't take me seriously at all. Even if you torture me to death, Lin Yu won't even glance at me. Please, let me go. I don't want to survive in your shadow anymore. I'm exhausted." His voice was almost always hysterical. The people around them turned their attention to this side, even more surprised. The right protector raised his palm and gently tapped Han Shui's head with his slender fingers. "Don't worry, I won't kill you, and I'll give you the best resources. At the same time, I will also give you the antidote, so that the goo worm in your brain will stay dormant for a longer period of time. As for your statement that Lin Yu is indifferent to you, it's just that Lin Yu doesn't want to have any more entanglements with you, but his feelings for you haven't faded with time. I believe there is a recording that you will understand after listening to it." After speaking, the right protector took off his Bluetooth earphones and handed them directly to Han Shui. Han Shui didn't answer, she was genuinely scared now. There are many people here, so this guy definitely won't dare to make a move, but who knows what kind of methods he might use to treat me when we're in a less crowded place. The right protector still had a gentle smile on his face, and his slender fingers directly helped Han Shui put on her headphones. Listen to this, these are the words Lin Yu said. Han Shui heard Lin Yu's last few words. An expression of disbelief crossed his face. 652, Chapter 652 arriving a step too late. Han Shui's mind raced. Especially when she heard those words, she realized that Lin Yu had once again used her as a tool. She was truly exhausted and didn't want to get involved in those things anymore. And how she wished that was true. But she knew that it was absolutely impossible, and even if she gave him another chance, it would be impossible, just as his words indicated, his deep and unwavering affection for her. Han Shui smiled calmly, right protector, you may have some misunderstanding about that. He said that on purpose to lure you into a trap. Maybe his people are already watching you from the sidelines. Then you'd better leave as soon as possible, otherwise Lin Yu will definitely take you down. The right protector smiled and shook his head. The reason I dare to appear openly is because I have already dealt with those people following you. Although they are quite strong, they are no match for me. Besides, I have no intention of killing them. So they didn't notice me immediately, and I easily ambushed them. They are currently unconscious in a toilet stall. We don't have much time. Come with me. Need to use your weaknesses against Lin Yu for the next period of time. I know you might also have lingering feelings for Lin Yu. But don't you think about why Lin Yu is keeping you at arm's length? It's because you're not attractive enough, but I can teach you how to deal with Lin Yu and how to make him fall for you. These things can be addressed by specialized psychologists. Come with me, and I'll make you Lin Yu's other half. As for Su Wanrong, that woman has absolutely no right or wrong. Because she's too foolish, she'd rather die than betray Lin Yu. When Han Shui heard this, she already knew that she had no way out. Even if you wanted to escape, there was no way to escape now. Now there are only two paths ahead of us. Either follow the guy in front of you and leave, obey his orders, and continue to be a tool. Or simply end their own life. Seeing the countless eyes watching her, Han Shui couldn't bring herself to do it, and she tightened her grip on the knife in her bag. Finally, the knife slowly loosened its grip. When she stood up, she had already wiped away her tears and made up her mind. I can go with you, but can you really let me win Lin Yu back? I regret I shouldn't have betrayed him. I'll do anything you ask me to do, as long as you can help me. Han Shui once again immersed herself in her role. She knew very well that Lin Yu was using her as a tool, but she hated the people of the ancient god cult even more. Perhaps if she had the chance, she would really send the leader of the ancient god cult to Lin Yu. I may have a chance to live again. The right protector smiled, but deep in his eyes was obvious disdain. He looked down on Lin Yu. How could such a worthless woman possibly be worthy of Lin Yu's deep affection? However, he didn't show it on his face, only smiling faintly. I will definitely keep my word. Come with me. Han Shui followed them out, her facial expressions gradually hardening into a resolute expression. And not long after they left the station. Lin Yu's car was parked here. After getting off the bus, I saw Xiao Lu and rushed over. How is the situation? As soon as he finished asking, Lin Yu noticed the change in Xiao Lu's expression and knew that he had arrived too late. 653, Chapter 653 Killing God. Xiao Lu knelt down on one knee. Boss, I'm sorry, it was my fault for not arranging things properly. I didn't expect them to make a move against Han Shui so quickly. Originally, I was thinking that after Han Shui got into the car and left, people along the way would immediately follow her, so I called my third brother and borrowed a few people from him. But those few people are probably no longer needed. Third brother said that the men he sent out only knew how to kill, not anything else. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. Third brother, he's always been like that, and you've already decided that you'll let Han Shui live out the last of her time. However, plans can change. Get up, this is not your fault. Nobody expected that the left protector was just a scapegoat. It seems that the right protector is quite clever. We can have some fun for the next period of time. Xiao Lu stood up, his eyes filled with remorse. They even kept their heads down. This was the first time they'd been tricked. After hesitating for a moment, he said in a low voice, "Boss, I haven't encountered any rivals in the past 5 years, which has made me a bit arrogant. I will change this habit from now on. I will personally take down the right protector. I will make him regret it." Lin Yu chuckled and patted Xiao Lu on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you wash away this shame yourself. Don't tell the third brother about this, or you'll be in big trouble." Xiao Lu couldn't help but shudder. He knew his third brother's temper all too well. He has absolutely no qualms about dealing with people, except when it comes to his brothers. If it were someone else, they would probably have had to deal with some kind of punishment. Especially when it comes to the eldest brother's affairs, if any clue appears, even the brothers show no mercy and beat him first. He remembered making a mistake 5 years ago and being punished by his third brother, and he couldn't get out of bed for half a month. "Boss, should we send the people I brought in from third brother back immediately, or should we let them stay?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" "Those fools won't listen to you, they'll only tell the third brother. If we let them relay the message back, even if I give the order directly, the third brother definitely won't listen. Most importantly, you forgot, what about the waiter?" "Second brother?" Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment, but then couldn't help but shudder. "That's an even more terrifying existence, second only to the boss. And to this day, he still doesn't know where his second brother went." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Have someone keep a close eye on everything that happens in Ice City. Those people probably won't show their faces for a while. Now that Han Shui is in their hands, they are definitely brewing new plans." Xiao Lu hurriedly accepted the order and left. He was feeling quite anxious. He had to take this guy down as soon as possible, otherwise, if his third brother found out, he would be in real trouble. Lin Yu returned to the car and turned his gaze to the people in the back seat. He said irritably, "Third brother, sixth brother only borrowed a few people from you, and you came all the way here in person?" The person sitting in the back was completely shrouded in a black robe. When I looked up, I saw his pale face, somewhat thin, but extremely handsome. He grinned, revealing his teeth, but said nothing, only staring at Lin Yu. The fervor and worship in their eyes were like that of the most devout believer seeing their faith reflected in their own. "Boss, I just missed you, so I came to see you. It's been 5 years, and you've kept preventing me from coming back, just because you're afraid I'll kill all those old things." 654, Chapter 654 Waiting for an Opportunity. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. "Although you often disobey, I know you won't do that. Not letting you come back is for your own good in their hearts. You are a god of death, and completely uncontrollable at that. They think even I can't control you when you go crazy. You can kill anyone in front of you with a single blow. Go back now, I'll call you soon. How's the thing I asked you to do going?" Upon hearing the final question, the third brother couldn't help but smile. That smile was so pure, just like the sunny boy from the Lin family. "I did it, and I did it even better. There are 18 people in total. I trained them all myself. Even if all 18 of them join forces to attack me at the same time, I might not be able to survive. They all want to meet you, bossy, want to know what kind of god I can have such a devout faith in." Lin Yu smiled slightly. "Don't worry, there will be an opportunity. Don't look for Xiao Lu on the way back." The third child's smile became even brighter. "I miss him too." Lin Yu said irritably, "Now Xiao Lu controls the entire intelligence network. If you beat him up, my intelligence network will be paralyzed. At most, let him lie in bed for a day." "No." The third brother was still smiling. "It's 1 hour then, no more compromises." Lin Yu waved his hand and rubbed his temples. "You didn't tell the waiter, did you? He didn't say I can't even find out where my second brother is now. However, there were a few things that were done by my second brother, so please don't accuse me of tattling, eldest brother. My second brother told me not to tell you, but I think he took too much risk. Some people from overseas got involved back then, and now my second brother has cleaned them all up. They all say I'm a killing god, but I think they've never seen my second brother. Boss, how about I come back and let second brother teach those people a lesson?" Lin Yu glanced at him and said irritably, "Go back." The third brother could only purse his lips and say, "Fine, I'll listen to you, eldest brother." The car door opened. The third brother once again shrouded himself in a black robe, and no one even noticed him as he walked by. It was as if they hadn't seen the person at all. A smile flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Of the cultivation techniques I taught you, only you and Xiao Er have been practicing asceticism all along. Thinking of my brothers. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider. Both the second and the third son are martial arts fanatics. As for the other brothers, they were all incredibly mischievous. Thinking of his brothers, a look of reminiscence appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. I followed him when I was a teenager. We went through thick and thin together, but the bond between us has never faded. I hope your ancient god's cult is prepared. You once thought I was the biggest threat? Lin Yu had actually made his plans 5 years ago. He seemed to have disappeared, but some people had been keeping an eye on his existence. Especially the ancient god cult. Even when he was living the life of an ordinary person, their eyes never left him. It was precisely because of this that his brothers escaped the sight of the ancient god cult. He even suspected that behind this ancient god cult was a person with extraordinary influence, whose strength was probably even greater than his own 5 years ago. He had felt that kind of threat. He needs to build up his strength and protect the safety of his brothers. His plan is now almost complete. But he still didn't take the initiative. Instead, he waited for an opportunity. 655, Chapter 655. Discovering the news. Xiao Lu was investigating some crucial information, his brows furrowed tightly. Just then, he felt the door being pushed open silently. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stood up, drawing the knife from his body. He stabbed behind him at top speed. He could clearly sense that the person was already in front of him. At that very moment, he saw a familiar face. By the time I instinctively tried to pull the knife back, it was too late. Just as his pupils contracted sharply, a hand gripped the blade. Xiao Lu, you're still so impulsive. They're quick to kill without warning. If it were any of the other brothers playing a joke on you here, they might be dead by now. They all call me the god of slaughter, but I think they should call you the god of slaughter, kid. Xiao Lu's expression turned somewhat strange. He knew all too well who the person in front of him was. This is practically going to kill him. Third brother. How did you suddenly appear here? Didn't the boss tell you to guard that area? Have you disobeyed the boss's orders again? Aren't you afraid the boss will give you a good beating? When the third brother heard this, he couldn't help but smile, and his eyes were filled with a wicked grin. You little brat, you think you can threaten me with the boss? I already saw the boss earlier. I now know the whole story. It's because you, kid, failed to handle things properly. Later I was going to have you lie in bed for several weeks, but the boss said that we need manpower right now, so I can only have you lie in bed for a little over an hour. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu breathed a slight sigh of relief, but still got up and ran to the back. His eyes also showed a helpless expression, and he said dejectedly, Third brother, spare me, I really have something very important to do right now. This matter cannot be taken lightly, we are doing this for the boss. The third brother's eyebrows furrowed, and a mocking look appeared on his face. Sixth brother, you still want to fool me? Do you think that besides your information network, I haven't placed anyone else here? Do you really think your third brother is so easily fooled? The two of them were mostly just playing around. Xiao Lu circled the desk in front of him, his gaze gradually becoming pleading. My third brother, please don't laugh at me. I'm really working for the boss now. I admit I didn't do a good job before, but you can't blame me for that. While the two were playfully bickering, the cell phone on the desk suddenly rang. Xiao Lu frowned when he saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. He would often walk over and answer the phone, while the third brother would just stand there without making any move. An urgent voice came from the phone. Sixth brother, something's happened. We just located Han Shue's location, and it's in Bingchang, but our brother just sent the location back when this happened. We haven't received any news yet. We hope that sixth brother can personally take action, otherwise, if the rest of us go there, we might just be outmaneuvered by others. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu's face turned extremely serious, and his gaze shifted to Lao San. Brother, we might need your help this time. I need to coordinate all the information networks here and cannot leave for the time being. I even suspect that someone is deliberately diverting information from Lishan. 656, Chapter 656 Arrangement. Originally, we should have gone directly to Xiao Chu for this kind of thing, but that guy has gone crazy lately and has been cultivating non-stop. The boss hasn't assigned him any tasks, so we can only rely on you, third brother, for help. Xiao Lu's expression turned grim, and he lowered his voice, saying, Han Shui is the most important part of the entire plan. There had been problems before, and at that time I admitted it was because my handwriting was too big. But things are different now. Han Shui has been discovered again, and it is very likely that the appearance of the left protector will follow. But that person is still incredibly mysterious, and even their gender is unknown. If we can find that guy, it will definitely bring us a major breakthrough in information. That guy may even be related to the higher-ups of Tianluoadi Wang. The third brother smiled and said, I usually don't care about your affairs, but now you've begged me. As your third brother, how could I possibly stand idly by? Just tell me where it is, and I'll head over there right now. Xiao Lu will share his location. Finally, his gaze turned solemn. Third brother, this matter is absolutely no small thing. If we can capture the right protector directly, we must leave him vulnerable. We must not be too impulsive. If we kill him directly, we will lose a lot of information. Don't worry, I'm not as stupid as you think. The third brother waved his hand, turned around and walked out. He only realized what was happening after he got outside the door. Damn it, I got tricked by this kid again. I don't believe this kid doesn't want to complete this task himself, he's just afraid I'll beat him up. As expected of the sixth brother, his mind works really fast. The third brother just laughed, without giving it much thought. Among these brothers, the sixth brother was the most intelligent, and in this matter, they all admitted defeat. Each of the brothers has their own strengths. Thinking about how they had spent so much time together, the third brother's smile grew wider and wider. When he arrived at the door, a man in a black trench coat had already prepared a car for him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Go straight to the destination. I don't need to make any plans. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Even the men in black trench coats who opened the car doors couldn't help but shudder. Because they were all very clear that the killing intent was not emanating from them, but rather simply emanating naturally. Lin Yu had already received the message at this moment. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. You mean, you sent the third brother directly over there? Will Han Shui still be alive then? Lin Yu was also somewhat speechless. However, he also understood why Xiao Lu did this. A smile appeared on his face. No matter what, it would be good if we could get the user law approved. What we need to know now is more information about the ancient gods. Especially those at the grassroots level, they are the real backbone. If we take them down, the ancient god cult will essentially become blind from now on. Xiao Lu immediately obeyed the order and left. Lin Yu tapped his face lightly on the table with his fingers, and the smile gradually disappeared. Dealing with these people is not difficult. The real challenge is preventing theft for 1,000 days. Because he knew very well that he could not be careless when facing those people again, otherwise his brothers might sacrifice their blood. 657, Chapter 657. Having tasted the sweetness, one knows the true flavor. Lin Yu had already come up with a plan, but implementing it wouldn't be so easy. What he really needed to do now was to find a way to lure all those people out, otherwise, they would be like a bunch of cockroaches and rats hiding in the sewers. That's true, it's a real headache. There's no such thing as 1,000 days to catch thieves, but 1,000 days to guard against them. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought, when the villa door suddenly opened. Turning my gaze, I saw that Su Wanrong had returned to the villa at this moment. A look of surprise appeared on his face. You usually strictly follow the company's rules and regulations regarding going to and from get off work. Why are you back so early today? After Su Wanrong walked over, she immediately threw herself into Lin Yu's arms. Her charming face also carried a tender and gentle air. The two locked eyes, and Lin Yu seemed to sense the deep tenderness between them. A smile appeared on his face, and he lowered his voice to Su Wanrong's ear. Beside those delicate little ears, she whispered, could it be the taste of marrow? They even abandoned their work in there. Su Wanrong was slightly taken aback, but she quickly understood what it meant, and her beautiful eyes filled with shyness and annoyance. I wasn't making a fuss, that's not what I meant. You're definitely mistaken. I came back early to check if you've been messing around with this clause at home. While I may not care how many friends you have, I can't not care whether they're in my house or not. This is our home, not a place for anyone to just walk in. As she said this, a delicate blush appeared on Su Wanrong's face. She rushed back just to share the good news from the company. It's definitely not because of the taste of marrow. A smile had already crept onto Lin Yu's lips, and a thoughtful, mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. You're the kind of person who just throws out 3 consecutive questions. He told me it wasn't because. Before he could finish speaking, Su Wanrong covered his mouth. Annoyance, even a hint of embarrassment and anger, surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Her fair little hand hooked around Lin Yu's neck. Then she leaned in and pressed her lips firmly against Lin Yu's face. You big bad guy. Don't say things carelessly. I wasn't thinking about any of those messy things, people just wanted to come and take a look. If you really do something inappropriate at home, I'll definitely be angry, and I won't forgive you. You can go anywhere, but you must be home at night. I need you with me. Feel scared when you're not by my side. By the end, Su Wanrong's voice had become almost coquettish. Lin Yu's smile deepened. You weren't like this before. Even if I enter your room, you will be extremely vigilant and exceptionally strong. Su Wanrong bit her red lips slightly and raised her head, saying with a hint of embarrassment and anger, I was faking it, is that not allowed? If you don't want to, then forget it. Never mind what I said. Lin Yu reached out and pulled the person into his arms. His smile widened further. Why wait until tonight, can't we do it now? We finally got back from the company this early, so we can take an afternoon nap. But whether I can fall asleep is another matter. 658, Chapter 658 Eating Seafood. Su Wanrong understood the meaning almost instantly, and her beautiful face flushed red. She didn't say anything, but just leaned tightly against Lin Yu's chest, her fair little hands also tightly hugging Lin Yu's neck, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Just like a small fan, it makes people want to kiss it after seeing it. Even Lin Yu, who had already witnessed the breathtaking scenery, felt his heart pounding with excitement. His eyes held a mischievous glint. Even if there were only the 2 of us inside, and even if this villa collapsed, I doubt anyone would notice. Right now, all I want is a match with you. Amidst Su Wanrong's exclamation, Lin Yu had already picked up his stunningly beautiful woman and carried her directly to the 3rd floor. Her charming face was still flushed with a captivating blush. Her long eyelashes trembled, and her fair arms clung tightly to his neck. It was as if there was no distance between the 2 anymore, only the final step was needed. The afternoon hours passed quickly. When the sunlight shines into the room, Su Wanrong leaned against Lin Yu's chest, her long, black hair cascading down, feeling slightly itchy. You big bad guy, I already told you, we're having shrimp tonight. But you didn't prepare anything. I'm hungry now. Lin Yu chuckled and said, I already ate seafood, are you still hungry? Would you like another serving? Su Wanrong seemed to remember something, and her charming, rosy face showed annoyance. There was even a sense of embarrassment and anger. You bastard, if you say that again, I'll never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Then give me a kiss? He pointed to his cheek. Su Wanrong leaned over and kissed Lin Yu on the cheek, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Now you know how satisfied I am, right? Hurry up and cook some rice, I'm really hungry. Lin Yu couldn't help but pinch that fair and delicate little face, and said with a mischievous smile, little glutton, I see you can never be satisfied. I'll treat you to seafood after I finish cooking. Su Wanrong's face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with shyness. Okay, but you have to let me eat my fill first. You can say what you want to eat then. After saying that, Su Wanrong shrank into the quilt. Lin Yu's smile widened, and he walked directly into the villa's kitchen. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the kitchen window. Lin Yu continued cooking, but this time he opened the window. Before long, Xiaoqi appeared at the kitchen door. I couldn't help but twitch my nose. Boss, your cooking skills are getting better and better. I wonder if I'll have a chance to eat your cooking tonight. Lin Yu smiled and turned his head, of course. As long as you don't act like a third wheel, it's fine. Xiao Qi grinned mischievously, boss, I'd better not be a third wheel anymore. How about you give me some money? I'm planning to meet those pretty girls tonight. Since arriving in Harbin, I haven't yet witnessed just how vibrant the local life truly is. I feel I have to go and save those young ladies who are already stuck in the quagmire. As he spoke, he couldn't help but rub his hands together. Lin Yu casually tossed him a card, an anonymous card, spend it however you like. Xiao Qi's smile grew even brighter. Boss, did you already foresee that supervising such a massive information network would require an enormous amount of funding? They even prepared anonymous cards. 659, Chapter 659. Participating in the auction. Xiao Qi was mostly joking when she said those things. Even if he wanted to go find those pretty young ladies, he wouldn't need any money at all. With his looks, he could probably find any beautiful woman without breaking a sweat just by standing there. His greatest hobby is frequenting those kinds of places, and he has been burned several times, but he still hasn't learned his lesson. Lin Yu said calmly, you can do whatever you want, but let me remind you, watch out for the third brother. Xiao Qi's expression froze. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and he subconsciously asked, boss, third brother is here? Lin Yu simply smiled and said, you can ask Xiao Lu about this directly. He knows best whether he has arrived or not. Then I'll be going now. There are still many things I haven't figured out about my cultivation. I need to go back and think about them all night. Xiao Qi turned and ran. Lin Yu smiled. When it got completely dark. A sumptuous dinner has been prepared. Just as I placed the last bowl of soup on the table, my phone suddenly rang with a delightful sound. There's only one address on it. Lin Yu's eyebrows twitched slightly. This message did not originate from his own online sources. This address is for a charity auction tonight. Lin Yu's gaze turned to Su Wanrong. Weren't you invited to tonight's charity auction? Su Wanrong nodded. They invited the company's vice president. They originally wanted to invite me, but the invitation wasn't authorized to be sent to me. It's just a small charity auction, and it's enough for the vice president to represent our company. Lin Yu smiled slightly. I plan to go over tonight. Send the auction invitations directly to me. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong's face showed a look of surprise. She knew that Lin Yu disliked going to such occasions the most. You said you're going to attend this auction? Is there something I need to do? Su Wanrong quickly figured out the reason. Lin Yu smiled slightly. I'll go take a look tonight. If you want to go, let's go together. Without much hesitation, Su Wanrong nodded immediately. Okay, I'll go and make the preparations now. But you still have to finish your meal. The two looked into each other's eyes, and Su Wanrong felt a slight tremor in her heart. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and affection. After the two finished their meal, the iron was delivered. Let's go now. Tonight's charity auction is more of a formality. When Su Wanrong finished speaking, she looked up and turned to Lin Yu. Is there something you need to do tonight? Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Someone sent me a message earlier that only had coordinates and didn't say anything. I have a vague idea of who sent the message, but I'm not sure yet. Su Wanrong didn't ask any further questions. However, he directly told Lin Yu about the auction. Lin Yu looked thoughtful. I'm afraid tonight's charity auction isn't as simple as it seems. Just as their vehicle was about to reach the entrance of the charity auction. Upon seeing the figure suddenly appear in front of the car, Lin Yu slammed on the brakes and came to a stop. 660, Chapter 660. Volcanic Eruption. The small figure was clearly startled as well. The person was completely stunned, even their feet were stiff. Su Wanrong hadn't expected that their vehicle would almost hit someone. As soon as she opened the car door, she saw several people dressed as bodyguards walking over. Their eyes were all filled with fierce expressions, but they became much gentler when facing Su Wanrong. I'm sorry, esteemed guest. This little beggar stole something from our auction. So we need to take him away now and send him back to the welfare home. Su Wanrong always felt that something was wrong with her. But he didn't say much, he just nodded. As those people reached out, they viciously grabbed the disheveled figure. "I'm not a beggar, please help me." The sound was crisp, clear, and very pleasant to the ear. Upon hearing this voice, Su Wanrong immediately stood in front of those people, her gaze serious. "Let them go. Although I don't know what the little girl stole, I will pay for all the losses." Su Wanrong never considered herself a saint. But when I saw the little girl raise her head and reveal her big eyes, I felt a sudden pang of pain in my heart for some reason. The bodyguard frowned deeply, but in the end he shook his head. "Sorry. We will only follow the boss's orders. The person must be taken away." After saying that, he prepared to drag the little girl away. But at that moment, they suddenly noticed a figure behind him. Lin Yu lit a cigarette, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. "You probably won't be leaving so easily today. Since this young girl doesn't want to go with you, there's no need to deal with her further. Leave the person here." The bodyguards frowned deeply, exchanged a glance, and saw a chilling glint in each other's eyes. But at that moment, Lin Yu's aura suddenly burst forth. In that instant, it was as if a volcano had erupted. The bodyguards felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them, their stamina was being rapidly depleted, and several of them were already unable to support the weight. His knees were slightly bent, and he knelt directly on the ground. Lin Yu took a step forward. Bang! The sound of a knee hitting the ground suddenly rang out. The people didn't even have time to react. They felt an immense pressure, like the moon pressing down on their shoulders, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. Lin Yu said calmly, "May I take him away now?" The bodyguards couldn't even speak, and struggled to lift their heads. They only saw Lin Yu's calm and composed expression. At this moment, they truly realized what kind of unparalleled master they had encountered. Lin Yu reached out and grabbed the disheveled little girl. A smile appeared on his face. "Let's go, follow your uncle." The little girl seemed to sense that Lin Yu was the only one who could bring her a sense of security. Those little hands gripped Lin Yu's fingers tightly. "I don't want to let go for even a moment." Su Wanrong walked over and squatted down, her flawless and beautiful face showing concern. "Little sister, where do you live? I'll take you home." 661, Chapter 661 Unapproachable. However, the little girl hid directly behind Lin Yu, her eyes filled with terror. Only a sliver of those big, dark eyes was visible. She looked at Su Wanrong with some fear, but her little hand was still tightly clutching Lin Yu's clothes. The little girl felt an unparalleled sense of security from Lin Yu. Su Wanrong was slightly embarrassed, but still said in a gentle voice, "Little sister, you can tell me anything you're afraid of, and I can help you." However, the little girl still didn't react at all, and just huddled tightly behind Lin Yu. The bodyguards' faces had turned extremely pale, and they were still struggling to get up from the ground. Unfortunately, it had no effect whatsoever. No matter how hard they tried, the pressure felt like it was being branded directly onto their bodies. "Even if you want to break free, you can't." Lin Yu smiled slightly. "Little girl, get in the car with this pretty older sister first. I'll take you straight in later." Upon hearing this, the little girl suddenly gripped Lin Yu's clothes tightly, raised her head, and her beautiful big eyes seemed to speak volumes, filled with fear and dread. Lin Yu rubbed her dark hair. "Don't worry, with me here, you will definitely not be in any danger. Let's go back to the car with your sister. I'll ask these guys what they're up to." After a brief hesitation, the young girl got into the car with them. Ignoring the stains on the little girl's body, Su Wanrong looked at her big, beautiful, dark eyes and felt a deep pang of heartache when she saw the girls trembling with fear. After both women got into the car, Lin Yu's gaze turned directly to the bodyguards, a cold glint appearing in his eyes, his voice as sharp as a knife. "I'm giving you a chance, tell me right now who's behind you. Don't give me that useless nonsense, or you might regret it." When they encountered this area, the bodyguards suddenly felt a relief from the pressure on them. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of a certain idea. Who exactly is this person in front of me? Why does he have such a powerful aura? Where did this monster come from? The thought merely lingered in their minds before a resolute expression quickly appeared on their faces. "Sir, we do not know where you are from. But I hope you'd better not meddle in our business. You have no idea what kind of power is behind us. I advise you not to act recklessly." The head bodyguard captain's face already showed a ruthless look. A murderous glint appeared in his eyes. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's yourselves who don't know how to cherish it." As he said this, he suddenly took a step forward. The bodyguards present couldn't help but take a few steps back. There was still no sign of giving up in their eyes. The bodyguard captain gave a wink to the people next to him. Those people immediately surrounded the car. Everyone shared the same goal, to take that little girl away. Lin Yu did not stop him at all. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. 662, Chapter 662, Unbearable Consequences. Just as the bodyguards were about to go over and pull open the car door, suddenly, a group of men in black trench coats appeared around them, surrounding them without hesitation, and then pressing their knives against their lower backs. The bodyguards were all stunned. They could clearly feel how close the knife was to them. If they dared to continue, those sharp blades could probably kill them instantly. There are some people you are destined to not mess with. Come with us, and stop causing trouble here. With those black trench coats speaking softly, the bodyguards had no choice but to obediently follow and leave. They had no idea what fate awaited them. The bodyguard captain, however, was unaware of what was happening. His back was to the direction of the vehicle. When he looked at Nanlu, he still had a slight smug look on his face. "Sir, you may be a VIP at the auction, so I won't make an enemy of you. Please stop meddling in other people's business, or my brothers won't be so polite to your men." Lin Yu said with a half-smile. "How are you going to be impolite?" The bodyguard captain had never seen such a stubborn person before. His face had turned cold, and he said with resentment, "Those around you may be in danger next. We just want that little girl. This matter has nothing to do with you, so please don't meddle in other people's business. Our requirements are that simple." Lin Yu laughed, his eyes filled with a chilling glint. "I'm determined to meddle in this. Let your men do it." The bodyguard captain gritted his teeth and waved his hand without even turning his head. "Then let's teach this gentleman a lesson. Tell this gentleman that there are some things he can't afford to mess with." After he finished speaking, there was no response. He turned around in confusion, only to find that his men had left some time earlier. At this moment, his face was also completely bewildered. He had no idea what had happened. "Where are they?" Lin Yu said with a half-smile. "Now you're the only one left here. Are you sure you want to continue attacking me? That little girl has a lot of sadness on her body. It doesn't seem to be something you guys can't be bothered with, you dogs who are just watching. Although I don't know exactly what heinous things you've done, I've long considered Ice City my territory to do these things right under my nose. You really have a lot of courage." The bodyguard captain didn't understand what Lin Yu meant by those words. He couldn't believe that Ice City belonged to such a young man. He hesitated slightly, but quickly made a decision, gritting his teeth as he said, "Although I don't know why my men left. But I can tell you definitively. There are some people you are destined to not mess with. If you remain stubborn and do not see the truth, you will not be able to bear the consequences." Lin Yu's smile grew even wider. As the saying goes, he who listens to advice will eat his fill. But that depends on the situation. Like the situation now, since we've already agreed to be linked, it's my business now. I'd like to see what serious consequences you can bring upon me. 663, Chapter 663. Could it be that he's jealous? A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face, and his eyes were filled with a chilling killing intent. "Let's get started, don't waste time. I have to go to an auction, I don't have time to waste here with you." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard captain's face turned ashen. He pulled out a baton from his person. "Then don't blame me for being polite to you. You're the one who provoked us." As he spoke, he swung the snow stick in his hand directly at Lin Yu. The speed was quite fast, which could be said to be the peak of physical fitness among ordinary people. However, he was facing Lin Yu. Just as the baton was about to reach Lin Yu easily caught it with 2 fingers. The bodyguard captain couldn't help but widen his eyes, his gaze filled with horror. He knew perfectly well how much effort he had put in. But unexpectedly, the strongest attack was neutralized by just a pair of fingers in front of others. What kind of deity is he? Lin Yu smiled slightly. Although I don't know who this person you're talking about is, in the entire Ice City, or even the entire world, there is no one I can't afford to offend. I don't have time to waste on you. But someone will take care of it. With a slight flick of his fingers, the baton moved like a snake spitting its tongue. It slapped the bodyguard captain directly across the face. Before he lost consciousness, the bodyguard captain had one thought flashing through his mind: it's over, this time we might have really messed up the sky. After Lin Yu dropped the baton, the man in the black trench coat immediately came over, dragged the bodyguard captain away, and took him directly to the woods not far away. Lin Yu walked to the car. So, did you get the answer? Su Wanrong shook her head, looking at the little girl with some affection. Not saying anything. The little girl saw Lin Yu again and immediately threw herself at him. His eyes held an irresistible plea. It was as if they were pitiful and afraid of being abandoned. Little girl, do you still remember what your mom and dad look like? Do you know their names? The little girl just shook her head and reached out to grab Lin Yu's clothes. Her little face was filled with fear, especially when her parents were mentioned. Lin Yu frowned sharply, and finally reached out to pinch the little girl's cheek. What he saw ignited a burning rage within him. It's not that this girl doesn't want to answer you. But she can't speak. Su Wanrong was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something. The little girl cooperated by opening her mouth. Tears welled up in Su Wanrong's eyes, and her expression of sympathy and pity became even more pronounced. From now on, let this little girl come with us. We slowly helped her find out about her background. And judging from his appearance tonight, he's definitely not a good person. If we just sit idly by, he'll be sent back if you ask for it. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, let's go to the auction first. Little girl, just stay with me. Upon hearing this, the little girl stopped turning her hand for a while, especially when she felt Lin Yu's big hand holding hers. She looked as if she had completely breathed a sigh of relief. She sensibly clung tightly to Lin Yu's side. Lin Yu then spotted a children's clothing store not far away and a smile appeared on his face. There's still more than half an hour before the auction. I'll go take this girl and get her a change of clothes. I'll go with you. Su Wanrong said gently. Besides, there are some things that are inconvenient for you to do. Even though the little girl is only 7 or 8 years old, you can't watch her. Lin Yu was both amused and exasperated. Could it be that she's jealous? 664, Chapter 664 Investigation. That's right, I'm jealous. It's because that girl is so clingy to you. I've been so good to her, but she still likes to stick to your side. Looks like you've been messing around with a lot of pretty girls outside. When Su Wanrong said these words, it wasn't because she was truly jealous, it was more of a joking remark. And only the two of them could hear it. She was whispering sweet nothings in Lin Yu's ear, acting all coquettish. Lin Yu reached out and hooked his arm around her slender waist, which was barely encircling her, and smiled. Little girl, you feel extremely insecure right now. I saved her. That's why she likes to stay close to me. Once we get back, this little girl might stick to you every day. The two whispered to each other as they headed straight for the mall. When Su Wanrong arrived at the mall entrance, she took the little girl to the top floor. There is a children's playground there. Lin Yu waited for about 10 minutes, and then saw Su Wanrong come back with a little girl who looked as delicate as a porcelain doll. Lin Yu had already noticed that the little girl was pretty, but he never expected that after washing up and changing her clothes, she would look like an adorable little girl straight out of an anime. Isn't it beautiful? Su Wanrong had a smile on her face. The little girl's well-behaved and adorable nature made Su Wanrong very fond of her. Lin Yu nodded and reached out to take the little girl's hand. Come on, I'll take you to see what's going on. The three walked out of the mall, and after they came out, Lin Yu saw his subordinate in a black trench coat standing in front of the car. He let Su Wanrong get in the car first, then walked to the side. Boss, the investigation results are in. Those people have all confessed honestly. The man in the black trench coat whispered everything he wanted to say. Lin Yu nodded and said calmly, "We'll talk about it after the auction." He opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Su Wanrong immediately asked, "Have you found out what happened? Who could be so cruel to such a delicate and adorable little girl?" Su Wanrong's face was now filled with murderous rage. Lin Yu smiled slightly. "It's still under investigation, but we'll have some leads soon. Let this little girl come back with you tonight. I still have some things to take care of." Lin Yu turned his head and glanced at the little girl sitting behind him. He gently stroked her dark, lustrous hair. The little girl's eyes narrowed, as if she was thoroughly enjoying the moment. "From now on, you'll follow your brother." The little girl nodded like a chick pecking at rice, her eyes shining brightly. Su Wanrong said with a smile, "From now on, you'll share a room with my sister. Let's not take him, let him go out to sleep by himself." However, to Su Wanrong's surprise, the little girl clearly showed her unwillingness and held Lin Yu's hand tightly, as if she didn't want to let go for even a moment. Su Wanrong rolled her eyes at Lin Yu playfully. "You've gone too far. You've even influenced such a young girl." Lin Yu laughed and said, "There's nothing I can do about it, it's just that I'm too handsome." They drove to the auction venue. They were among the last to arrive. When you arrived at the door, the security personnel checked your invitation, and you bowed respectfully. "Please come in, distinguished guests." They became the focus of the entire event the moment they appeared. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, and the little girl standing between them was as delicate as a porcelain doll. 665, Chapter 665. Just curiosity. People in the auction hall were whispering among themselves. Lin Yu remained calm, his aura restrained. Su Wanrong, on the other hand, possessed an incredibly powerful aura, especially the imposing presence and nobility cultivated by her high position, which made everyone present afraid to look directly at her. After all, tonight's auction wasn't a large-scale event, and the people attending weren't particularly distinguished. "Do you know who this family of three is?" "I don't know, but I feel like that beautiful woman looks familiar." "He definitely looks familiar, that's President Su from the Su Group. I never imagined that President Su was already married and had such a lovely daughter. This news is absolutely explosive." The three of them had already sat down at the front of the auction house. Lin Yu was eager to know what would happen at tonight's auction. Han Shui sent him this message, and he was quite curious. The auction started quickly. The items offered in this charity auction were not particularly valuable, with the highest price being only around 300,000. The next item in the auction is very special. It was a beautiful lady who made the contribution, and we hope that more people will dedicate themselves to charity. As soon as he finished speaking, the auctioneer lifted the red cloth off the tray. What appeared above left many people staring wide-eyed in disbelief. "What's this? Why does it look like a miniature safe? Are you kidding me? This kind of thing is being auctioned off? A box that's only the size of a palm, could it contain something very precious?" The auctioneer smiled and said, "This lady said that someone will definitely bid for this combination lockbox tonight. It contains what she wants. And this thing is very precious. Starting bid, 10 million. They all looked at each other, their eyes filled with suspicion. Some people even directly called him a lunatic. The next moment, a young man suddenly stood up from behind the crowd. He looked to be only about 25 years old, and with a mask and sunglasses on, his appearance was not clearly visible. But he immediately raised his paddle. 10 million. The crowd was silent for a few seconds, then erupted into an uproar. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? Am I hallucinating? There are actually people who would waste their money to buy a box like this? Who knows if this is something the auction house deliberately staged? Could there really be some treasure inside? Don't fall for it. There are too many scams these days, especially these small auctions that use the name of charity, but who knows what they're really up to. Everyone was talking about it, saying all sorts of things. Lin Yu looked thoughtful, a faint smile appearing on his face, and picked up the auction paddle on the table. 20 million. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. Even the masked youth had an incredulous look in his eyes behind his sunglasses. When they saw Lin Yu, the masked youths kept a low profile and didn't even dare to say much. Lin Yu's sudden intervention gave him a very bad feeling. Su Wanrong asked with some doubt, "You came to this auction tonight because of this box? Who left something in the box for you?" Lin Yu shook his head, "I'm just curious and want to see what's in that box." 666, Chapter 666 300 million. Su Wanrong's eyes held obvious suspicion. Is it really just curiosity? Is it worth spending 20 million to prepare for an unknown outcome? I don't think you're the type to spend money recklessly, and you don't seem to have that much curiosity either. Lin Yu smiled slightly. That's right, it's just curiosity. Someone sent me a message earlier saying that something very interesting was going to happen at tonight's auction. I suspect there's something wrong with the box. This piqued my curiosity. For example, it would cost 20 million, or even 200 million, since all the money is going to charity. If anyone dares to take this money and has any ulterior motives, I wouldn't mind making them disappear completely. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong's heart skipped a beat. That confidence comes from the inside out. Although she didn't know Lin Yu's true background and identity, she was certain that Lin Yu definitely had that ability. Moreover, 20 million is nothing to her, let alone Lin Yu. However, the young man wearing a mask and sunglasses was stunned. The way they looked at Lin Yu was filled with natural fear. Everyone present watched him silently, as if waiting for him to make a bid. Considering the importance of that item, the masked young man hesitated slightly before whispering, 10,001 yuan. Upon hearing this, everyone cast evil glances at him. They actually did raise the price. Then, it was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. Could there be some treasure inside this box? Who knows what it is, but it doesn't look like anything special. I haven't seen it. Has President Su's husband already started raising the price? Maybe he received some inside information. After all, a small auction like this doesn't qualify us to invite a big shot like President Su. Although it's just a charity auction, the fact that a CEO of such a large company as Mr. Su would personally attend must mean he has ulterior motives. There might really be something incredibly precious inside that box. Shall we get involved too? Just as those people were discussing, Lin Yu raised the auction paddle once again. A soft voice also came from his mouth. 100 million. This sentence made everyone present lose their composure. Lin Yu smiled faintly. It's just doing charity work, and at the same time, it satisfies my curiosity. Why not have both? His words seemed to be a response to the young man wearing a mask. The young man wearing a mask had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. His eyes showed hesitation, but he was determined to get this thing. Because what's inside is crucial to the success of their upcoming plans. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out a price from behind the crowd. 120 million. All eyes turned to that direction. Someone else had gotten involved. No one expected that tonight's auction would fetch such an astronomical price. This commotion certainly gave them plenty of entertainment. The person who shouted was dressed similarly to the masked youth, and he was also wearing a baseball cap, making it difficult to tell that he was a man. Since you're all offering such high prices, then I won't argue. The young man wearing a mask turned and walked away. Lin Yu smiled slightly. 200 million. 300 million. Came the deep voice of the man in the baseball cap. 667, Chapter 667. Both sons and daughters. The man in the baseball cap clenched his teeth tightly, his voice sounding as if it were being squeezed out from between them. Sir, all my funds combined amount to only 300 million. If you bid again, this item is yours. Lin Yu smiled and said, it seems that what's inside is very important to you. It's not worth it to steal someone else's things just because of your curiosity. It's yours. Thank you. The man in the baseball cap gritted his teeth and spat out the two words. Immediately, staff members quickly walked over. The rule of the auction was that money and goods were exchanged at the same time. Now that the auction was over, someone immediately went over to swipe their card to pay. Moreover, given the large sums of money involved, no one dares to be negligent. After swiping his card, the man in the baseball cap took the small box and quickly walked out. Lin Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he remained calmly seated, watching the game continue. None of the other items piqued his interest, but he still casually spent 10 million to buy a necklace. He then put the necklace directly around the little girl's neck. Does the girl like it? The little girl's eyes were brimming with tears. No one had ever been so kind to her before. Her bright, sparkling eyes held a look that tugged at the heartstrings. Su Wanrong, watching from the side, whispered in Lin Yu's ear, "Shouldn't we have a daughter someday? I really like this girl." Lin Yu smiled and nodded, "I want both a son and a daughter." After the auction ended, everyone wanted to come over and hand over their business cards, but Lin Yu's aura was slightly revealed. These people automatically made way for him, and no one dared to go any further. Are you going to take care of other things?" Su Wanrong asked. She really wanted a daughter. And they took action as soon as they got back. Lin Yu pinched that flawless little face. "There are indeed some things that need to be done. And my curiosity hasn't been satisfied yet. You take the little girl back first, someone will escort you on the way. Be a good girl and listen to your older sister. Big brother will be back in a little while." The little girl was very well behaved and sensible. She let go of Lin Yu's fingers and then tightly grasped Su Wanrong's little hand. At this moment, Su Wanrong couldn't help but laugh. She stopped worrying about Lin Yu's safety and felt sorry for him if he went to cause trouble for her. And this girl actually clung to her like that. "Come on, let me take you home. Let's go back to our home." Just as the two of them got into the car, several people ran up quickly from behind, all of them staring at Su Wanrong's vehicle. Before they even got close, a dozen or so people dressed in black trench coats emerged from the corner. He stood directly in front of those people. The men looked anxious, their eyes filled with ruthless killing intent. "We have no grudges against each other, so I advise you to get out of the way as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Some of them had already drawn daggers. They exchanged a glance and were about to take action. "We can't let that little bitch get away again, or the boss will kill them. I'll hold them off, you guys drive and chase after them." The leader gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, he swung the dagger in his hand and attacked more than a dozen people. "Anyone who stands in his way will die. I've seen blood on his body before, that intense, malevolent aura couldn't be built up from just one or two lives." 668, Chapter 668 Sending him a coffin. The leader is very strong and can be considered a practitioner of ancient martial arts. He's only just started learning, but his strength is such that he could take on 100 ordinary people single-handedly. But the opponent he encountered today was beyond his imagination. The moment the dagger stabbed forward, someone grabbed his wrist and then delivered a powerful knee strike to his stomach. Vomit. The impact caused the eldest brother's feet to leave the ground, and when he fell to the ground, he vomited up everything he had eaten that night. Those who made the request were also dumbfounded. They all knew their boss's skills, he could easily take care of them all by himself. But to be easily defeated with a single move was something they couldn't comprehend. Who exactly are you? Why meddle in other people's business? We're all practitioners of ancient martial arts, there's no need to make enemies, is there? Despite the excruciating pain, the eldest brother asked in a trembling voice. None of the men in black trench coats answered him, they simply made way respectfully to both sides. Lin Yu slowly walked over. He still had a faint smile on his face. He glanced at the group and said calmly, "Go back and tell your boss that I've taken that little girl with me. I can't be bothered with you now, you'd better get lost. If you don't open for business and want to cause trouble, I'll personally go to your boss and send him a coffin." Roll. A chilling killing intent suddenly unfolded. The leader felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on his entire body. Fear gradually appeared in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he got up and ran away with his men. The man in the black trench coat said softly, "Boss, are we just going to let them go like this? That guy will definitely not give up so easily. After all, that little girl is his only chance to live." Lin Yu smiled and said, "I don't have time to deal with them for now. If he comes looking for a grave again, we'll order a coffin and have it delivered to his home." What happened to the other two? Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, the man in the black trench coat immediately whispered, "The person is currently in a hotel. Anyway, they've already come together. They must be from the ancient god cult. We didn't dare to make any rash moves. The man in the baseball cap is very strong." Lin Yu smiled and nodded, let's go now." He had already discerned that guy's strength beforehand. They are at least at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. The fact that such a person concealed himself solely for the auction of a single item piqued his curiosity. What exactly are these people trying to do? Moreover, this message was sent to him by Han Shui, so it was clearly not directed at him. However, as long as it involves dealing with the ancient god cult, even if it has nothing to do with him, he will still get involved. "I am currently in a small hotel." The young man who had been wearing a mask earlier sat on the sofa, panting, his eyes still filled with lingering fear. "Brother Zhang, what exactly is inside this thing? Why was Lin Yu drawn to that place? If it weren't for the fact that he didn't recognize us, we probably wouldn't be able to leave tonight." The man called Brother Zhang took off his baseball cap. His hair was thinning, and his face was rather square. He only had small eyes and looked quite ugly. His face was contorted with rage, and the resentment in his eyes was intense. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know what it is either, but the people above told us we had to get it, but Lin Yu interfered and made me spend an extra 300 million. That's truly all my worldly possessions. Lin Yu, I will tear you to pieces." 669, Chapter 669 Encirclement. Angry and resentful words came from Brother Zhang's mouth. Now we just need to wait for news. The news will be delivered to the higher-ups very soon, and then someone will definitely tell us to send the goods directly over. Once the goods are delivered, our mission is considered complete. We must never come to Ice City again. It's like a giant vortex. There were 10 of us here, and now only the 2 of us are left. The rest have already been taken down by Lin Yu's men. Luckily, we didn't know what the mission was before we came, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get this box so easily. The masked youth's heart pounded wildly, thinking of the look Lin Yu had given him earlier. He hesitated slightly before speaking in a low voice. "Brother Zhang, I have a bad feeling. I even suspect that someone might have betrayed us. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lin Yu to have dared to go to this small auction, and even more so, to be interested in this box. The most crucial thing is the way Lin Yu looked at me before, as if he were looking at a blade of grass or an ant. It makes my heart feel like it's being squeezed by an invisible hand." He was telling the truth. Brother Zhang nodded thoughtfully. His brows furrowed deeply. Our presence here hasn't been communicated, and no one knows we're hiding in such a small hotel. If he had wanted to take action back then, he wouldn't have waited until now. He probably hasn't even discovered our identities yet. However, he must have seen our cultivation level. We must escape now. We absolutely cannot fall into Lin Yu's hands, otherwise, if the items are not returned, our entire family will become nourishment for someone else to raise goo worms. Upon hearing this, the masked youth immediately stood up. "Let's leave Ice City right now. This place is absolutely terrifying. I never want to come here again in my life." The 2 of them froze on the spot as soon as they opened the door. Several men in black trench coats stood neatly in front of the door. When they looked at them, it was as if they were looking at 2 clowns, their faces filled with obvious mockery. Zhang's pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he shoved the masked youth in front of him away. Then he retreated rapidly. He rushed straight towards the hotel window. Since the doorway was blocked, his only option was to escape by jumping out of the window. After all, this was only the 3rd floor, which was like flat ground for a martial artist like him. The masked youth never expected to be betrayed by Brother Zhang. Just as he was being pushed out, several men in black trench coats attacked him simultaneously. He didn't even have a chance to resist before he was taken down on the spot. "The box isn't on me, you guys go after Brother Zhang." His voice was trembling. When faced with a life or death situation, all previous tasks were completely forgotten. However, the men in black trench coats did not make any move, their faces still wore mocking expressions. The young man wearing a mask felt a sudden jolt. You're already prepared? Someone's waiting downstairs to intercept us? You don't need to do so much. There are some things you should explain to me when we get back. After saying that, the group of people took the masked youth away. At that moment, Brother Zhang had just jumped downstairs. More than 20 people emerged from the surrounding dark corners at once. They surrounded him completely, and he could clearly sense that their cultivation levels were at most one realm lower than his. 670, Chapter 670. A terrifying existence. With multiple people attacking at the same time, it was impossible for Brother Zhang to escape unscathed. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Everyone, we have no grudges against each other. I am stronger than you all. If we really fight to the death, most of you here will probably die here forever. How about we compromise? You let me go, and we'll consider it as if I escaped. The group of over 20 men in black trench coats, none of them relaxing for a moment, drew their blades and pointed them at Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang's eyebrows furrowed, and a look of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Since my brothers don't want me to leave, I'll have no choice but to fight my way out. That's when he wanted to fight to the death. Suddenly, I saw a car about 10 meters away and opened the door. Several men in black trench coats stood respectfully in front of the car. Lin Yu got out of the car. The moment their eyes met, Brother Zhang couldn't help but tremble. Facing more than 20 people, he might still have a chance to escape, but facing Lin Yu, he probably wouldn't even be able to commit suicide. His voice trembled as he shouted, Lin Yu, you clearly haven't discovered our identities, so why are you still relentlessly pursuing us? Lin Yu smiled slightly. I told you I was just curious about what was in that box. I didn't expect you to come up here and tell me right away that you couldn't recognize me. Now I'm even more curious about your identity. Is he a member of the ancient god cult, or some unlucky guy who popped up from some remote corner? Upon hearing this, Brother Zhang felt like slapping himself a few times. His eyes were also filled with deep regret. He had just thought that Lin Yu had discovered him, which was why so many people had been sent to cause him trouble, and even Lin Yu himself had come. I never imagined it was just a ploy to trick him. 1,000 mythical beasts seemed to be galloping through his mind. His change in expression mirrored Trump's change of face. I'm just a bug that popped out of nowhere, not worth all your relentless pursuit. Whatever you want, I can give it to you directly. I can give you that box now. As he spoke, he took out the box and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled faintly. I heard your conversation with that unlucky guy just now. Then you don't know the password to this box either. Such a sophisticated little box must contain a very powerful tax agency. If I force it open, I'm very likely to get hurt. That's why we need you to drive it. I hope you can be sensible. Zhang Gu couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. He always felt that Lin Yu's eyes seemed to see right through his thoughts. Just as he was about to make another excuse, Lin Yu's voice came through again. Alright, I know your ancient god cult members all too well. You are one of them. Furthermore, I already received the message when you went to buy this box. Now you need to contact the people above and have them come and take the box away directly. But I have to keep those people under my control. Zhang Ji's expression twitched a few times. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Yu, now that you've shown up, our superiors will definitely receive the news. They will definitely not try to take this box again. In their eyes, he was a terrifying being. So you'd better figure out how to open it yourself. 672, Chapter 672. Toad jumping on instep. Under the onslaught of pain, Brother Zhang only managed to endure for a dozen minutes before his spirit completely collapsed. At this moment, his eyes were dull and lifeless, and his mental state was severely depleted. They were already on the verge of death. Lin Yu asked calmly, where is Han Shui? Have you left Harbin? Upon hearing this question, Brother Zhang couldn't help but shudder, and the hesitation and struggle in his eyes only lasted for a moment. His derivative works, however, once again fell into a state of stagnation. I don't know. Han Shui gave me this task before, asking me to retrieve this box and then wait for someone to come and collect it. I don't know who will come, but Han Shui was in the suburbs of Harbin before. It's only a 10-minute drive from the city. Moreover, someone has already approached Han Shui. He is the person who supports Han Shui behind the scenes. As for who that person is, I am not qualified to know his identity. He plans to take Han Shui directly back to headquarters. As for where exactly, I don't know, because I'm not even qualified to go to headquarters. Han Shui just told me that she was going to receive training. I want you to fall in love with her. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold killing intent appearing in his gaze. It seems the ancient god cult still doesn't want to give up. However, the nail I planted should definitely work. The message Han Shui sent me was on that guy's orders, but this right protector is indeed very well hidden. Since you can't provide me with any more useful information, then you'd better prepare to endure this pain forever. After saying that, Lin Yu turned around and walked out. At this moment, Brother Zhang was trembling uncontrollably, fear was spreading in his heart, and a glimmer of life slowly returned to his eyes. He cried out in agony, "Kill me! I have no value to you anymore, so why are you keeping me around?" His shouts went unanswered. Once the basement door is closed, the sounds will only echo inside. Back at the villa, Xiao Lu walked over quickly. "Boss, we just received news that Han Shui has most likely already left. Look, this is his photo. He was on the plane before, and he took a selfie and sent it to us." The person who received the message was a senior executive from the Su Group. A message was also attached. What news? Lin Yu noticed that Xiao Lu's expression was a little strange. Xiao Lu handed the phone directly to Lin Yu. "Boss, you can see for yourself." Lin Yu took the phone with a puzzled look, and then saw the photo on it. The photo shows Han Shui sitting by the window on an airplane, looking very happy. There is a sentence above. "Thank you for taking such good care of me. When I come back, I will definitely take you back from Su Wanrong." Lin Yu said calmly, "Is this the news you were talking about?" Xiao Lu gently swiped her finger across the phone. The next photo appears. The photo shows Han Shui with a sweet smile as she leans against Lin Yu. The photo was taken when the two of them had just met. Similarly, Han Shui also said, "You used to like me so much, and you must still have me in your heart now for the rest of your life. You will have me." Xiao Lu couldn't help but whisper, "Han Shui is just being a toad jumping around. She's just trying to disgust you, boss." 673, Chapter 673 Deliberate Planning. Lin Yu tapped his fingers on the table. He felt neither joy nor sorrow, and there was no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. He wouldn't have cared about such a small thing at all, but he was wondering what Han Shui was trying to convey by these two photos that suddenly appeared at this moment. Or rather, what is that right protector planning to do? Suddenly, as if he had just realized something, a faint smile appeared on his face. This right protector is not simple. His mind works really fast. Xiao Lu looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled expression. "Boss, do you mean they deliberately led the door astray? Did Han Shui not leave?" Lin Yu nodded. "That guy before was also giving us the wrong guidance. He said Han Shui was leaving, and that she was going to their headquarters. Even if the right protector wants to mentor Han Shui, do you think Han Shui is qualified to go to the headquarters of the ancient god cult? What kind of training would be worth a trip to headquarters?" It's been his scheme since the beginning of this box, one thing leading to another. I guess they just wanted to pique my curiosity and make me open the box to see what's inside. Lin Yu casually took out the box and shook it. I could feel something very soft inside. A smile appeared on his face. "Since they want me to open the box so much, I don't mind granting their wish. When Xiao Lu heard this, his expression changed noticeably. "Okay, it would be better if I were to do it. If anything goes wrong, you can save me immediately." Lin Yu said with a half smile, "This kind of thing can't hurt me. If it can cause me harm, and I get the right opportunity to act immediately, I will feel threatened. My intuition is extremely sharp. When I led you on missions, my intuition saved us many times. I have a natural sensitivity to danger. I'm afraid that all of you except me would be injured if you open this box. Moreover, I plan to record the video directly, so if there are any traps inside, I can use them to lure them out. Let them know I'm injured. Xiao Lu was still a little worried and was about to say something. Lin Yu had already tossed his phone to him. Come on, let's record this. I'd really like to see what this thing is all about. A meticulously planned scheme, one step after another, led me down a wrong path. It's interesting that today was just to make me pay more attention to this box. Xiao Lu held his phone, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Boss, how about I do it? Need not. Lin Yu gently slid his fingers across the combination lock. At this moment, my hearing ability was put to full use. The combination lock above has 8 digits. It was all mechanical ciphers, and he could feel each locking point as he gently turned it. Wait until the last password appears. A crisp click sounded immediately from the combination lockbox. Xiao Lu's mental state was at its lowest point. His mind was like a taut string, his eyes fixed on this direction, ready to rush over at the slightest sign of trouble. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. So there was another layer of meaning behind it. The password above is the date on the original photo. They really went to great lengths to plan this. 674, Chapter 674 Strange Poison. Xiao Lu looked nervous. Boss, now that the box has been opened, what's inside must be extremely dangerous. They've meticulously planned and executed a series of schemes, all to get you to open this box. If there's any danger, it will definitely affect you first. Why don't I open it? He would rather face the danger himself than let anything happen to Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. I can do it myself, this thing can't hurt me. As he spoke, he directly lifted the lid of the box. A rolled-up piece of parchment appeared inside the box. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, and a very faint scent reached his nose. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he reached out and picked up the parchment. After slowly unfolding, his expression suddenly changed. It's actually the number 1 of the 10 most deadly poisons. Xiao Lu, get out of the villa. Don't come in under any circumstances. This kind of poison can seep into the air. It's colorless and odorless, and it can harm people invisibly. Xiao Lu rushed over immediately. The phone recording ended abruptly there. At the very last moment, Lin Yu's face turned deathly pale. Xiao Lu's voice trembled as he asked, Boss, how are you? I'll call them back right now. You? His voice suddenly stopped. Because he noticed a mischievous smile playing on Lin Yu's lips. He couldn't help but gasp, Boss, are you kidding me? Is it really poisonous? Lin Yu took a deep breath, as if he wanted to suck all the air out of his face. The huge commotion even startled Xiao Lu. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the sofa. However, the spiritual energy within him was like a surging, turbulent river or lake. Everything surged toward the toxins that he had swept in. The toxin was quickly broken down and absorbed by his spiritual energy, as if he had consumed some highly nourishing substance. This toxin is indeed powerful, it can even enhance my cultivation. I wish they could get more of it. Xiao Lu couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had heard about what these 10 most potent poisons were. Especially the number 1 of the 10 most deadly poisons. I've heard that anyone who gets poisoned by this toxin will gradually lose their cultivation level until they become an ordinary person. It poses no harm to ordinary people, but it is the most deadly poison for practitioners of ancient martial arts. And there is still no antidote. Those poisoned will lose all their cultivation. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Any poison that comes before me is like the strongest tonic. It's even more effective than medicine. Have you forgotten that secret? Xiao Lu scratched his head, realizing he had been too nervous to think of that. If they knew that the poison they sent you would turn into a tonic, they would probably be furious. You asked me to record a video. Are you planning to send this video directly to them? Then they were lured into a trap. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. If you send it directly to them, they will only think it is a trap and will not fall for it at all. The smarter a person is, the more arrogant they are, and the more suspicious they are. You must immediately issue a notice that all those who are lying in wait must mobilize. And they're supposed to guard around my villa. the more vigilant we are, the more likely they are to notice something is wrong. 675, Chapter 675 Why I Did This. There's no need to deliberately spread the news, just have someone set up defenses around the villa. At this point, Lin Yu suddenly added, especially around Wanrong, there must be a master guarding her. And it's laid out in the open, telling those people to stop trying. You and Xiaoqi take the people over there. Don't be shy, reveal all your cultivation levels. Besides those people, there might also be others who want to take advantage of the situation. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on us will be killed without mercy. Xiaolu's eyes lit up, his gaze filled with excitement. Boss, your plan is brilliant. But what's the point of us recording this video? Lin Yu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Of course, it's a potent medicine. However, this ointment cannot be used now, we need to wait for the right time. In their eyes, Han Shui must be one of the people I care about very much. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought Han Shui back again. Han Shui is a smart person. Once she falls into their hands, she certainly won't see through my plan and will only be willing to be my tool. I'll just send this video to Han Shui and ask her why she schemed against me. Xiaolu asked instinctively, Boss, when would be the right time? Wait. Lin Yu only uttered one word. Then he smiled and said, go and make the arrangements. Meanwhile, in a village outside the Ice City, the Right Protector was enjoying his dinner, his gaze turning to Han Shui across from him. You're probably still wondering why I did this. Han Shui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You've done so much, and all you did was take out a box for Lin Yu to see. There must be something amazing in that box, right? I don't know why you did this, but I can guess that you are plotting against Lin Yu. You don't really want to train me, you just want to get all the detailed information about Lin Yu from me. I also wanted to understand Lin Yu's true personality. Clever. The Right Protector smiled and nodded, his eyes becoming increasingly smug. I know Lin Yu still has feelings for you. If you knew the plan in advance, you might also act impulsively and stop it from going ahead. Lin Yu will slowly become an ordinary person, and his cultivation level will only begin to decline at this moment. Do you know what the most agonizing torture is? At this point, the Right Protector couldn't help but laugh. The laughter was somewhat shrill, and his eyes turned even colder. The most painful torture is to turn a powerful ancient martial arts practitioner into a cripple, with no chance to cultivate again. The potency of that toxin is beyond your comprehension. It's nothing to ordinary people, but to practitioners of ancient martial arts, it's the most deadly poison, and the kind that has no antidote, yet it won't kill them. When Han Shui heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She recalled the time she poisoned Lin Yu, and had a feeling that the Right Protector in front of her might be outmaneuvered by Lin Yu. At this moment, she hesitated, wondering whether to tell the Right Protector what had happened. 676, is Chapter 676 truly unsolvable? The Right Protector looked at Han Shui and said, I feel you have something to say to me. Don't hold back. You and I are now in the same boat. Furthermore, I previously taught you a cultivation method that will make you increasingly charming. This is a kind of charm skill that will make you attractive to anyone, allowing you to break through your current minor level of mastery. Even women will develop a liking for you and can't help but want to get closer to you. Han Shui took several deep breaths. She had never been in the real circle of ancient martial arts practitioners. In the past, they were merely tools to be used. After obtaining the cultivation method, she realized that such amazing abilities existed in this world. Can you tell me what you really want to do? Even if Lin Yu becomes an ordinary person, with some experts by his side, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to take him down so easily, would you? The Right Protector smiled and nodded. You are very smart. I really have no way to take down Lin Yu, but you have a way. I could even directly use Lin Yu's men for my own purposes. You have no idea how many terrifying people Lin Yu is under his command. Any one of them could cause chaos. Including Lin Yu, there are 7 people in total. They used to cause a huge uproar overseas. You could say they're all decorated with honors, or you could say they're a bunch of devils. They are very tolerant and generous when dealing with their own people, but when dealing with other races, they are the most cruel executioners. And I really like a quote that Lin Yu once said. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. The right protector was bored at this moment, and he was waiting for the result. He was also a little nervous, because for his own plan, he had already caused the deaths of 10 experts. If it doesn't succeed, then we'll suffer a huge loss. He told Han Shui all this simply so that there would be another person to share the joy he felt at that moment. However, his gaze remained fixed on Han Shui, and he noticed that Han Shui's expression was still hesitant. What exactly are you trying to say? Just tell me, I won't blame you. Even if you point out the flaws in my plan, I can accept it. I've always been someone who likes to humbly learn from others. Han Shui took a few deep breaths, and after a brief hesitation, she decided to tell what had happened back then. After all, this right protector treated her quite well. Have you considered that toxin might not be able to harm Lin Yu? If he can directly crack the internal toxin, all your plans will be in vain. The right protector couldn't help but laugh, his eyes filled with obvious mockery. You have absolutely no understanding of practitioners of ancient martial arts. I don't understand this circle, and I don't know what the 10 great ancient poisons are. Even I only managed to get a small amount of this toxin after going through a lot of trouble, but it's definitely enough for Lin Yu. Moreover, there is no cure for this toxin. No one has ever been able to counteract its harmful effects since ancient times. If it weren't for the fact that the raw materials for making this toxin are so rare, even ordinary people could scheme against ancient martial arts practitioners. Han Shui asked instinctively, is there really no solution? 677, Chapter 677 The Air. The right protector felt that Han Shui was being a bit too cautious. He smiled and nodded, that's right, it's a complete misunderstanding. No matter how strong someone is, this kind of toxin will continue to erode their meridians and dantian. The meridians and dantian are the source of power for ancient martial arts practitioners. You have already embarked on cultivation, and you should have already learned about these things. I won't explain anything else to you. All you need to do now is master everything I've taught you, and before Lin Yu completely loses his power, find a way to get close to him, develop your own cultivation as a form of resistance, and also because you still have feelings for him. At that time, he will be completely unable to resist the charm you exude. And if you just control Lin Yu, it's the same as controlling the people under him. They are probably the kind of people who can stir up the whole world and change the course of events, and they are absolutely loyal to Lin Yu. Once you obtain them, it's as if you've obtained a violent power. That's also your greatest use. Han Shui felt a mix of emotions she couldn't quite describe. Even if Lin Yu is completely crippled, he still has great value. She was merely a link used to control Lin Yu. But I still can't help thinking about it in my heart. Will it really work? Seeing the complex expression on Han Shui's face, the right protector smiled and said, throughout history, it has always been the victor who is king and the loser who is villain. Lin Yu's decision to retire back then already foreshadowed the current outcome. Our ancient god cult has always been obsessed with him, because we want to control the power he possesses. Now is the best time. If I can accomplish this, I will become the most powerful successor in the history of the ancient god cult. Han Shui's pupils contracted slightly. The words spoken by the right protector revealed a huge piece of information. The air. Just then, the right protector's phone rang, and he saw a message sent to him. His smile became even more pronounced. Just as I said, Lin Yu will never give up easily. And he definitely still has feelings for you. He's already opened that box. And they've already been poisoned. All the experts around him are retreating, and even those who had been lying low have returned to his side. Especially those around Su Wanrong, who are absolute masters who have reached the legendary level. Most importantly, those two didn't hide their thoughts at all. Now that they have fully revealed their strength, they have only one purpose in doing so, to warn those who have ulterior motives. The right protector stood up, his eyes filled with excitement. Now is the time for us to take action. Han Shui always felt that things weren't that simple. She felt uncomfortable and was determined not to be fooled so easily. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Lin Yu had already prepared dinner. Looking at Su Wanrong, who had just returned, a tender expression appeared on his face. Su Wanrong blushed slightly and reached out to grab the hibiscus shrimp on the table, but Lin Yu grabbed her hand directly. Just got off work, haven't even washed my hands, and you want to eat already? Go wash your hands, I'll make you some later, okay? Su Wanrong bit her red lips slightly, leaned forward, nestled close to Lin Yu's chest, and raised her flawless little face. But I want to eat it now. 678, Chapter 678 A Special Little Secret. Lin Yu picked up a shrimp and gently brought it to those delicate red lips. A smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Wanrong just opened her small mouth. As a result, Lin Yu simply took the shrimp and put it in his mouth, his mischievous smile widening. Want some? Su Wanrong blushed slightly, then wrapped her fair arms around Lin Yu's neck. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. He tiptoed and bit directly at it. As soon as I took a bite of the shrimp, a sly smile suddenly welled up inside me. Her oily little mouth rubbed directly against Lin Yu's face, and she rubbed it hard. I got oil all over your face, just to teach you a lesson. Lin Yu hooked his arm around Su Wanrong's slender waist and lowered his head to press his face against her exquisite face. Feeling the slightly cool, soft texture, Lin Yu gently patted Su Wanrong's back with his large hand. Smack! The loud, crisp sound made Su Wanrong tremble slightly. Those beautiful, large eyes seemed to be brimming with tears. You bad guy! How dare you hit me? You're doomed after you finish eating. I'm going to lock you out and not let you in. Unless you beg me. Lin Yu listened to that voice, which sounded almost like a coquettish plea. I couldn't help but raise my hand and hit him again. The sensation on my fingers was absolutely wonderful. You bastard, you're addicted, aren't you? Su Wanrong looked annoyed and reproachful, but her pretty face was already flushed. Lin Yu smiled mischievously, it's clearly what you wanted. When I hit you just now, I could clearly feel that you had some unusual attributes. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into nowhere. She was just about to leave Lin Yu's embrace. Lin Yu simply ducked and kicked. The two of them lost track of time when they touched each other. More than a minute later, Su Wanrong finally pushed him away, her breathing becoming rapid and her face flushed. I'm hungry. What would you like to eat? Where do you want to eat? Lin Yu's low voice seemed to carry a distinct other meaning. Su Wanrong raised her small hand and gently pinched Lin Yu's body. If you say that again, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to wash my hands. After finishing with Su Wanrong, he ran away immediately. Lin Yu could still smell the lingering, intoxicating fragrance in the air. After setting the bowls and chopsticks down, Su Wanrong also came downstairs. The two locked eyes. Su Wanrong lowered her head slightly, her mind still preoccupied with what Lin Yu had just said. Does this scoundrel actually like that kind of thing? Lin Yu had no idea what Su Wanrong was thinking after they finished eating. Su Wanrong hurriedly ran back to her room. After tidying up the table and returning to the room, Lin Yu saw that Su Wanrong had already wrapped herself in the quilt, and she was speaking in a delicate and coquettish tone. Go wash up quickly, you're covered in the smell of cooking oil. Lin Yu lowered his head and sniffed in confusion. Is there? You don't realize it, but the smell is very strong. Su Wanrong heard the bathroom door close. She had just pulled back the covers, and her face was flushed. I quietly took out a book. Looking at the descriptions above, I felt even more ashamed and embarrassed. Sensing that Lin Yu might be coming out soon, he quickly put the book under the bed. A fierce internal struggle is raging within me. Should I give it a try? 679, Chapter 680 Background. Su Wanrong knew very well that if something could bring her such a large profit, it must involve Lin Yu. She asked in confusion, who in your family disappeared? You don't need to worry about that, you just need to agree to our terms. A deep, hoarse voice came from the other end. You can ask Lin Yu about this directly. I believe he will give you a clear answer. 10 of us went in, and in the end only 2 of us were left, and now we're in Lin Yu's hands. To be honest, we are really heartbroken. After all, our family has very few members, and it can almost be said that the lineage is passed down through single heirs. Now the direct descendant is in Lancao's hands. All you have to do is hand those people over to us. We'll give you all the channels you need when the time comes. You can think about it, you don't need to give us an answer right now. After saying that, the other end of the phone hung up immediately. Su Wanrong's gaze also turned to Lin Yu's face, revealing an expression of disbelief. You locked them up? Lin Yu didn't care much about company affairs. He knew that if anything happened, Su Wanrong would definitely tell him immediately. A faint smile appeared on his face. Some guys were disobedient, so I took care of them. We didn't recognize them and locked them up, we just sent them to the hospital, where they can receive better treatment, since they all had different kinds of health problems before. I sent them to the special care ward so that they could receive better treatment. Su Wanrong's eyes flashed with annoyance. I don't believe your nonsense. Did you already know about the company's affairs, which is why you took them down and used them as leverage? We can't do anything immoral even if I don't go into those industries, I won't let you go astray. Lin Yu sensed the tenderness in those eyes, and the smile on his face became even more pronounced. Do you know who I am? Su Wanrong's eyes were full of anticipation. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so eager to ask you back then. Who are you? I don't know anything about you at all, you've been hiding everything from me. As she spoke, she even felt a little wronged. Lin Yu laughed. I once fought and bled with my brothers for this continent. Many people were very afraid of me, and this continent later became a forbidden area for some evil people. When no one dares to walk here anymore, I've already become a mascot. It can be understood as me proving that they are useful. At that point, I felt it wasn't very interesting anymore, so I quit. Do you understand what I mean? Su Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean? She didn't continue speaking, but her beautiful eyes were filled with intense passion. They fought for this continent. In the end, he even intimidated those people, who had no idea just how powerful Lin Yu really was. But based on this performance alone, he is already far ahead of the competition. No wonder this bad guy wouldn't tell me his identity. It turns out there really was such a terrifying background. 680, Chapter 681, Practicing Skills. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. What you know is very likely just the tip of the iceberg. There are some things that are useless for me to tell you now. Besides, telling you too much would also bring great danger to you, which is why I have been keeping it from you. If you can keep acting like you did last night, I might tell you a little secret every day. You'll get to know me better in the future, and I've discovered that I had a slightly misunderstanding about you. You're quite bold. You even dared to secretly hide a book like this. After saying that, Lin Yu pulled a book out from under the blanket. When Su Wanrong saw this book, her cheeks were already flushed red to the roots of her ears. You're not allowed to look, only I can see it. If you see it, you won't be surprised anymore. Could Lin Yu tell Su Wanrong that even though the lights weren't on last night, he had already flipped through a large portion of the content after Su Wanrong fell asleep? A smile played on his lips. Alright, then I won't look at it. I'll leave it all to you. You can collect more books on this topic. It can strengthen our bond. And I'm so attached to you that I can't bear to let you go. Besides, last night wasn't enough, you were the one who begged for mercy. You should exercise when you get up early to keep yourself healthy. I think the time is just right now, it's only a little past 6 o'clock. There's still plenty of time before your 9 a.m. start time. We can take our time to analyze what you showed last night. Before he could finish speaking, Su Wanrong covered his mouth. Her rosy cheeks were filled with shyness. You rascal, you're not allowed to say that anymore, or I'll really get angry. Did you secretly watch it last night? Lin Yu immediately shook his head. His mouth was covered and he couldn't speak, but he immediately hugged Su Wanrong and pulled her into his arms. Su Wanrong immediately sensed something, and her pretty face turned even redder. However, his face quickly revealed a pleading and begging expression. She said coquettishly, "You big bad guy, I really can't take it anymore. If you do it again, I won't even think about going today. Please, have mercy on me. At worst, I'll just wait until I get back tonight and continue. Please, don't bully her." Those coquettish words made Lin Yu's heart burn with intense passion. His smile deepened. It's no use not going to work, the company has already gotten on track. Even if you don't go for 10 days or half a month, there won't be any trouble. Besides, you still have me. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the company, they will face my wrath. What I want now is you, especially the skills you showed last night. They were a bit raw and need more practice, but I don't. Mindy can be your practice partner. Come on, let's continue. As Su Wanrong cried out, her voice gradually became more melodious and captivating. It was as if the wind outside the window had stopped. Everything seemed to be shyly avoiding each other. While they were playing around, dozens of kilometers away, in a dilapidated building in a courtyard house, a person shrouded in malevolent energy appeared. His gaze was filled with obvious disdain. That's it? Just to take one person away, did you really need to bring me here? 681, Chapter 682 Tattoo. The right protector wore a calm smile. Old Kuei, we know your strength, which is why we invited you here. Although Lin Yu is almost a cripple now, don't forget that he still has so many brothers by his side. It will take time for his brothers to come from all over the country, and that's the time difference we need to take advantage of. Before those people arrive, take down the people around Lin Yu. By then, Lin Yu will definitely go crazy and come searching for him just like before. We can send Han Shui out at this crucial moment, making her the closest person to him. As long as we use Han Shui to achieve our goal of controlling Lin Yu, then we will have directly grasped the enormous power in Lin Yu's hands. Don't you want to become a follower of the ancient gods and the next successor? The menacing figure removed the hood from its head. His face was covered with dense tattoos. Those tattoos made his smile even more ferocious and terrifying. His gaze fell directly on Han Shui, and then a greedy look appeared on his face. I can do it, but I need to enjoy this woman first. Let me see what makes Lin Yu's woman so special. When Han Shui heard this, her expression turned extremely ugly. The murderous aura this person was exuding was so terrifying that she was trembling all over. Just looking at this person gives me such a terrifying feeling. What if I were to be with him? And no one knew they would experience it. He subconsciously looked at the right protector. The right protector frowned, then smiled and said, Old Kuei, let's not say anything more. I absolutely cannot let you do anything reckless now. Otherwise, if you lose control and kill her, who will control Lin Yu then? Lin Yu has strong self-control, and women who have been with him for 5 years are the best targets. And Han Shui has a goo worm in her brain, which is completely under our control. Or if it were someone else, it would only make Lin Yu more wary. I advise you not to do anything reckless, otherwise I don't mind telling our leader about this. You should know what the consequences will be. The person I'm asking you to take down now isn't someone. Lin Yu has someone protecting him. It's another woman, a woman who will definitely make your heart flutter. This is a photo. The right protector simply took the photo. Han Shui's gaze couldn't help but turn to the photo. Han Shui couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at the sight of that dashing figure. How could such a beautiful woman be Lin Yu's woman? The right protector smiled and said, this matter may have been hidden very deeply, but we have already uncovered it. This woman's code name is Fire Phoenix. She is the daughter of a high-ranking figure in the Special Operations Department. Lin Yu and I can be said to be childhood sweethearts. They grew up together since they were little, and Lin Yu would definitely not sit idly by. As long as you bring this woman here, you can do whatever you want with her. When Lao Kuei saw the photo, he couldn't help but nod to his lips. His eyes were filled with extreme greed. He then burst into laughter. You understand me best. I've taken this job. I'll head over right away, but you'll have to lure this woman out beforehand. Otherwise, we could directly attack the Special Operations Division. They might be hiding some old monsters. I've received word that the Special Operations Division has also begun operations. 682, Chapter 683 A Two-Pronged Approach. The right protector smiled and said, don't worry, I've arranged everything. I doubt Lin Yu would have imagined that we would directly take action against this woman. After all, tampering with the Fire Phoenix is tantamount to directly becoming an adversary of the Special Operations Division. But he completely forgot that our stock god cult and their Special Operations Unit have always been mortal enemies. Given the chance, we will definitely inflict enormous damage on them. Moreover, Huofeng is the daughter of those high-ranking officials. Once we capture this woman, we can not only threaten Lin Yu. Perhaps there's still a chance to get their Special Operations Division to back down. Old Kuei stood up, picked up the photo, and kissed it. Leave this to me. Don't worry, I definitely won't kill this woman directly. Who knows, I might even become the son-in-law of that important person you mentioned. Such a beautiful woman, I will only cherish her slowly and carefully. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Han Shui. The greed gleaming in their eyes sent chills down one's spine. Han Shui also trembled and took a few steps back. She knew very well that if she couldn't handle things well this time, she would end up with this man in front of her. The Right Protector also laughed. We're now using a two-pronged approach. This plan is known only to the three of us. Han Shui would never betray him, otherwise he would only face death, and a very tragic one at that. And this plan must absolutely not be told to anyone other than you and me. As for how to deal with Ho Feng, you don't need to worry about that when the time comes. Old Kuei walked straight out and changed the photo. Leave it to me. You can contact me anytime when the time comes. Even after Lao Kuei left, Han Shui was still trembling slightly. The Right Protector turned his head, a faint smile on his face. Don't worry, we certainly won't sacrifice you easily. You are of great use to us. You should know what I'm planning to do next, right? Han Shui nodded immediately, her voice trembling slightly. Don't worry, I will definitely carry out your plan and will not cause you any trouble. Whatever you say is an order that I must carry out. I can always be loyal to you. Now I want to join you and become the strongest knife in your hands. The Right Protector laughed, a very arrogant laugh. Very good. I am extremely satisfied with your performance. Now we're just waiting for Fire Phoenix to be brought back, then we'll get to work as soon as possible. I hope that Lao Kuei won't make any mistakes. Lin Yu is very meticulous, so Lao Kuei's chances of success are only 50%. You are my true trump card. Han Shui's heart skipped a beat. The imposing aura that Lao Kuei had just displayed had terrified her, and even a single glance from him could fill her with fear. In the eyes of the Right Protector, such a powerful expert was merely a tool to be used. She felt even more fear towards the Right Protector. At that moment, Fire Phoenix suddenly received a message in the Special Operations Division. Their faces showed utter astonishment, but this was quickly followed by obvious worry. He got up and headed straight outside. Captain, are you going out? 683, Chapter 684. No need for this between brothers. Fire Phoenix simply nodded and walked out without saying anything more. However, just as she reached the door, Fire Phoenix suddenly frowned, as if she had realized something. He took out his phone and sent a message directly to Lin Yu. Lin Yu had already gotten up and just finished breakfast when he saw Su Wan roam off. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the message on his phone. He immediately made the call. The call was answered almost instantly. Brother Lin, is the message I just received true? Lin Yu knew all too well how powerful modern technology was. He deliberately sighed and said helplessly, I also fell into their trap, and my strength is now rapidly declining. You'll be staying in the Special Operations Division for the time being, so don't come out again. But they're worried about you right now, and I'm sure they won't try anything with me in such a short time. Besides, our Special Operations Unit isn't afraid of those rats and cockroaches hiding in the sewers. I am coming to find you right now. A thoughtful look flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and he smiled directly. No rush, you wait there for me, I'll send someone over right away. Someone will pick you up in a little while. I can't leave the house right now, I can only stay in the villa. Fire Phoenix hesitated slightly, but still agreed, Brother Lin, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu immediately called someone over from outside. The man in the black trench coat knelt respectfully on one knee, his eyes burning with fervor. Boss, you wanted to see me? A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. I've said it so many times, we don't need to do this with our own brothers. Stand up and speak. The man in the black trench coat stood up, the intensity in his eyes undiminished. Boss, please tell me what you need. Now let's change our clothes. You are me, and I am you. I need to go out for a while. Don't let anyone see through your disguise. The man in the black trench coat looked bewildered. When they came out again, the man in the black trench coat was already sitting in the hall. Lin Yu transformed into his appearance and walked directly to the front of the car. The vehicle started and sped towards the Special Operations Unit. Right after he left, a man with binoculars, far from the villa, immediately pressed the intercom. Calling the target, someone has already left. They are Lin Yu's men. Lin Yu is still in the villa. His anonymous subordinates are not very strong, probably only around the Grandmaster level. We can take action now. It's best to choose a spot near the villa entrance, where there are few people. Less than a few seconds later, 2 words came through the walkie-talkie. Receive. The man with the binoculars smiled. He lay down immediately, disguising himself once again. However, he was completely unaware that there were at least 3 places around him watching him. After he reported it, the message was immediately sent to Lin Yu's phone. Lin Yu had already guessed that these people must have taken some action. But now is not the time to uproot it completely. All he needs to do is find all those people who have been followed by clues, and then he can decide how to deal with them. The vehicle soon arrived at the Cross River Bridge. Just then, a truck suddenly appeared in front of them. Lin Yu felt a sense of foreboding. 684, Chapter 685. Blocking the way. Especially when that car drove by, a cold glint appeared on Lin Yu's face. His eyes were filled with a chilling killing intent. The truck came to a stop with one of its sideboards in the middle of the bridge. Lin Yu's vehicle also braked suddenly, almost crashing directly into it. He stopped the car and immediately opened the car door. He knew this was definitely a task assigned by the other side, but it had obviously changed. He couldn't figure out whether the people on the other side had misunderstood the report, or whether it hadn't been carried out according to the original plan at all. A burly, strong man stepped out of the truck. His face was covered in tattoos, and after he jumped out of the car, he grinned at Lin Yu. You can only blame your bad luck. Lin Yu sent you to pick up someone, so you can only die at my hands. If you trust me, I will definitely pick you up, but I don't know where I'll take you. After seeing that woman's photo, to be honest, I'm really attracted to her. Once I pick her up, I'll take her a little further away and send a video to Lin Yu so he can see how much his woman enjoys being in front of me. Even the medicine has been prepared. This is what you call a divine voice. Once they take this drug, those women will all become a completely different person. I can't wait to go there right now. The person who came was none other than old Kuei. He was a burly man, and as he walked forward, a terrifying aura emanated from him. But Lin Yu's gaze was completely dismissive. He only wanted to take Lin Yu's place, bring Huofeng back, and then leave the city with Huofeng. Anyway, no matter what method he uses, as long as he can take Huofeng away, he will have succeeded. Lin Yu smiled faintly. You may have some misunderstanding about me. Perhaps you are too confident in your abilities. He's just a piece of trash who's barely entered the realm of terrestrial immortals, yet he dares to speak so arrogantly in front of me. I really don't know what that right protector was thinking, actually entrusting this matter to such an idiot as you. Upon hearing this, Lao Kuei's heart skipped a beat. Although he is big and burly, it doesn't mean he's not smart enough. At this moment, he carefully examined Lin Yu with his eyes. After observing for a moment, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Damn it, are you deliberately stalling for time? If you ruin my plans, I'll tear you to pieces and torture you to death bit by bit. You still dare to look down on my strength? With my current level and strength, I can directly break into their special operations unit and take them away. I'm just too lazy to do something so high profile. If your plan is exposed, you will truly suffer a fate worse than death. After saying that, he rushed over, now holding a large hammer. It slammed hard into Lin Yu's shoulder. He wouldn't kill the person outright. He was afraid that the person had already used some means to call for backup. Even if he goes to pick someone up, he'll likely fall right into a trap. However, when he came to Lin Yu again, before the attack he was about to deliver landed, he felt his heart skip a beat and an extremely dangerous feeling instantly came over him. He has always had great trust in his intuition. My instinct was to dodge. But at that moment, his pupils contracted violently. 685, Chapter 686. It was worth it. Lin Yu grabbed the hammer in Lao Kuei's hand. It was too late for him to pull the sledgehammer back. He tried to pull it away with all his might, but found that it was completely useless. That hand gripped the hammer tightly, like an iron clamp. His strength was a joke in the face of that hand. No matter how hard he tried, it had no effect. Lin Yu said calmly, "Want to back out? Did you get my permission?" Upon hearing this, Lao Kuei did not hesitate at all, immediately letting go and quickly retreating. He had only one thought in his mind. The guy in front of him was a master, and he was very likely one of Lin Yu's brothers from 5 years ago. Otherwise, he would never have such strength, leaving Lin Yu with no power to resist. However, in the next moment, Lin Yu threw the hammer into the air. He reached out and grabbed the vertical handle. The next second, he appeared directly in front of Old Kuei like lightning. Old Kuei didn't even have time to react. The sledgehammer slammed down hard on his shoulder. Snap! The sound of bones shattering suddenly rang out. Immediately following was Old Kuei's heart-wrenching scream. The hammer not only shattered his shoulder bone but also pierced his internal organs, causing him excruciating pain that made his eyes bloodshot. His murderous aura was fully unleashed. "I'm determined to drag you down with me. If I take you with me to the underworld, it will be worth it." The madness and morbid rage in his eyes were fully revealed at this moment. In the instant of the outburst, he immediately reached out his hands to stop Lin Yu. He already held 2 grenades in his hand. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, and the smile on his lips became even more pronounced. Just as Lao Kuei was about to pull the safety pin, Lin Yu produced several needles in his hand and quickly placed them on Lao Kuei's body. "What did you do to me? Why can't I move?" Old Kuei's pupils were contracting violently. He had originally intended to drag the person in front of him down with him. But now he realized that the person in front of him was terrifyingly strong, far beyond his comprehension. Lin Yu wore a faint smile, his eyes filled with mockery. "I don't need to get any useful information out of you. Because I know you're just a tool sent by the right protector. That guy probably wants nothing more than to take all the people around me away right now. Then he sent Han Shui to meet that time. The only person I cherished most was Han Shui, and he could then control me through her. After all, when a person loses all their relatives, there is only one person by their side, and that person becomes their emotional support." Old Kuei opened his eyes wide in disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It turned out that their schemes were nothing in this person's eyes. He had already guessed their purpose. And then he suddenly realized what was happening. "What did you just say? Send Han Shui to your side? Are you Lin Yu?" Lin Yu looked at the guy's horrified eyes and nodded with a smile. "I don't trust others to handle some things after all. Your ancient god sect is not short of experts. I'm a little disappointed, though, that it was just a nobody like you who came." Old Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that someone as powerful as himself was merely a small fry in Lin Yu's eyes. Just how terrifyingly strong was this guy? 686, Chapter 687 is no longer useful. Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, "There are some things you don't need to know anymore. Now tell me, where is your right protector?" Old Kuei shook his head. "You don't need to ask me anymore, because I have no idea where they're hiding. Their whereabouts are unpredictable. Even if I told you where we met before, he would have already left. The right protector is very clever. Yuri, just unlucky to be up against him. Kill me or torture me, it's all up to you. Don't even think about getting any information from me anymore. I am just following orders. I am just a tool they're using. Now you can get started." After saying that, he closed his eyes. He knew that he was in Lin Yu's hands and would definitely not have a good ending. Lin Yu will definitely torture him to death. He was already prepared to die. However, he did not feel any pain the next moment, and opened his eyes in confusion after a few seconds. Then Lin Yu made his move, piercing his body with several silver needles. He felt nothing as the thing stuck in his body, and a look of confusion and doubt appeared on his face. "What exactly do you want to do to me?" Lin Yu simply smiled faintly. "You'll find out soon enough. You are no longer of any use. Since you didn't know the news, then you should be prepared to bear the consequences." After saying that, he reached out and picked up Lao Kuei, then threw him into the trunk of the car. Lin Yu started the vehicle. They continued driving towards the Special Operations Division. Meanwhile, old Kuei, who was on the road, finally understood what Lin Yu meant by those words. He can't open his mouth anymore. The trembling in my body never stopped at that moment. The intense pain caused his muscles to spasm continuously, like ripples on the surface of water. His eyes were filled with utter despair. He didn't know how long he would have to endure this pain, but every second felt like an eternity. The vehicle finally came to a stop, and old Kuei's eyes were already shining with anticipation. He wanted to tell Lin Yu some news. However, when the trunk was opened, it wasn't Lin Yu, but a stunningly beautiful face. He was very familiar with this face, he had seen it in photos before. It was a fire phoenix. So it was you who wanted to harm me? Luckily, Brother Lin arrived early, otherwise you might have really tricked me. You are very strong, but now you are a cripple. However, if we hand you over to our Special Operations Division, we might be able to extract a lot of useful information from you. No matter where you come from, as long as you are on this continent. Our Special Operations Unit can take down your original hideout in one fell swoop. Take him back immediately. Upon hearing Hua Feng's words, several men in black trench coats immediately came out and grabbed Lao Kuei, carrying him inside. Old Kuei turned his gaze to Lin Yu, his eyes filled with pleading. But he soon fell into utter despair. Because Lin Yu didn't even look at him, he only focused his gaze on the fire phoenix. Only then did he realize just how vast the gap was between himself and Lin Yu, and his heart sank even further. He desperately wanted to tell Lin Yu some news, but he couldn't speak or move his hands. 687, what will chapter 688 do? Lin Yu smiled faintly and said, Fire Phoenix, would you like to come back with me? After a moment's hesitation, Hua Feng slowly shook her head, Brother Lin, although I also want to go back with you, I can't leave here right now. I need to stay here and keep things under control. If anything happens, Brother Lin, you can call me immediately. The people above have already sent me a message saying that they will not interfere in anything concerning you, Brother Lin. If anyone needs us, we will provide support immediately. Lin Yu smiled slightly, don't worry, I definitely won't be polite when I need you. Then you should go back first. Remember what I said, if anything happens, be sure to call me immediately. You must not leave without permission. Those people in the Special Operations Unit don't have the guts to take direct action yet. Once they leave here, they might encounter danger. Lin Yu knew in his heart that there was a master protecting him here. That person was just an old man standing at the door. His gaze also fell upon Lin Yu, his eyes filled with respect. Lin Yu smiled and said, please thank the higher-ups in your Special Operations Division for me. I'll keep this in mind. Consider this a benefit for you. After saying that, he flicked a pill at the target. After the old man accepted the pill, his face showed excitement. The Special Operations personnel turned their surprised gazes toward them. Lin Yu simply hugged Hua Feng, a smile appearing on his face, and said in a low voice, I told you the old man at the door is very strong. If you really encounter any trouble, you can ask him to hold things off for now. Call me for the rest. Fire Phoenix nodded hurriedly, Brother Lin, thank you. Lin Yu ruffled her dark hair, do we need to thank each other for our relationship? Besides, this whole thing was directed at me in the first place. You're just a victim of my actions. After chatting for a while, Lin Yu drove away. However, the news quickly reached the ears of the Right Protector. The Right Protector frowned deeply, his eyes filled with obvious doubt. Lin Yu's strength has completely declined, so he shouldn't be the one to attack Lao Kuei. It's very likely that some expert has joined Lin Yu's side, but we haven't received any news about it. However, having learned from the first plan, Lin Yu will definitely be more vigilant and will absolutely not let Fire Phoenix fall for it so easily again. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and his gaze turned to Han Shui. His expression shifted several times before he coldly asked, based on your understanding of Lin Yu's personality, what will he do next? Han Shui shook her head, my understanding of him is of no use now. Lin Yu's personality has changed a lot. When he was with me before, Lin Yu was very gentle and never did anything excessive. But now, Han Shui didn't continue speaking, but the meaning was already self-evident. She sighed inwardly. I know nothing about Lin Yu, which has caused me some trouble. If I really knew even a little bit about Lin Yu, I would never have done those outrageous things back then. 688, Chapter 689 Making a Decision. The Right Protector looked thoughtful. If I were Lin Yu, I would most likely fly into a rage and attack everyone in the ancient god cult around me. We may not be able to withstand Lin Yu's wrath. Although time is a bit tight right now, I think it's enough to get you to Lin Yu's side. Lin Yu won't let us off so easily, and you are the best pawn to play. When you get to Lin Yu's side, show him the techniques you've been practicing, make sure you remember them, arrange a meeting with Lin Yu, but don't easily get involved with him. What a man can't have is the most precious. Upon hearing this, Han Shui could only manage a bitter smile. Based on her current understanding of Lin Yu, he probably wouldn't even glance at her, and he also knows what kind of charm Su Wanrong possesses. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to send me there now, because of Su Wanrong. That woman is much better than me. I am probably nothing compared to her. Some people are born to bewitch others, and Su Wanrong is one of them now. In front of outsiders, he has a cold and aloof personality that keeps people at arm's length, but he is different in front of Lin Yu. When I went to see Lin Yu last time, I saw Su Wanrong. He had undergone tremendous changes by then. To be honest, even as a woman, I couldn't help but be moved. The Right Protector's brows furrowed even more. His gaze shifted between different expressions. Several minutes passed before he seemed to have made up his mind. It seems that Su Wanrong is a chasm standing in our way. Only by completely deleting this woman might Lin Yu give you a second glance. Since you feel it's not appropriate to go find Lin Yu now, then we'll go straight for that woman. Once she's completely finished, that's when you'll step in. Lin Yu will never believe that you were behind this after all. Everything you said before was measured and you would never touch his sore spot. He will vent all his anger on us. And I also suspect that Lin Yu may have already learned some information about us, and the people I brought here probably won't survive. Give them one last chance, let them shine their last light. Han Shui's heart skipped a beat. Could she trust that Lin Yu would show mercy, especially since Su Wanrong was in trouble? They couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be. Lin Yu's thunderous rage will definitely burn him as well. Right Protector, I suggest you reconsider. What if Lin Yu really goes mad? I'm afraid the consequences are unbearable. He'll leave a hole in the sky. I suggest you. The Right Protector suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. That icy gaze seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade. I don't need your advice, I just need you to obey my orders. From now on, you stay in your room and behave yourself. If anything happens, you don't need to worry about it. There will naturally be people who will be cannon fodder, you just need to be your tool. I don't want to say another word. Don't disobey my orders again, or you will die a terrible death. After speaking, the Right Protector stood up and walked straight outside. She had made up her mind. 689, Chapter 690 Whose phone call? Han Shui felt a slight tremor in her heart looking at the departing figure. She gave a bitter smile. You really don't understand Lin Yu. Although I don't know much about Lin Yu either, I know that this man is truly domineering. You want to tear a hole in the sky. I don't want to die with you. After saying that, Han Shui went straight into his room and pulled out her phone from under the bed. Without any hesitation, she sent a message to Lin Yu. If she hadn't sent this message to Lin Yu beforehand, she wouldn't even know how she died. Time passed second by second, but Han Shui received no response. It stirred something within her. Didn't this bastard take my words seriously? Or perhaps he didn't hear the news? Thinking of this, Han Shui couldn't help but dial Lin Yu's number directly. However, it took a long time before the call was connected. The person who answered the phone was Su Wanrong. Xiao Xue, is that you? I saw the message you just sent. Lin Yu is washing up. If there's anything, I can just give him my phone and you can talk to him. Su Wanrong's voice was gentle, as if she had returned to the time when they were still best friends. Han Shui couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Wanrong, I'm sorry for what happened before. I'm risking my life to make this call. All you need to do is tell Lin Yu that message. Lin Yu definitely has a way to defend against them, and I don't want anything to happen to you. After saying that, she hung up the phone immediately. They have now reached a point of irreconcilable conflict, and their struggle has reached a fever pitch. At this point, Han Shui really couldn't be sure who would win or lose. However, this news must be told to Lin Yu. If Lin Yu really wins, he might be spared. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. He had already come out of the washroom, and his gaze was fixed on Su Wanrong. Whose call was it? Guess? Su Wanrong's face revealed a mischievous look. Lin Yu reached out and pulled her into his arms, a mischievous smile spreading across his handsome face. I don't want to guess, all I want right now is for you. The mischievous grin that followed made Su Wanrong blush. A fair, small hand gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Don't do it, just see for yourself. Han Shui said she absolutely had to tell you this news. Lin Yu was not surprised at all after seeing the message above. He had already guessed their plan. However, he felt that Han Shui might be in trouble. They really thought that the right protector trusted her so much. With a slight smile on his lips, he turned to look at Su Wanrong. You trust me that much, don't you want to ask me why I'm still in contact with him? Knowing who you are is enough for me. As for whether I will have any contact with Han Shui, I don't care anyway. If it weren't for Han Shui, I wouldn't have found my true love. To be honest, I'm actually quite grateful to her. Su Wanrong turned around and revealed an incredibly gentle smile. That sweet smile seemed to warm people's hearts. Lin Yu's smile deepened. Although I just washed up, I don't mind doing it with you. 690, Chapter 691. Gathering information. Su Wanrong's face flushed red just as she was about to stop him. Lin Yu picked her up. Her shy little face even showed a hint of reproach. You scoundrel, what are you trying to do? Don't worry, you'll find out soon. Lin Yu smiled broadly and carried Su Wanrong inside. The bathtub is already filled with water. The two looked into each other's eyes and saw deep affection in each other's eyes. Su Wanrong nestled tightly against Lin Yu's embrace and whispered, You bad guy, aren't you worried about my safety even now? I also read the message Han Shui just sent me. Although someone wants to attack me, and even try to kill me, I might be gone someday. Lin Yu smiled mischievously and said, Then we should cherish the present moment even more. Su Wanrong said with a hint of reproach on her face, You're going to make me so angry. She wasn't actually worried. Lin Yu was her biggest support and reliance. The water rippled. Water overflowed from the washroom. The sound continued. It's unclear how much time passed before Lin Yu finally carried Su Wanrong out. Her shy little face was full of sweetness and satisfaction. Are you going out again, you big bad guy? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. You've gotten smarter, haven't you? You've even learned to answer first? Su Wanrong angrily reached out and pinched Lin Yu's ribs. You'd better go quickly, I'll wait for you to come back. Lin Yu gently tapped that smooth, exquisite face. His smile grew wider and wider. Who said I was going out? I was just teasing you. From now on, I'll be staying in the villa. Tomorrow I'll just plant some grass and tend to the flowers, and cultivate my mind and spirit. Su Wanrong rolled her eyes at him playfully. Do you think I believe that? If you really have something to do, go ahead and do it. Don't worry about me. I've been living alone all these years, and I can sleep well even when you're not home. Even so, those beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Yu hugged the person in his arms tightly and said with a smile, You can take care of things tomorrow. We're not going to do anything today, just sleep. After saying that, he hugged Su Wanrong tightly, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. Indeed, there was no action taken. Everything seemed to fall into complete silence. His reaction left the right protector filled with doubt. He was sitting in the room, his gaze fixed on Han Shui kneeling before him. That cold expression kept shifting. You know what, I really want to kill you right now. Just because of this news, you've ruined my opportunity. At the same time, do you think I wouldn't dare to hurt you? Do you think there's no one who can replace you? The technique I taught you before has already been mastered by some people, and their every move can drive men crazy. Lin Yu has not made any moves now. If it weren't for the fact that you and Lin Yu had a relationship for several years, which would have been a better starting point, I would have already completely crippled you. Han Shui was trembling all over. The aura emanating from him was almost too much for her to bear. They were so scared that they peed themselves. The right protector snorted coldly, "This is the last chance I'm giving you. You should know how to cherish it." Now I understand Lin Yu's intentions. Even after receiving your message, he still hasn't reacted at all. It's like they've completely retreated into their shells. I need you to gather information for me. 691, Chapter 692. He reaps what he sows. When Han Shui heard this, she was completely taken aback. She even guessed that Lin Yu had already received the news, but had not revealed his purpose. Some even doubted that Lin Yu had been poisoned at all. Guardian, have you ever considered that Lin Yu might not actually be poisoned, and that this is all just a trap? They're just waiting for us to take the bait. If I were to go and gather information for you, I would very likely fall right into Lin Yu's trap. Lin Yu will definitely not let us go easily. If Lin Yu has no feelings for me anymore, he might just wipe us all out in one fell swoop. You are the future successor of the ancient god cult, and he will definitely try every means to deal with you. The right protector coldly stared at Han Shui, then struck her with a palm strike from a distance. Han Shui's face was clearly marked by the slap, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Then the right protector suddenly became enraged. The refined air about him vanished completely at this moment, making him look like a madman who had gone mad. Han Shui's screams lasted for a long time. By the time he calmed down completely, he was almost unconscious. Pain kept surfacing all over my body. The right protector finally shook his bloodied hand, a cold smile appearing on his face. You really are a despicable person. You didn't understand a single word of what I said to you before. I've said I don't need your advice, I just need you to listen. This is just a small lesson for you, and the more miserable you look, the more sympathy Lin Yu will feel. I need you to gather information for me now. Is that a problem? Han Shui shook her head weakly. No problem. The right protector sneered. You really are despicable. You became obedient after being beaten. You must remember every word I said from now on. Otherwise, next time, he won't just beat you up, I'll make you experience what it truly means to wish you were dead. If you doubt me, then in my eyes you are nothing more than a tool to be used. Besides you, I have many other alternatives. After saying that, the right protector sneered and shouted directly outside, throw her out and let her find Lin Yu herself. Han Shui was soon thrown out of the manor. The pain all over her body made her almost want to die. But the thought of the worm inside her brain plunged her into endless despair. Tears kept streaming down my face. Lin Yu, why won't any of you forgive me? Even Su Wanrong no longer holds a grudge against me, so why do you still hate me to the core? A trembling voice rang out at that moment. Han Shui knew very well that Lin Yu must hate her. Otherwise, given Lin Yu's personality, he would never stand by and watch someone die. Even if it were a complete stranger standing right in front of him, Lin Yu would likely lend a helping hand. After lying there for about 10 minutes, Han Shui finally felt she could move again. He sat up abruptly and called an ambulance. After a slight hesitation, she dialed Lin Yu's number directly. But the next second, Han Shui's eyes widened suddenly. Because what the phone showed was that she had been blocked. 692, Chapter 693. The situation is very serious. The morning sunlight streamed into the room. Su Wanrong opened her eyes, a faint, sweet smile on her lips. This big bad guy is so amazing, he even makes breakfast himself every morning. Do you know what good fortune I must have accumulated in my past life to have found you? I feel so happy. As she walked downstairs, she saw the delicious food laid out on the dining table. I tiptoed over, picked it up, and wanted to eat it. Lin Yu's voice came from the kitchen, wash your hands and eat. You already washed it very clean last night, how much more do you want to wash it? Su Wanrong ate it in a huff. At this moment, Lin Yu came out and couldn't help but laugh when he saw that little face. Why are you laughing? You're so cute. Lin Yu kissed her on the lips. That is, while the two were talking. Su Wanrong's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, They were somewhat puzzled after answering. They asked, "What's the matter that you're calling so early?" The person who called was her secretary. "President Sue, someone just contacted me. They said one of your friends was hospitalized, and it turned out to be your best friend from before. Her name is Han Shui. He's in the intensive care unit now, and his condition is very serious." Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong subconsciously looked at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with obvious doubt. "I see." After hanging up the phone, Su Wanrong hesitated slightly. "Han Shui is hospitalized, and she's in the intensive care unit. I heard her condition is very serious. Someone has already contacted me. Moreover, there were no hospitalization fees. If it weren't for humanitarian reasons, the hospital might have sent Han Shui out. Should we go over and take a look?" Lin Yu smiled faintly. "Do you want to go?" "I'll listen to you." After a brief hesitation, Su Wanrong nodded. "No matter what, we've had such a long-standing relationship, let's go and take a look. It's not that I'm soft-hearted, but Han Shui is indeed a bit pitiful." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Alright, then I won't go." "Not going?" Su Wanrong was slightly taken aback, and finally said angrily, "Did you even understand what I said? I meant I wanted to go and see. It's not a rejection." Lin Yu gently pinched that exquisite and perfect face. "Some people don't deserve your pity or sympathy. There are some things we can't do. Otherwise, it'll just stick to your body like a plaster. Give you a little kindness and you'll be open to die shop right away. Do you want to have to deal with that headache again later?" Su Wanrong understood this as well. Lin Yu's words were not wrong, but when she thought of Han Shui, she couldn't help but recall the time the two of them had spent together. But after a brief hesitation, he nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. But you've gone too far, you big bad guy. You clearly said you would listen to me, but then you turned around and refused. I'm angry. How do you think I should make up with you?" Lin Yu looked at his pouting lips and hugged Su Wanrong. Amidst gasps of surprise, they pressed themselves right next to each other. Breakfast took more than an hour, and Su Wanrong's face was still flushed when she left. "I'm going to work now. I want to eat braised pork knuckle tonight. I'll make it for you tonight." Lin Yu watched Su Wanrong leave before the smile on his face slowly faded. 693, Chapter 694. Another candidate. Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi both followed behind Su Wanrong. It's like the quietest bodyguard. Lin Yu leaned back on the sofa, his eyes slightly narrowed. "Let's go to the hospital. Once we get there, we'll find out what's going on. Also, check on Han Shui's injuries." A man in black outside the door immediately bowed and accepted the order. After everyone left, Lin Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his smile growing wider and wider. "It seems you're getting a little impatient. This is just the beginning, and you're already in such a hurry. I am overestimating you. Right, Protector, one of the future successors. I'm really looking forward to meeting you." Lin Yu closed his eyes and slowly cultivated the spiritual energy within his body. The man in black arrived at the hospital very quickly. I sensed something was wrong as soon as I got here. He was now dressed in ordinary clothes, just like someone who had come here for a medical appointment. After registering, he walked straight to the examination room. He could clearly sense that some of the people around him were emanating a strong aura of malevolence. Those people are now guarding the area, as if waiting for someone to walk right into their trap. The situation here was quickly reported to Lin Yu's phone. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. "Don't worry about it anymore, and there's no need to check on Han Shui's situation. He definitely won't die. They're just waiting for me to come over in person. That right, Protector didn't want Han Shui to get close to me. He just wanted to put Han Shui in a critical condition and lure me there. If I went there, those people would launch a suicide attack. Given the element of surprise, they might just take me away." When Lin Yu said this, it was as if he were talking to himself. However, he had calculated the whole thing. His smile deepened. If I were to go this time, the right Protector would absolutely not show up in person. Under any circumstances, human life should be the top priority. The right Protector will only think that this is my scheme. Those people will only try to kill me, I can't go now. After saying that, Lin Yu looked at the man in black. Although I can't go, I can send someone else. Since they want to bring this garbage to us, let's clean it up while we're at it. Keeping them around is just a nuisance. Boss, who should we send? Their strength should all be at least above the Grandmaster level. Should we send the hidden ones to make a move? Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. No need, the person has already arrived. After he finished speaking, the man in black was momentarily stunned, but then seemed to sense something and abruptly turned his head to look. He then discovered that behind him stood an extremely handsome man in his 20s. His handsomeness had an indescribable effeminate quality that made him unable to resist being attracted to him, and he even wondered if he had become gay. However, the man in black quickly realized what was happening and began to tremble. Third brother? The newcomer was none other than the third brother, who wore an exquisitely beautiful smile. If you look at me like that again, I'll make sure you're bedridden for a month. The man in black took off running. Lin Yu smiled and said, you already know the situation? The boss is truly insightful. He knew I would definitely run this way, so he prepared my task in advance. Then tell me what you want me to do. My knife is almost rusty. 694, Chapter 695 Surprise. Lin Yu knew best what kind of personalities his brothers had, especially the third brother in front of him. He looks harmless and is exceptionally handsome. However, his style of doing things was unusually ruthless and crazy, but he understood that the third brother's background and experiences had led to his personality. He smiled and said, this matter is actually very simple. Simple, just destroy all those people who are monitoring the hospital. Of course, it must be done without anyone noticing, and absolutely without causing any chaos. Simple little things can probably be resolved directly, but if they cause too much trouble, some people will seize on them as a handle and excuse to launch a verbal attack against us. The third brother laughed, his smile becoming even brighter and more radiant. Big brother, are you afraid of them? Why not just hand it over to me? I'll chop up the person who spoke next to him too. When they're speechless, what will they have to say? Lin Yu said irritably, even if you kill them all, it won't make a difference. They're just tools. As for who's behind them, I don't need to say more, you should understand. What we really need to deal with now is the ancient god cult. As for those other people, there will be plenty of time to settle accounts with them later. Let them talk if they want to, even the special administrative region doesn't dare to interfere. At most, they'll just spout a few slanderous remarks. My concern is that ordinary people would be terrified if they saw something like this. The third brother's smile widened even more. Boss, don't worry, leave this to me. We'll make sure that no ordinary people find out, and those guys who want to make a move will have to taste whether my knife is sharp enough. Shall I go and carry out this mission now? Lin Yu nodded. Don't go on a killing spree. Remember to leave a few for me to ask them about the current location of that right protector. If you can't say it, then forget it. That right protector is quite quick-witted, finding her won't be easy. Go! The third brother, with a smile on his face, turned around and walked straight out of the villa. Lin Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and a cold smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew very well that the third brother would definitely give you a huge surprise. However, those people might be shocked on the spot. I hope you can maintain your composure. It would be best to make another move, otherwise the consequences could be very serious. Inside the hospital, the expressions on the faces of those who had been waiting became noticeably more serious. We've waited so long, but we still haven't seen a single hair on Lin Yu's head. Have we made a mistake? Lin Yu may not have confided in Han Shui that much. After all, this woman betrayed him and did something so serious. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely that Lin Yu won't come back after all. We've been waiting here for more than 2 hours, and Lin Yu hasn't shown up yet. I doubt he'll risk his life. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't come either. I am practically a cripple now. Why would I show up and let someone else kill me? Perhaps Lin Yu has absolute confidence and dares to take the risk. 695, Chapter 696 Substitute. While those people were talking, they didn't notice that a black figure had appeared behind them at some point. The figure was like a ghost. They had already approached them silently. Now, these words are also coming from the third brother's mouth. Do you know why you died? The sudden sound startled everyone, and they turned around abruptly. When they saw the third brother, they were all stunned. The person in front of them was so beautiful that they couldn't help but feel a surge of lust. But the next second, the third brother's imposing aura terrified them so much that the hairs on their bodies stood on end. Their eyes were filled with terror. "Who are you? What do you want?" "We are members of the ancient god cult. We have no grudges against each other. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Please step back, or you will be locked in a life-or-death struggle with our ancient god cult." The third brother couldn't help but laugh, and his laughter was remarkably neutral. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female. His figure was completely shrouded in a large black trench coat, making it impossible to discern his physique. "You've all been waiting here for my boss for so long, isn't it because you're hoping he'll show up? It's a pity that you didn't get what you wanted. My boss isn't so easily fooled by you. He just came to see Han Shui. I'm enough for him. As long as a person doesn't die, I can save them, but I would prefer that woman to die in the intensive care unit. After all, that woman betrayed my boss, which made me very unhappy. I even wanted to cut her into 1,000 pieces, but unfortunately my boss couldn't bear to." The third brother is actually a very clever person. His words are full of traps. He has also discovered the listening device worn by those people. What are you to Lin Yu? You're not qualified to know. After the third brother finished speaking, he reached out and a small knife as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his palm. The knife flashed across the surface. Several people had already developed lines of blood on their necks. The third brother simply tossed them into a corner and said indifferently to the group of men in black trench coats behind them, "Come along after you've dealt with them. You'll be the ones to clean up the mess left by the others." He couldn't be bothered to deal with the bodies. He simply handed them over to his men. He hadn't made a move in a long time, and this time he planned to take them all down. At the time he made his move, in another manner. The right protector's expression also turned very ugly at this moment. He slammed his hand on the table, shattering the marble table instantly. His eyes were filled with overwhelming anger. I never expected you to be so heartless. Han Shui is already critically injured and on the verge of death, yet you didn't even show up. You just sent a subordinate over. It seems you're not the genuine person the rumors say you are. It turns out it was all just a facade. I thought you would show up in person, but I miscalculated this time. There is one thing I am certain of, you have become a complete waste. Otherwise, with your abilities, you would definitely be here at the hospital." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Han Shui beside him. He had already brought Han Shui back quietly. The person in the hospital was merely a puppet. 696, Chapter 697 Suggestions. Han Shui's body trembled slightly after what happened last time. She knew just how ruthless the person in front of her could be. The right protector turned his head, a smile already appearing on his face. "Now you should have realized it, right? Lin Yu doesn't actually have that many feelings for you. But you can forgive him. After all, everyone values their own life. If you risked your life mainly because of you, I imagine you would be very moved. And deep down, you might also be looking forward to Lin Yuzheng's past, right? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed." Han Shui knelt directly in front of the right protector, her face filled with terror. "I didn't give Lin Yu any notification, and you've taken away all my communication devices. I don't have a single piece of equipment on me right now. I really didn't tip Lin Yu off." The right protector still wore that smile, but a strange glint appeared in his eyes. He reached out and helped Han Shui up. His gaze was full of mockery. "I know you didn't tip Lin Yu off. There's no need to be so afraid. I am not a demon, and I would never attack you without warning. It's all because you disobeyed my orders and angered me. So you're being punished as you deserbates just to teach you a lesson. Look how obedient you are now. Do you think I hit the right spot?" Han Shui nodded hurriedly. She had only one thought in her mind right now. If you have the chance, you must leak this bastard's information to Lin Yu. In front of the right protector, she felt that her life could be taken away at any moment. This person is absolutely insane. The right protector laughed, his laughter filled with mockery. "Lin Yu probably didn't expect you to be so compliant. So sometimes some people are just being masochistic. After giving them a good beating, they'll behave and listen to you obediently. What I like most is this feeling of being in control of the whole situation, but now Lin Yu makes me feel like I can't figure him out, which makes me very unhappy and upset. Do you think I should give you a chance to make a move directly? Han Shui had already learned her lesson and now dared not answer at all, simply kneeling there obediently. The right protector tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He looked Han Shui up and down, and a sickly look gradually appeared in his eyes. To be honest, I feel a bit of pity for you right now. But you still can't remember my interests. How about we do something more interesting? When Han Shui heard this, she trembled violently. She knew that several beautiful women had approached the right-hand woman and then turned into corpses the next day. She saw clearly how miserable her condition was before she died. But she doesn't dare to speak at all now. All he could do was bang his head against the ground. Fine, keeping you around is still a tool after all. With you here, it won't cause much trouble anymore. The most important thing now is how to control Lin Yu and how to get close to him. Do you have any good suggestions? The right protector was already feeling a little regretful. He should have listened to Han Shui and not taken this step. But he won't admit his mistakes. 697, Chapter 698 Malicious Thoughts. Han Shui saw the expression on Yu Bu's face and knew that he really wanted to listen to her opinion. After hesitating for a moment, she said directly, "Could you give me a cell phone? I want to call Lin Yu." I told him directly that the hospital was a scam. I want him to come and save me. Then I will appear here directly and tell him how many experts are here. His men will definitely scatter to find me, and you can take the opportunity to make a move against Lin Yu. Since Lin Yu has already become a cripple, you should have a chance to take him down directly. The right protector turned his gaze over. His eyes held obvious suspicion. You don't actually want Lin Yu to rescue you, do you? If the main thing was to find a way to remove the supplements in your brain, he would have done it long ago, instead of waiting until now. But if you follow Lin Yu, you will only be at our mercy. Han Shui hurriedly shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. I will never betray you. I want to live, I don't want to die, and as long as I can control Lin Yu, I will have more opportunities to use him. By then, I will be completely out of danger of death. Unlike now, I am nothing but a complete waste, and I can't do anything for you. I want to fully demonstrate my value. The right protector's eyes held obvious suspicion. He never liked Han Shui from the beginning, and he knew what a vicious and ruthless woman she was. After hesitating for a moment, he said calmly, "Go on. I can consider your suggestion as appropriate." Han Shui actually had her own thoughts in mind. After a brief hesitation, she continued, "The main thing is to win over Lin Yu so that I can be alone with him in a room. I will rebuild my relationship with him. After all, people only remember each other when they are in the most pain and difficulty. It will also leave a very deep impression on him, once I become the closest person to him. I might even be able to drug Lin Yu directly, or use your supplies to control him." Your method is barely passable. The right protector stood up. There was hesitation in his eyes. A few minutes later, he simply tossed the phone to Han Shui. "Call Lin Yu first. I want to hear what kind of conversation you two have. Lin Yu should know that you are in my hands, and you called him directly. It's such an obvious scheme, he won't fall for it. I want to see how he reacts." Han Shui shook her head. "I don't understand Lin Yu. Even if he knows there are dangerous places ahead, Lin Yu will still go for it. Of course, he probably won't come in person after all. He's now a cripple and doesn't want to put himself in danger. His brothers will certainly come. If you want, you can even send all the people here and Lin Yu's brothers to heaven. All you need to do is find an absolutely dangerous environment, bury enough drugs underneath, and when those people arrive, you don't need to care about anyone's life, you just need to press the button. Everyone will be blown to bits. Once the forces around Lin Yu are depleted, Lin Yu will become a lone wolf." 698, Chapter 699 Delaying Time. Upon hearing Han Shui's suggestion, the right protector couldn't help but laugh, his eyes filled with admiration. "That's right, you're thinking the same thing as me. I didn't tell you these things before because I wanted to see if you would bring them up yourself. Now it seems that you have truly come to my side. Don't worry, I've been very kind to myself, and I will never let you suffer any more pain. Get up, sit there and slowly make a phone call to Lin Yui. Want to see Lin Yu's attitude and see if this plan can be implemented. Han Shui finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as she can contact Lin Yu, she will try to convey the situation here to him. She absolutely does not want to stay by this protector's side now. It's like walking on a knife's edge at any moment, and she could lose her life if she doesn't get involved with him. I made the call. Lin Yu was sitting in the hall at this moment, and the situation there had yielded a clear result. The person lying in the intensive care unit is fake. Just then, his phone rang when he saw the caller ID. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Calling him at this time clearly indicates that they have made new moves. Speak, what is it? Lin Yu then asked a cold question. Han Shui took a few deep breaths before saying in a trembling voice, the phone I have now is stolen. I am calling you for your own good. The people at the hospital are imposters. They already brought me back. I can share my current location with you. Can you come and rescue me? The people here are very strong. They possess strength at the level of Grandmaster or higher. Han Shui has also begun her cultivation journey. Although I can only be considered a novice now, I have barely gotten the hang of it and have come to know just how terrifyingly powerful those people really are. He deliberately revealed this level of strength to make Lin Yu understand just how dangerous this place was. Lin Yu said with a half smile, in your eyes, are Grandmasters really that powerful? Even if you wanted to tell me a false message, there was no need to make up such a reason. Shouldn't that right protector be with you? Let him answer the phone directly. In fact, Lin Yu had already considered a certain possibility. However, this matter needs to be considered more carefully. Moreover, he knew just how treacherous that right protector was, and if he really sent someone over there, the consequences would be unimaginable. After dealing with these people a lot, he also learned about their unscrupulous methods. At this moment, his finger was on the computer screen, and he sent a number to the third brother. The third brother replied with just a few words. 1 minute. Lin Yu's smile widened. Let's not waste time with that useless nonsense. Your right protector is probably plotting something against me again. You have absolutely no power to resist them. You can tell them clearly that I have long since lost all feelings for you. The years I spent with you have no memories for me. We'll stop bullying you and let you go. I can give them a way to live. 699, Chapter 700. The most glorious moment. Lin Yu was deliberately stalling for time. The signal location of those people can be tracked in just 1 minute. He had even guessed that those people might just make the call and then move on to another location. However, with some clues, it's easy to catch those people. I just want to kill someone right now. Han Shui's trembling voice came from the phone. That's not true. That protector wasn't even with me. He has already left, and I don't know where he went. I really stole their phone when I talked to you. Please come and save me. I can share my location with you directly. Lin Yu said calmly, no need. Even if you share your location, I won't go. Maybe the explosives buried underground could send people straight to heaven. I wouldn't let my brother take such a risk. My brothers are my current support. I believe you should already know my current situation. My strength has rapidly declined due to poisoning. Without my brothers, I'll just become an ordinary person all alone. At that time, we will probably be at the mercy of others. Furthermore, I know your personality very well. If what you said really happened, you will never call me immediately. At most, you will only send me some messages. You've gone to such lengths to ask me for help. Do you really believe I'm telling you there's no one threatening you behind your back? Let the right protector answer the phone. I have something I'd like to discuss with him. Lin Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lit a cigarette, and a smile appeared on his lips, because he was very certain that the right protector would answer his call. The two of them have been fighting for so long. There hasn't been a single proper exchange between them yet. I'm sure that guy has been holding back for a long time. Just as Lin Yu had guessed, only a few seconds had passed. The voice of the right protector has already reached us. Lin Yu, this is our first time talking. You suffered such a great loss at my hands. causing your strength to decline rapidly. Don't you hate me a lot? Hearing these smug words, Lin Yu's smile deepened. He said calmly, if I suffer a loss at your hands, it can only be attributed to my own carelessness. I won't hate anyone, I'll just be more careful next time. Now that I know what kind of person you are, how could I possibly be careless? So I won't fall for your attempts to create loneliness. If you really want to sever all ties with me, then let's meet. We can have a proper discussion then about how to resolve the problems between us. You know I'm almost a cripple now, and I no longer have the strength to fight you. I want to get out of this mess completely. He sighed after saying that. Meanwhile, laughter rang out from the right protector on the other end of the phone. I never expected that you, Lin Yu, would actually back down on your own initiative. It's truly my honor. Countless people are terrified of you, fearing that they have no idea how strong you really are. In their hearts, you are like a demon. But now, you've fallen into my hands, and this could very well be the most glorious moment of my life. 700, Chapter 701 Letting the Wolf In. Lin Yu's smile grew wider and wider. He knew that the right protector opposite him was clearly testing his attitude when he said those words. He deliberately gritted his teeth. The sound of clenched teeth came through the phone. The right protector laughed even more wildly. Lin Yu, I know you must hate me very much right now. I certainly wouldn't dare to appear in front of you, otherwise even if you have lost your strength, your brothers will still not be able to harm me. So let's forget about meeting in person, exchanging a few words on the phone is fine. If you want to completely withdraw from this vortex, then you can only cripple your own strength. Send all your brothers to us and make them members of our ancient god cult, and I can allow you to establish your own branch. We don't usually bother you unless we encounter some insurmountable difficulties. I have shown you enough sincerity. If you are willing, you can declare that you are joining us now. Be sure to announce it in a high-profile manner. When you join our ancient god cult, you will be a meritorious member of our ancient god cult, and you must choose to support me so that I can become the future leader of the ancient god cult. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. You are the next successor of the ancient god cult? Just one of them. The right protector explained it very clearly. At this moment, his heart was also filled with anticipation. If Lin Yu really does announce his joining them in a high-profile manner, this was an unparalleled achievement for him, and it would be of great benefit to his future inheritance of the ancient holy church. Moreover, if Lin Yu supports him, he will be his greatest asset. Lin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. If I choose to join, I'm afraid my brothers will all become disloyal to me. There is no deep-seated grudge between us. It's enough to resolve our differences. I don't want to get involved in anything else. If you can agree to this condition, then this matter will be considered settled, and there will be no more conflict between us. But if you don't agree, even if it costs me all my power, I will make sure you stay on this continent forever. By the end, Lin Yu's voice had turned as cold as a knife. At that moment, his phone received a message from his third brother. It will be there in 5 minutes at most. This single message was enough to bring a smile to Lin Yu's face. He was well aware of the third brother's strength. Dealing with those people would definitely not be a big problem. And they probably didn't expect that he was stalling for time. The right protector's voice also rang out. Lin Yu, this is a chance I'm giving you. Don't even think about escaping. If you don't agree, I'll have someone take you into custody. I simply don't believe you have no fear of death. Think about your family and friends, and then think about Han Shui. As long as you agree, these threats will be eliminated immediately. I know you are a loyal and affectionate person. I've given you a chance, so you must seize it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's smile deepened. His gaze was also filled with a chilling glint. I cannot make a decision on your suggestion right now. The reason my brothers are so devoted to me is because they know what kind of person I am. If I bring them directly into the cult, do you think they'll storm your ancient god cult? Aren't you afraid of letting a wolf into your house?